When she reached the nurse's station and felt the bustle of people coming and going, Ruanruan finally started to feel a bit warmer. There were no heated brick beds in the hospital, but the building was well sealed, the space was small, and there were lots of people, so it was actually quite warm. Ruanruan took a while to recover, and only then did she regain feeling in her frozen hands and feet. The other nurses had all experienced the same thing to some extent, so when they saw Ruanruan in that state, no one laughed. They just waited for her to recover, then urged her to change clothes and sign in. They needed to start their shift change. Those who were about to get off work were especially anxious. They wanted to get home while it was still light out. Otherwise, once it got dark, the roads would be even harder to walk. Who knew what might be hidden under the snow? If you stepped into a hole or something, the consequences could be unimaginable. By the time the shift handover was finished, half an hour had passed. After that, it was time for rounds. Once the busy work of the first half of the night was done, Ruanruan collapsed onto a bench, exhausted. In this weather, let's hope no one goes into labor in the second half of the night. Otherwise, they'll suffer, and so will we. Hearing this, Ruanruan shook her head with a smile. With things the way they are, is there really any difference between day and night? It was just as cold, no matter the time. Maybe they were lucky because that night no one actually went into labor in the second half. By the time Ruanruan's shift ended the next day, she was still feeling pretty energetic. It was so cold she didn't dare sleep deeply, but even a short nap was enough to refresh her. She hadn't been outside all night, so she had no idea what things were like out there. When she finally left after her shift and saw the heavy snow still falling, she fell silent. She didn't even have to ask, just looking at the snow piled up in the flower pots nearby, she knew the snow hadn't stopped all night. With a sigh, Ruanruan started her journey home. But what she didn't expect was that this time, the road home was much easier to walk. There were quite a few people on the road shoveling snow with iron spades. Of course, they weren't clearing the whole street, just making narrow paths wide enough for one person to walk through. On the main road, there were usually two such paths, so people coming and going wouldn't bump heads. In the smaller alleys, there was only a single path down the middle. Since fewer people used them, one lane was enough. If two people happened to meet head-on, they could just turn sideways and squeeze past each other. Thanks to these little paths, Ruanruan made it home in less than 20 minutes. As soon as she entered the alley where the Su family lived, she saw Granny Chin, Su, and a few other elderly neighbors from the alley, all slowly shoveling snow. Their movements were slow and cautious. Even though they weren't working quickly, at least it was safe. After all, if any of them slipped and fell, it wouldn't be a laughing matter. Granny Chin spotted Ruanruan right away as she walked into the alley. She stopped what she was doing and waved, "Ruanruan, you're back." Was the road okay? It was fine. Lots of people cleared little paths along the way. "Grandma, you can stop now, let me do it." "No need. I'll just keep going slowly with everyone else." "Grandma, I'm hungry. Why don't you go make me something good to eat?" "I'll take care of this. By the time you're done cooking, I'll be finished here too." "Well, all right, I'll let your grandpa. Have grandpa help you with the fire. That way, cooking will be faster." Granny Chin knew that when Ruanruan spoke like this, there was no room for argument. She could only nod and hand over her spade. "Just be careful, okay? Even if you get tired, you're not allowed to take off your gloves or your hat." "Don't worry, Grandma." Ruanruan took the spade and watched as Granny Chin and Su went inside. Then she took over and continued shoveling snow. She was young, quick, and most importantly, strong. The spots that took Granny Chin 3 or 4 tries to clear, she could finish with a single scoop. With Ruanruan joining in, the alley was cleared in no time. There were 6 or 7 households living here, and each family only needed to clear the stretch in front of their own door. Once 2 neighbors finished their sections, the paths would connect. Working together, everyone managed to clear the path in less than half an hour. Although Ruanruan had lived here for 2 years and wasn't especially close with everyone, she at least knew how to address them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she took her spade and headed home. As soon as she left, a few of the neighbors started chatting. That Sue family granddaughter is really capable. She sure is. Think about it, their family is just 2 old folks and 1 young girl. If the old ones are too old and the young one can't manage, what would the 3 of them do? Didn't that girl get engaged to the boy from the Xiao family next door? What good does that do? The Xiao boy went off to join the army and his parents both have to work. Even if they wanted to help, there's only so much they can do. And not just that. I've seen that Sue girl helping out the Xiao family too. Honestly, she's really strong. If only I could have a granddaughter-in-law like that. TSK TSK. TSK TSK. If you had a granddaughter-in-law like her, wouldn't you be scared? Say the wrong thing, and she might slap you right into the wall. Ruanruan had already returned home, completely unaware of the gossip swirling outside. She had just stepped into the yard, still holding a shovel and broom, when Granny Chin lifted the kitchen curtain and poked her head out. Ruanruan, you're back? Hurry inside and eat. Breakfast at the Sue house was always simple and quick to prepare. Although Ruanruan said she hadn't spent much time shoveling snow, it had still taken her half an hour. By the time she got back, breakfast was just ready. After eating, Ruanruan exchanged a few words with Granny Chin and Su-I-mean, but soon felt too tired to keep going. She simply went back to her room to sleep. She hadn't come home the whole night, so although the Kang-heated bed in her room hadn't been stoked with firewood, there were still a few pieces of charcoal smoldering inside. That morning, after Granny Chin and Su-I-mean woke up, they added more charcoal and firewood to the Kang in Ruanruan's room. Now, more than an hour later, not only was the bed toasty warm, but the whole room was cozy. After washing her hands, face, and feet, Ruanruan crawled into the warm bed, let out a long, contented sigh, closed her eyes, and quickly drifted off to sleep. When she finally woke up, it was still snowing heavily outside. The snow had been falling nonstop. Unless it got dark, it was impossible to tell what time it was. Ruanruan fished her watch out from under her pillow and glanced at it, surprised to see it was already nearly noon. She'd slept the whole morning away, something even she hadn't expected. Now that she was awake, she hurried to get dressed and put on her shoes before stepping down from the Kang. When she opened the door and saw the snow still swirling outside, she couldn't help but sigh. Granny Chen had just come out of her room, heading to the kitchen to make lunch. But as soon as she stepped outside, she spotted Ruanruan standing in the doorway. Ruanruan, it's so cold out, what are you doing standing there? How long have you been out here? Hearing this, Ruanruan turned her head and saw Granny Chen's worried face, with a hint of disapproval mixed in. She immediately felt a little guilty. Rubbing her nose, Ruanruan smiled. Grandma, I just came out, only a moment before you. We basically came out at the same time. But Granny Chin clearly didn't believe her. Oh really? Then why does your nose look all red from the cold? Huh? Ruanruan looked at Granny Chin in surprise. Is it really red? I didn't even notice. As she spoke, Ruanruan raised her hand to touch her nose. It felt cool, but she couldn't tell if it was actually red or not. So she turned to go back inside, planning to find a mirror and check if her nose was really red from the cold. But before she could turn around, she froze in place. She'd already felt a vague sense that something was off, and now she finally realized what it was. The moment she heard Granny Chen's words and wanted to go back inside to check the mirror, anyone could see she was feeling guilty. Ruanruan stopped in her tracks and looked helplessly at Granny Chen. Grandma, I really just came out a moment ago. She said this, but didn't try to go back inside for the mirror anymore. Granny Chen saw how quickly Ruanruan caught on and just shook her head with a smile, saying nothing more. The two of them walked into the kitchen together to prepare lunch. Ever since they'd gotten the treasure space, Granny Chen never had to scrimp and save when cooking. And after Su-I-mean started receiving his allowance and various ration tickets, Granny Chin became even more generous with ingredients. The heavy snow didn't let up, it kept falling for 3 whole days before finally starting to ease up a little. During those 3 days, Ruanruan had to climb up to the roof every so often to sweep off the snow. She also had to clear the paths in the yard and the road outside their gate. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to even leave the house. While she was sweeping the front yard, Ruanruan inevitably ended up piling the snow all over the place. The whole yard was blanketed in white, making it hard to tell just how much snow had actually fallen this time. But when she got to the backyard and looked at the vegetable patch, she saw that the snow was already up to her thighs. Only then did she get a real sense of just how heavy the snowfall was. If such a thick layer of snow was left on the roof without being cleared, it would definitely be enough to collapse it. Just as she was thinking this, Ruanruan's expression suddenly changed. Things were a bit better in the county town. Most people lived in brick and tile houses. Even those with thatched roofs, as long as there were men in the family and they were diligent enough, could manage to keep the snow off the roof. But what about the production team? Every household in the production team had mud walls and thatched roofs, and most of the houses were quite old. After a snowfall like this, how many of those houses could withstand the weight? If a house really did collapse, losing the house and having things buried would be the least of their worries. The real fear was someone getting hurt. The Xiao family now only had the two elders, Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng, living there. Was their house holding up? And then there was Qi Anfu and Su Inghua, who lived in the cowshed. The cowshed was even flimsier than the average thatched house. There was no way it could bear much weight. And only Qi Anfu and Su Inghua lived there. If something really happened, the rest of the village might not even know. After all, in this kind of weather, aside from shoveling snow, most people wouldn't venture outside at all. The more Ruanruan thought about it, the more anxious she became. She wished she could fly back to the third production team right now to see if the people she was worried about were still safe and sound. Just as she was thinking this, she heard Granny Chen calling her from the front yard to come eat. Ruanruan answered and turned to head to the front yard. When she entered the kitchen, Ruanruan didn't rush inside. Instead, she stood at the doorway, stomping her feet and brushing the snow off her clothes. Seeing this, Granny Chen scolded her. The snow might have eased up a bit, but it's still coming down. What are you doing standing out in the backyard? The wind is howling. What if you catch a chill? As she spoke, Granny Chen sounded rather helpless. She'd lost count of how many times she'd said something similar over the past few days. Every time, Ruanruan would agree obediently, but the moment she turned her back, the girl would run right out into the snow again. Maybe it happened so often that Granny Chen had gotten used to it. She nagged, but didn't really expect Ruanruan to listen. After all, Granny Chen knew that even if Ruanruan promised, she probably wouldn't actually do as she was told. After brushing the snow off herself, Ruanruan didn't dwell on the topic. Instead, she said, "Granny, I'm off work tomorrow. I want to go back to the production team and check on things." At her words, Granny Chen's brow furrowed tightly. In this freezing weather, what are you going back to the production team for? You can't ride a bike, and the roads are terrible. If you walk all the way back, do you know how long that'll take? Ruanruan nodded. I know. Granny Chen almost burst out laughing at Ruanruan's straightforward answer. You know what's going on, and you still say you want to go back? Granny. Ruanruan straightened her expression. Even if I know the road back isn't easy and it'll take a long time, I still have to go. Grandpa Xiao and Grandma Luo are home alone. Who knows how they're doing now? Maybe they're worried about us here, too. If I go back, I can check on them and put their minds at ease. Granny Chen knew Ruanruan was telling the truth. But she still couldn't help worrying. After thinking for a while, Granny Chen insisted, "You can go back, but you can't go alone." As soon as she heard this, Ruanruan protested, "Granny, you just said it yourself. The road back isn't good, and we can't ride bikes. You absolutely can't come with me. Grandpa can't, either." Seeing that Ruanruan's first concern was for her and safety, Granny Chen finally smiled in satisfaction. "Your grandpa and I aren't foolish. We wouldn't try to be brave. In this kind of weather, if we went out, who knows what." "Granny, what are you saying?" All right. Granny Chen stopped herself and continued, "You just can't go alone. If you can find someone to go with you, someone to look out for you on the way, then you can go. Of course. Su Ruanruan agreed without hesitation. I'll go ask Aunt Qian in a bit and see if she or my uncle are going back to the production team tomorrow. We can go together. Hearing this, Granny Chen smacked her forehead in annoyance. Look at me. I'm really getting forgetful in my old age. I completely forgot about Aunt Qian and her husband. Before, when the snow was heavy, no one could go out, but now that it's let up, maybe it'll stop by tomorrow. I'm sure Aigua and his wife will want to go back to the production team to check on things. It's good if you go with them. Since Chungjin isn't home, it's nice that you're thinking about them. Now that Granny Chen had agreed, Su Ruanruan finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to eat with everyone. After dinner, Su Ruanruan went next door. Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju had just finished eating and come from the backyard to the front when they heard a knock at the door. They walked over together, calling out, "Who is it?" Hearing Qian Aiju's voice, Su Ruanruan replied with a smile, "Auntie, it's me. Ruanruan." No sooner had she finished speaking than the tightly closed door swung open. Qian Aiju poked her head out with a big smile. "Ruanruan, what brings you over at this hour? Is something up? If you need anything, just call out from the yard. We can hear you just fine. No need to make a special trip." Su Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh at the mental image of herself standing in the yard shouting to ask if Qian Aiju was going back to the third production team tomorrow. Before Qian Aiju could ask, Su Ruanruan explained, "I want to go back to the production team tomorrow." "That's great." Qian Aiju's face lit up instantly. "I was just telling your uncle that if the snow stops or gets lighter tomorrow, we should go back to the production team for a bit. Even though your grandpa is the team leader, it's not right to let people work for him for free." After discussing things with Qian Aiju, Su Ruanruan didn't agree to her suggestion to go inside and sit for a while. "Auntie, you should go to bed early. I'll head back and get some rest too. Let's get up early tomorrow and set out at dawn. The road will probably take a long time." Inside the county town, people had already shoveled narrow paths through the streets, but who knew what it was like outside the county? From the county to the 3rd Production Brigade, even riding a bike would take over an hour if the roads were smooth. But in the current situation, they could only walk, which would take at least 2 or 3 hours. Thinking of this, Qian Aiju didn't insist on keeping Su Ruanruan any longer. She watched her walk away, and only after hearing the neighbor's gate open and close did she finally shut her own door and head inside. Worried about the situation at the production team, Su Ruanruan didn't sleep well that night. As soon as dawn broke, she got up. After getting dressed, she didn't rush out. Instead, she entered her Baibao space first and picked out plenty of easy-to-carry, filling food. Some she put in her basket, some in her shoulder bag. The basket she planned to take home was a medium-sized one, stuffed to the brim with about 100 jin, roughly 50 kilograms, of supplies. Besides that, Su Ruanruan also packed a large bundle, tightly tied up with cotton-padded clothes, pants, and shoes, 4 complete sets, one for each of the 4 elderly people she was worried about. This winter was bound to be tough, and since she couldn't visit often, she wanted to bring back as much as she could. Actually, if she weren't traveling with Qian Aiju, Su Ruanruan could have brought back as much as she wanted. She could just stash everything in her Baibao space while on the road and take it out again near the production team, easy and effortless. But with Qian Aiju coming along, that obviously wasn't an option. Still, Su Ruanruan didn't mind too much. If she couldn't take shortcuts, she'd just carry as much as she could. She was strong enough. No matter how much she had to carry, sling, or hold, she could handle it. Just as Su Ruanruan finished packing, she heard Granny Chen calling her from outside. When she opened the door and stepped out, she saw Granny Chen standing not far from her door. "You girl, you said we'd leave early, so why did I have to come call you?" "Granny, I was just packing up." "Are you done?" "All done." Granny Chen nodded. "Good, then come eat. After breakfast, I have something for you to take back too." Granny Chen knew Su Ruanruan had her Baibao space, so bringing things back wouldn't cost her anything. But that was Su Ruanruan's own business. What Granny Chen wanted her to take back was her own token of care. After breakfast, Granny Chen brought her own carefully packed things to Su Ruanruan's room. But when she saw Ruanruan already loaded up to the brim, she was momentarily stunned. After a long moment, Granny Chin couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Ruanruan, can you really carry all that? How did you manage to pack so much? You look like a walking cart. Ruanruan just grinned and waved at Granny Chen. Granny, how did you pack your things? What's inside? If it won't spill, just stuff it in the bundle. If it might spill, just hand it to me and I'll carry it. How are you supposed to carry soup or anything with liquid? By the time you've walked a few steps, it'll be frozen solid, nothing to spill then. Upon hearing this, Ruanruan gave an embarrassed laugh. She had forgotten that it was bitterly cold outside. Even if you took out hot, steaming soup, it would freeze solid within an hour, turning as hard as ice. If the soup was already cold, it would freeze even faster. She wouldn't even be able to pour it out if she wanted to. With that worry gone, Ruanruan let Granny Chen put the things wherever she liked. Once Granny Chen had packed everything up, Ruanruan checked it all over herself to make sure she hadn't forgotten anything. Only then did she follow Granny Chen outside. As soon as the two of them stepped out the door, they saw Qian Aiju coming over with a basket on her back. Ruanruan told me yesterday to wait at home today, and that she'd come get me. I waited and waited, but she didn't show up, so I thought I'd come out and see what was going on. Qian Aiju hadn't finished speaking when she spotted Ruanruan behind Granny Chen. When she saw all the things Ruanruan was carrying, she couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. Look at you, bringing so much stuff. Come on, give me 2 of those. I'll help you carry them. Ruanruan grinned and handed her 2 bundles. As soon as she took them, Qian Aiju noticed something was off. The bundles looked big, but they weren't very heavy. She felt the shape, gave them a squeeze, and realized, Ruanruan, are these clothes? That's right. New cotton-padded jackets for Grandpa and Grandma, Ruanruan replied. Oh my. Qian Aiju beamed. Why didn't you save them for your own grandparents? Grandpa Xiao and the others already have clothes. My grandparents already have theirs, Ruanruan said with a smile. There was still plenty of cotton and fabric in her treasure space, so she wasn't stingy at all. Back in early autumn, she'd already made new jackets for Granny Chin and Su Aimin, and while she was at it, she made a few extra, planning to give them out when winter got colder. Who would have thought that just over a month later, they'd already be needed? From this, Ruanruan learned an important lesson. It's always right to prepare ahead of time. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. With Qian Aiju helping to share the load, Ruanruan felt much more relaxed. At least now, she wouldn't attract so much attention walking down the road. While they were still in town, Qian Aiju and Ruanruan walked slowly along the narrow paths that had been shoveled clear. Once they left the county, they thought they'd have to trudge through deep snow, but to their surprise, there were 2 cleared paths outside the town as well. The snow on the road hadn't been completely cleared, it was still thick, and you couldn't see the ground beneath, but it was good enough to walk on. Both Ruanruan and Qian Aiju breathed a sigh of relief and picked up their pace. On the way back to the 3rd production team, everything in sight was blanketed in white. Small flakes of snow still swirled down from the sky, landing on their exposed faces and sending a chill through them. But compared to the blizzard a few days ago, this was nothing. They could almost ignore the light snowfall. Ruanruan was carrying over 100 jean of grain on her back, with more things in her satchel, and 2 bundles in her hands. She hurried along, but didn't even break a sweat. In fact, not only did she not sweat, she felt like her feet were going numb from the cold. That alone showed just how freezing it was outside. No one knew exactly how long they had been walking, but at last, Ruanruan finally caught sight of the 3rd production brigade. She only dared to confirm it after asking Qian Aiju, though. Along the way, she had already mistaken several other production brigades for their own more than once. It wasn't that she had a poor sense of direction, but rather that she was so desperate to get there quickly and get inside to warm up. Now, hearing Qian Aiju say that the 3rd production brigade was just ahead, Ruanruan was so happy she almost burst into tears. Well, today she'd learned the true meaning of a phrase, tears of joy. With her destination in sight, Ruanruan, whose feet had been nearly frozen stiff, suddenly found new strength and picked up her pace. When they finally entered the 3rd Production Brigade, Ruanruan felt such a wave of relief that she nearly collapsed right there. Luckily, she reacted quickly enough to steady herself. Once inside the brigade, there were more people around. But everyone was either shoveling snow at their doorsteps or up on their roofs clearing snow. Even when they saw Ruanruan and Qianaiju from a distance, no one called out a greeting. The wind and snow were howling, and the two of them were so bundled up that even their voices couldn't carry far. Summoning the last of her strength, Ruanruan followed behind Qianaiju and made it all the way to the Xiao family's house in one go. Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng were bundled up and shoveling snow at the door when they saw two figures, wrapped up in layers and carrying bundles, heading toward their house. Both of them stopped in surprise. It wasn't until Qianaiju and Ruanruan got closer and called out that Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng finally recognized them. No wonder. It was hard to tell who they were, wrapped up so tightly and covered in white. That was all the snow they'd picked up on the way. With no warmth left in their bodies, the snow on their clothes hadn't even melted. Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng stopped shoveling, tossed their shovels and brooms aside, and took the bundles from Ruanruan and Qianaiju, leading them into the house. When they reached the door to the main room, Xiao Dashan called up to the roof, "Pingchuan, your sister-in-law is back. Come down now." Ruanruan and Qianaiju looked up and saw Shen Pingchuan standing on a ladder, clearing snow from the roof. Looking at the spot Shen Pingchuan was working on, then at the rest of the roof, Ruanruan could tell he'd been here more than once these past few days. The thickest snow on the roof was only about 2 handwidths deep. Clearly, it had already been cleared several times. Xiao Dashan's son, daughter-in-law, grandson, and granddaughter weren't around, but fortunately, he still had a good son-in-law. Ruanruan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder people always said a good son-in-law was like half a son. Wasn't that exactly what he was? Qianaiju also called up to Shen Pingchuan, "Pingchuan, come down. I'll go up and do it in a bit." Shen Pingchuan waved her off. "No need, I'll be done soon. You two have been walking all this way, go inside and get warm." Qianaiju wanted to say more, but Luo Yufeng pulled her inside. Luo Yufeng had already put the bundles away in the house. Now, she took Qianaiju by one hand and Ruanruan by the other. Once they were inside, Luo Yufeng said, "Look at the weather out there. This is no time to stand on ceremony. Look at all the snow on your clothes, hurry and brush it off, or it'll melt and soak your clothes in a minute." The heated brick bed made the room especially warm. As soon as they stepped inside, a wave of heat rushed over them. Qianaiju was worried that the snow on their clothes would melt from the warmth and soak them, so she quickly grabbed the small broom by the wall and brushed the snow off Ruanruan. Luo Yufeng helped as well, and together they soon patted all the snow off Ruanruan. Once the snow on Qianaiju was also brushed off, they all went into the inner room. Luo Yufeng urged Ruanruan and Qianaiju to take off their shoes and climb onto the heated bed, then fetched a thin quilt to wrap around their feet, telling them to warm up for a while. After settling the two of them, Luo Yufeng turned and went outside. Soon, she came back in with a teapot and poured each of them a cup of hot water. Holding the steaming enamel mug, Ruanruan's hands, red and stiff from the cold, began to tingle painfully. But even so, she didn't put down the mug. After a while, the tingling faded, and Ruanruan's hands slowly regained feeling. She took a sip of hot water and finally let out a long breath. She felt alive again. She had come back in winter before, but always chose sunny days when there was no snow on the ground, riding her bike and arriving in just over an hour. It was cold then too, but nothing like today. Seeing Ruanruan and Qianaiju's faces finally relax, Luo Yufeng let out a sigh of relief and sat on the edge of the bed, giving them a mock-stern look. "What are you two doing coming all the way back in this freezing weather? We're at the production team. There are so many people here. How could we possibly starve or freeze?" Though she said this, the smile in Luo Yufeng's eyes couldn't be hidden. Her daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law worried about her and Xiao Dashan so much that they braved this weather to bring things home. What more could she ask for? Ruanruan, young and full of energy, had recovered by now. She pointed to the bundles on the bed and said to Luo Yufeng, "Grandma, those are padded jackets I made for you and Grandpa, one set each." "The other two sets?" Ruanruan pursed her lips and lowered her voice. "The other two are for Grandpa Chi and Grandma Su." "Grandma, could you find a chance to give them to them for me? Are they doing okay?" Luo Yufeng smiled at this. "You little thing, I thought you were going to keep this a secret forever." Every time Ruanruan came back, she always found an excuse to go over to the cowshed. Once or twice, Luo Yufeng hadn't thought much of it, but after a while, she started to notice something. But she also knew Ruanruan was kind-hearted and soft. Besides, Qi Anfu and Su Yinghua had been here for years, always keeping to themselves and never causing trouble. The higher-ups never said anything, so if Ruanruan wanted to be good to them and help them live a few more years, Luo Yufeng, as an old woman, had no objections. Ruanruan had always kept it a secret before, so Luo Yufeng hadn't said anything. Now that Ruanruan finally asked her for help, she couldn't help teasing her a little. Ruanruan knew that Luo Yufeng must have noticed her frequent trips to the cowshed. But after all this time, since neither Luo Yufeng nor Xiao Dashan had said anything, she felt at ease. This time, though, if she openly carried things to the cowshed in broad daylight, the whole production team would know. She had no choice but to ask Luo Yufeng for help. Luckily, Luo Yufeng was someone she could trust. Luo Yufeng didn't say anything more and agreed right away. "Besides these clothes, is there anything else you want me to bring over?" Seeing how straightforward Luo Yufeng was, Swan grinned and chuckled twice, then started taking out bags of grain from her basket to divide up. "Most of this is for you and Grandma. These 2 bags are for Grandpa Chi and Grandma Su." The 2 bags for Qi Anfu and Su Yinghua weren't very big, each one held just over 10 jin, so together they weighed a bit more than 30 jin. Qi Anfu and Su Yinghua probably still had some grain left themselves, and with what Swan brought, it would be enough to last them quite a while. Luo Yufeng nodded. "Don't worry, just leave the things here. I'll find some time later to bring them over to them. Their house is still in good shape. Your grandpa has been organizing the young and able men from the production team these days to clear the snow off the roofs. Each household just needs to contribute a little grain to give them an extra meal, and old Chi and his wife chipped in too. So, the house by the cowshed was still fine. Besides, it wasn't just Qi Anfu and Su Yinghua living in the cowshed, there were also the 2 cows from the production team. Those were valuable assets. There's no way anyone would just leave them unattended. That's why Swan hadn't insisted on going over to check on Qi Anfu and Su Yinghua herself. She knew they'd be all right. Qian Aiju had been sitting to the side, listening to the 2 of them talk. When they finally fell silent, she turned to Swan in surprise. "Swan, how did you still?" Before Qian Aiju could finish her question, Swan explained, "Grandma asked me to bring it back." "Oh." Qian Aiju nodded in understanding. Knowing Granny Chen's temperament, it was perfectly normal for her to do something like this. After they finished talking about the Qi family, Qian Aiju started asking Luo Yufeng about things on the production team. From the start of the snowfall until now, Qian Aiju asked about every little thing in detail. Once she was done, she took the basket she'd brought and started pulling things out. "This is some meat. I froze it solid in the snow. You and Dad can't finish it in one meal, so just leave it outside and it won't spoil. Here's some grain, too. I also bought you and Dad 2 pairs of boots. The soles are thick and the outer material doesn't soak through easily, so they're warm and practical for snowy days. You and Dad shouldn't keep running outside all the time. It's freezing out there. What if something happens? Honestly, you'd be better off coming to the county town with me. If we all live together, I can look after you, and Aigua and I won't have to worry so much." Whenever Qian Aiju brought this up, she couldn't help but sound a little nagging. She'd said things like this many times before, but Luo Yufeng and Xiao Dashan had always refused without even thinking about it. Now that Xiao Dashan wasn't home, Qian Aiju wanted to have a proper talk with Luo Yufeng. If she could persuade Luo Yufeng, then the two of them could work together to convince Xiao Dashan. Qian Aiju had it all planned out, but she didn't expect to hit a wall with Luo Yufeng. Luo Yufeng listened patiently to everything Qian Aiju said, but in the end, her answer was the same as Xiao Dashan's. We're not going to the county town. We've lived on the production team for half our lives. Moving somewhere else, we just wouldn't be used to it. Besides, your father is still the team leader of the production brigade. Do you know what time it is now? If even your father, the team leader, leaves, what will the rest of the team think? Our family can't possibly stay in the county town forever. If we come back in the future, what will the neighbors think? How will your father and I feel? How will you, Aigua, Chungjin, and Xiulan feel about it? Hearing this, Qian Aiju opened her mouth, wanting to persuade her mother further, but Luo Yufeng cut her off. All right, don't try to talk me into it anymore. Even if I agreed, your father wouldn't. If your father doesn't go, do you expect me to leave him here alone and go to the county with you? This time, Qian Aiju was left speechless. But she understood that everything Luo Yufeng said was true. In the end, she could only shake her head helplessly. Since you feel this way, we'll leave it for now. If you and Dad ever want to come to the county, Aigua and I will come pick you up. The yard there is big, and the sunniest room is saved for you too. It's always ready, so whenever you want to come, you'll have a place to sleep. Although Luo Yufeng didn't plan on going, hearing Qian Aiju say this still made her old face blossom into a smile. Ruanruan listened to the two of them go back and forth, then laughed together in the end, and couldn't help but feel moved. A mother-in-law and daughter-in-law who could get along this well. Among all the people she'd met, they were definitely in the top 3. Thinking about those mothers and daughters-in-law she'd seen at the hospital, who could start yelling at each other over a single egg or a spoonful of rice porridge, and then looking at the two women in front of her, who were more like mother and daughter than in-laws, Ruanruan smiled. To live in a family like this, to have relatives like this, she truly was lucky. After finishing their conversation, Qian Aiju and Luo Yufeng both turned to look at Ruanruan, only to see her sitting there with a silly smile, her eyes unfocused, clearly lost in thought. Neither of them knew what Ruanruan was thinking, nor did they want to disturb her, so they simply didn't call out to her. After exchanging a glance, they quietly got off the kang and slipped out of the room. Ruanruan was just thinking about things. She could see and hear what was going on around her, but her mind was elsewhere. It wasn't until she saw Qian Aiju follow Luo Yufeng out and thoughtfully close the door behind them that Ruanruan let out a soft sigh of relief. It seemed Granny Chen was right. When she got married, she really would have a good mother-in-law. And since she'd have a good mother-in-law, she should do her best to be a good daughter-in-law. If nothing else, at the very least, she should treat her mother-in-law the way Qian Aiju treated Luo Yufeng now. Ruanruan thought about it seriously and felt that it wasn't difficult at all. If nothing else, she could at least bring Luo Yufeng some good food and drinks. That was something she could definitely do. Not to mention her treasure space, even just with her own salary, she could manage it. Having figured it all out, Ruanruan felt cheerful and put the matter aside. She got up, put on her shoes, climbed down from the kang, and headed out toward the kitchen. Even though only a little time had passed, the fire in the stove was already burning, and the big pot of water was boiling away. The lid was on the small pot, so she couldn't see what was inside. But Ruanruan sniffed carefully and was sure that there was rice steaming inside. Grandma, Auntie, why did you steam rice again? Even though we have grain now, we should still save some. After all, there's a long road ahead. Although Ruanruan didn't say this out loud, her expression made it clear enough. Hearing this, Luo Yufeng turned her head and smiled at Ruanruan, then said nonchalantly, "It's just one meal of rice. We can afford it. There's nothing you need to help with here, so go back to your room and rest." With Luo Yufeng and Qian Aiju both busy, how could Ruanruan just turn around and go rest? Knowing they wouldn't let her help with the cooking, Ruanruan simply walked over and sat down in front of the stove. "I'll help keep the fire going, so you two don't have to rush around so much." Seeing that Su Wanwan was already settled in, and since tending the fire wasn't a difficult task, Xian Aiju and Luo Yufeng didn't refuse her help anymore. With Su Wanwan tending the fire, Luo Yufeng and Xian Aiju washed, chopped, and stir-fried the vegetables together, moving even faster than before. In just over 20 minutes, the meal was ready. Farmhouse meals aren't about how many dishes or soups you have. Just steam a pot of rice, stew some vermicelli and meat with pickled vegetables, and eat it all together. The aroma alone is enough to make your mouth water. Once the food was ready, they called in Xiao Dashan, and the four of them ate together in the kitchen. Not long after the meal, Xian Aiju and Su Ruanruan left the 3rd Production Brigade together. It gets dark early now, and the roads aren't easy to walk. Even though the snow outside was falling lightly, it hadn't stopped all day. If they didn't set out early, they might not make it back to the county before nightfall. Especially Su Wanwan, who still had to work the night shift. If she could get home a bit earlier, she could rest and eat something before heading to work. No matter how reluctant Luo Yufeng and Xiao Dashan were, all they could do was stand at the door and watch Su Wanwan and Xian Aiju walk farther and farther away. At first, they wanted to walk the two of them out to the edge of the brigade, but both Xian Aiju and Su Wanwan stopped them. Unable to win against the two women, they could only stand at the doorway and watch them leave. Maybe it was because seeing each other had put their hearts at ease, but on the way back, the journey didn't feel as hard, and the road seemed a bit shorter. Even though both Su Wanwan and Xian Aiju knew it was just psychological, their steps felt much lighter. Still, by the time the two of them made it back to the Su family's house in the county, they were both frozen to the bone and covered in snow, looking like a pair of walking snowmen. Granny Chin and Su Aimin had been worried all day, barely eating lunch. Now, finally seeing the two of them return safe and sound, Granny Chin and Su Aimin both let out a huge sigh of relief. After helping brush the snow off Su Wanruan and Xian Aiju, Granny Chin pulled them into Su Wanruan's room and had them sit on the heated Kong bed. Even though Su Wanruan hadn't been home, Granny Chen had already heated up the Kang after lunch, just so Su Wanruan wouldn't come back to a cold house. As soon as Su Wanruan and Xian Aiju sat down, Su Aimin came in carrying a wooden basin, steam rising from it. Come. I just boiled this water. Soak your feet and warm up. Su Aimin set the basin by the Kang and, without lingering, turned and left. Watching Su Aimin's retreating figure, Su Wanwan felt her nose sting with emotion. Who says all men are careless and rough? Su Aimin knew exactly how to show he cared. The moment I put my cold feet into the hot water, the comfort I felt was simply beyond words. Normally, even after sitting on the heated brick bed for half a day, I might not warm up, but after soaking my feet, my whole body quickly became toasty. While Su Wanwan and Xian Aiju soaked their feet, Granny Chen picked up the teapot from the stove nearby and poured each of them a big cup of red date and ginger tea. The tea, with ginger added, had a bit of a spicy kick, but as soon as I took a sip, a wave of warmth spread through my entire body. After drying their feet and finishing a whole mug of the tea, both Su Wanwan and Xian Aiju broke out in a light sweat, feeling completely refreshed. It was only then that Granny Chen finally sat down to chat with them, and Su Aimin came in with his hands behind his back. The four of them sat together on the Kong, and Su Wanwan and Xian Aiju took turns recounting everything they'd seen along the way, as well as all the things Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng had told them. When they learned that all the houses in the 3rd production team were intact and that no one had been injured, both Granny Chen and Su Aimin let out a small smile. Su Aimin was born and raised in the 3rd production team. Even though he'd left over 30 years ago, it was still home in his heart. Granny Chen had married into the 3rd production team as a teenager and lived there for decades. Most of the people she'd known in her life were from there, so her feelings for the place ran even deeper. Su Wanwan and Xian Aiju felt much the same way. Otherwise, they wouldn't have braved the snow as soon as it let up a little, walking all the way back just to bring some things and check on how everyone was doing. Su Aimin added, "Since our team is all right, I'm sure the other places are fine too." As long as we work hard and aren't afraid of the cold, even heavy snow can't crush our houses. Ruanruan didn't reply to that. Although many people were hardworking, there were always some lazy ones, no matter the time or place. Those types, if their house collapsed under the snow, would probably just blame the heavy snowfall or complain that no one helped clear the roof, instead of looking for the reason within themselves. This thought flashed through Ruanruan's mind, but she quickly changed the subject. After chatting a while longer, Granny Chen bustled off to make lunch. Qianaiju, now warmed up and unable to sit still, put on her shoes and joined her in the kitchen. Su Aimin stood up too, telling Ruanruan to take the chance to rest for a bit, otherwise she'd have to go to work right after lunch. Ruanruan was also worried she wouldn't have time to rest that night, so as soon as the three of them left, she pulled over a thin quilt and lay down for a nap. After walking all day, Ruanruan was exhausted. The moment she closed her eyes, she fell fast asleep. It felt like she'd only just closed her eyes when someone gently called her name. Opening her eyes, she saw Granny Chen smiling at her. "Ruanruan, get up and eat something. You'll have to go to work soon." Luckily, Granny Chen had a watch, otherwise they wouldn't even know the time, let alone wake Ruanruan up for work. Ruanruan wasn't one to laze in bed. She quickly sat up and asked, "Grandma, how long did I sleep?" "It hasn't been that long." "It's only a little after 4. Ruanruan calculated the time and realized she really hadn't slept for long. At most, it had only been about an hour. Although she still felt a bit groggy when she first woke up, after washing up and pulling herself together, Ruanruan felt much more awake. Thanks to that short nap, her spirits had improved a lot. After hastily eating dinner, Ruanruan bundled herself up and headed to the hospital. Outside, the light snow seemed to have lessened, drifting down in fine flakes. If you didn't look closely, it almost looked like a light drizzle. The snowflakes melted instantly upon touching her face, making it feel even colder. Ruanruan walked quickly along the way. The roads in the county town were occasionally cleared, and since the hospital wasn't far, she arrived still feeling warm, not chilled to the bone like before. As soon as she walked in, the nurse on duty hurried over to ask if the snow outside had stopped. With the roads blocked by snow, transporting supplies had become difficult. Even the carrots and cabbages that used to be available every day had now become hot commodities. Before, as long as you had money and ration tickets, you could buy some. There were limits, but at least you could get them if you queued up. But now, things were different. With supplies cut by more than half, even money and tickets couldn't guarantee you'd get anything. Unlike people in the villages, who would make their own pickled vegetables and sauces every autumn, folks in the county town didn't have that habit. As far as Ruanruan knew, the nurses at the station had been eating nothing but porridge and steamed corn buns for every meal these past few days. Since winter began, the hospital cafeteria had reduced its menu, and now there were even fewer dishes, with prices higher than before. People complained, but they still had to buy food. They were already eating coarse grains. Without any vegetables, they'd get hungry even faster. Faced with everyone's hopeful gazes, Ruanruan hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. "It's still snowing outside, but it's very light now. Maybe it would stop tonight." But Ruanruan didn't say that last part out loud. She was an adult now and knew she had to take responsibility for her words. Even if she was just making an offhand comment, someone might take it the wrong way. So, if she could avoid saying something, she chose not to. When they heard what she said, disappointment was written all over everyone's faces. But aside from being disappointed, there was nothing they could do. After all, the snow wouldn't stop just because they wanted it to, and vegetables wouldn't arrive just because they craved them. Shift change was always the busiest time. By the time things quieted down, it was already pitch dark outside. With a rare moment to herself, Ruanruan walked over to the window and looked out. All she could see was darkness, with only a few scattered lights in the distance. By this hour, most people in the county town were already asleep, with only a handful still awake. Ruanruan stared outside for a long while, but still couldn't tell if it was snowing or not. She wanted to open the window and reach out to check, but at the last moment, she pulled her hand back. Forget it. The room wasn't that warm to begin with, and if she opened the window and let the cold wind in, it would be even colder. Better not bring that on herself. Just as Ruanruan turned to leave, she suddenly heard a commotion coming from the courtyard outside. Ruanruan paused for a moment, blinked, and looked outside, but couldn't see anything. She simply pressed her face against the window. Unfortunately, even then, Ruanruan still couldn't see a thing. However, the sounds of celebration and commotion were getting closer and closer. Listening to the noise, Ruanruan turned and headed toward the nurse's station. Just as she reached the nurse's station, she heard voices coming from the stairwell, the same voices she'd heard by the window a moment ago. Before Ruanruan could say anything, the other two nurses at the station had already stood up and started walking toward the stairwell. Seeing this, Ruanruan decided not to speak either and followed alongside them toward the stairs. As they reached the stairwell, the people downstairs had just come up. A group of people came bustling up, all talking at once. Ruanruan couldn't make out exactly what they were saying. But as the group approached, Ruanruan saw that they were carrying a door panel, and lying on it was a woman clutching her belly. At this sight, all three nurses, including Ruanruan, turned pale with shock. The woman was still moaning in pain, her body twisting slightly. The lighting in the hallway wasn't very bright, but Ruanruan still saw the wet, red stains on the door panel beneath the woman. It was blood. Doctor! Doctor! Please save her. She fell and she's bleeding a lot, someone cried. Caught off guard, Ruanruan suddenly found her hands being grabbed, snapping her back to her senses. Looking closely, she saw that the person holding her hands was a man in his 20s or 30s. He looked very ordinary, but his face was exhausted, his eyes red, and his voice thick with emotion. He was clearly on the verge of tears. Ruanruan calmly pulled her hands free and asked softly, "How many months pregnant is she? How did she fall? Don't stand here, come with me to the operating room." The panicked group, hearing Ruanruan's words, seemed to find their backbone and immediately followed her toward the operating room. The doctors inside had already heard the commotion and quickly entered the operating room as well. Under the doctor's direction, everyone carefully moved the woman onto the hospital bed. "All right, everyone else out. Ask about the situation in detail and get the paperwork sorted," one of the doctors instructed. These last two sentences were directed at Ruanruan. She couldn't help in the operating room, so the others stayed inside while Ruanruan led the group back out. As soon as they stepped outside, an elderly woman in her 50s or 60s hurried over to Ruanruan. "Nurse, will the baby make it?" Ruanruan glanced at the woman, her expression complicated. "The doctors will do their best." Upon hearing this, old lady Zhang immediately started to wail, but before she could get the cry out, Ruanruan shot her a fierce glare. "This is a hospital, keep quiet. If you make a scene and disturb the doctors, will you take responsibility for the consequences?" Faced with the threat of responsibility, old lady Zhang immediately shut her mouth. Her eyes started around, and she let go of her mouth, moving closer to Ruanruan and whispering, "Dear, tell me the truth, can the baby be saved?" Hearing this question again, Ruanruan couldn't help herself. Her tone turned a bit harsh. "Why don't you ask about the mother? All you care about is the baby? That's my eldest grandson. Who else should I care about if not the baby? Your eldest grandson is still in your daughter-in-law's belly." Old lady Zhang pursed her lips at these words, her face full of displeasure. "That's exactly why I say she's a bringer of bad luck. Back when I was pregnant with my son, was there a single thing in the house I didn't do? Washing clothes, cooking, feeding the chickens and ducks. I was up before dawn every day and only went to bed after everyone else was asleep. Don't think I wasn't busy from morning till night, but didn't I still carry that child just fine? Just because she's pregnant, does that mean she stops being a daughter-in-law? She doesn't have to serve her in-laws and husband anymore? Where in this world is there such an easy life? It's these women nowadays, their hearts are all wild. Ask them to do a little work, and suddenly they're uncomfortable here or there. Who does she think she is? The pampered daughter of a rich landlord? She married into a farming family. Of course, she has to take care of everything inside and outside the house. Serving her in-laws, serving her husband, that's her duty. If she can't even fulfill her basic duties, then she deserves whatever fate brings her. Old Lady Zhang was a real talker. Once she started, she just wouldn't stop. Su Swanswan listened patiently, and by now had gotten a pretty good idea of the family situation. So how did she fall today? Old Lady Zhang curled her lip again at the question. How else could she fall? I saw the snow outside had let up a bit, so I told her to wash the dirty clothes that had piled up these past few days and bring them inside to dry by the stove. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have any clean clothes to change into. And yet, she couldn't even handle such a small thing. I didn't even ask her to go to the river, just boil some snow at home, heat up some water, and wash the clothes in the yard. How could she slip and fall just doing that? How could she manage to hurt herself? If you ask me, she did it on purpose. When I was pregnant with my son, carrying water and chopping firewood didn't slow me down one bit. She's a bringer of bad luck, a heartless wretch. She's been in our family for years and hasn't even given us a single daughter. If people hadn't said this baby was a boy, I would have divorced her long ago. Su Swanswan's brow twitched. Superstitions like that aren't in fashion anymore. Who told you she's carrying a boy? Did you have someone tell your fortune? Old Lady Zhang, though a country woman, knew this was a serious matter and quickly denied it. You little girl, how can you talk such nonsense? Did you see me go looking for a fortune teller? Anyway, after all this talk, you still haven't told me, can the baby be saved or not? Su Swanswan had already learned everything she needed to know and didn't want to waste any more words with the old lady. So she said, "Who's coming with me to handle the paperwork? You have to pay before the surgery. Did you bring money?" The moment old Lady Zhang heard about money, she immediately started to complain about being poor, but after a glare from Su Swanswan, she reluctantly shut her mouth. Aren't hospitals supposed to save lives? Why do they still want our money? Do you know how hard it is for us farmers to earn a little money in a year? Ma. Old Lady Zhang glanced at the man who called her. Fine, fine. For the sake of my eldest grandson, I won't argue with her today. But if anything happens to my grandson, let her die here herself. That bringer of bad luck. Zhang Daguai was already used to old Lady Zhang's constant scolding. He just listened quietly, and after she handed him the money, he walked over to Su Swanswan. Nurse, where do I go to fill out the paperwork? Come with me. All right. Thank you so much. Su Wanwan led Zhang Daguai to pay the fees, complete the hospital admission procedures, and register some information. Only then did she learn that the woman inside was named Wang Yuxiang. Wang Yuxiang and Zhang Daguai had been married for nearly 10 years, but the two of them still didn't have any children. Zhang Daguai was an only son. Ever since he got married, old Lady Zhang had been eagerly waiting for a grandson, but after a year, there was still no news. At first, old Lady Zhang had treated Wang Yuxiang fairly well, but as time went on, she became increasingly harsh. All the household chores fell to Wang Yuxiang, and when it was time to work in the fields, she did the same heavy labor as the men. Wang Yuxiang was about the same age as Zhang Daguai, but after all these years, she looked at least 10 years older than him. If Wang Yuxiang hadn't finally gotten pregnant this year, she might have already been cast aside by old Lady Zhang. Nowadays, people don't talk about divorcing wives anymore, but in the countryside, plenty of couples never register their marriage. If the husband's family doesn't want the wife, they just send her back to her parents' home, which is pretty much the same as a divorce. Zhang Daguai and Wang Yuxiang actually had a decent relationship, but old Lady Zhang was domineering, old man Zhang listened to her, and Zhang Daguai never dared to resist. All these years, he could only watch as Wang Yuxiang suffered. Now, Wang Yuxiang had finally managed to get pregnant, but something like this happened. No one even knew if she would survive. Zhang Daguai was a bundle of nerves, his face twisted with worry and misery. Zhang Daguai did look quite pitiful, but Su Ruanruan found him even more contemptible. Just from hearing old lady Zhang's words earlier, Su Ruanruan could imagine what kind of life Wang Yuxiang had endured all these years. Zhang Daguai always claimed to care, but he had never actually done anything about it. Never mind the past, now Wang Yuxiang was 9 months pregnant, and they still made her wash clothes in the yard. Su Ruanruan was filled with anger, but she could only suppress it. If she weren't a nurse, she'd say whatever she wanted, but right now she couldn't. Besides, if she pointed at Zhang Daguai and old lady Zhang and scolded them, it would only make old lady Zhang resent Wang Yuxiang even more, which wouldn't do Wang Yuxiang any good. Since that was the case, it was better for her to keep quiet. Instead of wasting time getting angry at those two, she might as well hope that Wang Yuxiang would pull through safely. Time ticked by, and no one knew how long the anesthesia lasted. Finally, the doors to the operating room opened. A doctor came out, looking exhausted but with a smile on his lips. Seeing the doctor's expression, Su Ruanruan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was just starting to feel happy when she heard the doctor say, "Both the mother and the baby are safe." The baby is a boy, 5 Jin and 1 Liang, about 2.55 kilograms, quite sturdy. But the mother needs to. Before the doctor could finish, old lady Zhang interrupted, "Doctor, how's the baby? Has he opened his eyes yet? Why didn't I hear him cry? When can you bring him out for me to see?" "Oh, this is my very first grandson." The doctor frowned at old lady Zhang, but he'd seen plenty of families like this before. Though he didn't like it, he said nothing. "He'll be out in a moment. You really need to take good care of the mother. She's suffered a lot this time and needs proper rest." Old lady Zhang waved her hand dismissively, not caring at all. "Rest for what? We'll go home as soon as it's light." "Does staying in the hospital cost nothing? Is it easy to save money?" Although she hadn't yet seen the woman who had just given birth, Su Ruanruan could easily imagine what state the new mother must be in, just by picturing how she looked when she was brought in. She knew things couldn't be good. Especially with the heavy snow outside, after such a long, exhausting journey home, it was a wonder she was still alive at all. Su Ruanruan was never a cold-hearted person, and at a time like this, she was even less willing to just stand by and do nothing. She was about to speak up, but the doctor beat her to it. "The baby was just born, and you want to take him home already? Do you know what the weather is like outside? If something happens to the child, are you going to take responsibility, or am I?" The moment the doctor suggested that something might happen to her precious grandson, old lady Zhang exploded. "What kind of talk is that? And you call yourself a doctor? Can't you speak like a human being? Huh? My grandson is perfectly fine. What right do you have to say something will happen to him? I think you're the one something will happen to." As an obstetrician, the doctor had seen all kinds of patients and family members. Hearing old lady Zhang's outburst, she didn't even bother getting angry. She just glanced at old lady Zhang and said calmly, "The mother is weak right now. It's not even certain if she'll be able to produce milk. Instead of wasting time arguing with me, why don't you go get her something nutritious to eat? Otherwise, your grandson might go hungry." He was stuck in the womb for longer than usual, so his digestive system is even weaker than most newborns. He probably won't even be able to handle rice soup. With that, the doctor ignored old lady Zhang and turned back into the operating room. It wasn't until the doctor's figure had completely disappeared that old lady Zhang snapped out of it, her face full of anger. What, giving birth makes her some kind of big deal now? Wants to eat something good? Why doesn't she just throw me in a pot and cook me up for her? Old lady Zhang kept grumbling, but no one bothered to respond. The people who'd come along to bring the new mother in were all neighbors of the Zhang family. After so many years, they were used to old lady Zhang's ways. They'd already done everything they could. Whatever happened next was no longer their concern. Su Ruanruan watched old lady Zhang coldly. She knew that no matter how much the old woman complained, in the end, she would still prepare food for Wang Yuxiang. After all, old lady Zhang had been longing for a grandson for years. There was no way she'd risk her precious grandchild's life. Just as Su Ruanruan expected, old Lady Zhang stood there muttering to herself for a while. When she saw that no one was paying her any attention, she finally stopped. With a huff, she reached deep into her clothes and pulled out a cloth bundle. Carefully, she opened it, revealing a stack of money and a few ration tickets. At that moment, the pain on old Lady Zhang's face was almost tangible, as if it might start dripping down her cheeks. Zhang Dogwei stood not far from her, staring intently, but saying nothing. Old Lady Zhang counted the money and tickets over and over, finally pulling out one ticket and a bill to hand to Zhang Dogwei. Dogwei, be frugal, you hear me? Don't buy too much. Tell me, what's the use of that wretched woman? Who gives birth and doesn't have milk? If she can't feed a baby, why have one at all? And now, after all that, I have to spend my own money to buy her good food so she can produce milk? Why doesn't she just fly up to the heavens, huh? No matter how much old Lady Zhang cursed, Zhang Dogwei's expression stayed wooden, showing no reaction at all. When old Lady Zhang finally ran out of steam, she waved him off. Hurry up and go. Zhang Dogwei wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he turned to Su Ruanruan and asked, "Nurse, do you know where we can get something to eat?" It was the middle of the night, and the whole hospital was quiet. Where could you possibly find food at this hour? Su Ruanruan patiently explained to Zhang Dogwei where the hospital cafeteria was. There's a small side door at the cafeteria that's left open. Go check it out. There were always patients in the hospital who needed to eat in the middle of the night, so even after hours, the cafeteria would leave a small door open so people needing food wouldn't have to worry. Su Ruanruan had never been to other hospitals, so she didn't know if they did the same, but in their county hospital, things were really well organized. Zhang Dogwei thanked Su Ruanruan repeatedly, grabbed his money and ration tickets, and hurried downstairs. Su Ruanruan watched him go, then fell silent. Old Lady Zhang curled her lip at Su Ruanruan. Women who can't give birth or give birth but have no milk, can you even call them women? Little girl, let me tell you, don't learn from my daughter-in-law, or you'll never get married in the future. Listening to old Lady Zhang ramble on, Su Ruanruan's face darkened. What kind of talk was that? As if this was something you could just learn by copying? Just as Su Ruanruan was about to snap back, the doors to the operating room swung open. The doctor and several nurses wheeled out the patient's bed. Su Ruanruan quickly stepped forward to help. The group wheeled the bed into the ward and got everything settled. The doctor frowned and gave old Lady Zhang a few more instructions. Su Ruanruan glanced at the bed and saw Wang Yuxiang still asleep, her face pale. The newborn baby was bundled up tightly, lying next to Wang Yuxiang, sound asleep, its tiny mouth moving from time to time. After working in the gynecology department for so long, Su Ruanruan had seen plenty of newborns and knew they never looked their best right after birth. But as long as they were fed well, it wouldn't be long before they grew chubby and adorable. Old Lady Zhang might treat Wang Yuxiang poorly, but her heart was set on her precious eldest grandson. For the sake of her grandson's food, she probably wouldn't skimp on Wang Yuxiang's meals. As long as she ate well, she'd recover at least a bit. After working at the hospital, Su Ruanruan had seen all sorts of things. Many times she felt powerless, but whenever she could help, even in a small way, she would never just stand by and do nothing. The mother needs to rest well, and the baby just born also needs plenty of rest. If you're going to talk, please keep your voices down, Su Ruanruan said, looking directly at old Lady Zhang. She wasn't worried about anyone else. Old Lady Zhang's loud voice was her biggest concern. Old Lady Zhang understood Su Ruanruan's words were aimed at her. She glared at Su Ruanruan unhappily, but after glancing at her grandson on the bed, she decided not to argue. Seeing old Lady Zhang stay quiet, Su Ruanruan felt a bit relieved and turned to leave. She had other things to do and couldn't stay here all night. As soon as Su Ruanruan stepped out of the ward, old Lady Zhang snorted toward the door. Young girls these days are so mouthy. If you talk so much, be careful or no one will marry you. Su Ruanruan hadn't gone far, and with the hospital so quiet, she heard every single word loud and clear. Su Ruanruan shook her head helplessly. Who was the one who talked too much, really? But she didn't slow her pace, continuing toward the nurse's station. As soon as she arrived, she saw Zhang Dagui coming out of the stairwell, panting heavily. He was clutching an aluminum lunchbox, and despite it being the dead of winter, he'd run so fast that sweat was pouring down his face. "Nurse, where are they?" Su Ruanruan stepped aside and pointed behind her. "The third door over there. The patient is still sleeping. Go wake her up and have her eat something." Okay. I'll go right now." Thank you. Zhang Dagui was still calling out his thanks as he dashed toward the ward. Watching this, Su Ruanruan felt even more conflicted inside. If someone said Zhang Dagui didn't care about Wang Yuxiang, that was clearly impossible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so anxious. But if he did care, then why did he always stay silent when old lady Zhang bullied Wang Yuxiang? Unable to figure out what Zhang Dagui was thinking, Su Ruanruan decided not to dwell on it. After all, she'd already said everything she needed to say. The rest of the shift passed quietly, without any more incidents. After a short nap, it was time for Su Ruanruan to get off work in the morning. Before leaving, she carefully explained Wang Yuxiang's situation to the nurse taking over her shift, then bundled herself up tightly and headed outside. As soon as she stepped into the courtyard, Su Ruanruan squinted her eyes. The wind was fierce. The biting cold wind felt like knives slashing at her eyes, making it impossible to keep them open. Even after a while, Su Ruanruan still couldn't get used to it and had to squint as she walked forward slowly. As she hurried down the street, Su Ruanruan felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the doctor's words had convinced old lady Zhang. Otherwise, in this kind of weather, if they'd walked home in the wind, not to mention Wang Yuxiang, even the newborn baby might not have survived. She didn't know when the snow had stopped, but the wind was so strong that it whipped up flurries, making them swirl through the air. Su Ruanruan felt like it was even colder than during the heavy snowfall a couple of days ago. It was already past 8, but the streets were nearly empty. Those who needed to go to work had already left, and those who didn't weren't about to wander around in this weather. Su Ruanruan walked briskly, eager to get home as soon as possible. But just as she turned a corner, she collided with someone. It happened so suddenly that Su Ruanruan had no time to react. She was knocked backward and landed hard on the ground. Even though she was bundled up, the fall still made her backside ache. She sat there for a while before the pain eased a little. Then she looked up at the person in front of her. The man was standing right there, and from Su Ruanruan's angle, he seemed especially tall. Zhaosun frowned, staring at her for a moment before finally recognizing her. He hurried over to help. But before Zhaosun could reach out, Su Ruanruan nimbly got up on her own. Zhaosun looked at her a bit awkwardly. "Are you okay?" Su Ruanruan hadn't recognized him at first, but his voice sounded familiar. Suddenly, it clicked. "Oh, it's you." "You." She was about to ask if he watched where he was going, but swallowed the words. Forget it. She'd been walking pretty fast herself, so there was no point in saying it. But then again, something still didn't seem right. "Why are you walking on this path? Weren't you supposed to take the one over there?" As Su Ruanruan spoke, she glanced at the smaller path to the side. To make it easier for people to come and go, the street had been cleared into 2 narrow paths. Everyone naturally kept to the right, which helped prevent congestion. Although Su Ruanruan had been walking a bit hurriedly, she was sure she'd been on the right side. Zhaosun was clearly taken aback by her question and looked around. Once he realized he'd taken the wrong path, he looked even more embarrassed. "I was in a rush and ended up on the wrong side. I'm really sorry. Are you hurt anywhere? Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" Su Ruanruan had just come from the hospital herself. She certainly didn't want to go back. Besides, although the fall hurt a bit, it wasn't anything serious. "I'm fine. If you have things to do, go ahead and take care of them." Zhaosun stared at Su Ruanruan for a moment. Seeing that she had no intention of changing her mind, he nodded. "All right, I'll get going then." If you feel unwell, come find me. Ruanruan agreed readily. Okay. She definitely wasn't going to look for him, but there was no harm in agreeing for now. Zhao Xin didn't say anything more. He stepped into the snowbank and walked determinedly over to the other path. By the time he reached the other side, his legs were covered in white snow. Oh, right. You'd better clear the snow off your roof. A few houses in town have already collapsed under the weight. I'm heading over to check it out now. When Ruanruan heard that some houses had collapsed, her expression grew serious. The thing she'd been worried about had happened after all. All right. I'll make sure to clear the snow off our roof. You go ahead and take care of your business. With that, Ruanruan didn't linger. She hurried home, a little anxious. Zhao Xin watched her rush away, wanting to say something, but in the end he swallowed his words and only turned to leave once she'd disappeared from sight. Ruanruan hurried home and, as soon as she entered the courtyard, looked up at the roof. Once she saw that the snow on her own roof wasn't even as thick as her palm, she relaxed. With so little snow, there was no way the roof would collapse. Granny Chen saw Ruanruan looking up at the roof as soon as she entered and followed her gaze. Ruanruan, what's wrong? What are you looking at? She looked for a while herself, but couldn't see anything unusual. Ruanruan let out a breath. It's nothing. I just ran into Zhao San on the way back. He said a few houses in town collapsed under the snow and told us to be careful not to forget to clear it off. The houses collapsed. Granny Chen's face went pale. Was anyone hurt? I don't know. When I saw him, he was just about to go check it out. Granny Chen let out a heavy sigh. It may be a natural disaster, but it's also human error. Ruanruan looked over at Granny Chen, who was frowning. You said it yourself, none of the houses in our production team collapsed. Are the town's houses really worse than ours? It must be that they were too lazy and afraid of the cold to go up and clear the snow, and that's why their roofs gave in. Ruanruan thought Granny Chen was absolutely right. Grandma, who cares how their house collapsed? Even if we wanted to meddle, no one would listen to us, and we don't have that kind of ability anyway. We should just focus on taking care of our own house. You're right, Ruanruan. You must be exhausted after all this. Come on, let's go inside, wash up, and have something to eat. After dinner, you should get some rest. Ruanruan followed Granny Chen toward the kitchen, glancing worriedly at the mountains of snow piled up in the courtyard. Grandma, with so much snow, once the sun comes out and it melts, won't the whole yard be flooded? You sure think a lot, Granny Chen said, almost laughing, but her smile faded before it could fully bloom. But do you really think the weather will clear up so easily? As she spoke, Granny Chen looked up at the sky. Ruanruan looked up as well. The sky was heavy and dark, as if another snowstorm was about to hit at any moment. Just as Ruanruan expected, the next day, when she was about to head to work, snowflakes were already swirling down again. She hunched her shoulders against the cold as she made her way to the hospital. No sooner had she finished handing over her shift than she heard some news. Apparently, not long after she'd left work the previous day, the hospital had received more than a dozen patients. Some had broken arms, legs, or ribs, some were covered in bruises and cuts. Others had frostbite, and a few were burning with fever, their faces flushed red. All these people had one thing in common. Before dawn, their houses had suddenly collapsed. They'd been sleeping in bed when the roof came down on top of them. Although neighbors had heard the commotion and rushed out to help, the snow was deep and it was still pitch dark, making it hard to dig anyone out. It wasn't until 8 or 9 in the morning that they managed to get everyone to the hospital. After hearing the whole story, Ruanruan hadn't even had a chance to say anything before someone added, "If you ask me, Zhao Hongyun is really unlucky. She was stabbed at the hospital not long ago, and just as she was starting to recover at home, she got buried in the snow when her house collapsed. I heard she was in the worst shape when they brought her in, 3 broken ribs, a high fever, barely conscious. She almost didn't make it." Ruanruan's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Hongyun's house collapsed too? Yeah, talk about bad luck. She was just lying at home, and the snow came crashing down from the sky. Still, she must have a strong fate to survive all that. You know what they say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Maybe after this, things will finally go her way. Ruanruan didn't pay attention to the rest. If she hadn't just arrived for her shift, she really would have turned around and left right then. The Zhao family's house had collapsed, so the whole family must be at the hospital. Maybe she could sneak over and take a look? Who knows, she might even find something useful among the rubble. Unfortunately, as an intern nurse, she couldn't take leave without a reason, and she was perfectly healthy. She couldn't even come up with an excuse. Left with no choice, Ruanruan had to suppress her excitement and get back to work. Not long after the handover, it was time for morning rounds. As usual, Ruanruan followed the head nurse from room to room. When they reached Wang Yuxiang's ward, she couldn't help but take a few extra glances. After a day and 2 nights of rest, Wang Yuxiang looked much better, her face no longer deathly pale as before. The baby in the swaddling clothes beside her seemed to have grown a little, too. Ruanruan glanced around the hospital room. All she saw was old Lady Zhang sitting by the bed, staring at the baby in swaddling clothes. There was no sign of Zhang Dogwei. It wasn't until they finished their rounds and were about to leave that Zhang Dogwei came in, carrying a lunchbox. When he saw Ruanruan, Zhang Dogwei even smiled at her. "Nurse Su." Ruanruan nodded back, her gaze subtly drifting to the lunchbox in his arms. The lid was tightly closed, so she couldn't see what was inside, but a faint, sweet scent wafted out, with a hint of egg. It was probably eggs boiled in brown sugar water, or maybe eggs cooked in brown sugar millet porridge. This kind of food was good for postpartum women, helping to replenish blood and promote lactation. It seemed old Lady Zhang truly doted on her grandson. Otherwise, after 2 days, Wang Yuxiang wouldn't still be eating so well. Ruanruan's lips curled up slightly, but she quickly returned to normal. Whatever old Lady Zhang's motives, the result was that Wang Yuxiang benefited. The rest of the day passed in a blur of busyness, but whenever she had a free moment, Ruanruan couldn't help but think about what had happened at Zhao Hongyun's house, the collapse. She finally made it to the end of her shift. After handing over her duties, Ruanruan hurried outside. By now, it was already getting dark. It wasn't actually that late, but on snowy days, night seemed to fall faster than usual. Snow was still falling, though it was only a light flurry. Ruanruan tilted her head back, watching the snowflakes drift down, hesitating. Should she go straight home, or stop by Zhao Hongyun's house to take a look? If she went home first, it would be hard to come back out again. In this weather, unless it was for work, she'd never have the motivation to leave the house alone. After a moment's hesitation, Ruanruan decided to head toward Zhao Hongyun's place. There weren't many people on the road, so she walked quickly, reaching her destination in just over 10 minutes. As soon as she arrived at Zhao Hongyun's gate, Ruanruan was pleasantly surprised. The gate was actually open, how convenient. On her way over, she'd been wondering how she would manage to climb over the wall. She looked around, no one in sight. The yard was pitch black and eerily quiet, as if there wasn't a soul around for miles. Without further delay, Ruanruan stepped through the gate. There were a few narrow paths crisscrossing the yard, leading to the places people needed to go in daily life. Everywhere else was buried under thick snow. 3 families used to live in this courtyard, but now not a single person remained. All 3 houses had collapsed. Snow covered everything, making the place feel like a deserted ruin. It was hard to imagine that, just yesterday, over a dozen people called this place home. Ruanruan paused at the entrance for a moment, then walked toward Zhao Hongyun's house. Most of the family was probably still in the hospital. Ruanruan rummaged around a bit and quickly found quite a few household items. These days, even a needle and thread were precious. If the Zhao family had anyone left who could move, they wouldn't have let their clothes and bedding get buried under the snow. Aside from clothes, bedding, and some smashed tables, chairs, and boxes, Ruanruan didn't find anything special. She realized that searching blindly like this wouldn't turn up anything useful, so she stopped, gazing at the ruins and carefully recalling where Zhao Hongyun's room had been. She had only been to this courtyard once before, and even then, she hadn't managed to enter Zhao Hongyun's room. But she had carefully observed the other members of the Zhao family at the time and knew where their rooms were. The one room that no one ever went into must be Zhao Hongyun's. Ruanruan thought hard for a moment, then finally furrowed her brows and walked in a certain direction. The snow was thicker here, mainly because this was the front of the house. When the building collapsed, the snow slid down and naturally piled up here. Ruanruan was wearing leather gloves, but after digging around in the snow for so long, they weren't much help. Her hands were still icy cold. Fortunately, once she cleared away the snow and exposed the beams, tiles, and other debris underneath, it became easier to clean up. Ruanruan was strong. The thick beams would probably take 2 or 3 people to lift, but she easily picked them up and set them aside by herself. If she didn't have to worry about the neighbors living on either side, Ruanruan wouldn't have been so gentle. She would have just tossed the beams out directly. She put the beams to one side, the tiles to another, and found broken Kong tables, Kong cabinets, quilts, and clothes covered in snow. She kept turning things over, but it was all useless junk. Just as Ruanruan was about to wrap up, she suddenly noticed that something was odd about the half-rotten Kong cabinet. She tried to lift it, but the remaining half of the cabinet wouldn't budge. That was strange. No one's Kong cabinet was built into the Kang itself. They were always placed on top after being made. But this cabinet wouldn't move at all, clearly fused with the Kang. When something's out of the ordinary, there's always a reason. Ruanruan stopped rushing. She didn't care anymore if she disturbed the neighbors. After trying several times to move the cabinet and failing, Ruanruan simply picked up a beam and used one end to smash hard at the base of the cabinet. With a loud bang, the wooden board at the bottom of the cabinet shattered, revealing a blue brick underneath. Ruanruan set the beam aside and took out the broken brick. Underneath was a small wooden box. Delighted, Ruanruan was just about to open the box when she paused, and instead put it directly into her treasure space. After making sure there was nothing else hidden under the cabinet, Ruanruan piled the broken tiles and debris back on top, then took a broom out of her treasure space and swept away all the footprints she'd left. The thick snow in the courtyard really came in handy now. Ruanruan backed out as she swept, erasing her tracks as she went. She kept going until she'd backed out of 2 alleys and was already quite far from the Zhao house before she finally stopped. She hadn't run into anyone along the way, and Ruanruan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even if someone had seen her, she wasn't worried. People swept the paths every morning and evening. If anyone saw her, they'd just think she was cleaning the path and wouldn't suspect anything else. When she reached a secluded corner, Ruanruan put the broom away and hurried home. After about 10 minutes, she finally made it back. As soon as she pushed open the gate and walked in, Granny Chen poked her head out of the kitchen. "Ruanruan, what took you so long? Captain Zhao's been waiting for you forever." Ruanruan's heart tightened, but she quickly composed herself and asked curiously, "Why is he waiting for me?" Granny Chen shook her head. "I don't know. I asked him, but he wouldn't say." Hearing this, Ruanruan felt even more uneasy, but she could only head into the main room. As soon as she lifted the curtain and entered, she saw Zhao Sun sitting there, chatting with Su Aimin. He must have heard the door open, because he turned to look. When he saw it was Ruanruan coming in, his smile grew even more sincere. "Did you need something from me?" Ruanruan took the initiative. "Yes, I do have something to discuss." "What is it?" "Well," Zhao Sun hesitated, glancing at Su Aimin, clearly not wanting to talk in front of him. Ruanruan thought for a moment, then simply said, "It's fine, there's just the 3 of us at home. There's nothing to hide." Since Ruanruan had said so, Zhao Sun didn't hesitate any longer. "I just went to the hospital to see Zhao Hongyun. She said she wants to see you." "Why does she want to see me?" Zhao Sun shook his head. "She didn't say. I asked, but she wouldn't answer, just insisted she wants to see you. So I thought, if you're free, maybe you could go see her?" Maybe you'll be able to get something out of her. Ruanruan thought of the box she'd found hidden in Zhao Hongyun's bed. After a moment's consideration, she nodded. All right. I'm off work tomorrow during the day, so I can go with you. Great. I'll come by for you in the morning and we'll go together. Since everything was settled, Zhao Sun didn't plan to stay any longer and got up to leave. When he reached the main room's doorway, Zhao Sun turned back to Ruanruan. I heard from the gynecology department that Zhao Hongyun went looking for you, but they said you'd already left work. Why did you get home so late? Ruanruan's heart skipped a beat, but she forced herself to stay calm. I ran into a friend on the way, so I got back a bit late. Zhao Sun hadn't really thought much of it. Hearing her explanation, he nodded casually, but still reminded her, it's cold outside now, and it's not safe after dark. You'd better come straight home after work. Be careful. Okay, I know. Ruanruan walked Zhao Sun to the gate, watching his figure disappear into the night before finally closing the door and letting out a sigh of relief. He's finally gone. Min had already gone to the kitchen, so Ruanruan headed there as well. As soon as she entered, Granny Chen looked over. Why did you agree to go see Zhao Hongyun with Captain Zhao? What if something happens? That woman is no good. Knowing Granny Chen was worried, Ruanruan smiled and reassured her, Granny, it's fine. Captain Zhao will be with me. Besides, I heard she's badly injured and can't even get out of bed. What trouble could she cause? Hearing this, Granny Chen finally relaxed, then changed the subject. I heard people outside saying the grain store is rationing food now. Hasn't it always been rationed? Ruanruan asked, puzzled. That's not the same. Before, even with rationing, every household could still buy their allotted amount. Now, they've set strict limits on how much each family can buy. Even if you have money and coupons, you can't get extra. The amount they allow isn't even enough for 2 meals a day. I think we need to find a way to get some more grain back. Min received a monthly allowance and various ration coupons. In the past, with money and coupons in hand, it was easy to buy whatever they needed, so Ruanruan hadn't needed to take food or drinks out of her treasure space anymore. But now, the grain shop had started rationing supplies, so they could only buy a limited amount. Grandma, how much grain do we have left at home? I checked especially today. What's left should last us about half a month. Ruanruan did a quick calculation in her mind. Half a month from now would be next month, right when Min's next allowance was due. If it weren't for this heavy snow, their timing to buy more grain would have been just right. Then tomorrow, when I come back from the hospital, I'll try to buy some more grain, Ruanruan said, flashing a smile at Granny Chen. Granny Chen, of course, understood what Ruanruan meant, but Min didn't. Hearing this, he immediately frowned. Your grandma and I can handle this. There's no need for a young girl like you to worry about it. Before Ruanruan could say anything, Granny Chen retorted, you don't need to worry about this. Ruanruan is much more capable than you think. Before you came back, it was always Ruanruan who figured out how to get grain for the family. Min looked at Granny Chen in surprise, then at Ruanruan. When he wasn't home, that was 3 years ago, wasn't it? Back then, wasn't Ruanruan only 14? She was able to find ways to buy grain at just 14? Min realized he had underestimated his granddaughter. She really was something. In that case, let Ruanruan go out and see what she can do. If she can buy some, great. If not, I'll think of something else. Hearing this, Granny Chen pursed her lips where Min couldn't see. What could Min possibly do? Go ask his old friends in the county again? Favors between people are always the hardest to repay. Anyway, Ruanruan would definitely be able to get some grain, so there was no need for Min to owe anyone. Granny Chen didn't say anything more. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Ruanruan got herself ready and waited for Zhao Sun to arrive. From what she knew of Zhao Sun, he was an impatient person who liked to get things done quickly and decisively, never one to dawdle. He should be here soon. Just as Ruanruan was thinking this, she heard a knock at the door. At the sound, she quickly put on her mask, hat, scarf, and gloves, making sure she hadn't forgotten anything before hurrying to the front door. Granny Chen also came out of the house, watching as Su Ruanruan and Zhao Xin left one after the other before closing the door behind them. The snow had stopped, but the cold was still biting. Along the way, Su Ruanruan and Zhao Xin walked in silence, one after the other, not saying a word. It wasn't until they reached the hospital, standing outside Zhao Hongyun's ward, that Zhao Xin finally spoke in a low voice to Su Ruanruan. If she tries to get you to promise anything, just ignore her. Su Ruanruan nodded knowingly. I understand. She wasn't stupid. There was no way she'd casually agree to anything Zhao Hongyun asked. No matter how persuasive Zhao Hongyun tried to be, it wouldn't work. Having reached an understanding, the two of them entered the ward together. There were 6 beds in this room, each occupied by a patient. Zhao Xin led Su Ruanruan to the innermost bed by the window and stopped there. Lying on the hospital bed was none other than Zhao Hongyun. When Zhao Hongyun saw Su Ruanruan, the corners of her lips lifted slightly, and she actually smiled. Ruanruan, you're here. I'm so happy you came to see me. Su Ruanruan carefully observed Zhao Hongyun and noticed that aside from looking a bit pale, she actually seemed to be in pretty good spirits. Like this, she didn't look like someone who'd broken several bones, nor could Su Ruanruan imagine that she'd had a high fever just yesterday. Not everyone lying on the other 5 beds in the ward were Zhao family members either. After all, with things like changing dressings and checkups, it wasn't convenient for men and women to be in the same room, so all the patients in this ward were women. There was Zhao Hongyun's mother and sister-in-law, as well as Zheng Xiu and Zheng Xiu's mother-in-law. The last one seemed to be someone who lived in the same courtyard as their 2 families, but Su Ruanruan didn't know her name. All 5 of them were awake, but none of them looked very energetic, and no one said a word. Zhao Hongyun waited a long time, but didn't get any response from Su Ruanruan. Still, she wasn't angry. Ruanruan, there's a box under the Kang cabinet at my house. It's a gift I prepared for you, but I didn't get a chance to give it to you before all this happened. Go get it yourself. The house over there collapsed, so it might be hard to find. You can ask Captain Zhao to help you. Hearing how casually Zhao Hongyun brought up the box, Su Ruanruan couldn't quite figure out what she was thinking. After a moment's thought, Su Ruanruan asked, "What kind of gift did you prepare for me?" "Of course it's something you'll like." Zhao Hongyun smiled again as she spoke, but to Su Ruanruan, that smile looked awkward no matter how she looked at it. She had specifically gone into her treasure space last night to check on that box, but just in case, she hadn't opened it. Now, seeing Zhao Hongyun smile, she was even less inclined to open it. She just had a feeling that whatever was inside wasn't anything good. Thinking this, Su Ruanruan simply said, "I don't need any gift from you. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." "Wait." Zhao Hongyun called out to Su Ruanruan, a bit anxiously. "Don't you really want to see what's inside? I think you'll definitely like it." "I won't." Su Ruanruan replied crisply and decisively, then turned and walked out. There was no way she'd like any gift Zhao Hongyun prepared for her. Who knew, maybe as soon as she opened the box, a few poison needles would shoot out. Isn't that how it always goes in those web novels? Back in the day, these things were called hidden weapons. Seeing Su Ruanruan walking straight out without even looking back, Zhao Hongyun's smile finally faded. Ruanruan. Ruanruan. Go take a look. You'll definitely like the gift I prepared for you." Su Ruanruan ignored her and soon walked out of the ward. Zhao Xin silently followed her out. After they'd walked a fair distance from the ward, he finally said, "You really don't want to go take a look?" Su Ruanruan glanced at Zhao Senior. "No. We're not friends anymore, and I don't want anything she's prepared for me." Zhao Xin was silent for a moment, then nodded. "In that case, I'll go take a look myself." Su Ruanruan had expected this outcome, so she just nodded indifferently. After all, she'd already taken the box. Even if Zhao Xin went, he wouldn't find anything. And even if there really were hidden weapons in that box, as long as it was in her treasure space, it wouldn't pose any danger to anyone. Inside the hospital room, it was only after Su Ruanruan and Zhao Sen had left for quite a while that Zhao Hongyun's sister-in-law, Li Yingzi, asked curiously, "Hongyun, when did you start hiding things under your Kang cabinet?" Can you even put things under there? Zhao Hongyun didn't answer. She just stared up at the ceiling with wide eyes, lost in thought. Instead, Zhang Xiao chuckled and said, Ingzi, Hongyun is still a young girl. There's no point guessing what's on a little girl's mind. That's true. Li Yingzi laughed as well. I always heard Hongyun say how close she was with Su Ruanruan, that the two of them were like one person. Who knows why they suddenly had a falling out and stopped talking to each other. If you ask me, our Hongyun is the more mature one. Look at that girl just now. Hongyun said she'd specially prepared a gift for her, but she didn't even want to look at it. If you ask me, don't bother giving her the gift. No need to waste good things. Li Yingzi rambled on for a while, but when she realized no one was responding, she simply shut her mouth. After all, she was in pain herself. She had no idea how much this hospital stay would cost. After this incident, their family's savings would be completely drained. The house had collapsed, she couldn't go to work to earn money, and she had no idea how they'd get by in the future. The more Li Yingzi thought about it, the worse she felt. She closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. After leaving the hospital together, Su Ruanruan and Zhao Xin waved goodbye and went their separate ways. Zhao Xin was heading to Zhao Hongyun's house to look for the gift Hongyun had mentioned. Su Ruanruan, on the other hand, planned to take a stroll through the black market. Although she didn't intend to buy anything there, she needed to know the prices. Otherwise, if Su Aimin asked her about it when she got home, she wouldn't know what to say. Su Ruanruan wasn't exactly a regular at the black market, but she was pretty familiar with the way there. Anyway, she was bundled up from head to toe, so there was no need to bother with any extra disguise. Feeling completely at ease, Su Ruanruan headed for the black market. She hadn't even reached the black market yet when she saw someone sweeping snow at a corner up ahead. But the person was sweeping very slowly, pausing every so often to look around in all directions. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan almost burst out laughing. It was obvious this person wasn't really there to sweep snow, but was using it as a cover to keep watch. People really were endlessly clever, coming up with all sorts of ways to hide their true intentions. Su Ruanruan didn't linger. She simply changed direction and walked into a slightly narrower alley. The alleys here were a maze, lined with all sorts of run-down thatched huts. Since no one lived in them, no one cleared the snow off the roofs, so many had collapsed under the weight, making the place look even more desolate. Yet, despite the desolation, there were quite a few people around. Some squatted on the ground with a few scattered items laid out in front of them. Others stood in the corners with baskets on their backs, their faces tightly wrapped so that only their eyes could be seen, watching the people coming and going. Su Ruanruan was no stranger to scenes like this, nor did she feel afraid. She walked along, asking questions as she went. By the time she reached the end of the alley, she had a good grasp of the prices for all sorts of things. Just as Su Ruanruan was about to leave, she noticed two people up ahead quietly discussing prices. The buyer's voice sounded familiar, so Su Ruanruan stopped in her tracks and listened carefully. After a moment, she finally remembered who it was. Wasn't that Qian Huihui? From what Qian Huihui said, it sounded like she was planning to buy some grain, mostly coarse grains, with only 2 jin of fine grain. Even so, it would still cost quite a bit. After all, grain was in high demand these days. Even if you had money and ration tickets, it wasn't easy to buy. It was only because things had just started to get tight that there were still so many people selling grain on the black market. No matter the times, there are always resourceful people who can get their hands on things others can't and turn them into cash. But after a while, when people realize that money alone is useless, it'll be hard to buy grain even on the black market. Although Su Ruanruan couldn't see Qian Huihui's expression, just from the sound of her voice, she could tell how much it pained her to spend that money. It made sense. She was a nurse, and an intern at that, earning only 13.5 yuan a month. Qian Huihui was spending most of her wages on grain, and what she bought would only last her for half a month at best. Of course it hurt. Having learned what she wanted to know, Su Ruanruan didn't linger any longer and turned to leave the black market. Just as Su Ruanruan left, Qian Huihui, who had just agreed on a price with the seller, glanced over in her direction. Of course, she didn't see anything. Qian Huihui frowned. She could have sworn someone had been watching her just now. Why was there nothing there now? As she was thinking this, the person across from her urged impatiently, "Are you buying or not? If not, I'm leaving." Even though it was freezing cold, that didn't mean it was safe. Sellers still had to keep moving to avoid getting caught. Hearing this, Qian Huihui didn't dare to hesitate any longer. She quickly took out her money, watched as the grain was weighed out and poured into her cloth bag, then stuffed the bag into her basket and hurried away. After leaving the black market, Ruanruan thought for a moment and decided not to go straight home. Instead, she headed to the department store. She still had plenty of money and various ration tickets, some of which were about to expire, so she might as well use them. No matter her age, a woman always has a knack for shopping. Ruanruan didn't lack for anything, so when it came to buying things, she didn't hold back. Especially when she discovered she still had dozens of industrial coupons left. She went straight up to the second floor of the department store and made her way to the sewing machine counter. A sewing machine was a major purchase in those days. If a family could include one as a wedding gift or dowry, it was a real status symbol and the envy of others. Ruanruan had always wanted to buy one, but she never had enough coupons. Now, without realizing it, she'd saved up enough industrial coupons to afford one. Bringing a sewing machine home would make things much easier, whether it was Granny Chen making clothes or Ruanruan herself. Because of the heavy snow, most things in the department store weren't selling well. After all, aside from food, drink, and warm clothing, everything else could be put off. It didn't take Ruanruan much effort to pick out what she thought was the best sewing machine. Although sewing machines aren't very big, it's still hard for one person to carry one home, especially with the roads blocked by snow, and even getting a cart wouldn't help. The sales assistant looked at Ruanruan and kindly suggested, "How about I keep an eye on it for you? You can go home and get your family to help you bring it back." Ruanruan still hadn't taken off her mask, and she deliberately lowered her voice. "No need. I'll carry it home myself. Just wrap it up for me." The shop assistant gaped in shock. "You're going to take it home yourself? This sewing machine must weigh at least several dozen jin, and it's not small either. It's awkward to carry, and it won't fit in a basket. How are you going to get it home?" But since the customer had already insisted, the shop assistant could only help pack up the sewing machine. The sewing machine came in a wooden box. The machine itself was already quite large, and packed in such a big box, it looked even bulkier. Once it was packed, the shop assistant looked at Ruanruan with a conflicted expression, unable to imagine how she was going to take the box away. Ruanruan, however, paid no attention to the shop assistant's expression. She felt around the box for a moment, found the right spot, then, with a burst of strength, lifted the box and hoisted it onto her back. The shop assistant stared, eyes wide and mouth agape, looking a bit terrified. It wasn't just the sewing machine shop assistant. Every other shop assistant on the second floor, as well as the few customers present, all stared at Ruanruan in shock. Ruanruan didn't find it heavy, but it was awkward to carry, so she quickly made her way to the stairs with the box on her back, and in no time was downstairs. Once she exited the department store, Ruanruan set the box down, took out the rope she'd just bought, tied it securely around the box, tugged it a few times to make sure it wouldn't come loose, and then started pulling the box along behind her. Walking like this didn't attract much attention from passers-by. After all, a lot of people pulled things along the ground like this to save effort. Besides, with the box closed, no one could tell what was inside. Ruanruan dragged the sewing machine back to the Su family home and knocked on the door, waiting for Granny Chen to come open it. When Granny Chen opened the door, Ruanruan hoisted the box up again and carried it straight into Granny Chen's room. Seeing Ruanruan carrying such a big box into her room, Granny Chen turned pale with fright. She hurried to close the front door and rushed after Ruanruan. By the time she caught up, Ruanruan was already inside, had set the box down, opened it, and taken out the sewing machine. Hands on her hips, Ruanruan looked around Granny Chen's room. "Grandma, where do you think is the best place to put it?" Granny Chen stared at the sewing machine, too shocked to speak, but Suaimin quickly regained his composure. "Ruanruan, didn't you say you were going to try to buy some grain? How did you end up bringing home a sewing machine? A sewing machine isn't any cheaper than a bicycle." Up until now, the most expensive thing in their house was that bicycle, and now there was something else to add to the list. Ruanruan patted the sewing machine and smiled. "I've wanted to buy one for a long time. Today just happened to be the right time, so I bought it." "Grandma, Grandpa, where do you think we should put it?" Suaimin looked at Ruanruan speechlessly. What did she mean, just happened to be the right time? Sewing machines are the kind of thing that never go on sale all year round. How could it be a coincidence? This was clearly premeditated. But Suaimin also knew that Ruanruan bought the sewing machine for Granny Chen's sake, so he didn't say anything more and instead started seriously helping to figure out where to put it. All the rooms in their courtyard had big windows, with a door on one side and the windows taking up half of one wall. That's why the rooms were always so bright. But the Kang heated brick bed was right by the window, and you couldn't put a sewing machine on the Kang, so putting it by the window was out of the question. Ruanruan glanced around the room, and finally her gaze settled on the wall at the end of the Kang bed. There was nothing placed against that wall, and if the sewing machine was put there, it would get good light from the window during the day and from the lamp at night. Very convenient. Although she thought this, with a sewing machine and only 3 people in the family, even if they made new clothes and shoes every year, it was still limited. There was really no need to sew clothes at night. After Ruanruan shared her thoughts, Granny Chen and Suaimin both looked over at that spot, then nodded in agreement. "It's definitely a good place. Let's put it there." Suaimin walked over to the sewing machine. "Come on, Ruanruan, let's move it together." Ruanruan waved her hand. "Grandpa, you just watch from the side. There's no need for you to help me carry it." She hadn't needed anyone's help to bring it all the way back from the department store, so now, with just a few meters to go, there was no reason to trouble Suaimin. Suaimin wanted to say something more, but Ruanruan had already picked up the sewing machine and carried it over to the wall. Her movements were crisp and efficient. In just a moment, the sewing machine was in place. Seeing this, Suaimin swallowed back the words on the tip of his tongue and smacked his lips. Having such a capable granddaughter, why did it make his feelings so complicated? Ruanruan had no idea how mixed Suaimin's feelings were. After setting up the sewing machine, she finally untied the bundle she'd been carrying. Earlier, both Suaimin and Granny Chen had been so focused on the sewing machine that they hadn't noticed the large bundle on Ruanruan's back. Now that they saw it, they were surprised all over again. Granny Chen came over, took the bundle from Ruanruan, and placed it on the Kang. She asked, "What did you buy this time?" "It's some fabric. The weather is cold this year, Grandpa. Grandma, you shouldn't be freezing. Let's make a few more warm outfits so you can change and wear them." Looking at the thick pile of fabric on the Kang, Granny Chen didn't even know what to say. A few years ago, she'd hardly had any new clothes her whole life. Now, they made new clothes every year. In her opinion, they already had more clothes than they could wear, yet Ruanruan was still suggesting they make more. Wasn't that a bit wasteful? Just as this thought crossed Granny Chen's mind, she heard Ruanruan say seriously, "Grandma, as long as you and Grandpa are healthy and don't get sick, that's what matters most." Suaimin agreed with this. In his view, scrimping on food and clothes just to save money was actually the most unwise thing to do. They weren't short on money, and if they pinched pennies until they made themselves sick, that would be a real loss. As the two of them got older every year, taking good care of their health was what really mattered. Only then would they not become a burden to Ruanruan, and only then could they live a few more years to be her support. Granny Chen looked at Ruanruan, then at Suaimin, who was nodding in agreement, and shook her head helplessly. "Fine, I can't argue with you two. I'll stop talking." Even as she said this, Granny Chen looked at the fabric on the Kang and thought about making a new set of clothes for Ruanruan first. Winter had come early this year, and Ruanruan's new cotton-padded jacket hadn't been made yet. Now that Ruanruan had to go to work every day, she needed to dress warmly even more. I'm not in a hurry, and neither is your grandpa. Let's make a set of clothes for you first. You're always going out, and with all the snow, your clothes are bound to get damp. Wearing damp clothes for too long isn't good for your health, especially since you're still young. We still have plenty of cotton at home. Once we finish yours, then we'll make ours. After all, we don't go out much, so it doesn't matter when we get ours done. After hearing Granny Chen's words, Ruanruan didn't refuse. After all, what Granny Chen said was true. Even if they were going to make new clothes, there was no rush to do it right this minute. With that settled, Ruanruan brought up the matter of food. Grandpa, Grandma, I've already negotiated for the grain. Since I'm buying quite a large amount, they need some time to prepare it. It won't be ready today. Ruanruan spoke seriously, and Suimin listened just as earnestly. Don't buy too much. If you draw too much attention, it could be bad. Safety first. Although he said that, deep down Suimin didn't really think Ruanruan could buy that much. She was just a young girl, and in times like these, being able to buy even a few dozen jean of grain would be impressive. So when he said those words, Suimin didn't feel any pressure at all. But Granny Chen understood the hidden meaning behind Ruanruan's words. Since Ruanruan was working the night shift tonight, there wouldn't be anyone to fetch the grain. Granny Chen glanced at Suimin without betraying any emotion. Suddenly, she felt that sometimes ignorance really is bliss. If you don't know anything, you don't have anything to worry about. That night, as usual, Ruanruan went to the hospital for her night shift. During her rounds, she paid special attention to Wang Yuxiang. It was already past dinner time, and the ward was quiet. Everyone was clearly getting ready to rest. Wang Yuxiang looked even better than she had a couple of days ago. Just from her complexion, it was obvious she'd been eating well lately. Otherwise, she couldn't have recovered so quickly. As for the baby, there was even less to worry about. Newborns change so quickly. After just a day, Ruanruan felt the baby's features had grown more defined and relaxed. Looking at the tiny, peacefully sleeping child, Ruanruan couldn't help but smile. This was a blessed child. Old Lady Zhang and Zhang Dagui were both at the hospital keeping watch, while the others had already gone home. After all, everyone had their own families to take care of. They couldn't just drop everything for the Zhangs. Besides, with the weather outside, Wang Yuxiang and the baby couldn't be discharged yet, so the others left without any guilt. Although old Lady Zhang wasn't happy about it, she was afraid that arguing with Wang Yuxiang would upset her and affect her milk supply, leaving her precious grandson hungry. So she kept a long face all day but didn't say anything harsh. Seeing old Lady Zhang like this, Ruanruan felt even more complicated. Old Lady Zhang's whole heart was with her eldest grandson, but she was a woman too. If only she could treat Wang Yuxiang a little better, it would be perfect. Although she thought this, Ruanruan didn't say a word. She knew that sometimes, pushing too hard could backfire. For old Lady Zhang to come this far, Wang Yuxiang was already quite content. As Ruanruan left the ward, Zhao Lan beside her whispered, "She really is blessed." Ruanruan knew Zhao Lan was talking about Wang Yuxiang. That night, there were 2 deliveries, but both mothers had already been admitted to the hospital in advance. The births went smoothly, with no unexpected incidents. After working through the entire night, Ruanruan was so exhausted that her steps felt unsteady as she got off work. She shuffled out of the hospital, and just as she stepped out the main entrance, someone blocked her path. Puzzled, Ruanruan looked up and saw Yao Sun standing in front of her. She was already feeling drained, and her voice still lacked energy as she said, "Captain Zhao, is there something you need?" Zhao Sun wasn't wearing a mask, and his expression was very serious. "Yesterday, I took my team and dug at Zhao Hongyun's house all day, but we didn't find anything. There was indeed a hole in the Kang bed, but there was nothing inside. I don't know if someone took whatever was there ahead of us." Ruanruan replied weakly, "If it's gone, then it's gone. I didn't want it anyway." For the first time, Zhao Xin felt a bit helpless at her words. You may not want it, but I do. But when Zhao Xin met Su Wanwan's tired, bloodshot eyes, the words he was about to say got swallowed back down. Let me give you a ride home. Su Ruanruan quickly waved her hands. No. I can go home by myself. Captain Zhao, you must be busy. Go ahead, get back to work. With that, she sidestepped Zhao Xin and jogged away. Watching her run farther and farther, Zhao Xin subconsciously touched his own face. Am I that scary? Why did Su Wanruan suddenly run off so fast? Su Wanruan ran for 2 whole blocks before glancing back to make sure Zhao Xin wasn't following her. Only then did she let out a long sigh of relief. Before, when there was official business, it was fine for her to come and go with Zhao Xin. But now that there was nothing urgent, how could she let Zhao Xin take her home? Her heart belonged only to Xiao Chunjin. She couldn't just get close to another man just because Xiao Chunjin wasn't home. As a fiancée, she had to be conscious of her role. After getting home and having something to eat, Su Wanruan simply washed her hands and feet, then lay down on the kang bed and fell asleep. By the time she woke up, lunchtime had long passed. But Granny Chin was already prepared. When she saw Su Wanruan get up, she immediately started making food for her. The noodles had already been made in advance, so cooking a bowl of noodles was just a matter of minutes. Such a simple task didn't require Su Wanruan's help. When Su Wanruan, after washing her hands and face, tried to help out, Granny Chin hurriedly said, "Go find your grandpa. Someone from the post office came by this morning with a letter. It should be from Chungjin." The moment she heard this, Su Wanruan forgot all about helping and quickly turned to leave the kitchen to look for Su Aimin. Su Aimin had been waiting for her all morning. Seeing Su Wanruan rush over, he handed her the envelope sitting on the kang table. "Here you go." Su Wanruan gave him a sweet smile, took the letter and sat down on the other side of the kang table to open it. The envelope was thick again, containing 3 letters. One for Su Wanruan, one for Xiao Aigua, and another for Hu Xiao. Su Wanruan set the other 2 aside and opened the one addressed to her. There were 2 pages, filled as always with words of longing, but Xiao Chunjin hadn't forgotten to send his regards to Su Aimin and Granny Chin as well. When Su Wanruan saw the date at the end of the letter, she paused, then did a quick calculation and realized the letter had actually been written a month ago. Previously, whenever Xiao Chunjin sent a letter home, it usually arrived in about half a month. Why had it been delayed so long this time? Su Wanruan glanced out the window. Seeing the snow piled up in the yard like a small mountain, she immediately understood why the letter had taken so long to arrive. Just looking at the state of the roads in town, she figured it was a miracle the letter made it at all. With a sigh, Su Wanruan tucked the letter into her pocket. Seeing her fall silent after reading the letter, with a worried look on her face, Su Aimin grew concerned. "Wanruan, what's wrong?" Snapping back to her senses, Su Wanruan caught the look in Su Aimin's eyes and realized he'd misunderstood. She quickly explained, "It's nothing. It's just that the snow must have blocked the roads. Qingjin wrote this letter a month ago, and it's only just arrived. Even if I write back today, it'll probably take another month to reach him." Su Aimin breathed a sigh of relief at her words, but then frowned as well. Honestly, even a month was probably optimistic. After all, things outside were only getting worse. But Su Aimin didn't want to say anything discouraging at this moment, so he changed the subject. "What did Chungjin write about? How's he doing lately?" "Qingjin's doing well. He told us not to worry about him. He's eating well, has a good place to stay, and plenty of warm clothes. He says he can handle the training just fine. He also sends his regards to you and Grandma, asking how you're both doing, if you're eating and sleeping well. As long as he's well, that's all that matters. We're all at home, what's there to ask about?" Though Su Aimin said this, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Su Wanruan never let Su Aimin read the letters Chungjin sent her, but he was sure she would never lie. If something was in the letter, she'd say it. If not, she wouldn't make things up just to reassure him. He also understood why she didn't let him read the letters. Young people's letters were always a bit mushy. He hadn't written any himself, but that didn't mean he didn't know. Not long after, Granny Chin came in carrying a bowl of noodles. Ruanruan repeated what she'd just told Granny Chin was also quite concerned about Qingjin. After all, he was Ruanruan's future husband. Hearing that Qingjin was doing well, her eyes crinkled with a smile. As Ruanruan ate her noodles, Granny Chin sat beside her. Glancing over at the 2 other letters on the Kong bed, she suddenly remembered something. The one writing to Xiao Xiao, is that Li Dongyong? I think I've met him before. He's a nice young man. Are those 2 official now? Ruanruan was drinking her soup and nearly choked when she heard that. Grandma, I'm not too sure about their situation either, so please don't mention it to Aunt Wei. Though she hadn't asked, Ruanruan was pretty sure Wei Hong didn't know about Hu Xiao Xiao and Li Dongyong writing to each other. She wasn't sure what kind of relationship Hu Xiao Xiao and Li Dongyong had now, but she definitely didn't want Granny Chin to accidentally say something to Wei Hong. She couldn't help much, but she certainly didn't want to make things worse. Granny Chin shot Ruanruan a playful look. You think your grandma's that clueless? Isn't this what you young people call falling in love freely? I may be old, but I get it. Free love is free love. Granny Chin figured, with the 2 of them living so far apart, if they wanted to date, let them date. It's just writing letters, no matter how sweet the words. It's not like they can write anything too outrageous. Nothing else is going to happen. Ruanruan looked at Granny Chin in surprise. She hadn't expected Granny Chin to be so open-minded. Granny Chin found Ruanruan's expression amusing. What are you looking at me for? Did you really think your grandma was some old fossil? After living in the county town for so long, and going out to buy groceries every day, she'd heard plenty of new and interesting things. Ruanruan looked at the proud expression on Granny Chin's face, but in the end, she didn't ask anything more. Her grandma was really keeping up with the times. That was great. By the time Ruanruan finished washing the dishes and came out of the kitchen, it was already 3 in the afternoon. There was still some time before Hu Xiao Xiao and the others would get off work and come home, so Ruanruan decided to go back to her room and read for a while. There had been so many things going on lately that she hadn't had a chance to sit down and read properly for a long time. When you're fully absorbed in a book, time always flies by. Ruanruan hadn't even realized how much time had passed when Granny Chin came in and said, Ruanruan, I hear voices, your aunt and the others are back from work. Go ahead and deliver that letter. Hearing this, Ruanruan turned to look out the window and realized it was already getting dark. She hadn't noticed because she'd had her desk lamp on the whole time she was reading. Ruanruan closed her book, switched off the lamp, picked up the letter, and left the room with Granny Chin. Granny Chin headed to the kitchen. Don't forget to come back for dinner later. I know. Ruanruan left the house with the letter. She went next door first, delivered the letter, politely declined Qian Aiju's invitation to stay for dinner, and then headed to Hu Xiaoxiao's house. Both Hu Xiaoxiao and Wei Hong were home. Wei Hong was cooking in the kitchen, and Hu Xiaoxiao came to open the door herself. Ruanruan handed the letter to Hu Xiaoxiao and told her she'd come by tomorrow evening for a reply, then left. Hu Xiaoxiao put the letter in her pocket and returned to the kitchen. Wei Hong was a bit puzzled to see only Hu Xiaoxiao come in. I heard Ruanruan's voice. Why didn't she come in? It's nothing. Ruanruan was just delivering a letter to Aunt Qian and the others, and stopped by to say a few words to me. Grandma Chen's made dinner and is waiting for her to come back and eat. Wei Hong nodded in understanding and didn't ask any more. There are always some things young girls don't want to talk about with adults. She'd been a young girl herself once, so she didn't press further. Your big brother's getting married soon. Later, help me get everything ready. Even though we said we'd keep it simple, we can't make it too simple. Hu Xiaoxiao was 17 this year, turning 18 after the new year. Her big brother was already 24. At 24, even for a man, he was considered a bit old for marriage around here. If the Hu family hadn't gone through so much these past years, and only just gotten through it, he wouldn't be getting married so late. Thinking of this, Wei Hong sighed repeatedly. Once your big brother's married, then there's your second sister, third brother, and fourth sister. I figure it'll take another 2 or 3 years to get through all the weddings. By then, you'll be 20. Sigh. Seeing the worried look on Wei Hong's face, Hu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but think deeply. 20, she'd still be very young, wouldn't she? Still very young. Mom, what's wrong with being 20? That's still 4 years earlier than Big Brother. It's fine, I can wait. Wei Hong couldn't help but laugh at how considerate Hu Xiaoxiao was. You're a girl. How can you compare yourself to your big brother? What about your second and fourth sisters? Wei Hong paused. Thinking of her fourth daughter, who was already 20 this year, Wei Hong felt that Hu Xiaoxiao really could wait. Wei Hong's eldest son was named Hu Haixing, and he was 24 years old this year. The second and third children were twins, a girl and a boy. The daughter, Hu Wenjing, was the second child, and the son, Hu Wensheng, was the third. Both of them were 22 this year. The fourth child was also a girl, named Hu Jinjing, and she was 20 years old. Hu Xiaoxiao was the fifth child, and she was 17 this year. Compared to her older brothers and sisters, if Hu Xiaoxiao could get married at 20, that would actually be considered early. Wei Hong thought for a moment, then said, even though you'll have to wait a few more years before you can get married, if you meet someone suitable, you should lock it in early. Hu Xiaoxiao's smile froze when she heard this. Mom, I'm not in a rush. How can you not be in a rush? You're not in school anymore, you've already started working, and there are plenty of young men at your factory. You need to keep your eyes open, you hear me? Otherwise, all the good ones will be snatched up, and by the time you want to cry about it, there'll be nowhere to cry. Hu Xiaoxiao lowered her eyes and just kept tending the fire, not saying a word. Wei Hong waited for a while, and seeing that Hu Xiaoxiao still didn't respond, she felt that her daughter just hadn't figured things out yet. After all, she was only 17. It really wasn't urgent. But how could she not be anxious? Ruanruan was the same age as Hu Xiaoxiao, but she got engaged at 15. Thinking of this, Wei Hong got anxious again. Look at Ruanruan, she's the same age as you, but she got engaged at 15. She saw a good match and settled it early. Don't be silly. I'll talk to Ruanruan later. If there are any good young men at her hospital, I'll have her introduce you. If you could marry a doctor, that would be even better. Seeing her mom getting more and more serious, Hu Xiaoxiao couldn't keep pretending to be dead. Mom, I'm only 17. Big brother, second sister, third brother, and fourth sister aren't even married yet. Why are you rushing me? Why don't you hurry up and push second sister and fourth sister? Neither of them even has a boyfriend. Hu Xiaoxiao's words hit a sore spot for Wei Hong. Just look at your two sisters. They're getting up there in age, and they're not the least bit anxious. I'm the only one worrying myself sick, but they don't care at all and won't even let me talk to you about it. I'm telling you, Xiaoxiao, you better not learn from those two. Wei Hong was genuinely afraid that Hu Xiaoxiao would follow in her sister's footsteps, so she started lecturing her again. Hu Xiaoxiao was helpless. She'd already tried her best, but somehow the topic always circled back to her. What could she do? Hu Xiaoxiao sighed and decided to just listen in silence. She'd wait until her mom tired herself out, then she'd stop talking. After leaving Hu Xiaoxiao's house, Ruanruan strolled slowly toward her own home. A 5-minute walk somehow took her 20 minutes. After dawdling for so long, Ruanruan figured it was about time, so she hurried to the Su family's front gate. She stood at the door, looking around for a while to make sure no one was there, then pressed her ear to the door to listen for any unfamiliar sounds in the yard. Only after confirming everything was clear did Ruanruan knock on the door. Grandma, I'm back. Granny Chen had known exactly what Ruanruan would do when she returned ever since she left the house. While she was cooking, she kept her ears perked, listening for any movement outside. Now, finally hearing Ruanruan's voice at the door, she immediately put down her spatula and said to Su Aimin, who was tending the fire, Ruanruan's back. You finished stir-frying the dishes. I'll go open the door. Su Aimin stood up. I can go. Before he could finish, Granny Chen had already left the kitchen. Seeing this, Su Aimin shook his head and couldn't help but remind her, walk slowly, don't slip. Hearing Su Aimin's instructions, Granny Chen's face broke into a smile. Even after she had walked several meters away, she didn't forget to respond, "I know, don't worry." When Granny Chin reached the front gate, she turned back for a quick glance. Seeing that Su Aimin hadn't followed her out, she finally opened the gate. "Ruanruan, you're back?" Although the courtyard was pitch dark, with only the kitchen light on, Su Ruanruan could still see clearly that Granny Chin was the only one there. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan felt relieved. Not daring to waste any time, Su Ruanruan quickly took out the food she had prepared earlier from her magical storage space. Just in case, she also needed to prepare some for their neighbors, Xiao Aigua and Qianaiju. There was even a chance she'd need to send some to the production brigade in the future. So, Su Ruanruan took out a total of 5 or 600 jin of grain. Of course, it wasn't all white flour. There were all kinds of mixed grains, beans, and coarse cereals. She had prepared a big sack of each of the varieties that people around here often ate. Even though Granny Chin had mentally prepared herself in advance, she was still startled when Su Ruanruan suddenly produced so much food. "Ruanruan, this much." "Grandma, it's just in case," Su Ruanruan whispered. Granny Chin thought for a moment and agreed this was a good idea. No matter when, it's always better to be prepared than not. Besides, it was best not to do things like this too often. Now that Su Ruanruan had brought out so much food at once, it would save them trouble in the future. Having figured this out, Granny Chin quickly stepped aside to let Su Ruanruan carry the food into the courtyard. Granny Chin wanted to help, but she didn't want to get in the way. She wasn't as strong as Su Ruanruan. Each of those sacks weighed over 100 jin, and with the snowy, slippery ground, she didn't dare try to move them. If she ended up falling and hurting herself instead of helping, she'd only make more trouble for Su Ruanruan. In this regard, Granny Chin had always been self-aware. Su Ruanruan had been worried that Granny Chin would insist on helping, but seeing her standing at the gate, keeping a lookout like a sentry, Su Ruanruan breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile. 6 sacks of grain were nothing for Su Ruanruan. She carried 2 at a time, and in 3 trips, she'd brought them all into the courtyard. Once she was sure nothing was left outside, Granny Chin hurried to close the gate. The biggest enemy of grain is moisture. If it gets damp, it spoils easily, so of course they couldn't just leave it in the courtyard. Right next to the kitchen was the storage room, originally used for keeping grain and vegetables like cabbage, radishes, and potatoes. Granny Chin went over to open the door and turn on the light, and Su Ruanruan carried the food inside. To prevent the food and vegetables from getting damp, wooden shelves lined all 4 walls of the room, with the lowest shelf half a meter above the ground. Once Su Ruanruan had finished stacking all the food, she and Granny Chin both breathed a sigh of relief. With all this food, there was nothing to worry about for now. Although the grain shops outside had started rationing, it was still possible to buy some. What they could buy, combined with what they had here, would be more than enough. In the kitchen, Su Aimin had already finished cooking. After waiting and waiting for Su Ruanruan and Granny Chin to come in, he finally decided to come out himself. When he saw the storage room door open, he hurried over. Now that all the grain had been put away, Su Ruanruan naturally wasn't worried about Su Aimin seeing it anymore. When Su Aimin came in, Su Ruanruan even smiled and pointed at the grain on the wooden shelves. "Grandpa, look. I brought back the grain I bought." Su Aimin had originally thought Su Ruanruan could only manage to buy a few dozen jin of grain, so when he saw those several large sacks, he couldn't hide the look of surprise on his face. "Ruanruan." It took Su Aimin a while before he finally spoke. "How did you manage to buy so much?" "I bought more so we'd have enough to eat, of course," Su Ruanruan replied matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Su Aimin shot her a look. "You know that's not what I'm asking." But he didn't repeat his real question. After a moment, he figured it out. If Su Ruanruan was able to bring back this much grain, that was her own ability. There was no need to dig into it. What he needed to do was hide the grain well, make sure no outsiders found out, and above all, not bring any trouble to Su Ruanruan. After all, the storeroom had no windows, the door was sturdy and always locked tight. Even if outsiders came to the house, They wouldn't see the grain, so there was nothing to worry about. Ruanruan, when you brought all this back, no one saw you, right? Knowing Ruanruan was worried about her safety, Ruanruan quickly smiled and reassured him, "Grandpa, don't worry. No one saw me bring the grain back. Look outside, it's pitch black and freezing cold. Who would be out at this hour?" She was telling the truth. It might not quite be cold enough to freeze your breath, but it was close. These days, every household was rationing their food, eating less and never getting enough, so they felt the cold even more. Who would go out after dark? No wonder people used to say a dark, windy night is the perfect time for murder and arson. Getting off track. Ruanruan cleared his throat, pushing away those random thoughts. Come on, let's go eat. Whatever it is, it can wait until after dinner. Neither Granny Chin nor Ruanruan had any objections. After all, nothing is more important than eating. The three of them headed back to the kitchen and started their meal. After dinner, Ruanruan brought up the matter of giving some grain to Xiao Aigua and Qianaiju. "Grandma, I don't think it's really my place to bring this up. Maybe tomorrow you can ask Aunt Qian if they need any. If they do, we can give them some. If they don't want to take it for free, we can just charge them the same price as the grain store." Granny Chen had lived a long life and understood these things well, but she didn't say much, just let Ruanruan quietly explain her thoughts. Once Ruanruan finished, Granny Chen stood up. "It's late today, and they've been working all day. They're probably already asleep. I'll talk to her tomorrow at noon. Don't worry about it." With Granny Chen handling it, Ruanruan was completely at ease and went to bed that night without a care in the world. Ruanruan slept soundly, but someone else just couldn't fall asleep. That person was none other than Qianhui. It all started when Qianhui went to the black market to buy grain. That day, when Qianhui went to the black market, she clearly felt someone was watching her, but couldn't find anyone. Still, she managed to get a little grain and tried to ask around for news. Because of the food, those people were happy to chat a bit more and described how Ruanruan was dressed. Since Ruanruan had wrapped herself up so tightly, none of them had seen her face, so they couldn't say anything about that. But for Qianhui, this was already enough. From their descriptions, she was able to confirm that the person who kept staring at her was indeed Ruanruan. After learning that person was Ruanruan, Qianhui was first shocked and scared. After all, she hadn't covered herself up very well, and Ruanruan had heard her voice. If Ruanruan reported her, she'd be in serious trouble. But once Qianhui calmed down, she came up with a plan to strike first. In Qianhui's opinion, Ruanruan must have gone to the black market to check food prices before buying grain. As long as she waited in the black market next time she had a day off, she could catch Ruanruan in the act and report her to the authorities. Then, Ruanruan would never be able to keep her job at the hospital. After all, a hospital would never hire someone with a stain on their record as a nurse. After secretly making up her mind, Qianhui went home for a quick rest after her night shift, then headed straight to the black market. Qianhui wasn't sure when Ruanruan would show up, but since they got off work together and she'd seen Ruanruan return home, she figured it was only a matter of time. Now, she was all dressed up and waiting for Ruanruan to appear so she could catch her red-handed. The black market was quite large and Qianhui was worried she might miss Ruanruan, so she wandered around the market, secretly waiting for her arrival. But to her surprise, she ended up waiting from dawn until dusk. By the time it was completely dark and she was the only one left in the market, Qianhui had to admit that Ruanruan hadn't come at all. After wasting an entire day and accomplishing nothing, it was easy to imagine how frustrated Qianhui felt. On top of that, she was wearing an old cotton coat from last year, which was a bit small and tight and not very warm. After wandering around the drafty black market, she returned home and immediately felt weak all over, collapsing onto her bed without wanting to move. Having worked as a nurse in the hospital for so long, she quickly realized what was wrong with her. She had caught a fever from the cold. Not only had she failed to catch Ruanruan, but she'd also worked a night shift without rest and now ended up with a fever. Qian Huihui was absolutely furious. At this point, she had already taken some fever medicine and was lying on the heated brick bed, cursing Ruanruan under her breath. If Ruanruan had shown up, if she hadn't had to wait all day for nothing, would she have gotten sick? No matter how she looked at it, it was all Ruanruan's fault. Meanwhile, Ruanruan, completely unaware, was already fast asleep. Qian Huihui thought that after taking medicine and sleeping on the warm bed for a night, she'd be fine. But who could have guessed that when she woke up the next day and tried to sit up, she was hit by a wave of dizziness and collapsed back onto the bed. Not only that, she felt cold and a bit nauseous. After a night, her condition had only gotten worse, and Qian Huihui hated Ruanruan even more. At this point, everyone in the Qian family had already left, so there was no one at home to take care of her. Qian Huihui knew that a high fever could be deadly and could even cause brain damage, so she wasn't about to just sit and wait for the worst. Summoning all her strength, she struggled to get up and put on her clothes, then staggered out the door. Ruanruan was at work, and by mid-morning, the gynecology department brought in a patient. Naturally, Ruanruan went over to help. But when she saw the pale-faced patient, she was startled. "Isn't that Qian Huihui?" But this clearly wasn't the time to talk, and Ruanruan didn't have a chance to ask the people who brought Qian Huihui in what had happened. She could only focus on helping out for now. Once there was nothing else she could do, Ruanruan stepped out of the ward. There was a nurse standing outside whom Ruanruan found familiar, though she couldn't recall her name right away. Li Jing noticed Ruanruan staring at her and felt a bit uneasy. "Why are you staring at me like that?" she couldn't help but ask. Ruanruan calmly looked away and replied in an even tone, "I just wanted to ask about the patient's condition." Since it was work-related, even if Li Jing was reluctant, she still had to answer. "I'm not exactly sure what happened to her. The people who brought her in said she collapsed on the main road. By the time she was found, she was barely breathing from the cold. When they picked her up, they saw blood on her lower body, and the snow was stained red. Our head nurse said she might be pregnant, so she didn't dare give her any medication and had her sent over to gynecology." By the end, Li Jing's voice had dropped, and she looked uncertain. Although she and Qian Huihui didn't always get along, they commuted to and from work together. If Qian Huihui were pregnant, she would definitely know. She could guarantee that Qian Huihui was definitely not pregnant. But since the head nurse had said that in front of everyone, she didn't dare contradict her and just went along with sending Qian Huihui over. Ruanruan had just come out of the ward, so she knew perfectly well that Qian Huihui just had a fever and was on her period. There was absolutely no pregnancy involved. So, did Qian Huihui offend the head nurse? Otherwise, why would the head nurse say something like that about a nurse from her own department for no reason? After all, rumors can be deadly sometimes. Especially in a hospital, news spreads like wildfire. Even if it's eventually proven that Qian Huihui isn't pregnant, her reputation will still take a hit. Ruanruan found it odd, but didn't say much. She had nothing to do with Qian Huihui. If anything, they were more like enemies than friends. She certainly wasn't about to worry about her enemy. Seeing that Li Jing had nothing more to say, Ruanruan just gave a non-committal, "Oh," and turned to leave. Li Jing quickly grabbed her arm. "Ruanruan, we all started working at this hospital together. Don't you care about Qian Huihui at all?" Ruanruan chuckled. "There were 8 of us who started together. Why aren't you worried about the other 5? Li Jing wanted to say she wasn't close to the others, but before she could, she realized what Ruanruan meant. In other words, Ruanruan wasn't close to them either. If they weren't close, why should she care? Seeing Li Jing at a loss for words, Ruanruan pulled her arm free and walked away. Qian Huihui didn't wake up until noon. When she opened her eyes and saw she was in the hospital, she let out a sigh of relief. After leaving home, she'd felt cold and weak and didn't even know when she'd collapsed. Luckily, Some kind-hearted people brought her to the hospital. Otherwise, with the temperature outside, she probably would have frozen to death before long. When Qian Huihui turned her head and looked around, the woman in the bed next to her chuckled and said, "You're awake, little sister. You really are too careless. Your period came and you didn't even prepare for it in advance? You even got sent here because people thought you were pregnant. That's just too careless. You can't let this happen again in the future." The woman kept on chattering, but Qian Huihui was already staring in shock, her mind buzzing. Be pregnant? Were they talking about her? Qian Huihui was just about to ask what was going on when Li Jing pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as Li Jing saw that Qian Huihui was awake, she immediately brightened up with joy. Although Li Jing herself felt that her relationship with Qian Huihui was just so, in other people's eyes, they were actually quite close. Since Qian Huihui was sick, she had to come by and look after her. Now that Qian Huihui was awake, once her family arrived or she went home, Li Jing wouldn't have to come by anymore. But before Li Jing could say anything, Qian Huihui immediately bombarded her with questions. Li Jing, what's going on? Why are they saying I'm pregnant? Li Jing didn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, she hadn't been the one to say it. Now, answering Qian Huihui's question didn't bother her in the slightest. Li Jing explained the whole story from beginning to end, then leaned in and whispered in Qian Huihui's ear, "Did you offend the head nurse or something?" After hearing Li Jing's explanation, Qian Huihui wondered the same thing herself. But thinking it over, she couldn't remember ever offending the head nurse, so she just shook her head. "I don't know. As far as I remember, I haven't." "That's strange, then. Why would she say that about you?" "Even though the misunderstanding has been cleared up, people gossiping about it isn't good for your reputation," Li Jing said, puzzled. Even if Qian Huihui wasn't actually pregnant, people would still wonder if there was something wrong with her character. Otherwise, why would anyone suspect her of being pregnant in the first place? Once a woman gets tangled up in something like this, it can be impossible to shake off for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Li Jing gave Qian Huihui a sympathetic look. From now on, she'd better keep her distance from Qian Huihui. Otherwise, what if people thought they were the same kind of person? Li Jing sat beside Qian Huihui, and her thoughts showed on her face. There was no way Qian Huihui wouldn't notice. Seeing this only made Qian Huihui angrier and more frustrated. When Su Swan walked in, she saw the two of them glaring at each other. Su Swan didn't bother with the strange atmosphere between them. She just took out a thermometer and told Qian Huihui to check her temperature. Seeing Su Swan, Qian Huihui, who was already unsettled, became even more flustered. Li Jing had said that most people in the hospital already knew about it, so Su Swan definitely knew as well. She hadn't managed to get the better of Su Swan, and now Su Swan had gotten to see her make a fool of herself. Just thinking about it made Qian Huihui furious. But Su Swan ignored Qian Huihui's hateful glare. After taking back the thermometer, Su Swan said, "You don't have a gynecological issue, so you'll be moved to a different ward. You're aware of that, right?" Qian Huihui, still an unmarried young woman, instantly bristled at the words gynecological issue, glaring at Su Swan as if she wanted to eat her alive. Ruanruan didn't dodge, meeting Qian Huihui's gaze directly. "You're just staring at me without saying a word. What's that supposed to mean? Are you moving or not? If you don't say anything, how am I supposed to know what you want?" Anyway, the gynecology ward had plenty of available rooms now, so it didn't really matter if Qian Huihui moved or not. The only reason Ruanruan even bothered to ask was because the head nurse had told her to. Otherwise, she couldn't care less where Qian Huihui stayed. No matter how angry Qian Huihui was, she wouldn't joke about something like this. She didn't want to stay in the gynecology ward for even one more minute. I want to be discharged," Qian Huihui said. She didn't think her condition was that serious anyway. She'd only come to the hospital to get a checkup and take a few days off work. A couple days rest at home would be enough. Not to mention, there was no one to take care of her in the hospital, and the hospital fees weren't cheap either. "Then just pay your bill and you're good to go," Ruanruan replied. You were unconscious when you came in, and your family never showed up, so your admission paperwork was never completed. Now you don't have to worry about discharge paperwork either. Just pay your bill and you can leave. The payment window was right nearby. The county hospital wasn't exactly big, but it wasn't small either. Just the inpatient department alone had several buildings. To make it easier for families to pay, there was usually a small office on the first floor for registering admissions and handling payments. Since Qian Huihui worked at the hospital, she was of course familiar with all this. But she was still feeling weak, so she took out the money she'd brought and handed it to Li Jing, who was standing nearby. "Li Jing, could you help me pay the bill?" What could Li Jing say? Of course she agreed. Once Li Jing left with the money, Ruanruan also walked away. Qian Huihui glared at her, looking like she wanted to eat her alive, but she had no intention of staying. Watching Ruanruan's departing figure, Qian Huihui clenched her teeth in anger. When Ruanruan returned to the nurse's station, the people who'd gone to eat had just come back. She took out her own lunchbox and headed to the cafeteria. At some point, the sun had come out outside. The round sun hung in the sky, its pale light not the least bit dazzling, nor did it give off any warmth. To Ruanruan, the sun was nothing more than a decoration. But even a decoration had its uses. At least it made the daytime feel less gloomy, and it was noticeably brighter. After a hot meal, Ruanruan felt much warmer. When she got back to the nurse's station, Qian Huihui had already left with Li Jing's help. Ruanruan didn't give it a second thought and went back to her work. After her shift ended in the afternoon, Ruanruan didn't stay home for long. She told Granny Jin she was heading out and went to find Hu Xiaoxiao. She needed to get a letter back from her so she could mail it out tomorrow morning. She hadn't replied for so long, she wondered if Xiao Chunjin was worried. Wei Hong and Hu Xiaoxiao were both home from work. This time, Wei Hong opened the door. Seeing it was Ruanruan, she pulled her inside. "You little rascal, why are you just standing there? Come in and sit. Are you afraid I won't let you stay for dinner?" Wei Hong teased. "How could that be? Aunt Wei, you're always the best to me." Ruanruan replied with a laugh. "Well, since you said I'm so good to you, you're not allowed to leave tonight. You chat with Xiaoxiao, I'll go make dinner." Ruanruan was about to say something else, but Wei Hong was already in the kitchen. Seeing this, Ruanruan could only keep quiet. Oh well. It's not like Wei Hong would miss one more mouth at the dinner table anyway. After Wei Hong left, Ruanruan sidled up to Hu Xiaoxiao and whispered, "Have you finished writing the letter?" Hu Xiaoxiao nodded and pulled out 2 neatly folded sheets of paper, handing them to Ruanruan. Ruanruan tucked the letters into her satchel. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Xiaoxiao you and, well, these days?" She couldn't quite find the right words, so her question was vague, but she was sure Hu Xiaoxiao would understand what she meant. Of course, Hu Xiaoxiao understood. Precisely because she understood, she fell silent. It wasn't that she didn't want to tell Ruanruan. It was just that, even now, she herself wasn't sure what kind of relationship she and Li Dongyang really had. They'd kept in touch by writing letters, but neither had ever said anything more than sharing updates about their lives and what was happening around them. Given that, how was she supposed to explain things? If their relationship had been clear, when Wei Hong offered to introduce her to someone last time, Hu Xiaoxiao would have mentioned Li Dongyang. Seeing Hu Xiaoxiao's long silence, Ruanruan decided to drop the subject and change the topic. "Xiaoxiao, let me tell you about Qian Huihui." Ruanruan recounted what had happened with Qian Huihui, leaving Hu Xiaoxiao wide-eyed in surprise. But soon, Hu Xiaoxiao burst out laughing. So Qian Huihui finally got what she deserved. Serves her right. Seeing Ruanruan's puzzled look, Hu Xiaoxiao explained, "I kept forgetting to tell you, Hu Tianqing got married again last year. He married a divorced woman who already had a daughter. Not long after she moved in, she got pregnant and gave birth to a little boy for Hu Tianqing. That woman is nothing like my mom, she's tough. Since she gave Hu Tianqing a son in his old age, she's got him completely under her thumb, and even Gao Fengxia doesn't dare say a word. Qian Huihui used to strut around the Hu family, acting all high and mighty because Gao Fengxia doted on her. Now she's fallen from grace and is like a stray dog. Serves her right. As Hu Xiaoxiao spoke, her tone was full of satisfaction. At that moment, Su Ruanruan wore the exact same expression Hu Xiaoxiao had just had. Xiaoxiao, how come you never mentioned this before? Su Ruanruan asked. Hu Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. Why bother talking about them? It's just upsetting. If you hadn't brought up Qian Huihui today, I wouldn't have mentioned it at all. Anyway, we have nothing to do with them anymore. However, their living now has nothing to do with us. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan nodded in agreement. That was indeed the truth. Still, Su Ruanruan felt a sense of satisfaction. What was this called? Retribution may be slow, but it always comes. Sooner or later, everyone pays for their misdeeds. When Wei Hong came in with the food, she saw both Hu Xiaoxiao and Su Ruanruan looking delighted, so she asked curiously, "What are you two talking about? Why are you so happy?" Before Su Ruanruan could reply, Hu Xiaoxiao quickly explained the whole story. Wei Hong couldn't help but smile too. They got what they deserved. But, Xiaoxiao, let's not concern ourselves with them. Whether their lives are good or bad has nothing to do with us. We shouldn't let our own happiness or sadness be tied to them. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but look at Wei Hong with newfound respect. She'd always known Wei Hong was a broad-minded person, but she hadn't realized just how clearly she saw things. After having dinner with Hu Xiaoxiao and Wei Hong, Su Ruanruan went back home. When Su Ruanruan arrived, Granny Chen was chatting with Qian Aiju. The two of them smiled as soon as they saw her come in. It's dinner time and you're still not home. I just knew you must have eaten at Xiaoxiao's place. You child. Granny Chen said this, but there wasn't much reproach in her tone. After all, Granny Chen knew exactly how much grain Su Ruanruan sold to the Hu family. Su Ruanruan going over for a meal was no big deal. Su Ruanruan just smiled at Granny Chen's words and didn't dwell on the topic. Instead, she turned to Qian Aiju. Auntie, did you finish writing your reply? Qian Aiju nodded and took out the letter from her pocket, handing it to Su Ruanruan. Sorry to trouble you again, Ruanruan, for mailing this back. Su Ruanruan took the letter. It's no trouble at all. I'm off work during the day anyway, so it's just on the way. Besides this, there's also the matter of grain, Qian Aiju continued. Sometimes your uncle and I eat at the factory, but the meals there have gotten more expensive. After doing the math, we figured it's better to cook at home. But that means we're running a bit short on grain. Your grandma told me you managed to buy quite a lot, so I thought I'd come over and buy some from you. We don't need much, just a few dozen jean would be enough. Plus, we can still buy some from the grain store, so it'll be more than enough for the two of us. When Su Ruanruan brought out so much grain, she'd already planned to set some aside for Qian Aiju and Xiao Aigua. So after hearing Qian Aiju's request, she nodded right away. You don't even need to ask me about this, Auntie. You and Grandma can just work it out between yourselves. Qian Aiju knew that, but since Su Ruanruan was now the only granddaughter of the Su family and would eventually be the Xiao family's daughter-in-law, she instinctively didn't want to keep anything from her. There's one more thing, Qian Aiju hesitated for a moment, besides what your uncle and I need, I was thinking. If you still have some extra grain, could you spare some for Xiulan's family? Xiulanjie. Su Ruanruan was surprised for a moment, but quickly understood what Qian Aiju meant. Right now, Xiulan wasn't working. Even if someone helped her fill in at work, neither the wages nor the subsidies would go to her. So now, Xiulan and Wang Qinxue could only rely on Wang Qinxue's salary to get by. The two of them had been working for years, and without kids before, they surely had some savings. But in the current situation, even with money and ration tickets, it wasn't always possible to buy grain. Qian Aiju adored her son, Xiao Chenjin, but she cared just as deeply for her daughter, Xiao Xiulan. Of course, she'd be thinking of Xiulan at a time like this. Su Ruanruan felt a little guilty. She'd actually forgotten about Xiulan before. But it was fine. With so much grain, giving some to Xiulan would be no problem at all. So Su Ruanruan didn't hesitate and agreed right away. Of course. Do you know how much Xiaolanjia needs? At this point, Granny Chen chimed in. Xiaolan is pregnant now, so she definitely can't go hungry. I don't have a lot extra, but giving her 50 or 100 jin is no problem. With that, Granny Chen had set the amount of grain. Hearing this, Su Wanwan was a bit puzzled as to why Granny Chen had to add that last sentence. But with Qian Aiju present, Su Wanwan couldn't ask and just kept quiet, planning to ask after Qian Aiju left. Qian Aiju had clearly made plans in advance. As soon as she heard Granny Chen's words, she immediately agreed. Just give Xiaolan and Xinxue a few dozen jin of grain, however much they can eat is enough. I'll take it all with me today and deliver it to her tomorrow. Since they'd come to an agreement, Granny Chen carefully asked what kinds of grain were needed. Once she had all the details, she told Su Wanwan to stay and chat with Qian Aiju while she and Su Aimin went to the storeroom. After Granny Chen and Su Aimin left, Qian Aiju asked Su Wanwan how she'd been lately. Although their families lived next door to each other, both of them worked, and especially since Su Wanwan's work hours were different from Qian Aiju's, they didn't see each other every day. But whenever they did meet, Qian Aiju would always ask Su Wanwan with concern how she'd been doing recently and whether anything had happened at the hospital. After listening to Su Wanwan, Qian Aiju would often share some tips about getting along with colleagues. Qian Aiju had been working at the factory for more than 10 years, so she was very experienced in these matters. Although Su Aimin and Granny Chen had both lived for most of their lives, neither of them had ever held a job, so they couldn't really help Su Wanwan in this area. Su Wanwan always listened intently, and she grew even fonder of Qian Aiju. No matter how you looked at it, Qian Aiju was a truly good person. The two of them chatted and laughed, and time flew by. When Granny Chen and Su Aimin returned carrying the grain, the two women were surprised at how quickly they'd finished weighing it out. It felt like hardly any time had passed. Although she was reluctant to leave, Qian Aiju stood up, took out the money she'd prepared earlier, and handed it to Granny Chen. Before Granny Chen could refuse, Qian Aiju spoke up first. We may be in-laws, but even brothers settle accounts clearly. Let's just do things properly, no need to argue about it. Hearing this, Granny Chen took the money without hesitation, didn't even bother to count it, and stuffed it into her pocket. You don't need to say it, I know. Come on, let Ruanruan walk you home. By now, it was already quite late. People in those days went to bed and got up early. If you stayed up too late, you'd have trouble getting up the next morning. It really wouldn't be easy for Qian Aiju to carry all that grain home by herself, so she didn't refuse Granny Chen's offer. Su Wanruan helped Qian Aiju carry the grain home, greeted Xiao Aigua, and then returned to the Su family house. As soon as she walked in, Su Wanruan couldn't wait to sit down beside Granny Chen. Grandma, why did you specify the amount of grain so precisely just now? Before Granny Chen could answer, Su Aimin shot Su Wanruan a look and said, Your grandma, and I thought you'd grown up after working for so long, but it seems you're still a child. Haven't you ever heard the saying, a kindness of a liter of rice brings gratitude, but a kindness of a bushel brings resentment? We do have a lot of grain, and it's fine to sell some to Aunt Qian or give some to your sister Xiaolan, but Xiaolan has her own in-laws. Don't her in-laws need to eat? Don't they have relatives? Don't they need to eat too? If you don't set a limit, people will think you have endless grain. Then one family will come, then another, and soon everyone will be knocking on your door. How much grain do you have to sell to all of them? Su Wanruan stared at Su Aimin in shock. Grandpa, I really didn't expect it. You actually thought of that. Su Aimin glared at her. What's that supposed to mean? Why wouldn't I think of it? Su Wanruan chuckled. You're right, Grandpa. I just wasn't thinking things through before. She had only considered getting along well with Xiao Xiaolan and figured there was no harm in selling her a bit more grain. After all, Xiao Xiaolan wasn't working now and was relying solely on Wang Qinxue, so life must be pretty tough for them. But she'd forgotten Xiao Xiaolan was already married. She helped Qian Aiju and Xiao Xiaolan partly because they were close and partly because that was her future in-laws family. If she was going to help her own in-laws, Xiao Xiaolan would do the same for hers. And when that happened, thinking of those endless in-laws and their endless relatives, Ruanruan couldn't help but shiver. Grandma, from now on, let's not sell our grain to anyone. Granny Chen nodded. That's what I was thinking too. Just now, your Aunt Qian's family bought 80 jin, so that's already 160 jin gone. What's left? We might have to stretch all the way until this time next year. Thinking about this strange weather, Ruanruan sighed as well. She suddenly felt that the amount of grain she'd taken out was still too little. But she also knew that taking out 500 or 600 jin was already quite a lot. If she brought out more than 1,000 jin, even if Su Aimin was slow, he'd realize something was off. Besides, Su Aimin wasn't stupid. Forget it, like they say, help in an emergency, not in poverty. The Xiao family are capable people. With those 80 jin to tide them over, they should be able to make it through. The next morning, after breakfast, Ruanruan took a letter to the post office. Besides her reply, she also sent a package. Although Xiao Chunjin didn't have to spend money on food or daily needs where he was, Ruanruan still made him 2 sets of close-fitting clothes, plus a sweater, long underwear, and a cotton vest. These were all for wearing underneath. Where Xiao Chunjin was, the winters must be cold. If the issued clothes weren't warm enough, these would help keep him warm. Ruanruan didn't know if Xiao Chunjin's size had changed after being away so long, but considering his age and daily training, she made the clothes a bit bigger. She also mentally asked Xiao Chunjin for his current measurements, so when his reply arrived, she could make new clothes in the right size to send next time. When she left the post office, it was still early. Ruanruan strolled down the street. She noticed everyone was bundled up tightly and walked very carefully. Although it hadn't snowed again these past few days, the snow on the ground had been trampled into thick ice. Walking on it was slippery. If you weren't careful, falling was the least of your worries. When she reached a gentle slope, Ruanruan was especially cautious. Just as she was inching her way along, she heard a startled cry behind her, getting closer and closer. Hearing that, Ruanruan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly grabbed onto a pile of snow at the side and pushed herself up with both legs, jumping out of the way. Almost as soon as she scrambled up, someone slid right over the spot where she'd just been standing, lying flat on their back. This was a corner, and the road beyond the turn happened to be lower than the one she was on, forming a gentle slope. Normally, walking here didn't feel like anything special. But with the ground now covered in ice, walking became quite a challenge. The ice on the ground was thick and hard, making it nearly impossible to clear away. All she could do was walk with extra caution. Even so, people still slipped and fell. If you fell, you'd end up just like the person who had just slid around the corner. If there was no one ahead, it wouldn't be so bad. But if someone happened to be in front, it could easily set off a chain reaction, with several people sliding one after another. Ruanruan watched as that person quickly slid around the corner and disappeared from sight, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, she'd reacted fast enough, otherwise, her fate wouldn't have been any better. Ruanruan glanced back behind her. She didn't see anyone else coming, but just in case, she stayed on top of the snowbank. The snow was piled high, with only the top layer frozen into ice, and it couldn't support a person's weight. Every time Ruanruan took a step, she'd sinken up to half her leg, making it really tough to walk. After struggling for 2 or 3 meters and getting herself covered in snow, Ruanruan had no choice but to give up. Carefully, she climbed down from the snowbank and continued her difficult trek across the ice. At long last, she made it down the slope and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when her foot slipped again. Fortunately, the ground here was flat, so Ruanruan quickly regained her balance. Once she'd steadied herself and looked up, she saw someone in front of her, rubbing their backside and yelping in pain. No need to ask, this was obviously the unlucky soul who'd just slid down a moment ago. The path was narrow, and unless there was a special reason, people usually didn't stop in the middle of it, or else it would cause a jam. Ruanruan wanted to get by, but the person in front wasn't moving. Left with no choice, she called out, "Can you move?" The person turned their head while still rubbing their backside, complaining, "My butt hurts. I'll go in a second." Before he could finish, he froze. Ruanruan found it odd. The voice sounded familiar. When she looked closely, she was stunned too. "Zhao Gang." Zhao Gang's face lit up with surprise. "Ruanruan, what are you doing here?" "I'm going home." "That's perfect. Take me to Uncle Zhao's house, will you?" The Uncle Zhao Gang mentioned was Xiao Aigua. Hearing this, Ruanruan didn't hesitate. "Sure, I'll take you." The two of them walked in single file, making conversation difficult. It wasn't until they reached the entrance of the Su family home and stopped that Ruanruan asked, "So what brings you to town?" Zhao Gang and Zheng Chang had been Xiao Qingjin's childhood friends. After graduating from middle school, neither of them continued their studies. Later, Xiao Qingjin helped them look out for job openings in the county, and both of them came to take the entrance exams, but unfortunately, neither passed. Still, Zhao Gang and Zheng Chang hadn't been set on becoming city workers. Since they didn't get in, they simply settled down to work in the production brigade, earning full work points these past few years, and their families were doing much better. Last time she'd gone back, Ruanruan even heard Luo Yufeng say that both of them were already engaged. If it hadn't been for the sudden heavy snow making travel impossible, they might have been married by now. When Ruanruan asked her question, Zhao Gang's expression turned serious. "I came to find Uncle Xiao and Aunt Qian. Grandma Luo broke her leg." "What?" "Granny Luo broke her leg. She fell last night. The brigade doctor already said it, but she'll have to stay in bed for a few months. Grandpa Xiao sent me to the county this morning to let Uncle Xiao and the others know." When Ruanruan first heard that Luo Yufeng had broken her leg, she was so shocked she nearly lost her wits, her voice rising several pitches. Even now, though she'd calmed down a little, her heart was still pounding furiously. It was only a little after 10 in the morning, and there were still an hour or two before Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju got off work. She couldn't just sit around and wait. "They won't be off work for another hour or so. I'll go with you to the food factory and find them." No sooner had Ruanruan said this than the Su family's front gate opened, and Granny Chen and Su Aimin came out one after the other. "Ruanruan, what's wrong? I could hear you all the way from inside." "Oh? Isn't this Zhao Gang? When did you get here?" "Granny Chen, I just arrived. I ran into Ruanruan on the road. I'm not very familiar with the county, and if she hadn't led me, I don't know how long it would have taken me to find the place." Zhao Gang hurriedly explained. Things were urgent, so Ruanruan kept it brief. "Grandma, Zhao Gang says Granny Luo broke her leg. I'm taking him to the food factory to find Aunt and Uncle. You and Grandpa stay home, don't go wandering around." With all this snow and ice, the elderly really shouldn't be out and about. Granny Chen was startled by the news, but knowing how urgent it was, she didn't press for details. She just urged Ruanruan to hurry and take Zhao Gang to find the others. She and Su Aimin watched them go, then supported each other as they walked back inside. They couldn't risk falling themselves. They didn't want to cause Ruanruan any more trouble. Ruanruan and Zhao Gang were both young, so even if they slipped a couple of times on the ice, it wouldn't be a big deal. To get there faster, they didn't walk slowly. Instead, they half-walked, half-slid along, making much better time. Before long, they reached the gate of the food factory. The gatekeeper didn't exactly know Ruanruan, but she looked familiar. Seeing her rush over anxiously, he smiled and asked what she needed. "I'm looking for Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju. Could you call them out for me? It's urgent." Seeing how anxious she was, the gatekeeper didn't make things difficult. He told her to wait and went inside to call them. About 10 minutes later, Qian Aiju and Xiao Aigua came out. "Ruanruan, what's wrong?" "Gongzi, what are you doing here?" Qian Aiju asked in surprise. Xiao Aigua was a bit calmer. Seeing the looks on Ruanruan and Zhao Gang's faces, he immediately sensed something was wrong. "Did something happen to my parents?" Zhao Gang nodded. "Uncle Xiao, Granny Luo broke her leg. Grandpa Xiao sent me to get you." "What? When did this happen?" Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju asked in unison, but before Zhao Gang could answer, they said they'd go back and ask for leave, telling Su Ruanruan and Zhao Gang to wait a moment. As Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju hurried off, Su Ruanruan finally asked Zhao Gang, "How did Granny Luo fall?" With all this snow and ice, and no farm work to do, Granny Luo couldn't have slipped while shoveling snow, could she? Zhao Gang let out a long sigh. Yesterday, Shen Yanjun and his wife started arguing again. They were yelling and making a scene, and it looked like they were about to start fighting. Granny Luo heard about it and went to break it up, but someone accidentally pushed her and then. She said to Qian Aiju, "Auntie, why don't you let Zhao Gang go shopping with you? I'll head home and pack up some things to bring for Grandma Luo." "What's this?" "Ruanruan, are you going back to check on things too?" Su Ruanruan nodded. "Grandma Luo broke her leg. I definitely have to go back and see her. Qingjin isn't home, and Sister Xiaolan is pregnant. If I don't go back, Grandma Luo will feel even worse. If someone's healthy, maybe they don't think much of it. But once you get sick, it's hard not to overthink things." Xiao Chenjin is a filial person, and so is Su Ruanruan. Now that Xiao Chenjin isn't home, Su Ruanruan feels she has to be twice as attentive. Meanwhile, Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju had just returned, both sweating profusely despite the cold weather, steam practically rising from their heads. "Gongzi, let's hurry back to the production team." Xiao Aigua grabbed Zhao Gang, ready to leave. Seeing how anxious he was, Qian Aiju quickly stopped him. "Of course we need to hurry back, but you can't go empty-handed. Mom broke her leg, and she's getting old. She needs something nutritious to help her recover. Go home now and pack up our best rice and flour to bring along. I'll go to the department store to buy some milk powder or malted milk, and if I can get some pork bones, that's even better. Bone broth is the best for healing bones." Qian Aiju rattled all this off in one breath, leaving Su Ruanruan and the others momentarily stunned. Xiao Aigua quickly came to his senses. "You really think of everything." "All right, I'll head home right away." Su Ruanruan thought for a moment. "Should I go back and check on things too?" She nodded to herself. "Grandma Luo broke her leg, so of course I have to go back and see her. Qingjin isn't home, and Sister Xiaolan is pregnant. If I don't go, Grandma Luo will feel even more upset. If people are healthy, maybe it doesn't matter much. But once someone falls ill, it's easy to start worrying." Xiao Chenjin is a filial person, and so is Su Ruanruan. Now that Xiao Chenjin isn't home, Su Ruanruan feels she needs to be even more attentive. "What about the hospital?" "It's fine. I'll go take leave at the hospital first, then go home and pack up. I'll be quick, we can all meet up at home." Since Su Ruanruan had already made up her mind, Qian Aiju and Xiao Aigua didn't say anything more. The group immediately split up to get things done. Su Ruanruan hurried and half-slid her way to the hospital, making good time. It wasn't even her shift, but she showed up at the hospital looking anxious, so it was obvious something must have happened. Since starting work, Su Ruanruan had never asked for leave before. This was her first time. The head nurse had no objections and approved her leave right away. She didn't have to work tonight, and tomorrow wasn't her shift either, so she effectively had 2 days off, more than enough time to take care of things. Leaving the hospital, Su Ruanruan breathed a sigh of relief, but her pace didn't slow at all. She practically wished she could fly home. She really was fast. By the time she got home, Qian Aiju hadn't even returned from shopping yet. Su Ruanruan called out at the Xiao family's door, then hurried back to her own house. Grandma Chen and Su Aimin had been waiting for her. When they saw Su Ruanruan come running back, sweating and out of breath, they felt both worried and sympathetic, but also understood how urgent things were. "Grandma, I've already taken leave at the hospital. In a bit, I'll go back to the production team with Auntie Qian and the others to check on things." Grandma Chen nodded quickly. "That's how it should be. Your grandpa and I are both old now. Going out in this weather would only slow you down. Only you can go back and check on things." Su Aimin pointed to a basket nearby. "We just packed this up for you. Take it with you. It's a little something from our family." Su Ruanruan hadn't even mentioned it yet, but Su Aimin and Grandma Chen had already packed everything up. Grandpa and Grandma, you had the same idea as me. Since you've already packed everything, that saves me the trouble. Once Aunt Qian gets back, we'll head out right away. Granny Chen asked curiously, where did your Aunt Qian go? She went to the department store to see if she could buy some malted milk or powdered milk, and she also wanted to pick up some pork bones. Granny Chen nodded. Your Aunt Qian is such a filial daughter-in-law. In our whole production brigade, I've never seen anyone more considerate than her. She always thinks of everything. But malted milk and powdered milk are rare these days. She might not be able to get any. It doesn't matter though, your grandpa and I have already prepared some. We still have what we bought before and haven't even touched it. That's perfect. This way, Aunt Qian won't feel bad if she comes back empty-handed. Ruanruan, did Gongzi tell you how your grandma Luo broke her leg? At the mention of this, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but sigh. He only told me a little, not the details. Apparently, Shen Yanjun and Yumanchi were arguing, and when Grandma Luo heard about it, she went over to try to mediate. Somehow, she got pushed and fell. I don't think Zhao Gang knows exactly what happened either. I'll find out more when I get back. As soon as Su Aimin and Granny Chen heard that Yumanchi and Zhao Gang were involved, their faces darkened. Those two again. Can't they ever stop causing trouble? It's not enough to mess up their own lives, now they're dragging the elders into it. Su Ruanruan was just about to say something when she heard someone calling her from outside. She quickly slung her basket onto her back and headed out. Grandpa, Grandma, I think Aunt Qian is back. We're leaving now. I'm not sure if I'll be back tonight, so don't wait up for me. If it gets dark, eat dinner early and go to bed. Don't go outside, the roads are bad and it's cold. She kept reminding them as she hurried toward the gate. Granny Chen and Su Aimin followed her, agreeing to everything she said. The little path in their yard was spotless, thanks to Su Ruanruan's cleaning. There wasn't a trace of thick ice or even a bit of snow left. When she was clearing the path before, Su Aimin and Granny Chen had tried to stop her, saying it was a waste of effort. There would be plenty more snowfalls before winter was over, so it wouldn't stay clear for long. But Su Ruanruan hadn't listened. She figured she had the time, and if the path was clear, it would be safer and easier for her family to walk, at least without worrying about slipping. Now, after hearing what happened to Luo Yufeng, Su Ruanruan was even more glad she'd made that decision. No matter what happened outside, at least at home, she didn't have to worry about Granny Chen and Su Aimin having any accidents. When Su Ruanruan got to the gate, she saw Qian Aiju and the others were already ready to go. They said goodbye to Su Aimin and Granny Chen and hurried on their way. On the road, Qian Aiju sounded a bit discouraged. The department store is so big, but they didn't have any powdered milk or malted milk at all. At least I managed to buy some pork bones, so we can make a couple of nourishing meals. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan quickly said, Auntie, my grandma already set aside some malted milk and powdered milk. It's fine that you couldn't buy any. How can that be? Qian Aiju protested. Before she could finish, Su Ruanruan cut her off. Why not? My grandparents are both in good health. If we just leave it at home, it'll go to waste. Now it can finally be put to good use. They had already left the county town by now, so it was obviously impossible for Su Ruanruan to go back and return the things. Qian Aiju was silent for a long time before letting out a long sigh. Ruanruan, you're just like Grandma Luo's own granddaughter. Auntie, don't say that. Haven't I always treated Grandma Luo as my own grandmother? Su Ruanruan said this to try to cheer Qian Aiju up, but unexpectedly, Qian Aiju sighed again, her tone turning resentful. You're always thinking about your Grandma Luo and Grandpa Xiao, but their real grandson and granddaughter-in-law live so close by. Not only do they go 10 days or half a month without visiting, now they've even done something like this. When we get back. As she spoke, Qian Aiju suddenly fell silent. Su Ruanruan glanced at her and saw that Qian Aiju was looking at Xiao Aigua, who was walking ahead. Xiao Aigua was in front of them, so Su Ruanruan could only see his back, not his expression. After a moment of silence, Xiao Aigua spoke in a deep voice, When we get back, We'll find out exactly what happened. If I'll break their legs myself. Ruanruan just took this as angry talk. After all, the Xiao and Shen families were in-laws, and Shen Yanjun was the only grandson of the Shen family. Yumanchi was pregnant with the next generation of the Shen family. How could they possibly break their legs at a time like this? Unless both families wanted to lose all face. Lost in these thoughts, Ruanruan was surprised to find that the journey seemed to pass quickly, and before she knew it, they were back at the third production team. The sun was shining brightly today, but there was still little warmth in it. Even so, quite a few people were standing outside in the production team, chatting. When they saw Ruanruan and the others hurrying in with baskets on their backs, people came up to greet them. Aigua, Aiju, you're back. Hurry home and check on your mother. She's so old now and suddenly breaking her leg, lying in bed for months unable to move. What a terrible ordeal. Aigua, if you ask me, that Shen Yanjun really needs a good talking to. He's over 20 now, about to be a father, so why is he still so unreliable? Exactly. He even pushed his own grandmother, sending her rolling down more than 10 meters and breaking her leg. I've never seen a grandson so unfilial. Listening to these comments along the way, Ruanruan felt increasingly heavy-hearted. Everyone was talking about Shen Yanjun, but no one mentioned Yumanchi. Could it be that what happened to Luo Yufeng was all Shen Yanjun's doing alone? Ruanruan found it odd, but she didn't ask anyone directly. After all, they'd be at the Xiao house soon, and everything would become clear then. Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju both wore grim expressions as they listened to the people around them gossiping, but neither said a word the entire way. Before long, they arrived at the Xiao house. A good number of people had followed them, and they all went inside together. Once inside, everyone greeted Luo Yufeng and Xiao Dashan, offering words of comfort. The messages were all similar. Now that Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju were back, and both of them were so filial, Luo Yufeng could rest easy. Since it was the slack farming season, she could just focus on recovering for a few months. Although Luo Yufeng and Xiao Dashan had heard these words many times over the past couple of days, they still appreciated the kindness and thanked everyone. Everyone present knew that the Xiao family needed some private time to talk, so they didn't stay long and soon took their leave. Zhao Gang was about to leave with the others as well. When Qian Aiju saw this, she hurried to take something out of her basket for him, but before she could, Zhao Gang had already dashed off. Watching Zhao Gang's retreating figure, Qian Aiju smiled helplessly and put the item back. I'll go to his house later to thank him. If it weren't for his trip to the county, who knows when we would have gotten any news. Xiao Dashan nodded in agreement. Yesterday, right after your mother's accident, Zhao Gang and Zhang Chang heard about it and rushed over. They carried your grandma to the clinic and later brought her back. Early this morning, before it was even light out, Zhao Gang set off for the county. I told him to wait until daylight so the roads would be easier, but he wouldn't listen. He said the trip would take a long time anyway, so the earlier he left, the sooner he could see you all. What Zhao Gang said was true. With all the snow and ice, it takes at least 2 or 3 hours to walk from the third production team to the county. Since Zhao Gang arrived before 10, he must have left before dawn. Thinking about the time, Qian Aiju couldn't sit still. It's already past 1, isn't it? Dad, Mom, have you eaten yet? I'll go make something to eat. In the Xiao family, Luo Yufeng was always the one who cooked, but now she was lying in bed with a broken leg. Could Xiao Dashan cook? Go ahead and make something. The 3 of you haven't eaten yet, right? Your mom and I already ate. Aimei brought us food. Hearing that Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng had already eaten, Qian Aiju relaxed a bit. Dad, Mom, what exactly happened with Mom's leg? Zhao Gang said he didn't see it himself and couldn't explain clearly. No rush, Xiao Dashan waved his hand. Go make something to eat first. Even if you're not hungry, Aigua and Ruanruan must be. You've all just come back in this freezing weather, you must be chilled to the bone. Once you've eaten and warmed up, we'll have plenty of time to talk. Qian Aiju could only agree. All right, I'll go cook something. Ruanruan quickly followed her to the kitchen to help. Both of them were good cooks, and since they were just making something simple, it didn't take long. After the three of them hurriedly finished eating, they sat down in front of Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng again. Xiao Dashan knew he couldn't put off the explanation any longer. But it was Luo Yufeng who spoke up first. What's there to hide? Even my own grandson can kick me out, so why can't I talk about what happened? Xiao Dashan took out a cigarette, wanting to smoke, but stopped and just held it in his hand. Yesterday at noon, just as we were about to eat, I heard a commotion outside. I went out to listen more closely and realized it was Xin Yanjun and his wife arguing. I thought I'd go over and see what was going on, maybe try to mediate. For the past month, Xin Yanjun has been coming out of the house. He doesn't talk much, but he hasn't mentioned going to the county again. I figured they were just having a minor disagreement. But who would have thought, when I got there, I saw the two of them standing on that slope at the edge of the village, both shouting at the top of their lungs. I couldn't even tell what they were yelling about. That slope isn't close to the Shin house, it's almost at the production team's boundary. Who knows why they went all the way out there to argue. I went upstairs to try to talk some sense into the two of them. It's freezing cold. Whatever they have to say, can't they just go home and talk it over? Why insist on standing up there in the wind? I'd just gotten up there and hadn't even opened my mouth when Manchi grabbed me and started crying. She said Xin Yanjun wants to divorce her again, wants to go back to the county town. Apparently, that old flame of his wrote him a letter, telling him to find a way to get divorced so they could be together again. Tell me, how long has it been since all that happened? Manchi's already 5 or 6 months pregnant, and he's still thinking about going back to the county. I tried to say a few words to calm them down, but that little brat just shoved me aside. I rolled down the slope, and I don't even know what I hit on the way down, but I ended up breaking my leg. Manchi was scared out of her mind. She scrambled down after me, crying and shouting, and that's how Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang came over. It was pure luck, really. Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang just happened to be playing outside. Boys their age are always getting into mischief, full of energy. It was already mealtime, who isn't at home by then? If it hadn't been for those two, these old bones of mine might have ended up buried right there. At the end of the story, Qian Aiju grabbed Luo Yufeng's hand tightly. Mom, what are you saying? You're blessed with good fortune. Nothing bad will happen to you. What did the clinic doctor say? It's nothing too serious. They set the bone, told me to stay in bed and rest up. They say it takes 100 days for bones and tendons to heal, and at my age, I need to be extra careful or it won't heal right. Luckily, it's the off-season for farming, so there's not much to do. Otherwise, what would I do? Even as she said she was lucky, Luo Yufeng's face was still full of worry. Even if it was the off-season, there was still plenty to do around the house. Not to mention, just the 3 meals a day, laundry, boiling water, those were all problems. Xiao Dashan put his cigarette back in the pack and glanced at Luo Yufeng. Just stay in bed and rest. What are you worrying about? I'm free every day, can't I take care of you? He hadn't really cooked much before, but after all these years of watching, he more or less knew how. Isn't it just putting some grain in the pot and boiling it? Doesn't matter if it tastes good or not, as long as we're full. Su Swanswan had been listening the whole time and now felt a bit embarrassed. How did the topic get so far off track so quickly? Seeing that no one else was speaking, Su Swanswan had to ask herself, Grandma, did Xin Yanjun say anything afterwards? As soon as Su Swanswan brought this up, Luo Yufeng's face darkened with anger. It's better not to mention him. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. That little brat pushed me down, and he was so scared he just stood there. Not only did he not help me, but when Zheng Chang and Zhao Gang were running around trying to help, he actually ran home. I haven't even seen him since. Xiao Aigua, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shot to his feet. He hasn't even come by once? Xiao Dashan let out a cold laugh. Like he'd dare show his face here. If there hadn't been no one to look after Luo Yufeng, Xiao Dashan would have gone to settle things with Xin Yanjun himself long ago. If he won't come, I'll go find him. I want to see what he's learned after all these years. As soon as Xiao Aigua finished speaking, he stormed out of the house. Seeing this, Luo Yufeng let out a heavy sigh. Aiju, hurry and go after him. She didn't mind if there was a fight or some harsh words. She just worried Xiao Aigua might do something truly irreversible in a fit of rage. Qian Aiju agreed and hurried out the door, but after she left the Xiao family's gate, her pace slowed down. Luo Yufeng and Qian Aiju had known each other for decades, so she understood Qian Aiju's temperament pretty well. At this moment, she felt a bit regretful, but also found it a little funny. She could only say to Su Ruanruan, you'd better go over and have a look. Don't let your uncle and aunt do anything too extreme. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan replied with a sweet smile, okay? I'll go right now. Don't worry, grandma, uncle, and aunt know what they're doing. They won't go overboard. After watching Su Ruanruan leave, Xiao Dashan sneaked a glance at Luo Yufeng, then quickly looked away. This old lady still doesn't know Ruanruan well enough. After leaving the Xiao house, Su Ruanruan quickly caught up with Qian Aiju. But neither of them said a word. Instead, they walked in perfect tacit understanding, slowly making their way to the Shin house. What's the rush to walk so fast? Why get there so early? To break up a fight? No way. Just being there to lend a hand is good enough. If Su Ruanruan didn't feel that, since she and Xiao Chungjin weren't married yet, she wasn't truly a member of the Xiao family, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to take the lead. She could have easily put Shin Yanjun in his place all by herself. Even though Su Ruanruan and Qian Aiju deliberately slowed their pace, the distance wasn't far. After dawdling for more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the Shin house. Before they even reached the door, they saw a crowd gathered outside, all chattering away, their noise drowning out whatever was happening inside the courtyard. Su Ruanruan and Qian Aiju exchanged a glance, then squeezed through the crowd and entered the Shin family's yard. As soon as they stepped inside, they saw Xiao Aigua standing there, furious, while blocking his way were the Shin family's elderly couple. The moment Shin Granny saw Qian Aiju, her eyes lit up. Aiju, you're here. Thank goodness you're here. Please talk some sense into Aigua. Whatever the issue is, can't it be discussed calmly? How could he come in and threaten to break Yanjun's legs? Yanjun is still young. If something happens to his legs, how will he live the rest of his life? You and your husband watched him grow up. He's a good kid. He didn't mean it. It was just a momentary slip. He already knows he was wrong. By the end, Shin Granny was wiping away tears. You know what kind of person Yanjun is. He's not unfilial. This really wasn't on purpose. I've already locked him up, and until his grandma gets better, I won't let him out of his room. Is that enough? And whatever money is needed for Yanjun's grandma's treatment, we'll pay for it. You and Aigua both work in the county. You can't just take time off to look after Yanjun's grandma. We live close by, so let Aimei take care of her. That way, you can rest assured, right? Su Ruanruan and Qian Aiju both frowned, partly because of what Shin Granny said, and partly because they hadn't expected that after all this time, Xiao Aigua still hadn't even gotten inside. From the look of things, let alone getting in, he probably hadn't even seen Shin Yanjun yet. Qian Aiju's mind was working quickly. She stepped forward and said, "You've said so much, but why not let Yanjun come out and say a few words himself? No matter if he did it on purpose or not, he can't just hide away, can he? He's over 20, about to become a father, and he can't even take responsibility for this? That's his own grandma, he won't even go see her? Is that appropriate? What? He made a mistake, and now he doesn't even want to acknowledge his own grandma." Qian Aiju had already made her point clear, and there were quite a few people outside watching and gossiping. The Shin family would still have to live in the third production team in the future, so they had to care about their reputation. Old Lady Shin thought for a moment, then finally nodded. All right, I'll go call Yanjun out. But let's make this clear first. Talking is fine, but if you want to do anything else, that's not happening. I'll be the first to object. Qian Aiju couldn't help but laugh at that. Listen to yourself. I'm his aunt. What could I possibly do to him? Old Lady Shin agreed that Qian Aiju had a point. No matter what, Qian Aiju was Shin Yanjun's actual aunt, and with so many people around, she really didn't believe Qian Aiju would dare do anything to him. Thinking this, Old Lady Shin felt a bit more at ease. She turned to open the door, while Qian Aiju still wore a faint smile. She herself might not do anything, but that didn't mean her husband wouldn't. As his aunt, if she did something, people would talk. But if his actual uncle did it, that would be even better. On this point, Qian Aiju was very confident in Xiao Aigua. It wasn't long before old lady Shin came out of the house. She turned sideways, one hand reaching back, clearly pulling someone along. Everyone looked over and, sure enough, saw Shin Yanjun come out, looking scruffy and unshaven. Before anyone else could speak, old lady Shin wiped her eyes and said, Aigua, Aiju, just look at Yanjun. He's so worn out. He really didn't mean it. He's been feeling terrible these past 2 days, can't eat or sleep. He's practically skin and bones. Now, this was a real whopper of a lie. All told, it had barely been a day since Luo Yufeng broke her leg. Could Shin Yanjun really have wasted away to skin and bones in just 1 day? Who was she trying to fool? Even if Shin Yanjun did look thin and haggard, that wasn't the result of a single day, it was because he'd been cooped up at home for months. Su Swan couldn't help but sneer inwardly, looking down on old lady Shin even more. As the saying goes, like father, like son, or a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Just looking at the way old lady Shin handled things, it was no wonder Shin Yanjun turned out the way he did. Shin Yanjun had clearly been dragged out by old lady Shin. He stood behind her, head down, and when he saw Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju, he didn't even bother to greet them, let alone admit his fault or apologize. Xiao Aigua was already angry, and seeing Shin Yanjun like this made him even more furious. He pointed at Shin Yanjun and said to old lady Shin, "This is his attitude about admitting his mistake?" Old lady Shin hurriedly shielded Shin Yanjun behind her. "Aigua, talk if you want to talk, but why are you pointing? You'll scare Yanjun. He didn't sleep last night, and he's still out of it today. His mind's a little muddled, that's why he's not saying anything. Honestly, you're a grown man. Why are you picking on a child?" Xiao Aigua almost laughed out of anger. How old was Shin Yanjun now? And she still had the nerve to call him a child? Shin Yanjun's own kid could practically run around already. Xiao Aigua took a deep breath, staring straight at Shin Yanjun. "Shin Yanjun, let me ask you, you pushed your grandmother down the slope and broke her leg. Do you admit you were wrong or not?" Old Madam Shin had hoped this whole thing could be smoothed over, that a big issue could be made small, and a small issue could be made to disappear. After all, Xiao Dashin was the captain of the 3rd Production Brigade. If this incident really caused a falling out with the Xiao family, life for the Shin family in the brigade would become very difficult. Besides, no matter how you looked at it, this was clearly Shin Yanjun's fault. So, after hearing Xiao Aigua's words, old Madam Shin hurried over to Shin Yanjun and whispered in his ear, "Yanjun, hurry up and apologize to your uncle. If you do, this whole thing will be over, okay?" Shin Yanjun, who had been silent all this time, suddenly swung his arm forcefully after hearing old Madam Shin's words. Shin Yanjun was strong, and his movement was sudden. Old Madam Shin was completely unprepared and was pushed aside by him. Fortunately, the Shin family's yard had a clear path for walking, with no snow or ice on the ground, so old Madam Shin managed to steady herself. Still, she looked at Shin Yanjun in shock. "Yanjun, what are you doing?" Shin Yanjun glared fiercely at old Madam Shin. "What am I doing? You tell me, what am I doing?" After shouting at old Madam Shin, Shin Yanjun turned his angry glare toward Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju. "You, and all of you." As he shouted, Shin Yanjun pointed one by one at the members of the Xiao family and the Shin family, his eyes full of hatred. "If it weren't for you insisting on locking me up at home and not letting me work at the food factory, would I have ended up like this? Would any of this have happened today? I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? If anyone's to blame, it's you. If you'd let me work at the food factory, I would have left this godforsaken place long ago. How could I have pushed that old hag down?" "Shin Yanjun!" Xiao Aigua roared, striding over to Shin Yanjun and raising his foot to kick him. "You beast!" In terms of build, Xiao Aigua was much sturdier than Shin Yanjun. Shin Yanjun was tall, but after months of hardship, he looked thin and weak, with eyes that were especially dark and brooding. Even so, Shin Yanjun was still young. A young man like Shin Yanjun could move much faster than Xiao Aigua. Before Xiao Aigua's kick could land, Shin Yanjun dodged to the side and even cocked his chin at Xiao Aigua in a show of smug defiance. "You still want to hit me? What right do you have to hit me? Back then, you made it sound so nice, saying you'd give me a chance, let me work at the county factory. But in the end, didn't I get in by my own effort and ability? I got in on my own merit, earned my future with my own hard work. What right do you have to ruin everything for me? And then you dragged me back here, had my family lock me up, wouldn't let me divorce you, Manchi, and wouldn't let me go back to work. After all you've done to me, what right do you have to call yourself my uncle? I'm telling you, even if Luo Yufeng and Xiao Dashan came here themselves, I still wouldn't apologize. I did nothing wrong. The one at fault is that old crone. I was talking to you, Manchi. What business was it of hers? Who does she think she are?" Before Shin Yanjun could finish his sentence, there was a sharp crack, followed by a searing pain in his leg. His body crumpled to the ground. It wasn't until he hit the ground that Shin Yanjun realized what had happened. His leg. Someone had broken his leg. Shin Yanjun was furious, his eyes blazing with rage as he turned to see who dared to break his leg. The moment he looked back, he met Su Ruanruan's cold gaze. Su Ruanruan curled her lips into a slight smile at Shin Yanjun. Before he could react, she took another step forward. What are you trying to do?" Su Ruanruan just smiled without answering. She lifted her foot, aiming to stomp on Shin Yanjun's other, still intact leg. But just then, another foot moved even faster than Su Ruanruan's, stomping down hard on Shin Yanjun's other leg. That foot clearly didn't hold back. There was a loud crack, followed by Shin Yanjun's pig-like screams. Watching Shin Yanjun writhing and howling on the ground, sounding even more miserable than a pig being slaughtered, Su Ruanruan felt much better. That sound was music to her ears. Su Ruanruan thought that if she could, she'd stay at the Shin house just to listen to Shin Yanjun scream all day. It would definitely whet her appetite. She could eat an extra bowl of rice after hearing it. It was only then that Su Ruanruan bothered to see whose foot had beaten her to it. When she looked over, she couldn't help but smile. Just as she'd guessed, it was Xiao Aigua. Xiao Aigua happened to look at Su Ruanruan too, giving her a smile. "Ruanruan, don't dirty your foot." Su Ruanruan nodded in agreement. "Uncle, I don't think you should dirty your foot either." As she spoke, Su Ruanruan glanced around the yard, then quickly walked over to the base of the wall and picked up a worn-out broom. The broom was made of thin bamboo strips. When it was new, it still had leaves, but after long use, the leaves had all fallen off, leaving only the bare, thin bamboo twigs. Su Ruanruan handed the broom to Xiao Aigua. "Uncle, use this." Don't be fooled by how thin the bamboo twigs were. Getting hit with them hurt like hell. And a whole broom made of them? Even worse. Xiao Aigua didn't refuse. He took the broom and started beating Shin Yanjun over the head and shoulders. "You little bastard. And you call yourself educated? Everything you learned must have gone straight to the dogs." Su Ruanruan and Xiao Aigua's actions were so swift and decisive that no one around them had time to react. By the time Shin Yanjun's screams echoed through the courtyard again, old lady Shin finally snapped out of it and tried to rush forward to protect him. But before she could get there, Qian Aiju stepped in and blocked her way. Qian Aiju was only about 40, while old lady Shin was already over 60. In terms of size and strength, old lady Shin was no match for Qian Aiju. No matter how desperately she struggled, she couldn't get past and could only watch as Shin Yanjun was beaten. Of course, there was no way old lady Shin would just stand by and watch her son get beaten. She cried as she watched, looking for all the world like she was watching some heart-wrenching tragedy. After a while, when she realized her crying was useless, she stopped struggling and wailing and instead shouted toward the main house, "Xiao Aimei. Shin Pingtuan, your son's about to be beaten to death. Aren't you going to do something? He's your only son. If he's beaten to death, who's going to take care of you two in your old age and see you off when you die?" Ever since the incident happened, Xiao Aimei had been furious. She went to check on Luo Yufeng, but after being driven back by Xiao Dashan, Xiao Aimei became even angrier. She wanted to give Shen Yanjun a good beating, but was stopped by old lady Shen. Although Shen Pingchuan spoke up, he also tried to mediate. What Shen Pingchuan said was basically the same as what old lady Shen was yelling at the moment. It was nothing more than, their Shen family only had Shen Yanjun as a son, and who knew whether the child in Yumanchi's belly would be a boy or a girl. If anything really happened to Shen Yanjun, what would become of the Shen family in the future? Besides, Shen Yanjun hadn't done it on purpose, and Luo Yufeng's injuries weren't that serious. She'd be fine after some proper rest. Old lady Shen even said that Luo Yufeng was meddling in other people's business. If she hadn't butted in, none of this would have happened, and now Shen Yanjun was being criticized by everyone. When Xiao Aimei heard this, she was so angry she nearly passed out. But she was alone and couldn't do anything against the Shen family, so she simply ignored Shen Yanjun altogether. Just now, when Xiao Aigua arrived, Xiao Aimei heard the commotion outside, but she just sat on the kang and didn't move a muscle. She felt like a coward. Her own mother was hurt, yet she couldn't get justice for her and had to listen to her mother-in-law slander her own mother. Now that Xiao Aigua was standing up for their mother, there was nothing else she could do, but at least she could stand aside and watch. So even when she heard Shen Yanjun's wailing and screaming in the yard, Xiao Aimei remained unmoved. Even now, hearing old lady Shen's words, Xiao Aimei didn't budge an inch. But Shen Pingchuan couldn't sit still any longer. He hurriedly stood up to go outside, but halfway there, not hearing any reaction from Xiao Aimei, he turned back and said, "You're really not going to care about your son? Isn't he your son? I know you're sad and upset because your mom got hurt, but you can't just ignore Yanjun. If something really happens to him, who's going to take care of you in your old age?" Xiao Aimei let out a cold laugh. "Take care of me in my old age? Shen Pingchuan, after all these years of marriage, you know what kind of person I am, right? I've been filial to your parents, and to mine too, but so what? Now my mother's leg is broken, she's stuck in bed and can't get up, and all I asked was for Shen Yanjun to apologize and look after her for a bit. But your family made every excuse and blocked it at every turn, and I couldn't do anything about it. With someone like me unable to care for my own mother, do you really think Shen Yanjun, that little beast, will take care of me in my old age? What a joke." Hearing Xiao Aimei's words, Shen Pingchuan's expression changed again and again. After a long while, he finally sighed. "Aimei, even if Aigua breaks Yanjun's leg, what good will it do? It'll just cost us more money. Wouldn't it be better to spend that money on good food and drink for your mom, so she can recover sooner?" "That's not necessary. My mom doesn't lack for food. He's still your son, isn't he? How can you say things like that? It's precisely because he's my son that I'm even angrier. How did I end up giving birth to something like that?" Seeing that no matter what he said, Xiao Aimei was determined not to go out, Shen Pingchuan could only go out by himself. Outside, Shen Yanjun's cries had already weakened. Shen Pingchuan was afraid that if he didn't go out soon, Shen Yanjun might actually be beaten to death by Xiao Aigua. As Shen Pingchuan had guessed, Shen Yanjun was already beaten within an inch of his life by Xiao Aigua. It was winter, and everyone was bundled up, no necks or arms exposed to the cold. But that didn't matter. There was still his face, wasn't there? Besides, Shen Yanjun had already lost all sense of shame, so Xiao Aigua didn't hold back at all. He just kept swinging the broom right at Shen Yanjun's face. Shen Yanjun tried to dodge, but if he covered his face, he couldn't protect the back of his head. If he shielded his head, he couldn't protect his hands. In the end, the backs of his hands, his face, and the back of his head were all covered in countless thin welts. Shen Yanjun felt a burning pain all over. His whole body ached, but he didn't even have the strength to dodge or cry out anymore. He could only lie half dead on the ground. Old Man Shen watched, teeth clenched in fury, but Su Ruanruan held him back, leaving him no way to step forward. Su Ruanruan didn't care how old Man Shen was. She just twisted his arms behind his back. She was strong, and Old Man Shen couldn't even struggle. When Shen Pingchuan came out, this was the scene he saw. A bloody mess. He was so shocked his face turned white on the spot. Aimee, Aimee, come out quick. Yanjun's leg is broken. Xiao Aimee, sitting on the heated brick bed, heard him and stirred, but she still made no move to get up and put on her shoes. So, what if it's broken? If he dares say another word, break his hands too. If that's not enough, cut out his tongue. Xiao Aigua grinned when he heard his sister. Don't worry, Aimee, I'm not going to cut out his tongue. But since Mom's leg is broken, I'll break his too. As her grandson, he can recover together with his grandma. Seems fair to me. Fair, my foot. Old Lady Shin spat at Xiao Aigua. You call yourself Yanjun's uncle? What kind of uncle are you? Xiao Aigua's smile vanished. That's exactly what I want to ask. Yanjun's our nephew. What kind of nephew acts like this? Did you hear the things he was saying just now? With a brat like that, it's a mercy I didn't beat him to death. No matter how you looked at it, by reason or by emotion, Shin Yanjun was in the wrong. Even if he ended up with 2 broken legs and a body full of injuries, and the whole thing ended up at the police station, at most they'd have to pay some medical expenses. Xiao Aigua wasn't the least bit afraid. Seeing that Shin Yanjun was barely breathing, Xiao Aigua finally stopped, tossed the broom aside, grabbed Shin Yanjun by the scruff of his neck, and started dragging him outside. Shin Pingchuan rushed to block him. Where are you taking him? Of course he's going to kneel and apologize to his grandma. You think beating him up is the end of it? Dream on. Don't be fooled by the fact that Xiao Aigua had been working in the county town all these years. He hadn't lost an ounce of strength. Dragging a young man in his early 20s like Shin Yanjun was nothing to him. Shin Pingchuan wanted to snatch Shin Yanjun back, but seeing how close to death the boy looked, he had no idea where to start. He hesitated for just a moment, and Xiao Aigua had already dragged Shin Yanjun out of the Shin house. Outside, a crowd had gathered to watch the commotion, but everyone automatically made way for Xiao Aigua. Everyone present thought Shin Yanjun had it coming. There were unfilial people in the production team, sure, but they were all good-for-nothings. Besides, no matter how unfilial those good-for-nothings are, they would never dare curse their elders in front of so many people. From ancient times to now, people have always valued benevolence, filial piety, loyalty, and righteousness. If the elders are unkind and the younger generation is unfilial, that's at least understandable. But everyone in the whole production brigade has seen clearly how the Xiao family has treated the Shin family all these years, and how Luo Yufeng, as a grandmother, has treated Shin Yanjun. As a grandmother, Luo Yufeng has truly given her all. Over the years, the Xiao family has helped the Shin family a lot. But in the end, what happened? Just listen to what Shin Yanjun said just now. Someone like that, beating him to death wouldn't be too much. Of course, this is the new society now, so you can't really beat someone to death, but he still deserves a harsh lesson. And after the lesson, of course he has to apologize and admit his mistakes. Xiao Aigua dragged Shin Yanjun along in front, with a long line of people following behind. Old Man Shin and Old Lady Shin watched everyone leave and grew anxious. Ruanruan looked at Qianaiju. Auntie, should we go over too? Qianaiju nodded. Of course we should. Come on, the 4 of us will go together. We can chat on the way and pass the time. Hearing this, Ruanruan almost burst out laughing, barely managing to hold it in. At a time like this, how could Old Man Shin and Old Lady Shin be in the mood for chatting? But their opinions didn't matter, since Ruanruan and Qianaiju were there. Even if the 2 elders wanted to hurry over, they could only follow slowly. Once everyone had left the Shin family's yard, Yumanchi, who had been pressed against the window watching everything outside, finally sat up straight. She was already 5 or 6 months pregnant, her belly quite large, and it was actually quite uncomfortable to stay in that position for so long. But she endured it. She finally got the chance to see Shin Yanjun get beaten. There was no way she was going to miss it. If Shin Yanjun hadn't been decent-looking and his family situation not too bad, with all the choices she had back then, how could she have ended up marrying him? But what did Shin Yanjun do in the end? He went to the city to become a worker and wanted to kick her to the curb. How could there be such a good deal in this world? After what happened today, Shin Yanjun would never have a chance to be a worker again. Not only that, Yumanchi even hoped Shin Yanjun's leg would end up crippled. As long as his leg was crippled, his heart wouldn't wander anymore. Su Ruanruan and Qian Aiju walked slowly, so by the time they arrived, Xiao Aigua had already woken Shin Yanjun up. At this moment, Shin Yanjun was kneeling on the ground, stammering out an apology to Luo Yufeng. Luo Yufeng, who used to dote on Shin Yanjun as if he were her own grandson, didn't even twitch an eyebrow when she heard what he'd said in the Shin family just now. She ignored his miserable appearance and turned a deaf ear to his apologies. Only when Shin Yanjun finally fell silent did Xiao Dashan impatiently wave his hand. Enough, Aigua, let him go. From now on, our Xiao family has no more grandson or not grandson. Someone like that is way out of our league. Xiao Aigua nodded. I agree. Shin Pingtuan, take your son and leave. Shin Pingtuan was both heartbroken and angry. Aren't you afraid that Aimei will cut ties with you over this? Before Xiao Aigua could reply, Xiao Dashan had already spoken. If she does, so be it. Shin Pingtuan clearly hadn't expected Xiao Dashan to be so direct and decisive. Judging by his attitude, there wasn't even the slightest room for negotiation. Xiao Dashan shot Shin Pingtuan a sidelong glance, seemingly guessing what he was thinking. Xiao Aimei is my daughter, not my mother. I'm not going to ignore my own wife just for her sake. If you're trying to threaten me with this, then you've really got the wrong idea. Hearing this, Shin Pingtuan was at a loss for words. At this point, Shin Pingtuan knew there was nothing more he could say to salvage the situation. He gave Xiao Aigua a long, hard look and said coldly, I hope you won't regret this in the future. Shin Yanjun was only in his early 20s. He still had decades ahead of him. Who could guarantee that one day, Shin Yanjun wouldn't make something of himself? When that day came, even if Xiao Aigua regretted it and cried his eyes out, it would be too late. Thinking of this, Shin Pingtuan's expression eased a little. But Xiao Aigua didn't care in the slightest. He snorted, me regret? What would I regret? The only thing I regret is letting my parents spoil him so much in the past. In the end, they raised someone so ungrateful. Just then, Su Ruanruan and the other three finally returned to the Xiao house. The moment Old Lady Shin and Old Man Shin saw Shin Yanjun lying half dead on the ground, they burst into tears, calling out to their precious grandson over and over. Xiao Aigua nodded at Qian Aiju, who immediately let go of Old Lady Shin. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan also released Old Man Shin. Freed, Old Lady Shin and Old Man Shin rushed over to check on Shin Yanjun. When they realized his breathing was weak, their faces turned ashen with fear. Pingtuan, hurry. Take Yanjun to the clinic right away. Old Man Shin shouted. Hearing this, Shin Pingtuan didn't bother with Xiao Aigua anymore. He rushed forward, bent down, and picked up Shin Yanjun. Years of farm work had given Shin Pingtuan plenty of strength, but even so, Shin Yanjun was a grown man, half a head taller than him. Even though he'd lost a lot of weight these past few months, he was still no lightweight. As Shin Pingtuan lifted him, he staggered a bit, but managed to steady himself. Dad, Mom, let's go. Whatever needs to be said can wait, he urged. The most important thing now was to get Shin Yanjun to a doctor. Everything else could wait. Old Man Shin nodded and followed Shin Pingtuan out. Old Lady Shin lagged a step behind. Just as she reached the door, she stopped and glared viciously at Luo Yufeng. Luo, that's your daughter's only son. You're just going to let your son beat him like this? If anything happens to him, aren't you afraid your daughter will hate you for the rest of her life? It's not like you're seriously hurt, just a broken leg. It'll heal. Why make such a fuss? So, what if your son became the brigade leader? He really thinks he's somebody now. With that, Old Lady Shin didn't wait for anyone to respond and hurried out. Qian Aiju quickly went over to the king, took Luo Yufeng's hand, and comforted her softly, Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. Look how fast she ran. She knows she's in the wrong. No matter how you look at it, this isn't our fault. Don't take her words to heart. When Luo Yufeng heard this, she gave a faint smile. I'm already this old, do you think I can't figure these things out? You don't need to persuade me. Although Luo Yufeng spoke with a smile on her face, The loneliness in her eyes did not escape the notice of everyone present. No matter what, that was a child she had cherished for so many years. Who could have imagined things would end up like this? Seeing the exhaustion written between Luo Yufeng's brows, Xiao Dashan waved his hand at Qianaiju. Enough, let your mother rest for a while. None of you have rested since you got back. Go to your rooms and get some sleep. By the way, when are you planning to leave? Xiao Aigua quickly replied, Dad, we just got back. Why are you talking about leaving already? Xiao Dashan opened his mouth, wanting to say, you'll have to leave sooner or later anyway, but in the end, he swallowed the words. It was only at this moment that Xiao Dashan, for the first time, felt that having fewer people in the family wasn't necessarily a good thing. As the team leader of the production brigade, Xiao Dashan saw not only the people from the 3rd Brigade, but he also knew a bit about the other brigade situations. Those families with 5 or 6 sons who hadn't split up yet always had a basketful of trivial matters every day. They were constantly bickering and making a scene, becoming a laughingstock for outsiders. Back then, Xiao Dashan had felt lucky that he only had a son and a daughter, that his daughter married nearby and had a harmonious family, and that his daughter-in-law was filial and well-mannered. But that was when nothing was wrong. Now that something had happened, he finally saw the benefits of having more sons. If he'd had a few more sons, not all of them would have gone to work in the county town. At least a couple would have stayed by his side. If something like yesterday had happened, he wouldn't have had to wait until the next day to send for his son to come back and stand up for his wife. Xiao Dashan let out a long sigh. Forget it, there's no use thinking about this now. He was already old. It was impossible for him to have more sons. Not to mention himself, even Xiao Aigua was too old to have more sons. So now, all the hope for the Xiao family rested on Xiao Chenjin and Su Ruanruan. With this thought, Xiao Dashan's gaze fell on Su Ruanruan. Ruanruan. Suddenly hearing Xiao Dashan call her, Su Ruanruan quickly responded and took 2 steps forward. Grandpa, is there something you need? Looking at Su Ruanruan's still youthful face, Xiao Dashan ultimately didn't say what was on his mind. Xiao Chenjin wouldn't be back until the year after next, and there was no point in saying certain things now. Better to leave them unsaid. Noticing that Xiao Dashan clearly wanted to say something but then held back, Su Ruanruan felt puzzled. Just as she was about to ask, Xiao Dashan shooed everyone out again. Su Ruanruan glanced at Luo Yufeng and saw that her eyes were already closed. She had clearly fallen asleep from exhaustion at some point. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan knew it wasn't the time to say anything more, so she followed Qianaiju and Xiao Dashan out of the room. Xiao Dashan and Qianaiju had their own room, and Su Ruanruan stayed in Xiao Chengjin's old room. The Kung beds in both rooms had already been heated, and the rooms were nice and warm. There was no need to ask. Xiao Dashan must have guessed that Su Ruanruan would come back with them and had prepared the room in advance so she could rest at noon. After all the commotion, Su Ruanruan was indeed tired. She lay down on the kang, hugged the quilt, and soon drifted off to sleep without realizing it. With so much on her mind, Su Ruanruan naturally couldn't sleep soundly. After barely an hour, she woke up again. When Su Ruanruan opened her eyes, the house and courtyard were both quiet. She didn't know if Xiao Aigua and Qianaiju were awake yet, so she didn't go out. Instead, she took out some paper and a pen, planning to write a letter to Xiao Chenjin. She had just mailed her reply to Xiao Chenjin that morning, so she could only write another letter and send it after she got back. Xiao Chenjin had grown up with Luo Yufeng and Xiao Dashan since he was little. Now that something like this had happened to Luo Yufeng, Su Ruanruan felt she had to tell Xiao Chenjin, both emotionally and logically. She couldn't just decide not to tell him for his own good. Xiao Chenjin wasn't a child anymore. No matter what happened, he had the right to know and the ability to handle it. After writing out everything in detail, Su Ruanruan realized she had filled 3 whole pages. With a sigh, she put away the paper and pen. Just as she finished, she heard Qianaiju knocking at the door from outside. Ruanruan, are you awake? Auntie, I'm up. Su Ruanruan quickly answered, hurriedly put on her shoes, got off the kang, and opened the door. Sure enough, Qian Aiju was standing outside. Qian Aiju must have rested for a while too, as she looked much less tired now. Qian Aiju smiled gently at Ruanruan. Come on, let's go talk to your grandma. Grandma's awake too? Why doesn't she sleep a bit longer? Ruanruan asked. She's getting old, so she doesn't sleep much. Plus, her leg isn't comfortable. At most, she just dozes for a bit. She can't really sleep even if she tries, Qian Aiju explained as they walked together into Luo Yufeng's room. Luo Yufeng was lying on the kong, propped up by thick quilts. When she saw Qian Aiju and Ruanruan come in, she quickly waved them over. Come here. You've been back for so long, and we haven't really had a good chat yet. Ruanruan followed Qian Aiju over, and the two of them sat on either side of the king. Qian Aiju fetched the basket from the corner and started taking things out one by one. We were lucky today. I managed to buy 2 marrow bones and some ribs. I've already put them on to stew. When it's ready, Mom, you should eat more. Bone broth is good for your bones. I'm not a child. There's no need to go out of your way to buy bones and make soup just for me. Luo Yufeng protested, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Qian Aiju knew Luo Yufeng was happy inside, so she didn't argue. Mom, why don't you come back to the county town with us tomorrow? Luo Yufeng immediately shook her head. Why would I go to the county town? I'm not going. There's a big hospital in the county town with lots of doctors. Let them have a good look at your leg. Maybe it'll heal faster. Don't you think so, Ruanruan? Ruanruan nodded quickly. That's right, Grandma. Come to the county town with us. I'll take you to see a doctor. I know which doctor at the hospital is best at setting bones. No need. Luo Yufeng refused flatly. The doctors at our clinic are just fine. All these years, whenever someone in our production team got sick, didn't they always go to him? Didn't he always cure them? There's no need to make a special trip to the county hospital. But that's just for colds and fevers. Mom, you broke a bone this time. That's not necessary. The bone is already set. I just need to rest and recover. Luo Yufeng still refused. Qian Aiju continued to persuade her, Mom, Dad doesn't know how to cook. Who's going to take care of you? If you come to the county, at least you won't have to worry about your meals. And in the county, we can often buy you something good to help you recover. No way. You and Aigua are both busy with work. It's already enough that you're dad, and I can't help you out. We can't go and become a burden to you. Your dad may not be able to cook fancy dishes, but he can at least put some grain in a pot and cook it. It's just the two of us, what can't we eat? But how can that be okay? That's enough. Do as I say. I'm not going to the county with you. Luo Yufeng's attitude was firm. No matter what Qian Aiju said, it was useless. In the end, Ruanruan joined in to try to persuade her as well, but still couldn't change Luo Yufeng's mind. When Xiao Dashan and Xiao Aigua came in, the three women were still trying to convince each other. At first, Xiao Dashan and Xiao Aigua didn't know what was going on. Once they figured it out, Xiao Aigua was about to chime in and help persuade her, but Xiao Dashan spoke first. Enough, stop talking about it. Your mom isn't going anywhere, she's staying right here at home. I'm a grown man. Do you think I'd let the two of us starve? I may not know how to cook, but can't I ask someone for help? If I take some grain to the neighbors, it's just a matter of adding an extra bowl of water to the pot. That'll solve our meals. With Xiao Dashan saying this, it meant he'd made up his mind. No matter what anyone said, it wouldn't change. Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju exchanged a helpless glance. Ruanruan was also resigned, but she'd already guessed this would be the outcome, so she could accept it. Fortunately, they'd already brought malted milk and powdered milk with them. Leaving those behind for Luo Yufeng would be enough to supplement her nutrition. Both were easy to prepare, just mix with hot water, so Xiao Dashan could handle it without any problem. Just as they finished discussing this, Xiao Aimei arrived. Her eyes were red, and though there were no tear stains on her face, it was obvious she'd had a good cry. As soon as she entered, Xiao Aimei managed a small smile. Dad, Mom, big brother, sister-in-law, I want to apologize. It's my fault for not raising my son well. If you're still angry then. Before she could finish, Xiao Dashan cut her off. Enough. He's his own person and you're you. He's a grown man now. Why should you have to clean up after his messes? Xiao Aimei knew what kind of person her father was. She understood that with these words, he didn't want to talk about Shen Yanjun anymore, so she quickly changed the subject. Here's 20 yuan, big brother. I heard there's some kind of nutritional supplement in the county, malted milk or something. Buy some for mom to help her recover. Xiao Aigua didn't take it. We already brought malted milk. Ruanruan had just taken out all the things from her basket and laid them on the king. Xiao Aigua pointed and Xiao Aimei saw them. That's what you brought. This is my gesture, it's not the same. If you don't take it, I'll just have to go to the county myself and buy something. Xiao Aigua thought for a moment and said, even if you buy more, mom can't finish it all. It's better to just give her the money so she can buy whatever she needs later. What Xiao Aigua said made perfect sense, and as soon as Xiao Aimei heard it, she immediately agreed. All right, let's do as you say. Mom, here's the money, keep it with you so it'll be easier if you want to buy anything in the future. As she spoke, Xiao Aimei walked straight over to the king and stuffed the money under Luo Yufeng's pillow. Big brother, sister-in-law, don't worry. From now on, I'll take care of mom and dad's meals every day. I'll also handle the laundry, cleaning, and feeding the chickens. Hearing this, Swan almost suspected that Xiao Aimei had been standing outside the door, eavesdropping on their conversation just now. Before Swan could think more about it, Xiao Dashan nodded. Your brother and sister-in-law were just saying they wanted to take your mom to the county. Why go to the county? You both have to work, and Xiaolan is already married and pregnant, so she can't take care of mom either. It's better for mom to stay at home, leave everything here to me. Xiao Dashan was silent for a moment before asking, the Shen family doesn't mind? What would they mind? What are they?
We're diving deep today, and remember, on this channel, we never leave a story halfway, we always finish the novel. If you appreciate the full journey, please like the video, subscribe for the complete series, and share it with your fellow book lovers. Also, if you want to support the channel even further, we now have YouTube memberships available. If you're interested in signing up for exclusive perks and helping us keep these stories going, just click the join button below the video for all the details.
All right, we'll do as you say. She turned to Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju. You both heard what Aimei said. Don't you know what kind of person she is? I'll be fine at home, don't worry. Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju exchanged a glance and could only agree in the end. Xiao Aimei stayed until it was almost time for dinner before leaving, refusing Qian Aiju's invitation to stay. I'm married into the Shen family now, so I should eat at their place. I can't stay at my parents' house for meals. Sister-in-law, you all go ahead and cook. I'll come back tomorrow. Just as she said, the next morning Xiao Aimei came over early, helped Luo Yufeng change clothes, washed the dirty laundry, cleaned the house inside and out, fed the chickens, and tidied everything up so neatly that Qian Aiju couldn't even find a way to help. After finishing, Xiao Aimei said to Qian Aiju, sister-in-law, are you at ease now? I'll definitely take good care of mom. Qian Aiju smiled. You're mom's own daughter. Closer to her than I am. Of course I trust you. The two of them talked only about Luo Yufeng, not mentioning Shen Yanjun, who was even more seriously injured at all. The night before, Swan had found time to visit the cowshed. There was no electricity in the production brigade, and every household was too frugal to light candles or lamps. Everyone ate dinner early and went to bed. On her way there, Swan didn't see a single house with lights on. Qianfu and Su Yinghua were in good health and spirits and were very happy to see Swan. She chatted with them for a while, left the food and some peach crisps she'd brought, and hurried back to the Xiao house. After lunch the next day, Swan, Qian Aiju, and Xiao Aigua packed up and got ready to head back to the county. The trip back was faster than when they came, since their baskets were empty and they could walk much quicker. The three of them first went to the Su family's house together and told Su Aimin and Granny Chen about Luo Yufeng's situation. After listening, both Su Aimin and Granny Chen sighed with emotion. In the past, looking at him, Granny Chen originally wanted to say that, back then, Shen Yanjun actually seemed like a decent person. How did he end up so wayward this year? Could it really be that after working in the factory for a few days, he got ideas above his station? But then she remembered what Shin Yanjun did 2 years ago just to marry Yumanchi, and she swallowed her words. If Shin Yanjun had gone bad, he'd already been bad 2 years ago. As for before that, they hadn't had much contact with Shin Yanjun, so it was hard to say more. That evening, the 5 of them had dinner together at the Su family's house. After the meal, Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju went back to the house next door. Once they'd left, Granny Chen shared what was on her mind with Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan thought about it seriously and realized that the first time she'd had any real contact with Shin Yanjun was when he came to steal something. "Grandma, people always say a leopard can't change its spots. The first time I met Shin Yanjun, his actions were already dishonest. He's still the same now. Even though I didn't interact with him much before, I doubt he was ever a good person." Granny Chen nodded. "I think so too. After you marry Qingjin, make sure to stay far away from him." "We're already keeping our distance." Su Ruanruan laughed. After Xiao Aigua beat Shin Yanjun half to death, the 2 families had completely fallen out. What future contact could there be? Granny Chen was pleased. Even better. She really didn't want Su Ruanruan to have to deal with the Xiao family's troublesome relatives after she got married. Knowing that Su Ruanruan must be exhausted these past couple of days, Granny Chen didn't keep her talking and hurried her off to wash up and get some sleep. Su Ruanruan knew she had work the next day, so she agreed and quickly went to wash up and go to bed. She slept soundly through the night. The next morning, Su Ruanruan got up early, had breakfast, and went to work. By the time she got off work, the post office had already closed, so she'd have to wait until the next morning to send her letter. She'd already spent a month in the gynecology department, and after her next day's shift, she'd be moving to surgery. Right now, the hospital's departments weren't divided very precisely. Besides pediatrics and gynecology, there were just internal medicine and surgery. After all, medical resources were limited, and there were only so many rooms in the inpatient department, so this rough division was all they could manage. By this calculation, Su Ruanruan's internship was already halfway over, with only half left to go. At this point, she needed to start thinking about which department she wanted to stay in after her internship ended. Lost in thought, Su Ruanruan soon arrived home. Qian Huihui lay on the heated brick bed, her face still burning with fever, coughing from time to time. She struggled to sit up and tried to pour herself a glass of water, only to find the kettle completely empty. Furious, Qian Huihui threw the kettle aside and slowly climbed back onto the bed. It was all Su Ruanruan's fault. If she hadn't been waiting for Su Ruanruan, how would she have ended up stuck in the black market for so long and gotten this sick? Those old nurses at the hospital were always praising Su Ruanruan, but what was so great about her anyway? Su Ruanruan was just a two-faced bitch, one way on the surface, another behind people's backs. Qian Huihui clenched her fists tightly, her heart overflowing with hatred. There were still 2 months left in the internship. There was no way she was going to let Su Ruanruan stay at the hospital. No way. After transferring to the surgery department, Su Ruanruan immediately noticed that her workdays had become much more relaxed. Of course, she knew that if surgery had been her very first rotation, she probably wouldn't have found it so easy. But she'd started in pediatrics, then moved on to gynecology, both notoriously busy departments. Compared to those, surgery felt almost leisurely. The slower pace suited her just fine. She had more time to study, to learn from the experienced nurses, and to quietly observe during ward rounds as the doctors checked on patients. When she got home, she'd read her books. This kind of life, in fact, felt even more fulfilling to Su Ruanruan than the days when she was so busy she barely had time to catch her breath. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. It was now already mid-November. During these 2 weeks, it had snowed 2 or 3 times, sometimes heavily, sometimes lightly. The world outside was always blanketed in white, an endless stretch of snow and ice. Su Ruanruan joked to herself that she was on the verge of snow blindness. Because of the constant snowfall, the grain stores were still rationing food, stricter than before, even. It was impossible to buy extra, no matter how hard you tried. Not only were black market grain prices sky-high, they were still steadily climbing. After checking the prices, Ruanruan decided to bring home some grain whenever she could over the past 2 weeks, splitting it up into several trips, just a few dozen jin at a time. 1 or 2 trips didn't attract any attention, nor did Su Aimin suspect anything. It wasn't until Su Aimin happened to visit the storeroom and saw the shelves stacked high with grain that he finally realized. Over the past half-month, Ruanruan had managed to bring home several hundred jin of food. He was surprised at her resourcefulness, but it also put his mind at ease. He and Granny Chen would still go out from time to time. After all, they had ration tickets, and it would be a waste not to use them at the grain store. In times like these, wasting food was almost a crime. The more they went out, the more they learned about what was happening outside. Su Aimin had already had a bad feeling before, and the more he learned, the more that feeling turned into reality, giving him a sense of crisis. But all that anxiety vanished the moment he saw the stockpile of grain at home. Maybe that's what they mean by with food in hand, you have no fear in your heart. Even though the roads outside were hard to travel, every Sunday on their day off, Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju would return to the 3rd production team to visit Luo Yufeng and Xiao Dashan. Su Ruanruan went back with them twice. It wasn't that she didn't want to go every week, it was just that the Xiao family worried about how busy she was and insisted she didn't need to come every time. Once every 2 or 3 visits was enough. Su Ruanruan didn't push it. Whenever Qian Aiju and Xiao Aigua went back, she'd always send something along with them, sometimes homemade pastries, sometimes a couple of jin of meat or pork ribs. She had plenty of these things in her magical storage space, and Qian Aiju always assumed Granny Chen had bought them. Su Ruanruan wasn't worried about being found out at all. By the end of November, Su Ruanruan started her final internship rotation, internal medicine. This was also where Zhao Hongyun worked. Of course, Zhao Hongyun was still staying with relatives to recover from illness, so there was no way she'd show up here. Logically, with Zhao Hongyun absent, Su Ruanruan should have felt completely at ease at work. But for some reason, maybe just because this was Zhao Hongyun's department, on her very first day, Su Ruanruan couldn't help feeling a little on edge. That feeling was like someone was standing in the shadows, watching her. During the day shift, it wasn't so bad. The surroundings were bright and bustling with people. Even if Su Ruanruan felt a little uneasy, she could bear it. But when she worked her first night shift, that feeling suddenly intensified, making Su Ruanruan feel as if needles were pricking her back, and a chill seemed to creep up from the soles of her feet. Su Ruanruan sat at the nurse's station, glancing at the dimly lit corridor. She couldn't help but shiver. Wang Yun, the nurse sitting next to Su Ruanruan, gave her a strange look. "You're dressed so warmly, and you still feel cold?" Wang Yun, like Su Ruanruan, was also a new intern nurse. Originally, the 2 newcomers shouldn't have been scheduled for a night shift together, but the head nurse thought that since both of them had already been interning for 3 months and were familiar with everything, it would be fine for them to work the night shift together. So, when they first joined the internal medicine department, they were paired up for their first night shift. Su Ruanruan and Wang Yun weren't close. Apart from seeing each other a few times during exams, they hadn't really interacted in the past 3 months, let alone talked. But now, with the 2 of them on night shift together and the surroundings feeling so eerie, as if someone was lurking in the shadows watching her, Su Ruanruan wanted to talk to someone. Hearing Wang Yun's words, she scooted a little closer to her. "Maybe I'm just sensitive to the cold," Su Ruanruan said, then thought for a moment and added, "Don't you think it feels colder here than in the other departments?" Wang Yun looked at Su Ruanruan oddly, then glanced around. "I don't think so." After a while, Wang Yun added, "It's just as cold as the other departments." Su Ruanruan looked at Wang Yun, a bit at a loss for words. Seeing Su Ruanruan's slightly dazed expression, Wang Yun suddenly laughed. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I really think it's the same as the other departments. If you don't believe me, feel my hand." Wang Yun held her hand out to Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan stared at Wang Yun's hand for a moment before slowly reaching out to touch it. The moment she touched Wang Yun's hand, Su Ruanruan quickly pulled her own hand back. So cold. Why was it so cold? Could it be? 1,000 possibilities flashed through Su Ruanruan's mind, spinning so fast she wanted to jump up and run out the door. But before Su Ruanruan could do anything, Wang Yun let out a soft sigh. I don't have clothes as thick as yours. During the day, when I'm busy, it's not so bad, but at night on the night shift, it feels freezing. No matter what I do, my hands just won't warm up. Su Ruanruan, whose mind had just been filled with thoughts of running away, was stunned by Wang Yun's explanation. After a while, Su Ruanruan asked softly, Your hands are cold because you're not dressed warmly enough? Wang Yun raised her eyebrows. What else could it be? If I were dressed as warmly as you, how could my hands still be cold? But you're already bundled up and you still feel cold. As she spoke, Wang Yun sounded both envious and a little resigned. Su Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh at herself. So she'd just been scaring herself. Su Ruanruan stood up and went to the nearby locker room. Not long after, she came back out, holding a thick cotton coat in her hands. This cotton-padded coat was the one Su Ruanruan wore on her way to the hospital. After all, the biting wind outside was much colder than indoors. But she was already dressed warmly, and there was a lot to do at work, so she couldn't keep wearing the coat and simply left it in the locker room. Su Ruanruan handed the coat to Wang Yun. Here, put this on. Wang Yun looked at Su Ruanruan in surprise. You're really giving this to me to wear? Of course I am. Su Ruanruan chuckled. If she wasn't giving it to Wang Yun, why else would she have taken it out? After confirming several times, Wang Yun happily took the coat and quickly put it on over her nurse's uniform. There weren't many people around at night and not much to do, so wearing the coat over her uniform wasn't a big deal. The moment she put it on, Wang Yun felt warmth spread all over her body. She sighed in comfort. This is really warm. Su Ruanruan wore this coat often, but it never felt this warm right away. Is it really that amazing? Seeing Su Ruanruan take her words seriously, Wang Yun couldn't help but laugh, though she felt a bit bittersweet. You wear it every day, so you probably don't notice. If you were like me, freezing all the time, and suddenly put on something this thick, you'd definitely feel incredibly warm. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan blushed a little. She hadn't meant anything by her earlier comment, but thinking back, it did sound a bit like, let them eat cake. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Su Ruanruan quickly apologized, afraid her careless words had hurt Wang Yun. Wang Yun waved her hand. Why are you apologizing? I should be thanking you. Otherwise, I'd be freezing all night again. Seeing that Wang Yun really wasn't upset, Su Ruanruan finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were still interns, earning only 13.5 yuan a month, and their monthly fabric ration tickets were very limited. But after working for a while, Su Ruanruan had learned a lot. For example, when people needed to make new clothes but didn't have enough fabric or cotton ration tickets, they'd borrow from others and pay them back slowly when they could. It made things easier for everyone. Wang Yun was able to work at the hospital, so she was probably from the county, and her family likely had wages and ration tickets. By pulling things together, she should be able to make herself a warm set of clothes. Although Su Ruanruan thought this, she didn't ask. She and Wang Yun weren't close enough for that kind of conversation. Su Ruanruan stayed silent, but Wang Yun spoke up. Did you really feel cold just now? Hearing Wang Yun bring this up, Su Ruanruan suddenly felt a chill rise from her feet. But this time, she didn't feel like anyone was watching her. Of course! I really do think it's cold here. Su Ruanruan wanted to say it felt a bit eerie, but it was the middle of the night, and only the two of them were at the nurse's station. The patients in the wards were all asleep. It was better not to say things like that, or they'd just end up scaring themselves. Su Ruanruan kept quiet, but Wang Yun continued, I've heard that places like hospitals are full of energy, especially at night. You shouldn't wander around, or who knows what you might run into. Already feeling uneasy, Su Ruanruan turned pale with fright at these words. Su Ruanruan clasped her hands tightly together, silently telling herself to stay calm. She had already died once. What was there left to be afraid of? But the more she tried to convince herself, the more frightened she became. It was precisely because she died and come back that Wang Yun's words just now seemed to make a bit of sense. Wang Yun waited a while for Su Ruanruan to respond, but when she didn't, she looked at her curiously. One look and Wang Yun was startled. "Why is your face so pale? Don't tell me you actually believed what I just said?" "I was only joking." Wang Yun grew anxious and reached out to grab Su Ruanruan's hand. But when she felt how cold Su Ruanruan's hand was, Wang Yun became even more embarrassed. "Did I really scare you? I'm so sorry. Here, let me warm your hands. Our hospital is perfectly fine. Nothing's wrong, don't worry. Maybe you feel cold because a window is letting in a draft. Should I go check?" As she spoke, Wang Yun was about to stand up, but Su Ruanruan grabbed her. "Don't go. Weren't you going to warm my hands?" Hearing this, Wang Yun nodded obediently and wrapped Su Ruanruan's hands in her own. Feeling the warmth from Wang Yun's hands, Su Ruanruan was a little dazed. Wang Yun had only just put on her thick coat, and her hands were already so warm. She could even warm someone else's hands. Was this what they meant by a peach for a plum, returning kindness with kindness? That night, with Wang Yun sitting by her side and chatting, the two of them holding hands, Su Ruanruan wasn't nearly as scared. Because of this, the two, who hadn't been that close before, became much more familiar, and the distance between them shrank considerably. After their shift ended, the two walked together to the hospital entrance before parting ways and heading home. Lying on her Kong bed, Su Ruanruan kept thinking about how she'd felt the night before. She was convinced it wasn't just her imagination. She'd been at the hospital for so long, worked countless night shifts, and never felt afraid before, so why was she so scared last night? There was only one explanation: someone really had been watching her. The more Su Ruanruan thought about it, the more certain she became. And once she was sure, she wasn't scared anymore. No matter who was hiding in the shadows watching her, sooner or later, she'd drag them out. After the weather turned cold, Xiao Chenjin was often sent out on missions. The length of each mission varied, sometimes just a few days, sometimes 10 days or even half a month. This time, Xiao Chenjin was gone for more than half a month. Before he left, Xiao Chenjin thought that by the time he returned, Su Ruanruan's reply would have arrived. But when he got back, there was still no letter from her. Xiao Chenjin felt uneasy. After worrying for a while, he decided to write another letter to ask what was going on. Before he could send out his new letter, he received 2 letters in quick succession. Holding the 2 envelopes, one thick, one thin, Xiao Chenjin didn't feel much better. When he opened and read them, his brow furrowed tightly. Early winter had arrived, heavy snow kept falling, Luo Yufeng had gotten into trouble, and Xin Yanjun had been beaten. One thing after another, all of it weighed heavily on Xiao Chenjin's mind. Clutching the letter paper tightly, Xiao Chenjin wondered how he could manage a trip home. As a new recruit like him, it was almost impossible to get leave to visit home. When Li Dongyang walked in, he saw Xiao Chenjin sitting there with a serious expression, as if he was pondering something important. Seeing this, Li Dongyang's heart tightened. "Old Xiao, what's wrong? Did the mission not go well this time?" Xiao Chenjin, who had just been lost in his own thoughts, snapped out of it at Li Dongyang's words and smacked the back of Li Dongyang's head. "What nonsense are you talking about? So it's not about the mission? Then what are you sitting here worrying about? You look so serious." Xiao Chenjin picked up a letter from the table and handed it to Li Dongyang, speaking calmly, "I need to go home for a bit." Li Dongyang's eyes lit up when he saw the letter. He didn't even pay attention to what Xiao Chenjin had said, and just agreed instinctively, "Sure, go ahead." With that, he turned to leave, eager to read the letter. But after taking just 2 steps, Li Dongyang suddenly stopped. "Wait, what did you just say? You're going home? How are you going home?" "Old Xiao." "Xiao Chenjin, you're not." Li Dongyang glanced around warily, making sure it was just the 2 of them in the room, then lowered his voice to a whisper. "You're not thinking of deserting, are you?" "You? What nonsense." Xiao Chenjin shot Li Dongyong a sideways glance. "Even if you deserted, I wouldn't." Hearing this, Li Dongyong finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew it. You don't seem like the type to do that. But how are you planning to get home then?" This time, Xiao Chenjin didn't answer, because he hadn't figured out a way yet. Seeing Xiao Chenjin fall silent, Li Dongyong assumed he'd just been talking offhand and didn't press further. Instead, he focused on reading his letter, grinning like an idiot as he read, completely oblivious to the growing determination on Xiao Chenjin's face. 2 days later, Ruanruan was on the night shift again. It was already December, the weather was getting colder, and the new year was drawing closer. After a busy first half of the night, the nurse's station quieted down once more. Ruanruan went to the changing room to get her thick cotton coat. Before she could say anything, Wang Yun smiled and took it from her, quickly putting it on. "It's so warm." Wang Yun sighed in delight, running her hands over the coat. "I wish I could have a coat this thick one day." Ruanruan's cotton coat was made especially for wind protection on her way to work, so it was extra long, with the hem reaching the backs of her knees. Since Ruanruan was taller than Wang Yun, when Wang Yun wore it, the hem reached all the way to her calves. At that moment, Wang Yun felt like she was wrapped in a quilt. It was so warm, she almost wanted to fall asleep. Ruanruan just smiled at Wang Yun's words and didn't reply, most of her attention focused on her surroundings. Without that deep-seated fear, Ruanruan's senses were much sharper now. No one was secretly watching her from the shadows anymore. This made Ruanruan breathe a sigh of relief, but she also felt a little disappointed. She'd hoped to catch the person tonight, so she wouldn't have to be on edge every time she worked. But the other person was hiding in the dark while she was out in the open. This wasn't something that could be rushed. Seeing Ruanruan so quiet, Wang Yun thought she must be tired and said, "If you're sleepy, go ahead and take a nap. I'll keep watch. There's not much to do here at night anyway." "No, I'm not tired." Knowing that someone was secretly watching her, Ruanruan simply couldn't fall asleep. Seeing Ruanruan's clear, alert eyes, she didn't look the least bit sleepy. Wang Yun didn't insist on sleeping either. Instead, she fished out a book from who knows where. "I'll read for a bit." Ruanruan nodded and took out a book herself. The two of them read under the dim light, but it wasn't long before their eyes started to ache. Ruanruan blinked her slightly sore eyes and absent-mindedly glanced around. Just as she turned to look at Wang Yun on her right, she caught a glimpse, out of the corner of her eye, of the door to the ward at the end of the corridor. It was slightly ajar, and in that narrow crack, an eye was staring right at them. The moment she saw that eye, Ruanruan's heart skipped a beat. But it was only for a second. She quickly composed herself and gently patted Wang Yun. "Stop reading. Aren't your eyes hurting?" Wang Yun looked up and immediately covered her eyes with both hands. "Of course they hurt. I'm done. Then let's stop reading and just chat for a bit." While Ruanruan was talking to Wang Yun, she kept watching that ward out of the corner of her eye. She saw the door quietly close, with no sound at all. Only then did she lean in and whisper to Wang Yun, "That patient in the ward at the end of the corridor, don't you think he's a bit odd?" Wang Yun blinked in confusion. "Odd? What's odd about him?" Wang Yun thought back carefully. In that ward at the end of the corridor, there was only one man, who looked to be in his 20s. He'd been hospitalized for quite some time, but he never got 4 drips, took medicine, or got injections. He just stayed in the hospital all day, and they rarely saw him come out. When the doctors did their rounds, they'd only ask him a couple of casual questions and never talked much. She hadn't thought much of it before, but now that she did, Wang Yun realized that man really was a bit strange. He is kind of weird. He doesn't look sick at all, so why does he stay in the hospital all the time? After all, staying in the hospital isn't cheap. If a normal person isn't sick, who would want to stay in a hospital? Ruanruan shook her head. She'd never paid much attention to that man before, and hadn't expected that the one watching them was actually him. Now that she knew, she wanted to ask Wang Yun about him. Unfortunately, Wang Yun had only just started working in the internal medicine department with her, so she didn't know much either. They'd have to wait until the next shift change to ask the other nurses. With that in mind, Ruanruan changed the subject and chatted about something else with Wang Yun. Later, Wang Yun dozed off in a sleepy haze, leaving Ruanruan sitting alone. Every so often, she glanced toward that ward, but the door didn't move again. The next morning, during shift change, Ruanruan found a senior nurse who was known to be approachable and asked her a couple of questions. Unfortunately, the nurse didn't know anything either, so Ruanruan didn't get any answers. With no other options, Ruanruan went home. After breakfast at home, just as Ruanruan was about to go to sleep, Granny Chen stopped her. "Ruanruan, don't go to bed just yet." "What's wrong, Grandma? Is something up?" Ruanruan quickly sat up straight, looking at Granny Chen seriously. Seeing her like that, Granny Chen couldn't help but laugh. "It's nothing major. It's just that your Aunt Wei Hong came by last night for a chat. She asked me to tell you. If there's anyone suitable at your hospital, see if you can introduce someone to Xiao Xiao." Ruanruan blinked, a little confused. "Introduce someone to Xiao Xiao? Introduce what?" Granny Chen gave Ruanruan a reproachful look. "You silly girl, what do you think? Of course I mean introducing a match for Xiao Xiao." "A match?" Ruanruan was so startled that her sleepiness vanished. How could that work? Wei Hong might not know, but Granny Chen certainly did. Hu Xiao Xiao and Li Dongong had been keeping in touch by letter all along. Now, if they tried to set Xiao Xiao up with someone else, how could she possibly agree? Granny Chen also knew what Ruanruan was thinking. She sighed. "I asked you before, and you said I couldn't tell Xiao Xiao's mother about that matter, so I didn't. But since I can't say anything, Xiao Xiao's mother has asked me to talk to you about finding a match for Xiao Xiao. There's really no way to refuse, so I could only agree. That's why I wanted to discuss with you what to do." Ruanruan felt a headache coming on as she listened. What Granny Chen said was true. As long as they didn't reveal the situation between Hu Xiao Xiao and Li Dongong, there was no way to avoid what came next. But they couldn't just tell the truth either. She frowned and thought for a long while, but couldn't come up with a good solution. Seeing Granny Chen's worried face, she patted her hand. "Grandma, leave this to me. I'll talk to Xiao Xiao tonight." Granny Chen nodded. "That's what I was thinking too. You should talk to Xiao Xiao properly about this. It's not good to keep hiding things. Whether it works out or not, it's better to settle it sooner rather than later." I understand. All right, then go get some sleep. You didn't sleep all night again, did you? Look at how red your eyes are." As she spoke, Granny Chen stood up. "Go on, get some rest. I'll close the door for you." After Granny Chen left, Ruanruan lay on the con, still thinking about what Granny Chen had just said. Judging by how long it usually took for Xiao Qingjin's letters to arrive, the 2 reply letters she had written had probably just reached him. Likewise, Hu Xiaoxiao's reply would have just gotten to Li Dongeng. By the time they wrote back and the letters made it home, it would be almost New Year's. And with the post office closing for the holiday, the letters might not arrive until after the New Year. But from the way Wei Hong was acting, she clearly wanted to find a match for Hu Xiaoxiao as soon as possible. Even if Ruanruan said she hadn't found anyone suitable, wouldn't Wei Hong just ask someone else? No matter how she looked at it, this wasn't something that could be dragged out any longer. It needed to be resolved quickly. Lost in thought, Ruanruan didn't even know when she fell asleep. When she woke up and checked the time on the watch under her pillow, she realized it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Ruanruan rubbed her head, feeling a bit of a headache, a side effect of sleeping too much during the day. When she finally got up and went outside, Granny Chen, who was preparing dinner in the kitchen, heard her moving around. "Ruanruan, you're awake? Come wash up, are you hungry? Dinner will be ready soon." Ruanruan smiled as she walked into the kitchen. After washing up, she went to see what Granny Chen was cooking. Seeing Ruanruan come over, Granny Chen smiled. "I was going to call you for lunch earlier, but you were sleeping so soundly I didn't want to wake you. Did you sleep well? If you're still tired, you can go back to sleep after dinner." "I slept really well." Su Ruanruan grinned. But I can't sleep anymore, or I definitely won't be able to fall asleep tonight. After dinner, I'll go talk to Xiao Xiao. You've got a good memory. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten all about it, Granny Chen said as she sped up her work. Don't worry, dinner will be ready soon. Granny Chen was making scallion pancakes, which happened to be Su Ruanruan's favorite kind of pastry. The method for making scallion pancakes was quite simple. Add an egg while kneading the dough, then roll the dough out into a thin, round pancake. Sprinkle salt evenly on top, brush with fragrant sesame oil, and scatter chopped scallions over it. Next, roll up the pancake into a long strip, cut it into evenly sized pieces, and roll each piece out again into a thin pancake. Heat oil in a flat-bottomed pan, put the pancakes in, and fry them until both sides are golden and crispy. Then they're done. The resulting scallion pancakes were crispy on the outside and tender inside. Each bite was savory and fragrant, with the aroma of scallions, absolutely delicious. Even though Granny Chen's pancakes were quite large, Su Ruanruan could easily eat 2 in one sitting. She'd cook a pot of porridge and stir-fry some shredded potatoes to go with the freshly made scallion pancakes. This dinner was simply unbeatable. When Su Ruanruan ate scallion pancakes, she didn't like to cut them up. She preferred to spread thick soybean paste directly on the pancake, wrap some shredded potatoes inside, and eat it just like that. Every time Granny Chen saw Su Ruanruan eating scallion pancakes this way, she couldn't help but laugh. Look at you, such a young girl, but you eat so heartily. If you weren't already engaged, who'd dare marry you in the future? Su Ruanruan didn't mind at all. It's fine, Chung Jin likes to eat this way too. In this regard, Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chungjin had the same tastes. Hearing this, Granny Chen just shook her head with a smile and didn't say anything more. After dinner, seeing that it was about time, Su Ruanruan went to look for Hu Xiaoxiao. She left a bit early, and as luck would have it, she had just walked out of the Su family's alley when she spotted Hu Xiaoxiao up ahead, about to turn the corner. Xiaoxiao, Su Ruanruan called out, waving at her. Hu Xiaoxiao turned around, saw Su Ruanruan, and broke into a smile. Instead of hurrying over, Hu Xiaoxiao called out toward the alley, Mom, I'm going to hang out with Ruanruan. I'll be back soon. Wei Hong had just reached her own doorstep. Hearing this, she nodded at Hu Xiaoxiao. Go ahead, but don't forget to come back for dinner. Wei Hong figured that Granny Chen must have told Su Ruanruan about the matter, and that's why Su Ruanruan had come to talk to Hu Xiaoxiao. Although Hu Xiaoxiao was her own daughter, some things were just better said between peers. Watching Hu Xiaoxiao dash off excitedly, Wei Hong finally opened the door and went inside. Granny Chen was tidying up in the kitchen. Hearing the commotion outside, she glanced toward the door through the glass. She saw Su Ruanruan returning, and just as she was about to ask what was up, she noticed Hu Xiaoxiao following behind her. Seeing this, Granny Chen left them to their own devices and continued cleaning up. Su Ruanruan and Hu Xiaoxiao went inside. Before Hu Xiaoxiao could ask, Su Ruanruan explained the whole situation from beginning to end. After she finished, Su Ruanruan asked seriously, Xiaoxiao, what do you plan to do? Hu Xiaoxiao hadn't expected that when Wei Hong mentioned asking Su Ruanruan to introduce her to someone last time, she'd actually meant it. She'd thought her mom was just talking offhand. Hu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh and cry. Of course, I'll refuse. Just tell my mom there's no one suitable at your hospital. Su Ruanruan nodded. That's no problem for me to say, but I'm worried your mom might ask someone else to set you up. Other people might not check with you first like I did. And honestly, Su Ruanruan's concern wasn't unfounded. Even Hu Xiaoxiao fell silent when she heard this. After a long while, she finally muttered gloomily, Ruanruan, what do you think I should do? Su Ruanruan scooted a little closer to Hu Xiaoxiao. Well, that depends on what you want to do. For the past few months, Hu Xiaoxiao had been corresponding with Li Dongang, but she had never told Su Ruanruan what exactly her relationship with Li Dongang was. Since Hu Xiaoxiao hadn't brought it up herself, Su Ruanruan didn't feel comfortable asking. Without knowing the facts, Su Ruanruan really couldn't offer any advice. Hu Xiaoxiao thought for a while, her expression turning a little agitated. I don't even know what's going on myself right now. Why don't you write him a letter and ask? Su Ruanruan suggested gently. What kind of situation was this, all vague and unclear? If it were back in their school days, maybe it wouldn't matter, but now that they'd both graduated high school and were getting older. Old enough to talk about marriage, it wasn't good for anyone to keep dragging things out like this. Hu Xiaoxiao was a bit reluctant to write. Why do I have to be the one to bring this up? Her tone was full of complaint, not directed at Su Ruanruan, of course, but at Li Dongang. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed with Li Dongang as well. He's a grown man, why is he being so wishy-washy? Before Su Ruanruan could finish complaining in her heart, Hu Xiaoxiao suddenly said, Ruanruan, where's your paper and pen? Lend them to me. I'll write him a letter and ask right now. Su Ruanruan looked at Hu Xiaoxiao in surprise, not sure why her mood had changed so quickly, but she still handed over her paper and pen. Hu Xiaoxiao wrote quickly, filling only about a third of the page before she finished. Su Ruanruan didn't watch her write, instead sitting at the table by the king. She noticed how much paper Hu Xiaoxiao used, but couldn't see what she'd written. Hu Xiaoxiao folded the letter, pulled some money out of her pocket, and handed both to Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan, can you mail this for me? Since Xiaoxiao didn't have a reason to go to the post office herself, and it wouldn't do for Wei Hong to find out at a time like this, she had to rely on Su Ruanruan to send the letter. Su Ruanruan didn't refuse. She set the letter and money aside, then took Hu Xiaoxiao's hand and comforted her. It's good to get things clear. That way you won't waste your time. A girl's time is precious. Hearing this, Hu Xiaoxiao lifted her chin. You're right, Ruanruan. I can't let him waste my time like this. Early the next morning, Su Ruanruan went to the post office. The post office had just opened for the day. The staff were surprised to see Su Ruanruan there so early to send a letter, but figuring it must be urgent, they suggested, if it's really urgent, why not send a telegram? A telegram would definitely be faster than a letter. But the thing was, this was a private matter between Hu Xiaoxiao and Li Dongang. How could you send a telegram about something like this? Su Ruanruan refused without hesitation. No need, mailing a letter is fine. Since she insisted, the postal worker agreed. After mailing the letter, Su Ruanruan hurried to the hospital. Even though she moved as fast as she could, she was still almost late by the time she arrived. The head nurse, who had never liked Su Ruanruan, scolded her in front of everyone. Su Ruanruan listened with her head down, readily admitted her mistake, and promised she'd never be late again. Su Ruanruan's attitude in admitting her mistake was so good that even if the head nurse still had opinions about her, she couldn't say much more. She just told Su Ruanruan to quickly tidy up and start the ward rounds, since soon it would be time to prepare water and medicine, and the morning was a busy time. This time, during the rounds, Su Ruanruan deliberately lingered a bit longer at the ward at the end of the corridor, chatting with the man inside for a few extra moments. This man was 25 years old, named Gao Chang. His family lived in the county town, but even though Su Ruanruan had been working in the internal medicine department for several days, she hadn't seen any of his family members visit. Although Su Ruanruan asked a few more questions than usual, they were all routine, whether Gao Chang was eating well, sleeping well, if he felt uncomfortable anywhere, or if he needed any help. These were the kinds of questions new nurses liked to ask. When Su Ruanruan did rounds with Wang Yun always liked to ask patients these things. Previously, Su Ruanruan didn't like asking such unnecessary questions, but now, they seemed just right. Gao Chang had been in the ward for a long time, so his skin was a bit pale, and he looked thin and frail. He wasn't very tall either, just a little taller than Su Ruanruan. Gao Chang seemed to have a pretty good temperament. No matter what Su Ruanruan asked, he answered politely. Once Su Ruanruan ran out of questions, she glanced around the whole ward, including at Gao Chang, then reminded him to get plenty of rest and to come to the nurse's station if he needed anything before turning to leave. After leaving the ward, Su Ruanruan felt even more puzzled. This Gao Chang, whether in appearance or in the way he spoke, seemed perfectly normal, nothing at all like someone who would have a voyeuristic tendency. During the day, the nurses' station was bustling with people coming and going, and there were more staff on duty than at night. Actually, nurses at the hospital didn't have to work night shifts every other day. They worked in 3 shifts. It was just that Ruanruan and Wang Yun were new trainee nurses, so their schedules were different from the others. Near the end of her shift that night, Ruanruan glanced again at Gao Chang's ward. The door was closed, so she couldn't see anything. She withdrew her gaze and strode outside. Back home, Ruanruan hurried to find Granny Chen. "Grandma, did you talk to Aunt Wei?" Granny Chen nodded. "I did. She came home at noon, and I told her. I also advised her that Xiao Xiao is still young, so there's no rush to find her a match." She agreed. "Grandma, you're amazing." Ruanruan hugged Granny Chen's arm and shook it. "I'll go tell Xiao Xiao in a bit, she'll be so happy." But Granny Chen wasn't as cheerful as Ruanruan. "Now I just hope Xiao Xiao's letter can be delivered soon, so this matter can be settled quickly." Given her age, Granny Chen's thinking was a bit different from Ruanruan and Hu Xiaoxiao. In Granny Chen's view, if Hu Xiaoxiao and Li Dongeng really had feelings for each other, it would be better to settle things early, so both families could be at ease. Ruanruan didn't think that far ahead. She just wanted Hu Xiaoxiao to feel at ease. Seeing how anxious and uncertain Hu Xiaoxiao had been these past few months, Ruanruan's heart ached for her. In the days that followed, whether she was on day or night shift, Ruanruan kept a close eye on Gao Chang. The more she watched, the stranger she felt. During the day, Gao Chang acted completely normal. But at night, it was as if he became a different person, always hiding behind the crack of the door, secretly watching the nurse's station. If she hadn't confirmed it was Gao Chang, Ruanruan would have thought she'd run into something supernatural. Once December arrived, time seemed to pass by especially quickly. Ruanruan hadn't really noticed it herself, but Granny Chen suddenly announced that the new year was almost here. The 3 of them were having dinner when Granny Chen mentioned it, and Ruanruan looked at her in disbelief. "It's almost New Year's?" Seeing Ruanruan's expression, Granny Chen couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. "That's right. Tomorrow is Little New Year. And since you're off work during the day, let's make dumplings together at noon." Here, it was tradition to eat dumplings on Little New Year. Thinking of those delicious dumplings, Ruanruan nodded, but she still found it hard to believe. "How is it almost New Year's already? I don't feel it at all." "You've been so busy with work every day. It's normal you haven't noticed." Ruanruan nodded, then added, "It's been over 20 days since I sent that letter to Chengjin. I wonder if I'll get a reply before the new year." Hearing Ruanruan mention Xiao Chijin, Granny Chen sighed. "Who knows? If it weren't for all the snow, the mail wouldn't be so slow." This winter, most of the time, snowflakes drifted outside. Sometimes it was heavy, sometimes light, but the cold was always biting. When Ruanruan left for work early that morning, the sky was gloomy. By the time she came home, it was snowing again. After a whole winter of snow and ice, whatever fondness Ruanruan once had for snow had completely disappeared. Now, all she longed for was the warmth and blossoming of spring. After dinner, Ruanruan went to bed early. Half asleep, she thought she heard someone exclaim outside, but when she listened carefully, there was nothing. Still half dreaming, Ruanruan didn't pay it any mind, turned over, and went back to sleep. She slept straight through until morning. After getting dressed and opening the door, she immediately heard Granny Chen's cheerful but hushed voice. "Chengjin, don't sweep anymore. Ruanruan just cleared the snow off the roof a couple of days ago. It's fine. It's freezing out here, come inside." Ruanruan froze, one foot still in midair. She blinked, uncertain if she'd just imagined what she'd heard. Did Granny Chen just call out to Chengjin? Did she? While Ruanruan was still dazed, Granny Chen turned and spotted her, quickly waving her over. "Ruanruan, what are you standing there for? Come here. Chengjin is back." Ruanruan looked at Granny Chen and saw the joy written all over her face. Although it hadn't snowed again today, the sun still hadn't come out. The early morning wind was sharp and cold, sneaking through every gap in their clothes. That biting chill made Ruanruan realize one thing: she wasn't dreaming, this was real. With that realization, she didn't hesitate another second. She rushed forward to stand beside Granny Chin and looked up at the roof. On the roof, Xiao Chunjin was holding a rake and a broom, clearing the snow. Yesterday's snowfall hadn't been heavy, so the snow on the roof wasn't thick, but the previous snow had frozen into ice, making it hard to clear. Xiao Chunjin heard Granny Chin calling Ruanruan and turned to look at her. One above, one below, their eyes met. So many words were on the tip of their tongues, but neither could speak. In the end, Xiao Chunjin finally climbed down from the roof under Granny Chen's urging. "Ruanruan, I'm back." As Xiao Chunjin spoke, he slowly walked towards Ruanruan, giving her a big smile and opening his arms wide. Ruanruan ignored him, thought for a moment, then tilted her head and looked at Xiao Chunjin. "Did you come back in the middle of the night?" Xiao Chunjin's smile froze. "Ruanruan, how did you know?" "I woke up in the middle of the night yesterday and heard someone exclaiming. I guess that was Uncle and Aunt, right? Then it suddenly went quiet, so I suppose you told them to keep it down." Xiao Chunjin stared at Ruanruan, not wanting to explain anything at all. What was there to explain? Everything Ruanruan said was spot on. "I just thought it was already the middle of the night, and if I woke you up, we'd just say a few words and then go back to sleep. Not worth it. But as soon as I woke up this morning, I came straight over." Xiao Chunjin hurriedly explained, his expression growing more and more anxious. Seeing him like this, Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh. "All right. Say no more. Welcome home." As she spoke, Ruanruan opened her arms, stepped forward, and gently hugged Xiao Chunjin. The moment Ruanruan hugged him, Xiao Chunjin stiffened for a second, but soon he raised his arms and hugged her back. "Ruanruan, I missed you." The two of them had been apart for half a year. For Xiao Chunjin, every single day of those 6 months felt like a year. Now, finally seeing the person he'd been longing for day and night, he was so excited that he just wanted to pick Ruanruan up and spin her around. But before Xiao Chunjin could act on his thoughts, Min came out of the house and cleared his throat softly. "It's cold out here. Hurry up and come into the kitchen for breakfast." Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin both froze, quickly let go of each other, and followed Min toward the kitchen. No one knew when Granny Chin had returned to the kitchen, but breakfast was already ready. She was ladling out porridge, and when she saw them come in, she smiled and called out, "Come, come, sit down and eat. Chunjin, look how thin you've gotten. Eat a bit more to make up for it. How long can you stay home this time? Are you leaving after the new year?" "Grandma, Chunjin just got back." All right. I won't ask anymore. Let's eat first, let's eat." While they were eating, Ruanruan noticed that Xiao Chunjin's appetite had grown even bigger. He'd always had a big appetite, but after just half a year away, he was eating even more. It was easy to imagine how tough his training must have been. Eating so much and still getting thinner, he must have been burning even more energy. Otherwise, he'd be growing sideways by now. Granny Chin had thought she'd made too much breakfast, but in the end, they finished everything, and Xiao Chunjin still looked like he hadn't had enough. Seeing this, Granny Chin quickly stood up. "Chunjin, I'll make you a couple more pancakes." No, Grandma. Today's Little New Year, aren't we making dumplings for lunch? Why don't we start making them a bit earlier? I want to save some room for dumplings." Hearing this, Granny Chin finally gave up. After Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin helped clear the table, Granny Chin urged them, "You two go back to your room and talk. Your grandpa and I will start chopping the filling and kneading the dough. Let's try to eat dumplings a little earlier today." Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin did have a lot to talk about, so they left the kitchen together. "Why did you suddenly come back?" "I missed you. Be honest. I really did miss you." Ruanruan stared unblinkingly at Xiao Chunjin, saying nothing more, but her silence was more effective than any question. Xiao Chunjin met her gaze, But in the end, he couldn't outlast her persistence. He quickly gave in. All right, fine. I saw you said there was a heavy snowfall here, and Grandma broke her leg. I was worried about the family, worried about Grandma, worried about you, so I came back. Hearing Xiao Chenjin finally tell the truth, Su Ruanruan smiled in satisfaction. So how did you manage to come back? She might not have been a soldier herself, but she knew the basics. New recruits aren't allowed any leave, so how did Xiao Chenjin get back? I just finished a mission, and the higher-ups thought I did a good job, so they decided to reward me. I asked if I could come home for a bit, and they approved it. Was the mission dangerous? No, it wasn't. What kind of mission? A classified mission. As soon as the words left his mouth, a flash of regret crossed Xiao Chenjin's eyes. He must have been too happy to see Su Ruanruan, so his brain wasn't working as fast as usual. Otherwise, how could he have slipped up like that? A classified mission, and the reward was a trip home. How could that not have been dangerous? The contradiction hit too fast for him to react. Luckily, Su Ruanruan didn't dwell on it. Instead, she asked the next question she cared about even more. How long can you stay home? 10 days. Xiao Chenjin smiled and took her hand. I'll leave on the 3rd day of the new year. Today was the 23rd, so a 10-day leave meant he'd be leaving on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. At first, when she heard he could stay for 10 days, Su Ruanruan was happy and thought it was a long time. But when he said he'd be leaving right after the New Year's celebrations, she suddenly felt like his departure was just around the corner. The emotional whiplash made Su Ruanruan's eyes instantly redden, tears welling up. Seeing she was about to cry, Xiao Chenjin panicked. Ruanruan, don't cry. I can stay home for 10 whole days. That's a long time. Su Ruanruan blinked, trying to hold back her tears. But the moment she blinked, tears slipped down her cheeks and she couldn't hold back anymore. So much had happened in the 6 months since Xiao Chenjin left. She hadn't told him most of it, and when she was holding on by herself, it hadn't felt that hard. But now, seeing him standing in front of her, all her strength suddenly melted away, and she just felt wronged and vulnerable. Su Ruanruan clung to Xiao Chenjin and cried for a long while before the tightness in her chest finally eased. She hadn't felt embarrassed while crying, but once she stopped, she did feel a bit self-conscious. She felt like she had no real reason to cry. But Xiao Chenjin didn't care whether she had a reason or not. He just held her tightly the whole time, gently patting her back and murmuring soothing words. Now that Su Ruanruan had finally stopped crying, Xiao Chenjin's tense heart relaxed at last. Seeing her cry like that made him feel useless. If he could always be by her side, how could she end up crying like this? When Xiao Chenjin fell silent, Su Ruanruan decided to change the subject herself. Chenjin, when are you going to visit Grandma Luo? You're on the night shift today, so I'm planning to go back to the production team this afternoon and stay at home for a night. I'll come back tomorrow afternoon. By then, you should be awake, Xiao Chenjin said, his arrangements organized and thorough. Hearing Xiao Chenjin's careful planning, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but smile. No matter how long Xiao Chenjin was away, he was always the same thoughtful Xiao Chenjin. Oh, right? Xiao Chenjin let go of Su Ruanruan. I have something for you. Su Ruanruan looked at him curiously. What is it? Xiao Chenjin smiled and pulled an envelope from his pocket, handing it to her. This is my allowance, plus the rewards I got from completing missions. Su Ruanruan took the envelope and poured out its contents, only to see 8 big unity bills inside. Xiao Chenjin's monthly allowance was 10 yuan, so the extra must be from rewards, right? Just as she was thinking this, Xiao Chenjin added, this is half of it, the other half I gave to Mom. Su Ruanruan looked up in surprise. You actually have 160 yuan? How come, after working for half a month, she'd only earned 81 yuan, but Xiao Chenjin had made twice as much as her. His monthly allowance was only 10 yuan. Seeing Su Ruanruan staring at him in silence, Xiao Chenjin started to feel uneasy. Ruanruan, are you upset? Was she unhappy that he gave part of his allowance to his mother? Su Ruanruan shook her head. I'm not upset. I'm just curious, how come, in about the same amount of time, you earned twice as much as I did? She really wasn't short on money, but the feeling of earning it herself was completely different from selling things from her treasure space. Xiao Chenjin hadn't expected that. Upon learning he had 160 yuan, Su Ruanruan's first reaction would be this. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't it a good thing that I earn more than you? That way, I can support you. Su Ruanruan wanted to say she didn't need him to support her, but when she looked at the big unity bills in her hand, she swallowed the words. It's different. Earning money herself and spending the money Xiao Chenjin earned for her, those were two completely different feelings. Su Ruanruan carefully put the bills back into the envelope and placed it in the Kang cabinet. Then she took out a small box from the cabinet. Xiao Chenjin found her actions a bit odd. Ruanruan, what are you getting? Su Ruanruan didn't answer. She brought the box over to Xiao Chenjin, set it on the Kang, opened it, and took out 8 big unity bills, handing them to him. Here, you take these. Xiao Chenjin looked at the money she stuffed into his hand and couldn't help but laugh. I just gave you so much, and now you're giving it back to me? That's different. Su Ruanruan said seriously. What you gave me is what you earned. What I'm giving you is what I earned. Xiao Chenjin thought, how is that different? Isn't it just the left hand giving to the right? But seeing Su Ruanruan's earnest expression, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Oh well, if Su Ruanruan says it's different, then it's different. But Xiao Chenjin put the money back in her hand. Ruanruan, I don't need money in the army. I don't smoke or drink, and I don't have to treat people to meals or deal with social obligations. Everything we eat, wear, and use, even paper and pens, are provided by the higher-ups. Money is useless to me. Keeping it is just like holding a few pieces of paper. No, actually, it's worse than paper. If it were just paper, I wouldn't have to worry about losing it. Su Ruanruan was silent for a moment before she spoke. So, what you're saying is, even though you have the money, you're always worried you might lose it? Xiao Chenjin nodded. Exactly. I'm always afraid I'll lose it, and I don't really have anywhere to spend it. So you should keep it. Save it for us, for when we get married. Su Ruanruan thought Xiao Chenjin's suggestion wasn't bad at all. When Xiao Chenjin came back in a year and a half, they really would be getting married. So, should she start preparing the things they'd need for the wedding? But what exactly did people need for a wedding? Once Su Ruanruan's thoughts started to wander, she couldn't stop. It wasn't until Xiao Chenjin shook her several times that she snapped back to reality. She stared at Xiao Chenjin for a while, then suddenly remembered something. You're going to visit Grandma Luo this afternoon, right? You should buy something to bring her. And you should probably give her some of the money you earned. She'll be so happy to see it. As she spoke, Su Ruanruan tried to hand the money back to Xiao Chenjin, but he was quicker and stopped her. I've already prepared something for her. And I brought something for you too, I'll show you in a bit. Hearing that Xiao Chenjin had brought her a gift, Su Ruanruan instantly perked up. A gift and money are definitely not the same thing. What is it? Why do I have to wait? Can't you show me now? Or should I just go with you to get it? Seeing that Su Ruanruan was getting impatient, Xiao Chenjin had no choice but to stand up. All right. Just wait here for me, I'll go get it for you. As soon as Xiao Chenjin finished speaking, someone outside started shouting his name at the top of their lungs. The voice was so loud that Su Ruanruan frowned. Why does that voice sound so familiar? She asked, puzzled. But Xiao Chenjin had already recognized who it was and smiled. Of course it sounds familiar, it's Li Dongang. Li Dongang? He's back too. Su Ruanruan's expression became a bit complicated. Before you guys came back, did you get a letter? Xiao Chenjin looked confused. A letter? What letter? The last time we got mail was at the beginning of the month. Just as I thought. Su Ruanruan sighed. I sent you guys a letter at the beginning of the month. Well, to be precise, I sent it to Li Dongang. Before she could finish, they heard Granny Chen's voice. Ruanruan, who's calling for Chenjin outside. Tell him to go take a look. Okay. Su Ruanruan replied, then pulled Xiao Chenjin toward the door. It was Xiao who wrote to Li Dongang. She only had time to explain that much before they reached the front gate. Sure enough, when they opened the door, Li Dongyang was standing outside. Like Xiao Chenjin, Li Dongyang was dressed in a green military uniform. Su Ruanruan remembered that the last time she saw Li Dongyang, his skin wasn't nearly this dark. Who would have thought? It had only been half a year, and Li Dongyang was already this tanned. Su Ruanruan turned to look at Xiao Chenjin, then nodded in satisfaction. I was just thinking how much darker you've gotten, but now that I see you next to him, you're really not that bad. Xiao Chenjin had gotten tanned too. Su Ruanruan had been startled when she first saw him. But now, compared to Li Dongyang, Xiao Chenjin's tan was nothing at all. Li Dongyang was almost left speechless by Su Ruanruan's words. Seriously, Su Ruanruan, what do you mean by that? It's one thing to call me dark, but why do you have to compare me to old Xiao? Old Xiao. Su Ruanruan blinked, immediately catching the key point in Li Dongyang's words. You actually call Chenjin old Xiao? Yeah, so what? Li Dongyang asked, confused. Do you know what people call Chenjin's dad? Li Dongyang was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved it off. Oh, I thought you were going to say something serious. It's fine, we each call them what we want. Seeing Li Dongyang didn't care at all, Su Ruanruan dropped the subject too. She didn't really mind either, it just felt a little surreal. Xiao Chenjin isn't even 20 yet, so how did he become old Xiao already? Every time Li Dongyang called him old Xiao, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but feel like Xiao Chenjin had suddenly aged. Granny Chen came out of the kitchen and saw the three of them standing at the door chatting. She scolded, the king is burning inside and it's so warm. Why are you all standing out here in the cold instead of coming in to talk? Grandma, we're coming in now. Su Ruanruan hadn't felt cold until Granny Chen mentioned it, but now she did. She tugged on Xiao Chenjin's arm. Chenjin, let's go inside and talk. Without another word, Li Dongyang followed the two of them into the yard. When Granny Chen saw Li Dongyang coming in with Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin, she stared at him for a long moment. It wasn't until Li Dongyang was almost in front of her, smiling and greeting her, that she snapped out of it. You're Dongyang? You came back with Chenjin. That's right, Grandma. I came back with Chenjin. Li Dongyang answered with a smile, but inside he was wiping away bitter tears. God knows what he and Xiao Chenjin had gone through just to make it back. When they first got on the train, he'd said that once they got home, he'd brag about all the hardships they'd faced along the way. Who knew that as soon as he started to speak, Xiao Chenjin would smack him and warn him to keep his mouth shut. Since he couldn't beat Xiao Chenjin, even if he didn't want to, he had no choice but to agree. Because Li Dongyang was there, Su Ruanruan didn't take them to her own room, but led them to the main hall instead. The main hall was warm too, with a small stove and a pot of red date tea simmering on top. Su Ruanruan poured each of them a cup, then went out and came back with peanuts, sunflower seeds, candy, and peach crisps before finally sitting down. Li Dongyang grinned when he saw all the snacks. It's only Little New Year today. Why does it feel like you've prepared for the real New Year? And besides, the two of us are grown men in our 20s. Why are you still giving us all these treats? Su Ruanruan shot him a glare. If you don't want to eat, just watch. Chenjin, you eat. Without a word, Xiao Chenjin reached out and grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds. Seeing this, Li Dongyang's eyes nearly popped out of his head, while Su Ruanruan raised her eyebrows at him in triumph. Grown men in your 20s, huh? Are you even 20 yet? Are you? Why wouldn't I be? Li Dongyang did a quick calculation in his head. It seemed he was still a few months short of 20. But that didn't matter. Just a few months. Su Ruanruan immediately saw through his lack of confidence and snorted, even if you're 1 minute short, you're still not 20. Li Dongyang glanced at Su Ruanruan, then at Xiao Chenjin, who was quietly peeling sunflower seeds on the side, and finally decided to keep his mouth shut. Forget it. A real man doesn't argue with women. Why should he argue with Su Ruanruan about whether he's 20 years old or not? Li Dongyang fell into self-doubt. Having scored a small victory, Su Ruanruan took a sip of her jujube tea, feeling completely refreshed and at ease. As Hu Xiaoxiao's good friend, she ought to stand up for her. This was just the first step. What happens next would depend on how things go between Hu Xiaoxiao and Li Dongying. Ruanruan, here. Hearing Xiao Qingjin's voice, Su Ruanruan snapped out of her thoughts. She looked down and saw a small pile of perfectly peeled sunflower seeds in Xiao Qingjin's palm. Each seed was whole and neatly arranged, giving off that distinct, nutty aroma. Su Ruanruan hesitated for a moment, almost in disbelief. You peeled these just for me? Xiao Qingjin nodded with a smile. Yep, I peeled them just for you. Go ahead, try them. Su Ruanruan stared at him for a moment, then finally reached out and took the seeds, popping them into her mouth one by one. Delicious. They taste way better than the ones I peel myself. Watching the two of them interact from start to finish, Li Dongying felt a tickle in his throat. After a long pause, he finally opened his mouth and let out a slow woof. With a handful of sunflower seeds in her belly, Su Ruanruan's mood improved even more. Feeling cheerful, she was willing to chat with Li Dongying a bit more. At the beginning of this month, Xiaoxiao wrote you a letter. It probably hasn't arrived yet. It's still on the way. Huh? Li Dongying scratched his head. I figured I'd be coming back soon, so I didn't reply to her last letter. Is that why she wrote another one? Because she didn't get a reply? Su Ruanruan. Why did she suddenly not feel like talking anymore? After a moment of silence, Su Ruanruan simply asked, Why do you write letters to Xiaoxiao? Li Dongying was stunned by the question and didn't answer for a long time. Maybe he didn't know how. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan didn't rush him, just waited quietly. Who knows how long passed before Li Dongying finally spoke. I just wanted to talk to her. Su Ruanruan raised an eyebrow. So you're short on people to talk to, and that's why you write to Xiaoxiao? You just want someone to chat with? No, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Li Dongying fell silent again. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan decided to go all in. Xiaoxiao's mom wants me to set her up with someone. Ideally, a doctor from the hospital. Doctors are capable, earn good money, and can take care of the family. I think it's a good idea. When I go to work tonight, I'll ask around and see if there's any suitable doctor to introduce to Xiaoxiao. What? Li Dongying shot to his feet. You can't set her up with someone else. Especially not a doctor. What's so great about doctors? They sit indoors all day, get all pale and chubby, and even when they're young, they already have big bellies. They wear glasses, most of them are balding. Hu Xiaoxiao definitely wouldn't like someone like that. There's no point introducing her to one. How do you know Xiaoxiao doesn't like that type? Then what kind of person do you think she likes? Of course she likes someone like me. Su Ruanruan looked Li Dongying up and down. I didn't expect you to be so full of yourself. I'm so close to Xiaoxiao, and even I don't know what kind of guy she likes. How are you so sure? Since things had already been said so bluntly, Li Dongying stopped feeling embarrassed. He lifted his chin proudly. Of course I know. Xiaoxiao likes someone just like me. And what kind of girl do you like? Seeing Li Dongying stammer again, Su Ruanruan's face turned cold. You'd better seize the opportunity. Not everyone is going to stand around waiting for you. In 10 days, you'll be gone. After that, you'll only be able to write Xiaoxiao one letter a month. You two haven't made things official, you can't promise her anything, and if anything happens to her, you won't be able to help. After a while, Xiaoxiao won't like you anymore. Every word Su Ruanruan said was like a knife stabbing into Li Dongying's heart, leaving him speechless and suffocated. After a long moment, Li Dongying's expression suddenly turned serious. I'm going home for a bit. I'll get going now. With that, he turned and walked out. Xiao Qingjin stood up as well. I'll go close the gate. I'll be back in a minute. Ruanruan, you stay inside. Watching Xiao Qingjin's back, Su Ruanruan thought he probably did mean to close the gate, but more importantly, he wanted to talk to Li Dongying. But Su Ruanruan didn't follow them. Xiao Qingjin caught up to Li Dongying at the front gate and called out to him as he was about to stride away. We're only back for 10 days this time. Think things through. Next time we come back, it'll probably be a year and a half from now. Li Dongying nodded silently and strode off. After more than half a year in the army, much of Li Dongying's youthful awkwardness had faded. He was looking more and more like a real man. Xiao Chunjin figured Li Dongong could handle this himself. He didn't need to say anything more. Not long after Xiao Chunjin returned, Granny Chen finished kneading the dough and preparing the filling. She called Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin over to make dumplings together. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin were both skilled at making dumplings. With 4 people, some rolling out wrappers and others filling them, they worked quickly as a team. Before long, they'd filled an entire tray with dumplings. Su Ruanruan glanced at the mixing bowl and was shocked to see how much dough was left. Her eyes widened. "Grandma, why did you make so much dough?" They'd already made a whole tray of dumplings, yet there was still nearly a full bowl of dough left. Granny Chen chuckled. "You just noticed? We've made so many dumplings already, and you didn't realize the filling in the bowl hasn't gone down much." Hearing this, Su Ruanruan looked at the filling and, sure enough, there was still a big bowl of it left. "Why are we making so many?" Su Ruanruan muttered. "There's no way we can finish them in one meal." Granny Chen kept working as she explained. Chengjin's parents have to work. They don't have time to make dumplings. When they get off work, we'll call them over for dinner. But we still won't finish them all. Whatever we can't eat, we can freeze. Take this tray out to the yard now. Won't take long for them to freeze solid. This afternoon, Chengjin will be going back to the production team to see his grandparents, right? Take some with you for them to eat. This weather is cold enough that you can just put the dumplings in a jar, cover it with a lid, and leave it out in the yard. Whenever you want to eat, just take some out and boil them. No matter what meal you make, it's simple and delicious. It's perfect for Chengjin's grandpa to handle. Granny Chen's string of words left Su Ruanruan a bit stunned. Su Ruanruan hadn't expected Granny Chen to have already considered meals for so many people. What had she been doing all morning? She'd just been chatting and laughing with Xiao Chunjin, the two of them goofing around together. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Ruanruan picked up a tray of dumplings and stood up. She went out into the yard, looked around, and set the tray down on a patch of snow. Even though it was winter, there were still birds around. To keep them from pecking at the dumplings, Su Ruanruan went back to the kitchen and fetched a bamboo cover, placing it over the dumplings. The cover had small holes for ventilation, but it kept out birds and insects. It was something they usually used more often in summer, but who would have thought it'd come in handy now too? The 4 of them chatted as they made dumplings, and time flew by quickly. As it got close to the time when Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju would get off work, Granny Chen told Xiao Chunjin to stop what he was doing and go outside to check. If Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju were back, he should call them in so they could start boiling the dumplings. The 4 of them had been busy all morning, and most of the dumplings were already wrapped. There was only about half an hour's work left. Xiao Chunjin went out at just the right time. He'd barely stepped outside when he saw Qian Aiju and Xiao Aigua. He immediately called them in. When they arrived, Granny Chen was about to start boiling the dumplings, but Qian Aiju stopped her. "We haven't finished wrapping them yet, have we? Let Aigua and me wash our hands and help out. With all 6 of us working, we'll be done even faster, and then we can eat without any worries." Granny Chen thought about it and agreed. Just as Qian Aiju said, all 6 of them knew how to cook, so wrapping dumplings together went even faster. In about 10 minutes, they'd finished wrapping all the dumplings. Out in the yard, plenty of dumplings were already frozen on the snow. "Ruanruan, go pick some cilantro and garlic chives for me, and make a bit of sour soup." "Okay." Su Ruanruan agreed and got up to head outside. Xiao Chunjin stood up to follow her, asking as they walked, "Are the vegetables in the backyard still alive?" With weather this cold and snow piled so thick, even though cilantro is hardy, it probably wouldn't grow well, right? "They're not planted in the backyard." As Su Ruanruan spoke, she led Xiao Chunjin to the room next to hers. The Su family's house faced south and had 5 rooms. The main hall was in the center. The first room on the east was where Granny Chen and Su Aimin lived. The first room on the west was Su Ruanruan's, and the other 2 rooms were empty. This winter had been especially harsh. After the few vegetables in the backyard had all frozen to death, Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen came up with an idea: growing vegetables indoors. Of course, they didn't dig up the floor. Instead, they brought in some wooden boxes, made them deep enough, filled them with soil, and grew vegetables inside. Because there weren't many boxes, they could only grow a few things: cilantro, spinach, garlic shoots, and the like. There weren't many varieties, but at least it added a bit of green to their winter meals. Xiao Chenjin followed Su Ruanruan into the house. He saw a large box placed on the kang bed next to the window, and lush green vegetables growing in the box. In the cold winter, the sight was especially delightful. Because we have to water them often, and I was worried about damaging the kang, we put wooden boards underneath, and under those, an oilcloth. These vegetables have really taken a lot of effort. Su Ruanruan explained as she picked the vegetables, carefully choosing the best ones, picking quickly and without a hint of reluctance. Ruanruan, you're so clever. To think of such a good idea. Xiao Chenjin praised her. Su Ruanruan looked at him with amusement. Why are you praising me? I wasn't the first to come up with this. People have done it before, and it was Grandma who suggested it. I just helped out. All I did was help carry the box. The rest was all Grandpa and Grandma's work. Xiao Chenjin replied earnestly, that's impressive too. If you hadn't helped carry the box, Grandpa and Grandma wouldn't have been able to move it. Without moving the box, the vegetables wouldn't get sunlight and wouldn't grow so well. Su Ruanruan stared at Xiao Chenjin for a while, her mouth slightly open, before saying seriously, you've gotten even better at talking than before. He was already good with words, but after half a year away, he was even more so. She liked it. In winter, there were very few fresh vegetables to eat, and the only vegetable usually available for dumpling filling was Chinese cabbage. But today, the dumpling filling that Granny Chen made was a bit more varied than most. Besides the usual scallions, ginger, pork, and cabbage, she also added some shiitake mushrooms. The mushrooms were dried ones. Whenever there was a surplus of mushrooms, Su Ruanruan would trade for some whenever she returned to the production team. After bringing them back, she'd dry them and store them in a cool, ventilated place, just so they could have something different to eat in winter. Otherwise, it would be cabbage and radishes every day, or potatoes and sweet potatoes. Anyone would get tired of that. Don't underestimate the difference a few mushrooms make. They really improve the flavor of the dumpling filling. Everyone at the table was smiling as they ate. After the meal, Granny Chen found a cloth bag and filled it with the frozen, rock-hard dumplings, then handed it to Xiao Chenjin. If you're carrying anything else, make sure to put the dumplings on top so they don't get squashed. It's best if they can get some air so they don't get soggy. Xiao Chenjin accepted the dumplings with great care. Don't worry, Grandma. I'll definitely bring them back safely and let my grandparents taste your cooking. The cloth bag Granny Chen gave him was quite large, and it was more than half full of dumplings. If it was just Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng eating, it would probably last them 4 or 5 meals. Not just in the production team, even in most families in the county town, eating dumplings was a rare treat throughout the year. It was clear how thoughtful and generous Granny Chen's gift was. Su Ruanruan also picked some cilantro and garlic chives, tied them up with string, and handed them to Xiao Chenjin. Put these on top too. If they get squashed, you won't be able to eat them. Be careful on your way home. Don't worry. Even though I haven't been back for half a year, I haven't forgotten the way. Besides, dressed like this, no one would dare mess with me. Su Ruanruan knew he was right, but she still couldn't help worrying. How about I take some time off and go back with you? Su Ruanruan suggested. Xiao Chenjin shook his head. No need. You should go to work. This is the last month of your internship. It's a crucial time. It's better not to take leave now. Su Ruanruan thought about it and could only nod in agreement. If she were still in pediatrics or obstetrics, taking a day off wouldn't be a big deal. But now, the head nurse clearly didn't like her much. Even when there was nothing going on, she'd find something to nitpick about. If she asked for leave at a time like this, the head nurse might just find more ways to make things difficult for her. Su Ruanruan was sure the head nurse and Zhao Hongyun must be close. Otherwise, with no grudges between her and the head nurse, why would she go out of her way to target her? Not long after they finished eating, Xiao Chengjin set off with a large backpack. He'd brought this backpack back from the army. It was huge and could fit a lot of things. He packed everything else inside, but didn't put the dumplings in. Instead, he hung them on the outside of the bag to keep them from getting squished. After watching Xiao Chengjin leave, Ruanruan finally went back inside to check out the things he'd brought her. There were some cans of meat, canned fruit, and a bag of milk candies. Looking at these snacks, Ruanruan was reminded of when she and Xiao Chengjin first met. Back then, he'd always sneak her something to eat: canned food, candies, biscuits. Years had passed, but Xiao Chengjin still hadn't changed this habit. Actually, Ruanruan didn't really eat these things much anymore. Biscuits were tasty, but nothing compared to fresh, homemade steamed buns and pancakes. Canned meat couldn't beat freshly braised or stewed ribs, and canned fruit was no match for just bought fresh fruit. But these were different. These were things Xiao Chengjin brought back for her. She'd treasure them and eat every last bit. Xiao Chengjin strode along with his big backpack. The bag hung low, clearly heavy, but it didn't slow him down at all. He made it back to the 3rd Production Brigade in just over an hour. In the past 6 months, he'd trained every day long-distance marches with heavy loads, usually starting at 10 kilometers. After all that, carrying this bit of weight for this short a distance was nothing to him. As soon as Xiao Chengjin walked into the brigade, he drew a lot of attention. It was mid-afternoon, and with the sun out, people were standing at their doorways chatting or shoveling snow. The kids were even more energetic, having snowball fights and building snowmen, their laughter and shouts filling the air. In the midst of all this, Xiao Chengjin suddenly appeared, striding over with his backpack and dressed in a green uniform. Naturally, he caught everyone's eye right away. At first, no one recognized him. But as he got closer, people finally called out in surprise. "Chengjin? Isn't that the Xiao family's Chengjin? Chengjin's back. It really is Chengjin. Wow, look at that uniform. He looks so sharp. Chengjin, didn't you just leave half a year ago? How come you're back already? Isn't it obvious? He must be home on leave. Chengjin's really made something of himself. The Xiao family's made it too." Listening to all this, Xiao Chengjin wore just the right smile, greeting everyone warmly. The people in the production team loved a lively scene. Since they worked together every day, they were all quite close to each other. What's more, Xiao Chengjin was the grandson of Xiao Dashan, the team leader, and now he had returned home in glory, drawing even more attention from everyone. At first, there weren't many people outside, but their voices were so loud that even those inside the house were drawn out to see what was happening. As they came out, everyone greeted Xiao Chengjin, asking him what he did in the army, what he ate, whether the food was good, and how much his monthly allowance was. Xiao Chengjin answered whatever he could while keeping his feet moving, heading straight toward the Xiao family home. Inside the Xiao house, Xiao Dashan was sitting when he heard the commotion outside. He frowned and said, "It's freezing cold out there. Why aren't they staying inside? What are they all doing making such a racket outside?" Luo Yufeng looked at Xiao Dashan with amusement. "There's nothing to do inside anyway. Why don't you go out and take a look yourself?" Xiao Dashan snorted dismissively. "I'm not going out. It's cold enough to freeze a person to death out there." He hadn't finished speaking when he heard someone knocking at the door, along with the noisy chatter outside. Hearing the sounds, Xiao Dashan quickly stood up. Could something have happened? Why is it so lively outside? Sounds like someone's knocking at our gate. I'll go take a look. Luo Yufeng smiled as she watched Xiao Dashan head out, saying nothing more. Xiao Dashan soon reached the gate and opened it. As he opened the door, he asked, "What are you all making such a fuss about out here?" "Team leader, your Chengjin is back." When Xiao Dashan heard this, he waved his hand dismissively. "Nonsense. Chengjin is in the army. You think he can just come back whenever he wants? It's true, we're not lying. He's just behind us, he'll be here in a moment." Seeing how serious the person was, and with everyone else nodding in agreement, Xiao Dashan couldn't help but start to doubt. "He's really back?" "Of course. Look, isn't that him coming over there?" Xiao Dashan looked in the direction the person was pointing, and sure enough, he saw a crowd of people surrounding someone as they walked over. That person stood tall and straight, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, tan skin, and strong features. He wore a green military uniform, and even among the crowd, he stood out like a crane among chickens, impossible to miss, impossible to look away from. "Chinjin," Xiao Dashan murmured. He really did come back. Just as Xiao Dashan finished speaking, Xiao Chengjin had already walked up to him. Xiao Chengjin stopped in front of Xiao Dashan, saluted him, and said, "Grandpa, I'm home." In that instant, Xiao Dashan's eyes turned red with emotion. Good. You're back. That's wonderful. Hurry, come inside." Xiao Dashan grabbed Xiao Chengjin and hurried him inside, as if afraid that after half a year away, Chengjin might not even remember the way into the house. The people who had come along didn't leave either. They all followed the two of them inside. In their third production team, apart from Su Aimin, no one else had ever become an officer. Now that Xiao Chengjin had made it, everyone felt proud, and they were also curious about what it was like to be an officer. If the benefits were good, maybe they could send their own children in the future. Xiao Dashan pulled Xiao Chengjin quickly into the house. As soon as he lifted the curtain and stepped inside, he called out, "Wife, Chengjin is back." Lying on the heated brick bed and dozing off, Luo Yufeng's eyes snapped open the moment she heard those words, and she looked toward the doorway. Chengjin is back? Did she hear that right, or was she imagining things? Could it be that Xiao Dashan was just saying that to tease her? While Luo Yufeng was still doubting herself, she saw Xiao Dashan pulling someone in through the door. Although his appearance had changed a lot, and his demeanor was different too, after all, he was the grandson she had raised with her own hands. Luo Yufeng recognized him at a glance. It was none other than Xiao Chengjin. Luo Yufeng, who had been lying there peacefully, couldn't stay put anymore after recognizing Xiao Chengjin. She struggled to sit up, calling out, Chengjin, you're back? When did you get home? Have you seen your parents yet? Have you had lunch? Was it cold on the way? Are you hungry? Thirsty? Old man, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and pour Chengjin a cup of hot tea. Xiao Dashan grumbled to himself. Now that his grandson was back, his own status in the house had plummeted. But grumbling was one thing. He still answered and hurried off to pour tea. Seeing this, Xiao Chengjin felt both touched and amused. He didn't even bother to take off his backpack, but quickly walked over to sit by Luo Yufeng's side and took her hand. Grandma, don't worry, we have plenty of time. Let's talk slowly. After holding Xiao Chengjin's hand, Luo Yufeng's emotions settled down a lot. Probably because she could actually feel him. It all seemed much more real now. She no longer felt like she was dreaming. Chengjin, when did you get home? Luo Yufeng asked kindly. I got to the county last night, Xiao Chengjin replied. Have you seen your parents and Ruanruan yet? I have. This morning, Ruanruan, Grandma Chen, Grandpa Su, and I made dumplings together. Grandma Chen even packed some for me to bring home, so I could cook them for you later. As Xiao Chengjin spoke, he took off his backpack and pulled out a bag of dumplings hanging from it. These dumplings were frozen outside after we made them. It's better to leave them outside for now, otherwise, it's warm in the house and they'll thaw quickly. Luo Yufeng nodded repeatedly at his words. Just then, Xiao Dashan came back with a cup of hot water, and she said to him, that bag is the dumplings Chengjin brought back. Take them out and put them in the vat in the yard to keep them frozen. Xiao Dashan looked in the direction Luo Yufeng pointed, and when he saw the big bag of dumplings, he was shocked. Why did you bring so many back? Will there be enough for Ruanruan and the others? There's plenty. Xiao Chengjin explained with a smile. I helped make the dumplings this morning, and Grandma Chen prepared a lot of dough and filling. Even though I brought back this big bag, there's about the same amount left over there. Hearing this, Xiao Dashan didn't say anything more. He picked up the bag and headed outside. Some of the people who had come in to see what was going on followed Xiao Dashan out. Captain, open the bag and let us have a look. Xiao Dashan said grumpily, what's there to see? They're just dumplings. Didn't you have dumplings for lunch? We only had a few dumplings for lunch. You're carrying such a big bag. What's wrong with letting us take a look? Besides, we're only looking. It's not like we're going to eat them. All right. If you want to look, then look. As he spoke, Xiao Dashan untied the string on the bag and opened it up for everyone to see. The dumplings in the bag were all plump and white, each one with beautifully folded pleats. Seeing such a big bag of dumplings, everyone stared, wide-eyed. Wow, they really are all dumplings. Come on, what did you expect? I said they were dumplings. Why would I lie? Besides, it's just a bag of dumplings. Who hasn't eaten dumplings before? Oh, you've had them? How many have you actually eaten? So what if I've only had a few? Those were just cabbage and pork filling. Who knows what's inside these dumplings? Don't you have a nose? Can you smell that rich meaty aroma? For people who barely got to eat meat all year, their noses were especially sensitive. Even though the dumplings were frozen solid, they could immediately catch the scent of meat. The Su family really does live well. We barely get to eat dumplings a few times a year, but they can make as many as they want, eat as much as they like, and even give some away if they can't finish. TSK, people really do live such different lives. Hearing everyone getting more and more carried away, Xiao Dashan quickly tied up the bag and put it in the big vat in the corner. In rural homes, almost every household had a big vat like this in the yard. Steamed and frozen mantu or cornbread, pork distributed at New Year, homemade dumplings, all would be stored in the vat to freeze. With outdoor temperatures cold enough to freeze water instantly, food kept in these vats could last the whole winter without spoiling. After putting the dumplings away, Xiao Dashan headed back inside, followed by the others who'd come out with him. As soon as he entered, Xiao Dashan's eyes went wide. The Kong bed, which had been empty just moments ago, was now covered with over a dozen cans, some fruit, some meat. Not only that, there was a tin of malted milk, a tin of walnut powder, and a tin of milk powder. There were also 2 big bags of candy, one filled with fruit candies, the other with milk toffees. In addition, there were several packs of biscuits and pastries, each looking expensive. Xiao Dashan stood there for a long moment before stepping forward. Qingjin, why did you bring back so much stuff? Xiao Chenjin was still unpacking her bag. Hearing Xiao Dashan's question, she paused, then turned and smiled at him. Grandpa, I bought all this before I came back from the army base. It's easier to buy things over there, so I got a bit more, so you and Grandma can have some good nourishment. Xiao Dashan's face turned red, whether from happiness or excitement he couldn't tell. How could your grandma and I possibly eat so much? Xiao Chenjin just smiled. If you can't finish it, just take your time. These things all keep well anyway. As she spoke, she kept unpacking. Grandpa, this is a bag of brown sugar. You can make sweet egg soup for Grandma with it. This is white sugar, perfect for making sweet drinks in summer. And this is a bag of tea leaves. I don't drink tea myself, so I don't know if it's good, but the shopkeeper said it sells really well. I bought it for you to try. Oh, and this, I bought this tobacco just for you. But you can't smoke it all at once. Smoking too much isn't good for your health, so you'd better take it slow. Xiao Dashan stared at the growing pile of things on the Kong bed, not to mention the 4 packs of cigarettes. He was so shocked he could hardly believe his eyes. Did his grandson really go off to be a soldier? Wasn't it always said that being a soldier was the poorest job of all? So how come his grandson looked like he'd struck it rich instead? He'd bought so much stuff. Xiao Chenjin waited a while for Xiao Dashan to respond, but when he didn't, he simply put the cigarettes on the kang as well and kept pulling things out of his backpack. Here are a few genes of dried noodles, some are plain wheat, some are egg noodles. Grandpa, even you can cook these. They're really convenient. Now, not just Xiao Dashan, but everyone in the room had their eyes glued to the big backpack in front of Xiao Chenjin. The backpack was large, sure, but none of them had expected it could hold so much. Chenjin, just how much more do you have in that bag? Xiao Dashan asked, his voice trembling. In his heart, he was thinking, even if there's more, don't take it all out. Didn't he see how everyone's eyes were about to pop out of their heads? Xiao Chenjin opened the backpack for Xiao Dashan and the others to see. That's it. I've taken everything out. Grandpa, don't worry about the stuff being too expensive to eat. I spent my half-year's allowance and the rewards I got from missions to buy all this for you and Grandma. You have no idea. When I got the letter and found out Grandma was hurt, I wished I could fly straight home. As soon as I finished a mission and my superiors gave me a few days off as a reward, I hurried to buy all this and rushed back. Although Xiao Chunjin seemed to be speaking to Xiao Dashan, he was actually explaining to everyone where all these things had come from and why he was back at this particular time. After hearing Xiao Chunjin's words, everyone looked at Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng with new eyes. They'd always thought Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng were lucky both their son and daughter-in-law worked at the factory, earning who knows how much every year. Later, their grandson got into high school, their granddaughter started working at the factory too, and even married a city man. Now, they thought Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng were even luckier. Their grandson had only been away for half a year, and he'd brought back so many good things. No one else in the whole production team could do that. Even if someone did make money, there's no way they wouldn't keep any for themselves, or give it all to their parents. Instead, he'd spend it all on his grandparents. Raising a grandson like that, Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng had really done well. Everyone stayed at the Xiao house until it was almost time for dinner before reluctantly leaving. In the meantime, they listened to Xiao Chunjin tell countless stories about life in the army. Xiao Chunjin himself didn't think he was telling anything big, just some little anecdotes. But for these villagers, who'd never been farther than the county town, everything he said was new and fascinating. They actually wanted to stay longer, but as it was getting dark and the Xiao family needed to eat, they had no choice but to leave, still reluctant. As soon as they were out the door, Xiao Dashan gave Xiao Chunjin a smack on the back. "You rascal, hurry up and tell me honestly, where did all this stuff really come from?" Xiao Chunjin protested, feeling wronged. "Grandpa, I'm telling the truth. I bought all this with my allowance and bonuses." He paused, then added, "Well, not all of it, to be honest." Xiao Dashan jabbed a finger at him. "You rascal, I knew it." Xiao Chunjin just grinned. "If you already knew, why bother asking me? And you even hit me." Xiao Dashan's eyes widened. "So, what if I hit you? Besides, it's not like I really hurt you." That was true, and Xiao Chunjin couldn't argue with it, so he just grinned sheepishly. Seeing that the room was getting dark, Xiao Chunjin stood up. "It's almost dark. I'll go make some dinner. Grandma, what would you like to eat?" Luo Yufeng couldn't bear to let her grandson, who had just come home, cook. She pulled Xiao Chunjin back down to sit. "What are you doing cooking? You must be tired. Sit and rest. Let your grandpa make dinner." Xiao Dashan nodded in agreement. "Your grandma's right. You just sit and chat with her. I'll go make something." "You brought dumplings home, right? I'll go boil some dumplings." But Xiao Chunjin didn't listen and sit down. Instead, he said, "Those dumplings are for you and Grandma to eat together. It's not like I can't cook. Of course I should be the one making dinner now. All right, Grandpa, Grandma, you two just rest. I'll have dinner ready in no time." With that, Xiao Chunjin didn't wait for them to stop him and headed straight for the kitchen. Seeing how decisive he was, Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng exchanged a look, helpless, but also proud. Their grandson had really grown up. Even though he hadn't been home for half a year, Xiao Chunjin was still very familiar with the kitchen. He knew exactly where everything was and could find things with his eyes closed. Cooking was naturally no problem. Since Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng were both getting on in years and shouldn't eat anything too greasy at night, Xiao Chunjin kept the meal simple. In just over half an hour, it was ready. As Xiao Chunjin was bringing the dishes into the room and setting the table, someone arrived outside. The visitor didn't say anything, just came straight into the courtyard and headed for the house. Xiao Chunjin noticed that Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng looked completely unfazed, as if they'd expected someone. So he wasn't worried. When the visitor lifted the curtain to come in, he finally turned to look. Only then did he realize it wasn't a stranger, it was Xiao Aimei. "Aunt." Xiao Chunjin greeted her and stood up. "Aunt, have you eaten? I just finished cooking. Come sit and eat with us." Xiao Aimei looked exhausted, but when she saw Xiao Chunjin, her face lit up with joy. Qingjin, you're back. I heard someone shouting outside this afternoon that you'd come home, but I couldn't get away, so I didn't come over. Let me have a good look at you. Wonderful. You've grown taller again, haven't you? Our Qingjin is really something. And so capable now. From now on, your grandparents and parents can enjoy a good life. Xiao Qingjin invited Xiao Aimei to sit. The four of them gathered around the small Kong table with the food laid out. The atmosphere grew warm and cozy. I heard from my parents that you've been taking care of Grandma lately. Thank you for all your hard work, Aunt, Xiao Qingjin said. Oh, it's nothing, Xiao Aimei waved it off. We farmers are busy all year round, never really have any free time. Taking care of family is just what we do, nothing special. Besides, she's your grandma, but she's also my own mother. My son made mistakes, so of course it's up to me, his mother, to make up for them. Hearing Xiao Aimei mention Xinyanjun, the expression on Xiao Qingjin's face grew a bit more subdued. He hadn't had a chance to visit Xinyanjun this afternoon, and now it was already late. It would have to wait until tomorrow. Aunt, I'll go see Xinyanjun tomorrow. As soon as Xiao Qingjin spoke, the room instantly fell silent. Xiao Aimei was quiet for a long while before she finally said, if you want to go see him, then go. Looking at Xiao Aimei's face, full of exhaustion, Xiao Qingjin felt a heavy weight in his heart. The cheerful atmosphere from before vanished without a trace the moment Xiao Qingjin spoke those words. No matter how Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng tried to lighten the mood afterward, it was no use. After dinner, Xiao Aimei helped Luo Yufeng tidy up before leaving. Once Xiao Aimei was gone, Luo Yufeng called Xiao Qingjin over. Qingjin, when you go see Xinyanjun tomorrow, try not to use your fists if you can help it. If you really can't hold back, at least show some restraint. After all, he's your aunt's only son. Even if he's a bit of a scoundrel, even if he's no good, you can't leave your aunt with no one to rely on in her old age. Don't you agree? Xiao Qingjin thought for a moment, then nodded. Grandma, I understand. Don't worry. The next morning, after breakfast, Xiao Qingjin headed to the Shin family's house. His arrival startled everyone there. Seeing the looks on their faces, Xiao Qingjin immediately realized that Xiao Aimei hadn't told the Shin family he was coming. If she had, they might have moved Xinyanjun away in the middle of the night. Now, the two elders of the Shin family, along with Shin Pingchuan, were all standing guard at Xinyanjun's door, clearly afraid that Xiao Qingjin would barge in and beat him up at the slightest provocation. Being treated like a bandit didn't make Xiao Qingjin angry at all. On the contrary, he actually found it amusing. At least it proved that, in the eyes of the Shin family, he was someone to be reckoned with. Xiao Qingjin had always been pleased when others recognized his abilities. But amusement aside, he still had to go in. Xiao Qingjin managed to subdue all three of them by himself, successfully entered the room, and locked the door from the inside, preventing anyone else from coming in. Ignoring the shouting from outside, Xiao Qingjin walked step by step to the edge of the Kang bed, his eyes fixed intently on Xinyanjun. It had been a month since everything happened. The scabs on Xinyanjun's face had all fallen off. Apparently, he'd been careful with his diet while recovering, so there weren't any scars left on his face. Still, with his unshaven beard, he looked haggard and worn, nothing like a man in his early 20s. Both of Xinyanjun's broken legs had been set, and after a month of rest, they'd healed quite a bit. At least he wasn't in so much pain that he couldn't sleep anymore. But he was still confined to the bed, unable to move. Because of that, even though Xinyanjun looked at Xiao Qingjin with terror in his eyes, he couldn't move a muscle. He could only watch helplessly as Xiao Qingjin approached. Why, what are you going to do? Xinyanjun stammered, fear in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Qingjin. Xiao Qingjin curled one side of his mouth into a roguish grin. What do you think I'm here for? You broke my grandma's leg and you're asking me what I want. Xinyanjun swallowed nervously. But I already. Both my legs are broken. Isn't that enough? At that, the grin vanished from Xiao Qingjin's face. Physical pain might be enough, but what about the pain in her heart? My grandma treated you with all her heart, and how did you repay her? You nearly pointed at her face and cursed her out. Shin Yanjun shrank back, but still tried to defend himself. Well, I got scolded too. Xiao Chenjin stared intently into Shin Yanjun's eyes. Shin Yanjun, do you really think I'm here to talk to you about fairness? Isn't that what this is about? The fear in Shin Yanjun's eyes deepened, as if he was recalling some unpleasant memories. Aren't you all just trying to get even? You broke both my legs and stomped my face into the dirt in front of the whole production team. Even if I did something wrong, doesn't this make us even now? Looking at Shin Yanjun like this, Xiao Chenjin's eyes were full of disappointment. Shin Yanjun, I used to think you were just a little stupid. Ignoring Shin Yanjun's wide-eyed glare, Xiao Chenjin continued slowly, but now I see, you're not just stupid. You're pitiful. Shin Yanjun's hands slowly clenched into fists. Who says I'm pitiful? I'm not pitiful at all. No, you're right. I am pitiful now. But whose fault is that? Isn't it because of you, your parents, and Ruanruan? If your dad hadn't come back and tattled, would I have been locked up at home? If I could have kept working at the factory, would I have accidentally pushed your grandma down the slope? If Ruanruan hadn't kicked and broken one of my legs, would your dad have stomped and broken the other? Would I have been beaten so badly? Would your dad have dragged me off like a dead dog? Your whole family is out to get me. If it weren't for you all, I wouldn't be in this mess. I would have settled down in the county by now. I'd be a city person, eating government rations. It's all your fault. All of you. Compared to Shin Yanjun's hysteria, Xiao Chenjin was much calmer. You've said so much, but why haven't you mentioned how you got that job in the county in the first place? If it weren't for my parents, would you have even known about the job opening at the food factory? Would you have had the chance to work there? Shin Yanjun, who had just been stubbornly holding his head high, suddenly fell silent at Xiao Chenjin's words. Although he didn't say anything, his face was still full of defiance. Seeing Shin Yanjun like this, Xiao Chenjin shook his head. I came here today originally planning to give you another beating. As soon as Xiao Chenjin said this, Shin Yanjun's body trembled. Seeing this, Xiao Chenjin let out a cold laugh. But now I've changed my mind. Beating you is pointless. Some people realize their mistakes after being beaten, but you're not one of them. So I won't bother. I just came to tell you. From now on, stay away from my family. We have nothing to do with you anymore. Understand? With that, Xiao Chenjin didn't care how Shin Yanjun reacted, and turned to leave. As soon as he opened the door, Shin Pingchuan and the other two rushed in. The three of them had been standing guard at the door, listening in, but still weren't at ease. Only after seeing with their own eyes that Shin Yanjun was unharmed did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Shin Pingchuan let out a long breath. Chenjin, I have to say, couldn't you just talk things out? Why did you have to close the door? You scared us. Hey, where are you going? I'm not finished talking. No matter how Shin Pingchuan shouted after him, Xiao Chenjin didn't pause for a second and kept walking outside. As he walked down the road, Xiao Chenjin couldn't help but think, Shin Pingchuan used to seem like a decent guy. How did he get more muddle-headed the older he got? When Xiao Chenjin returned to the Xiao family home, Xiao Dashin and Luo Yufeng looked at him eagerly. Seeing this, Xiao Chenjin couldn't help but find it both funny and exasperating, but he still recounted everything he'd done after going to the Shin family. He really had no choice but to tell them. After hearing Xiao Chenjin's explanation, Xiao Dashin and Luo Yufeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chenjin, it's not that we don't trust you, but we have to be mindful of your aunt, don't you think? Xiao Chenjin nodded. Aunt isn't someone who's muddle-headed, and neither am I. Grandpa, Grandma, you can relax. Of course we're not worried. So, when are you heading back to the county? Luo Yufeng asked with a cheerful smile. Back to the county? Are you leaving today? Xiao Dashin was a bit surprised and a little reluctant. You finally made it home. Why not stay a few more days? Before Luo Yufeng could answer, Xiao Chenjin jumped in. Grandpa, I'm only going back for 2 days. I haven't even seen my sister yet. Then I'll come back with my parents for New Year's, and I'll definitely stay at home for a good few days then. Don't worry. Hearing this, Xiao Dashin nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. So when are you leaving? The sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back. Your parents should be getting off work for the holidays soon, right? Yeah, after today they'll be on break. I figure I'll be back either tomorrow or the day after. All right then, you'd better get going. If you leave now, you'll get to the county just in time for lunch. Xiao Chunjin found this even more amusing. Just a moment ago, they were reluctant to let him leave, and now they were urging him to hurry up and go. All right, I'll head out now. Grandpa, Grandma, just make some dumplings for lunch. I made those dumplings myself. They're especially tasty. All right. Yours are tasty, but soft as aren't. Xiao Dashan joked with a laugh. You rascal, after being away for half a year, your face is tanned and your skin's gotten thicker too, bragging about yourself now. Go on, get moving. If you're late, there won't be any lunch left for you. Xiao Chunjin didn't linger any longer and left right away. After all, he'd be back in a couple of days. He didn't even take his backpack, just bundled himself up and strode out the door. Xiao Chunjin walked quickly, so by the time he got back to the county, it was only 11 o'clock, still well before lunchtime. He figured Su Softu was probably napping at this hour, so he didn't go to the Su family. Instead, he went straight home, grabbed 2 cans of formula from his room, and headed back out. These 2 cans of formula were set aside especially for Xiao Xiulan. Xiao Xiulan had found out she was pregnant in August. She was already 3 months along by then. Counting the months, she was now 7 months pregnant, with only 3 months left to go. Whether or not Xiao Xiulan would breastfeed, these 2 cans of formula would come in handy. After all, formula is a great nutritional supplement, good for both babies and new mothers. Carrying the formula, Xiao Chunjin made his way to the textile factory. After telling the gatekeeper his business, he went straight to Xiao Xiulan's dormitory. At the door, he knocked softly, careful not to use too much force for fear of startling Xiao Xiulan. After just 2 knocks, he heard Xiao Xiulan's voice, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. Soon, the door opened, and there stood Xiao Xiulan. Unlike before she left, Xiao Xiulan now had a round belly and a plump, rosy face. Her skin was even fairer than before, giving her a look of comfortable prosperity. When Xiao Xiulan saw Xiao Chunjin, she just stood there, stunned, as if she'd lost her wits. Xiao Chunjin waited for quite a while, but seeing that Xiao Xiulan still hadn't reacted, she could only laugh and say, "Sis, what's wrong? It's only been half a year, don't tell me you don't recognize me anymore." Hearing this, Xiao Xiulan finally seemed to come back to life. She broke into a delighted smile. "Chunjin, it really is you. You're back. I just thought I was dreaming." Xiao Chunjin burst out laughing. "How could this be a dream? Don't tell me you've started daydreaming ever since you got pregnant? That's quite a skill you've picked up." Just moments ago, Xiao Xiulan had been on the verge of tears, but after hearing Xiao Chunjin's teasing, all her excitement and emotion vanished without a trace. If it weren't for her inconvenient belly, Xiao Xiulan would have loved to kick Xiao Chunjin right then and there. "Sis, look, I just got back and came straight to see you, and you're going to make me stand here in the doorway to talk?" At this, Xiao Xiulan finally snapped out of it and hurriedly called Xiao Chunjin inside. "Don't blame me. Now that I'm this far along, my brain just doesn't work right anymore. I keep forgetting things and my mind is so slow. Even I'm starting to get annoyed with myself." Xiao Chunjin followed her inside, grinning. "That must be because my little nephew is busy growing his brain, so you've gotten dumber. Don't worry, once he's born, you'll stay this clueless forever. You'll get used to it." Xiao Xiulan. "Xiao Chunjin, I never realized it before, but after half a year away, your tongue's gotten a lot sharper." Xiao Chunjin just chuckled. "Can't be helped. In the army, there's nothing to do besides training and missions, so of course I had to practice my talking skills." "Whatever you say, you're always right. By the way, when did you get back? Have you gone to see Grandpa and Grandma yet? Did you know Grandma broke her leg? I haven't been able to go visit her myself, but Mom told me Grandma's spirits are good and she's recovering well." Xiao Chunjin nodded. "I got home the night before last, went to the work team yesterday afternoon, and just got back from there this morning. Grandma really is in good spirits and recovering well, so don't worry." Once spring comes and you've had the baby and finished your confinement, you can take the baby to visit her. She'll be so happy. Hearing this, Xiao Xiulan pictured the scene in her mind and couldn't help but smile. The way you put it, it really does sound nice. The siblings had grown up together, and though they bickered often, their relationship was exceptionally close. Now, after half a year apart, they had even more to talk about. Before they knew it, they'd chatted for nearly an hour, only snapping out of it when Wang Qinxue came home and realized it was time for lunch. After work, Wang Qinxue had gone to the canteen first to pick up food before coming home. Because Xiao Xiulan's belly was so big and it was hard for her to get around, Wang Qinxue now fetched lunch from the canteen, while the two of them cooked breakfast and dinner together. Wang Qinxue had only brought back enough food for two, which obviously wasn't enough for three. Seeing this, Xiao Chenjin got up to leave, but Xiao Xiulan grabbed her arm and wouldn't let her go. "Don't you dare leave!" Xiao Xiulan shouted fiercely at Xiao Chenjin, then turned to Wang Qinxue beside her and said, "Qinxue, could you go buy some more food?" Wang Qinxue nodded quickly. Of course. Chenjin, you can't leave. If you go, there'll be no one to eat the food I bring back, and that would be such a waste. You two eat first, I'll go now and be back soon. With that, Wang Qinxue jogged out the door. Only when Wang Qinshue's footsteps had completely faded did Xiao Xiulan finally let go of Xiao Chenjin, shooting him a dissatisfied glare. What's that supposed to mean? You come to see me but won't even stay for a meal? If Mom and Dad found out, they'd chase after me with a broom. Xiao Chenjin just grinned. That's impossible. You're pregnant now. Even if they wanted to hit you, they'd have to wait until after you've had the baby. Xiao Xiulan was exasperated by Xiao Chenjin's words, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Wang Qinxue soon returned, panting from the effort. The three of them had lunch together, chatting and laughing. It was a lively and cheerful meal. After lunch, Wang Qinxue had to go back to work. Xiao Xiulan, being pregnant, was feeling tired and a bit sleepy, so Xiao Chenjin said he'd head out. Since the meal was over, Xiao Xiulan didn't try to stop him again. She just waved her hand, letting him go if he wanted. Leaving the textile factory, Xiao Chenjin strolled slowly down the street, thinking to himself that Ruanruan was probably still asleep at this hour. So where should he go now? He'd thought about visiting Li Dongyang, but remembering that Li Dongyang was probably still troubled about things with Xiao Chenjin decided against it. After thinking it over and finding nowhere else to go, he simply headed home, though at a very leisurely pace. He wandered along, and by the time he reached the Su family's house, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Xiao Chenjin knocked tentatively on the front gate. To his surprise, after just 2 knocks, the door opened. It was Su Ruanruan who answered. Seeing her, Xiao Chenjin was surprised. "Ruanruan, how come you're the one opening the door? You're awake? When did you get up? Have you had lunch?" Su Ruanruan stepped aside to let him in and replied, "I've been up for a while. I just had lunch." "Did you eat? When did you get back from the production team?" "I came back at 11. I figured you'd still be asleep, so I went to see my sister and had lunch at her place. I just got back." How's Sister Xiulan lately? I haven't seen her in a long time. It's so icy and snowy outside, it's hard to get around. She hardly goes out now, and I haven't had time to visit her either. She's doing well, put on quite a bit of weight. Looks a lot more prosperous now. As they chatted, Su Ruanruan was about to close the courtyard gate. But before she could shut it completely, someone blocked it from outside. Puzzled, Su Ruanruan opened the door wider and saw Zhao Xin standing at the entrance. "Su Ruanruan, you." Before he could finish, Zhao Xin caught sight of Xiao Chenjin peering out. He froze for a moment, then quickly recovered, his face lighting up with surprise. "Xiao Chenjin, you're back? How come you're back so soon? Weren't you just gone for 2 years?" Xiao Chenjin smiled, his eyes crinkling. "Yeah, I missed Ruanruan, so I came back to see her. Did you need something from her?" Zhao Xin was reminded by Xiao Chenjin's question, and only then did he remember why he had come here in the first place. Oh right, Su Ruanruan. I came to tell you that Su Jianjun's family has come from the capital to collect his ashes. The moment Su Ruanruan heard this, she secretly thought, oh no. Before she could say anything, Xiao Chenjin, standing beside her, had already narrowed his eyes. Su Jianjun's family came from the capital to collect his ashes? Zhao Sun knew that Xiao Chenjin was also from the 3rd Production Brigade, the grandson of the brigade leader, and engaged to Su Ruanruan, so it was no surprise he knew Su Jianjun. Yeah, Su Jianjun's been dead for months, and all this time his family refused to come. Now that the new year's almost here, suddenly they show up to collect his ashes. Su Ruanruan had wanted to give Zhao Sun a look, but before she had the chance, Zhao Sun had already blurted everything out. Su Ruanruan felt utterly helpless, almost to the point of tears, but could only ask, who from Su Jianjun's family came? Where are they now? Did you give them the ashes? It was. Ruanruan, who's here? Is Chenjin back? Why are you all talking outside? It's so cold, come in and talk. Hearing Granny Chen's voice, Su Ruanruan could only say to Zhao Sun, let's go inside, it's cold out here. We can talk inside. Zhao Sun nodded and followed her in. The 3 of them entered the main room and had just sat down when Granny Chen lifted the curtain and came in. Seeing Zhao Sun, she looked a bit surprised. Captain Zhao, what brings you here? Is there some trouble with Zhao Hongyun's family again? Su Ruanruan kept her face neutral, but inside she was already crying in despair. Was her grandma really not doing this on purpose? Really? Zhao Sun, unaware of Su Ruanruan's inner turmoil, waved his hand at Granny Chen. No, Granny Chen, don't worry. Su Jianjun's family came from the capital to collect his ashes. Granny Chen was taken aback. They've already taken them? Not yet. I said we needed to go through the proper procedures, but we can't delay it forever, it's not according to the rules. I asked them some routine questions, but his family said they'd always been in the capital and didn't know much about what happened here. They hadn't really kept in touch with Su Jianjun, so they didn't know who he'd gotten to know or if he'd made any enemies. Zhao Sun paused, his expression turning a bit complicated. But he did say that there was some conflict between your families. If anyone would want to harm Su Jianjun, it would probably be you. At Zhao Sun's last words, Granny Chen's eyebrows shot up. Nonsense. Why would our family stoop to Su Jianjun's level? Su Ruanruan couldn't worry about anything else now, her face darkening. Was it Su Jianjun's father who came? Yes, his name's Su Jiafeng. But when Su Jiafeng left, I saw a young girl waiting for him outside, must be his daughter. Su Ruanruan raised her eyebrows. Su Manman actually came too? Didn't Su Manman swear she'd never come back when she left all those years ago? You know. Before Su Ruanruan could finish, there was a loud knock at the door. The knocking was forceful, making the door shake. Su Ruanruan frowned and stood up to go outside. When she reached the gate, she didn't open it right away, but instead called out, "Who is it?" "It's me. Open up, I need to see your grandpa." Xiao Chenjin had come over at some point as well. Hearing the commotion outside, his face darkened. "It's Su Jiafeng." Su Ruanruan glanced at Xiao Chenjin and nodded. She had no intention of opening the door. She simply called out through it, "If you have something to say, just say it from there." Standing at the door, Su Jiafeng was so angry that his nose nearly went crooked. "What do you mean, just say it from there? If you don't open the door and let me in, how am I supposed to talk? You're a grown woman now, don't you even know the basics of hospitality?" Su Jiafeng was so furious, he was practically jumping up and down, his voice nearly hoarse from shouting. Although Su Ruanruan couldn't see Su Jiafeng's expression, just hearing his voice made her squint her eyes in delight. Good. The unhappier Su Jiafeng was, the happier she felt. She hadn't forgotten that she'd been stabbed by Deng Xia before. Even if it was Deng Xia who did it, and even though Su Jiafeng and Deng Xia were now divorced, the two of them were still cut from the same cloth. Su Jiafeng shouted a few more times, but when no one came to open the door, he angrily raised his foot and kicked it. With a muffled thud, the heavy front door shook. Su Ruanruan's smile faded, her mood souring. "If you dare kick that door one more time, I'll come out there and chop your foot off." Su Jiafeng was just waiting for Su Ruanruan to open the door. Hearing this, he burst out laughing. Then come out and let me see. If you don't open this door, I'll kick it down today. Su Ruanruan frowned, looking at Xiao Chengjin in confusion. What was Su Jiafeng up to? Why was he so determined to get her to come out? Just as she was about to say something, she saw Xiao Chengjin point at the courtyard wall next to the Xiao family's house and make a climbing gesture. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan instantly understood what he meant. She leaned in closer to Xiao Chengjin and whispered, "Go ahead. I'll stay here and keep him busy so he doesn't run off. Don't open the door." "Wait for me," Xiao Chengjin instructed, then turned and hurried off to fetch a ladder, carrying it toward the backyard. Su Ruanruan turned her attention back to the door, tapping it lightly. "Go on, keep kicking. I'd like to see just how strong you are if you can really kick this door down." The front doors of both the Su and Xiao families were made of solid wood, a hand's width thick and heavy to push, let alone kick. Just slapping it would leave your hand numb and stinging. Su Ruanruan knew Su Jiafeng well enough. She didn't believe for a second he had the strength to break down such a sturdy door. And indeed, Su Jiafeng didn't have it in him. He'd only said that to provoke her, hoping she'd get angry and open the door. Who would have thought Su Ruanruan wouldn't fall for it? Fuming, Su Jiafeng's chest heaved as he looked around, searching for something handy to smash the door with. But there was nothing in the alley but snow, nothing else at all. Just as Su Jiafeng was about to scoop up a chunk of snow to hurl at the door, someone grabbed his hand in a vice grip. "Who are you? Let go of me." Su Jiafeng snapped impatiently, struggling to break free. But he simply wasn't strong enough. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. Realizing he couldn't get loose, Su Jiafeng gave up and turned to glare at the person holding him. When he saw Xiao Chengjin, dressed in his green military uniform, Su Jiafeng froze. You. Why are you at home?" Hearing this, Xiao Chengjin raised an eyebrow. "Why wouldn't I be at home?" That was an interesting question. Did Su Jiafeng come here to cause trouble because he thought Xiao Chengjin wasn't home? To be honest, Xiao Chengjin's guess was spot on. Su Jiafeng hadn't just arrived today, he'd actually come yesterday. After arriving, he asked around in town and heard that Xiao Chengjin had gone off to do B. That's why he planned to come today to stir up trouble for the Su family. In Su Jiafeng's mind, even though Su Ruanruan was strong, she was just a little girl. Could one pair of fists really take on four hands? As for Su Aimin and Granny Chin, Su Jiafeng didn't even consider them. Those two were already half in the grave. What kind of fighting power could they possibly have? But what Su Jiafeng never expected was that Xiao Chengjin was actually home. Watching Su Jiafeng's face shift through a range of expressions, Xiao Chengjin narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip, making it even more painful. "Speak. What are you here for?" The pain made Su Jiafeng's body go limp. "Ow, ow, ow. Let go. Hurry up and let go." Xiao Chengjin just looked at him coldly, showing no intention of releasing his hold. Sweat beaded on Su Jiafeng's forehead from the pain, and he had no choice but to answer Xiao Chengjin's question. I came to seek justice for my son. My good son came here as a Jiqing and died for no reason. He was always obedient and never made enemies with anyone, so how could he have died? And he was poisoned. The only people he ever had issues with here were the Su family. It must have been someone from the Su family who killed him. Of course I have to get justice for him." As he spoke, Su Jiafeng deliberately raised his voice, almost shouting, as if hoping everyone around would hear him and come out to back him up and maybe force Su Ruanruan to open the door. But Xiao Chengjin couldn't care less about Su Jiafeng's little schemes. He'd lived here long enough to know exactly what the neighbors were like. If it was just a minor dispute, maybe the neighbors would come out to watch the commotion. But now that Su Jiafeng was shouting about murder, there was no way anyone would come out. People would avoid something like this if they could. Who would want to get involved? Su Jiafeng quickly realized this too, and his voice softened. "I really just want to find out how my son died." "Is that so?" Xiao Chengjin said coldly, reaching for the hand Su Jiafeng was hiding behind his back. "Then what's that you're holding?" Su Jiafeng's face went white as a sheet, almost blending in with the snow around them. And nothing, I'm not holding anything. As he spoke, Su Jiafeng started struggling desperately again. But with the difference in their strength, no matter how hard Su Jiafeng struggled, it was useless. Xiao Chunjin easily subdued him, finally pinning him to the ground with both hands twisted behind his back. In this position, Su Jiafeng couldn't muster any strength at all and could only howl helplessly. Xiao Chunjin ignored him and pried the bottle from Su Jiafeng's hand. It was an ordinary medicine bottle, about the size of an adult's palm, heavy in the hand, and seemed to contain some kind of liquid. To be cautious, Xiao Chunjin didn't open the bottle right away. Instead, he slipped it into his pocket and, as if out of nowhere, produced a rope and tied Su Jiafeng's hands and feet together. At this moment, Su Jiafeng was lying face down on the ground, his hands tied behind his back and his feet pulled up and bound together with his hands. In this position, Su Jiafeng couldn't exert any strength at all. All he could do was drag his belly along the ground, inching around helplessly. Xiao Chunjin grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into Su Jiafeng's mouth, successfully silencing him. Only then did he call out toward the door, "Ruanruan, you can come out now." Ruanruan had been listening to the commotion outside. Hearing this, she quickly opened the door and hurried over to Xiao Chunjin's side. Xiao Chunjin took out the medicine bottle and handed it to Ruanruan. He was holding onto this just now. "I don't know what's inside." Ruanruan took the bottle and examined it carefully. Seeing that there were no markings on the outside, she cautiously unscrewed the cap, but didn't open it all the way. Instead, she loosened it just a little and brought it close to her nose to sniff. The moment she caught a whiff, Ruanruan's expression changed. She quickly tightened the cap and said in a low voice to Xiao Chunjin, "It's sulfuric acid." Xiao Chunjin had already suspected that whatever was in the bottle couldn't be anything good, but he hadn't expected it to be sulfuric acid. Thinking back to Su Jiafeng's arrogant attitude earlier, Xiao Chunjin quickly figured out what Su Jiafeng had been planning. He must have intended to provoke Ruanruan, and then, when she opened the door, catch her off guard and throw the sulfuric acid at her. This was sulfuric acid, maybe not fatal, but even a drop on the skin would cause terrible harm. To use such a vicious trick against a girl, Su Jiafeng was truly a disgrace to men everywhere. Xiao Chunjin lifted his foot and stomped on Su Jiafeng's head, causing Su Jiafeng, who had just spat out the snow and was gasping for air, to have his face contorted in pain, unable to breathe. "You? What are you doing?" Xiao Chunjin sneered. "You're asking me what I'm doing? I should be asking you. What exactly were you planning, coming here with a bottle of sulfuric acid?" "Sulfuric acid? I don't know what you're talking about. I just picked up that bottle on the road. I don't know what's inside, I don't know what you're saying. Let me go, or I'll call the police." "Call the police?" "Sure. I'm right here. What do you want to report?" "Go ahead and tell me everything that happened, and I'll take you back for investigation." With Xiao Chunjin's foot on his head, Su Jiafeng couldn't move at all. But he had just seen Zhao Sen earlier today, so he immediately recognized Zhao Sen's voice and was a bit surprised. "Captain Zhao? Why are you here? Did you just happen to be passing by? Please help me. These two are criminals. Look, they tied me up and assaulted me in broad daylight." Zhao Sen glanced disapprovingly at Xiao Chunjin. Even though there was no one else around, it was still broad daylight. Who knew if someone might be watching from behind a wall? How could they just resort to violence like this? Whatever the issue, it should be talked out properly. Zhao Sen didn't say anything, but his look made his meaning clear. Ruanruan also felt they shouldn't give others any reason to accuse them, so she tugged at Xiao Chunjin. Xiao Chunjin nodded in understanding and bent down to untie Su Jiafeng. Just as his hand was about to touch the rope, he stopped again. Su Jiafeng could feel that Xiao Chunjin had stopped moving and started complaining impatiently, "Hurry up and untie me. Captain Zhao is watching right over there. Don't think that just because you now." Before Su Jiafeng could finish his sentence, his mouth was stuffed with a handful of snow. The icy snow filled his mouth, making it so cold that his lips went numb and stiff. He couldn't even speak, and it was hard to breathe. Seeing that Su Jiafeng had finally quieted down, Xiao Chengjin began to search him thoroughly. Xiao Chengjin patted Su Jiafeng down from head to toe, making sure he wasn't hiding anything dangerous. Only then did he untie the rope. After being tied up for so long and lying on the ground all this time, Su Jiafeng's body was stiff. Even though Xiao Chengjin had untied him, he couldn't get up right away. Watching him slowly wriggle on the ground, looking as ridiculous as could be, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but feel a lot better. It took quite a while before Su Jiafeng finally managed to get up from the ground. Once he was up, Su Jiafeng glared accusingly at Xiao Chengjin, then turned to Zhao Sen and said, "Captain Zhao, you saw that, right? He attacked me in public. How can someone like him be a good servant of the people?" "All right, we'll talk about that later," Zhao Sen interrupted him. "First, tell me, what's in this bottle?" As soon as Su Jiafeng heard this, his expression changed, and he instinctively stepped back. "I already told you, I picked up this bottle on the road. I don't know what's inside, Before he could finish, Su Jiafeng turned and ran, sprinting away as fast as he could. Watching Su Jiafeng run farther and farther away, Zhao Sen finally turned to Su Ruanruan and said, "Leave this to me. I'll take the bottle back. It doesn't matter if he runs, he hasn't finished the paperwork, and he hasn't collected the ashes yet. He'll have to come back to find me." Su Ruanruan handed the medicine bottle to Zhao Sen as instructed, but she wasn't as optimistic as he was. Zhao Sen didn't know Su Jiafeng, but she did. If Su Jiafeng really cared about Su Jianjun, he wouldn't have refused to come back when Su Jianjun died. Now, all this talk about coming back to collect Su Jianjun's ashes was just an excuse. But Su Ruanruan didn't say this out loud. She thought, maybe Su Jiafeng had suddenly grown a conscience? After Zhao Sen finished what he needed to say, he didn't stay any longer and quickly left with the bottle. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chengjin went back inside and told Granny Chen and Su Aimin what had just happened outside. After hearing it, both Granny Chen and Su Aimin were furious. Especially Su Aimin, who said angrily, "If he dares to come again, I'll go out and see him myself. I want to ask him what exactly he's trying to do." Su Ruanruan looked at Su Aimin, neither agreeing nor refusing. Anyway, she would do her best to keep Su Jiafeng from seeing Su Aimin. Just the fact that Su Jiafeng showed up with sulfuric acid was enough to know that he was much crazier now than when they last met. Of course, maybe this was just his true nature coming out. Either way, Su Jiafeng was dangerous now, and she couldn't let him meet Su Aimin. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chengjin soon returned to Su Ruanruan's room. As soon as they sat down, Xiao Chengjin asked Ruanruan, "When did Su Jianjun die?" "Why didn't you tell me?" When Su Ruanruan heard this, her heart skipped a beat. Oh no, so many things had happened one after another just now that she'd completely forgotten about this. Is it too late to get up and leave now? She couldn't have left earlier, and there was no way she could leave now either. All Su Ruanruan could do was flash Xiao Chengjin a sweet smile. "I just forgot for a moment, that's all. I was planning to tell you when you got back, but I've been a bit busy these past couple of days, and it slipped my mind again." Xiao Chengjin walked over and took Su Ruanruan's hand in his. His hands were big, he could easily wrap hers up in his. "Well, it's not too late to tell me now." Su Ruanruan hadn't expected Xiao Chengjin to be so easygoing about it. She looked at him in surprise, then quickly recounted everything that had happened. As Xiao Chengjin listened, his brows furrowed. From the sound of it, Su Jianjun's death must be connected to Zhao Hongyun. Su Ruanruan nodded. "That's what I think too. But I also feel like Wang Liang might be involved as well." "Then, Ruanruan, do you think Su Jiafeng's visit this time has anything to do with the two of them?" Su Ruanruan hadn't thought of that before. When she heard Xiao Chengjin say it, her eyes lit up. She hadn't considered it before, but now that he mentioned it, she realized this matter probably did have something to do with those two. It was possible that Su Jiafeng had been brought in by them. If that was the case, the one pulling the strings was definitely Zhao Hongyun. After all, Zhao Hongyun hated her to the core now. Though Su Ruanruan still didn't understand why Zhao Hongyun hated her so much. Xiao Chunjin kept gently kneading Su Ruanruan's hand, turning it over and over in his palm. Seeing her lost in thought, he chuckled softly. Now that we've finished talking business, shouldn't we talk about some personal matters? Su Ruanruan snapped out of her thoughts and looked at Xiao Chunjin in confusion. Personal matters? What personal matters? He said. What do you mean? Before I left, didn't we agree that no matter what happened, we'd write to each other about it? Something this big happened. Why didn't you tell me? Su Ruanruan opened her mouth, about to say she'd forgotten, but when she saw the look in Xiao Qingjin's eyes, the words caught in her throat. She thought for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Then you should tell me what kind of mission you were on, and why you got such a big reward. I'm not a child anymore. High rewards come with high risks, so don't try to fool me with some made-up story. Xiao Qingjin. Wasn't he the one questioning her? How did he end up on the spot instead? Xiao Qingjin shook his head with a wry smile. How does your mind work so fast? If Su Ruanruan were a bit slower and easier to fool, maybe. No, if that were the case, she'd have been eaten alive by others long ago. Thinking about it, Xiao Qingjin felt that it was best that Su Ruanruan was so clever. But as for pressing further, he'd better give up on that idea. Xiao Qingjin sighed softly and gently pulled Su Ruanruan into his arms. When I'm not by your side, you have to be careful, okay? If you don't want to write to tell me about something, that's fine, but you mustn't take risks. You have to know, no matter what, I'm always worried about you. Su Ruanruan nodded firmly. And you have to remember, I'm always worried about you too. The sadness that Xiao Qingjin had painstakingly worked up instantly crumbled to pieces the moment he heard Su Ruanruan's words. How was he supposed to stay sad after that? Whatever he said, whatever she said, she always had a perfectly reasonable answer. Fine, even playing the emotional card didn't work. With no other options, Xiao Qingjin could only give up on pressing further. Ruanruan, since when did you get so close with Zhao Sen? Su Ruanruan sat up straight, blinking in confusion. Am I close with him? How come I don't know about it? Xiao Qingjin found it funny in his heart, but kept a straight face and nodded solemnly. Of course. You're very close. Otherwise, why would he come straight to our house looking for you? Su Ruanruan almost nodded instinctively, but then thought about it seriously. Wait, that's not right. If he didn't come to find me, how would he tell me about Su Jiafeng? At that, Xiao Qingjin couldn't hold it in any longer and finally burst out laughing. All right, he couldn't even find a proper reason to be jealous. Xiao Qingjin pulled Su Ruanruan into his arms again, burying his face in her shoulder and laughing quietly, his body shaking with mirth. Su Ruanruan was completely baffled by his laughter, but seeing how happy he was, she stopped overthinking and just laughed along with him. The two of them, like a pair of silly kids, laughed together for a long time, and just like that, the whole matter was forgotten. After whispering together for a while, Su Ruanruan thought of Gao Zhang at the hospital and decided to mention it to Xiao Qingjin. Qingjin, don't you think he's a bit strange? I've been watching him for a while, and I feel like he's a completely different person during the day and at night. It's as if there are two people who look exactly the same. Xiao Qingjin found it interesting too, and after thinking for a moment, said, How about this? I'm not working the day shift tomorrow, so I'll bring you lunch at noon and check him out. Then when you're on the night shift, I'll come by again and have another look. Some things, you just have to see with your own eyes to really understand what's going on. Since the hospital wasn't some forbidden place, Su Ruanruan agreed without hesitation. That evening, when Xiao Aigua and Qian Aijiu came home from work, they said the factory had already closed for the holiday, so they could go back to the production team for the new year. They'd come over specifically to ask if the Su family wanted to go back together this year. In previous years, there was no need to even ask. They'd definitely go back for the new year. But this year was different. Su Ruanruan was working at the hospital, which didn't close for the holidays, only allowed for shift changes. Going back and forth between the two places was just too much trouble, so Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju came over to see what Su Ruanruan and the others planned to do. Su Ruanruan thought for a moment and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, if you want to go back, go ahead. When I get some time off, I'll come visit you." Granny Chen shot her a reproachful look. "You silly girl, what are you talking about? If you're not going back, what would the two of us go back for? It's the same wherever we spend the new year, as long as we're together with you." As long as they could spend the new year with Su Ruanruan, that was enough. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan smiled. Then let's not go back this year. Honestly, she didn't want to go back and forth either. If they went back to the production team, they'd have to clean up and tidy the house, and after just a couple of days, they'd have to come back again. Especially this year, with the heavy snow blocking the roads, ox carts couldn't get through, and bicycles were useless. If they wanted to go anywhere, they'd have to walk. Su Ruanruan didn't want Granny Chen or Su Aimin to have to brave the cold and snow just to go back. Before Qian Aiju and Xiao Aigua came over to ask, they already had a good idea of what the answer would be. So when they heard Su Ruanruan's decision, they weren't surprised at all. The two of them turned to look at Xiao Chengjin. "Chengjin, your dad and I are heading back to the production team tomorrow. What about you?" In that moment, everyone in the room turned their eyes to Xiao Chengjin. Xiao Chengjin felt a bit pressured. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I walk pretty fast, so I'll come back every day to check on Grandpa and Grandma." Qian Aiju laughed. "What are you saying? How could we let you make a trip every single day? Here's what we'll do. Tomorrow, since Ruanruan has to work during the day, you can come back with your dad and me in the morning. We have a lot of things to carry, so if you come with us, you can help out. Then you can come back here in the afternoon, and the day after tomorrow, you can go back again and stay the night at home. How does that sound?" Hearing this, Xiao Chengjin's eyes widened. "Mom, are you serious?" Qian Aiju widened her eyes right back at him. "What do you think?" Xiao Chengjin shook his head solemnly. "You can't be serious. You're my real mom. How could you bear to make me go back and forth twice in one day?" Even though he walked fast and 2 round trips a day weren't a big deal, who would want to walk back and forth twice a day for no reason? No matter what anyone else thought, Xiao Chengjin definitely didn't want to. Besides, he and Su Ruanruan had just discussed it that afternoon. He had things to do tomorrow and the day after in the evening. That business with Gaozhong sounded strange from the start, and with someone like that hanging around Su Ruanruan, how could he possibly feel at ease? It would be best to settle things before he left, so he could go with peace of mind. "Mom, you and Dad can just go back tomorrow. If there's anything you can't carry, it's not that important. I'll bring it back with me in a couple of days when I return. How about that?" Qian Aiju had only been teasing Xiao Chengjin with her earlier words. Now, seeing him so serious, she couldn't help but laugh. If she hadn't laughed, Xiao Chengjin might not have realized what was going on. But now, seeing her reaction, he understood. And that made him a little frustrated. How had his mom changed so much in just half a year? With that, everyone enjoyed a lively and cheerful dinner. After chatting for a while after the meal, Xiao Chengjin and his parents went back to the house next door. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chengjin had already talked all evening, but Qian Aiju and Xiao Aigua hadn't really had a chance to catch up with their son yet. Since the couple was heading back to the production team tomorrow, tonight was the perfect time for a good talk. Su Ruanruan stood at the front gate, watching the 3 of them walk away. Just as she was about to close the door, she saw someone walking toward her. Looking closely, she realized it was Hu Xiao. "Xiao, what are you doing here at this hour?" The 3 who hadn't gone far heard her and turned around. Seeing it was just Hu Xiao, they didn't think much of it and told Su Ruanruan to take her inside and close the door, then continued on their way home. Su Ruanruan pulled Hu Xiao into her room and asked, "Xiao, what brings you here at this hour? Is something wrong?" Su Ruanruan figured it must be something important. Otherwise, Hu Xiao wouldn't have come over at this time. After all, the food factory was already on holiday, and they'd have plenty of time to talk later. Hu Xiao didn't rush to answer Su Ruanruan's question. Instead, she gently asked, "Ruanruan, "Can I sleep with you tonight?" Ruanruan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly agreed, "Of course you can." "Did you tell your mom before you came out?" If she hadn't said anything and just stayed over, Aunt Wei Hong would probably be worried. "I already told her. My mom was just standing at the entrance of the alley watching me come over to find you. Otherwise, with it being so dark, there's no way she'd let me come out on my own." Ruanruan was relieved. "All right, then you'll sleep with me tonight. I'll go get some hot water so we can soak our feet. We can talk about anything else later." Hu Xiaoxiao clearly hadn't figured out how to say what was on her mind, but hearing this, she quickly nodded. "I'll go with you to get the water." The Su family had several foot basins, so each of them carried a basin of hot water back to soak their feet. As soon as their feet were submerged in the hot water, it felt as if all the fatigue in their bodies was washed away. Not just Ruanruan, even Hu Xiaoxiao's furrowed brows relaxed quite a bit. After they poured out the water and came back to sit on the heated brick bed, Ruanruan finally looked at Hu Xiaoxiao with eyes full of curiosity. She just looked at her without saying a word. Ruanruan thought, if Hu Xiaoxiao wanted to talk, she would. If she didn't, that was fine too. But Hu Xiaoxiao did want to talk, otherwise, she wouldn't have come looking for Ruanruan at this hour. After being looked at like that for a while, Hu Xiaoxiao finally spoke. "Wanwan, Li Dongyong is back. You know that, right?" Ruanruan nodded. "I saw him yesterday. He came back with Xiao Chunjin." Hu Xiaoxiao was silent for a moment before continuing. "He came to see me yesterday. He said he wants to be with me, asked if I was willing. If I am, he wants to take advantage of being home now to pick a good day and get engaged. Then, when he comes back next time, we'll get married." Ruanruan was genuinely surprised. She hadn't expected the hesitantly Dongyang from yesterday to suddenly be so bold. But being bold was a good thing. It was much better than stringing Hu Xiaoxiao along. "So, did you say yes?" Hu Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Why not?" Ruanruan was shocked. "You don't like him? That couldn't be right." If Hu Xiaoxiao didn't like Li Dongyang, why would she have written to him for half a year? Why did she write that letter to make things clear last time? Now that Li Dongyang was back and they could talk face to face, why was Hu Xiaoxiao unwilling? Before Ruanruan could let her imagination run wild, she heard Hu Xiaoxiao say, "It's not that I don't want to. It's just that my mom isn't too keen on it." "Why not?" Hu Xiaoxiao gave a bitter smile. "What else could it be? My mom thinks there are too many uncertainties with him being away. She says, what if he doesn't come back? What if he stays in the army? What if something happens during training? What if he gets sent on a mission? Whether it's a minor accident or something serious, I'd have to suffer for the rest of my life. So she doesn't want me to be with Li Dongyang. My mom says she just wants me to find a doctor, a teacher, or a worker. Someone honest and dependable, not too good-looking, but most importantly, someone who'll treat me well. Not someone who's all talk and can't do anything practical. As long as he brings home a steady paycheck every month, even if it's not much, at least life will be stable in the future." Listening to Hu Xiaoxiao, Ruanruan gradually pictured a scene in her mind. It was a painting of life, calm and uneventful, with the end in sight at a single glance. Ruanruan didn't like that kind of life. And from what she knew of Hu Xiaoxiao, she was sure Hu Xiaoxiao wouldn't like it either. Sure enough, before Ruanruan could even ask, Hu Xiaoxiao shook her head. "I don't like that kind of life, and I definitely don't want to marry the kind of person she described. Even though I haven't met someone like that, just thinking about it, I know I wouldn't like them. I told my mom I don't like people like that, and I don't like that kind of life. She told me I'm too young, that all I think about is what I like or don't like, and I don't understand what reality is really like. She says she's doing it all for my own good, that she's thinking of me. She says I haven't seen enough of the world, so I don't understand the stakes. She says she's making choices for me now, and that when I grow up and mature, I'll thank her for it. Last night, I thought about it the whole night. I even imagined what it would be like to spend my whole life with someone like that, living that kind of life. I guess it would be stable, but I still don't like it." Ruanruan pressed her lips together, wanting to say that even if it's stable, that stability won't last long. In the future, being a worker won't be an iron rice bowl anymore. The happy life Wei Hong painted for Hu Xiaoxiao not only won't exist, but under the pressure of survival, it would only create a resentful couple. If two people truly like each other and get married willingly, at least they can face hardships together. But if Hu Xiaoxiao is forced to marry a worker, she'll end up resenting Wei Hong for it. Ruanruan, what do you think I should do? I talked to my mom for a long time again today, but she still wouldn't budge. I told her I wanted to come talk to you, and she finally agreed. She always used to tell me you're smart and that I should learn from you. So why won't she let me learn from you now? Ruanruan was stumped by Hu Xiaoxiao's last question. She thought for a while before coming up with a suggestion she thought was decent. Xiaoxiao, how about you ask Li Dongang to come to your house and talk to your mom? I don't think your mom has seen the current Li Dongang or spoken to him. She probably doesn't know what he's like now. She's just judging him based on how she remembers him from before. Maybe you should let her get to know the real Li Dongang again. Hearing this, Hu Xiaoxiao fell into deep thought. Ruanruan had to work the next day, so she couldn't stay up all night talking with Hu Xiaoxiao. Seeing Hu Xiaoxiao lost in thought, Ruanruan hugged her blanket and closed her eyes for a nap. She thought she'd just rest for a bit, and when Hu Xiaoxiao came up with an idea, they could discuss it together. Who would have thought that once she closed her eyes, she'd sleep straight through to the next morning? Ruanruan's biological clock was a bit off, since her schedule flipped between day and night every other day. So whenever she worked the day shift, Granny Chen always had to wake her up. Today was no different. As soon as she heard Granny Chen calling her, Ruanruan immediately opened her eyes. But when she sat up and saw Hu Xiaoxiao still asleep beside her, she was momentarily dazed, taking a while to come back to herself. Hu Xiaoxiao had gone to bed late the night before, so she was still groggy for a while before she forced herself to open her eyes. Seeing Hu Xiaoxiao looking so sleepy, barely able to keep her eyes open, Ruanruan laughed and said, "You're on break anyway. Why don't you sleep a bit longer?" Hu Xiaoxiao shook her head and struggled to sit up. "No, I can't sleep anymore. I still have things to do." Ruanruan was getting dressed. Hearing this, she looked at Hu Xiaoxiao in surprise. "It's the holidays, what do you still have to do?" "I'm going to find Li Dongang. I thought it over carefully last night, and I think you're right." Ruanruan, still not fully awake, replied absent-mindedly, "What did I say?" "You said I should let Li Dongang meet my mom, so she can get to know him again. Maybe then she'll agree to let us be together." "I figured, no matter if my mom agrees after meeting him or not, at least I tried. If I just give up without even trying, I know I'll regret it in the future." Seeing the determined look on Hu Xiaoxiao's face, Ruanruan couldn't help but smile too. "Then go for it. Tell Li Dongyang to do his best too. Hopefully you'll succeed." "No, scratch that, you have to succeed." Hu Xiaoxiao nodded firmly. "Yes, we have to succeed." After they finished getting ready, Hu Xiaoxiao didn't stay for breakfast. She said she wanted to find Li Dongang early, otherwise if her mom came over, she wouldn't be able to sneak out. Ruanruan saw she couldn't persuade her to stay, so she stuffed 2 big steamed buns into her hands, telling her to eat them on the way. They'd made too much dumpling filling yesterday, there was still some left even after they'd used up all the dough. Granny Chen saw this and just added some shredded radish, cabbage, and glass noodles to the filling, made a new batch of dough, and steamed a pot of buns first thing this morning. The buns had thin wrappers and lots of filling. Even though there wasn't much meat, they still tasted great. Ruanruan ate 3 in one go, washed them down with a bowl of porridge, and then hurriedly got ready, putting on her hat and mask. Just as she finished getting ready, Xiao Chengjin arrived. Seeing him, Granny Chen called out, "Chengjin, come on over." The buns just came out of the steamer. Xiao Chengjin had already eaten breakfast before coming, but having one more bun wouldn't hurt, so he took one from Granny Chen. "Grandma, I'll walk Ruanruan to work. I'll eat this bun on the way and save the rest for dinner." Granny Chen's face was wreathed in smiles. All right. There's plenty left. I'll save them for you so you can have your fill tonight." Ruanruan and Xiao Chengjin walked out of the Su family's courtyard together. Watching him eat the bun slowly, bite by bite, Ruanruan soon noticed something was off. You already had breakfast, didn't you? Xiao Chenjin nodded. Then why did you still take the bun from my grandma? She wouldn't have minded if you'd said no, you know. Granny Chen wasn't the type to get upset over something like that. I just wanted to taste Grandma Chen's buns. I think they're especially delicious. Even if I've already had breakfast, I can still eat another one. All right then. Eat up. If you're still hungry, I've got 2 more buns in my bag. You can have them too. Xiao Chenjin, who had been enjoying his bun, suddenly looked a bit put out when he heard that. Why do you have 2 more buns? I'm saving them for lunch. Didn't we agree I'd bring you lunch at noon? Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin locked eyes, both wearing expressions of disbelief. In the end, Ruanruan was the first to break the silence. I was just messing with you. I didn't bring any buns. You already said you'd bring me food, so how could I possibly still bring buns with me? Xiao Chenjin still looked skeptical. He was genuinely afraid that after he finally finished the buns in his hand, Ruanruan would pull out 2 more from her bag. Ruanruan patted her bag. Seriously, there's nothing in here. Look, I'm smacking it this hard. If there were any buns inside, wouldn't I have squished them by now? Seeing how hard Ruanruan was hitting her bag, Xiao Chenjin finally believed her and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness there weren't any more buns. He really couldn't eat another bite. Xiao Chenjin ate slowly, but a bun wasn't that big. It didn't take long for him to finish it off. He let out a quiet breath, feeling stuffed to the brim. The hospital was busiest in the mornings. Xiao Chenjin had never seen it for himself, but Ruanruan had told him about it, so he didn't go inside with her. Not wanting to get in her way, he just stood at the door and watched Ruanruan walk in before turning to leave. When Xiao Chenjin got home, Xiao Aigua and Xian Aiju hadn't left yet. They'd packed up a lot of things, each carrying a big bamboo basket on their backs, the contents piled so high they were spilling out, looking heavy as could be. Seeing this, Xiao Chenjin said helplessly, "Didn't I tell you? Just take some of it back first. The rest isn't urgent, wait a couple of days, and I'll bring it back myself." Xian Aiju shot him a look. That's exactly what we're doing. These are the things that absolutely have to go back now. There's more over there, but those can wait until you come back. Xiao Chenjin followed her gaze and saw another big bamboo basket in the corner, packed full and tightly covered with a cloth so he couldn't tell what was inside. Mom, what on earth are you taking back? I don't remember us ever bringing this much stuff home before. Is this year the same as any other year? In the past, your grandma was fine, so everything that needed to be prepared for the new year was pretty much ready by now. This year, your grandma's stuck in bed and can't move, so nothing's been prepared. If I don't get things ready, are you planning to eat nothing but cornbread and pickled vegetables for New Year's? At that, Xiao Chenjin immediately shut his mouth. Mom, let me carry your basket. I'll see you out of town. Xian Aiju shook her head. No need, don't trouble yourself. Just rest at home. Your dad and I aren't so old that we can't walk. If you really want to help, just see when you and Ruanruan can come back together. Don't worry, Mom. Ruanruan and I will definitely come back in a couple of days to visit Grandma and you too. You're the only one who knows how to talk. All right, we're off. Xian Aiju and Xiao Aigua left decisively, leaving Xiao Chenjin alone in the house. Looking at the piles of snow in the yard, Xiao Chenjin thought for a moment, then grabbed some tools and started moving the snow to the backyard. After the new year, the days would start getting warmer. When the snow melted, the yard would be a soggy mess, impossible to walk through. Better to move it to a corner of the backyard now so it wouldn't get in the way. Once he decided, Xiao Chenjin got right to work. He was strong and efficient, and by noon, he'd cleared out a small patch of open ground. As noon approached, Xiao Chenjin washed his hands, put on his clothes, and headed over to the Su family's courtyard next door. Granny Chen had just finished making lunch. When she saw Xiao Chenjin arrive, she quickly called out, "Chenjin, you're here. Come eat." "Grandma, how about I bring the food to Ruanruan first? You eat first. Ruanruan isn't off work yet. Even if you bring it now, you'll just have to wait for her. You'll still have plenty of time to go after you finish eating. Otherwise, by the time you get back, the food will be cold." Hurry and eat, I know what I'm doing. Since Granny Chin insisted, Xiao Chunjin didn't argue and sat down to eat with Granny Chin and Su. After being away from home for more than half a year, Xiao Chunjin had changed in many ways, the most obvious being how fast he ate. Before Granny Chin and Su had eaten much, Xiao Chunjin had already finished. Wiping his mouth, Xiao Chunjin smiled at the two of them. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm done. I'll go bring lunch to Ruanruan now. Both Granny Chin and Su were a bit surprised, but could only nod. Granny Chen had already packed the food into a lunchbox, carefully wrapped it in cotton cloth, and finally put it into a cloth bag. With all these layers, by the time Xiao Chunjin walked to the county hospital, the food was still warm. Today's lunch was rice, not just plain white rice, but a mix of half white and half yellow rice. The texture wasn't quite as good, but it still tasted pretty nice. It wasn't that the Su family couldn't afford white rice. Granny Chin just worried that bringing only white rice to the hospital would cause trouble for Su Ruanruan. There were only 2 dishes, stir-fried shredded potatoes and braised eggplant. There was no meat, but these 2 dishes with rice were even more fragrant than meat. The eggplants had been stored since autumn, kept in the warehouse. The skins were all wrinkled and dry, but the insides were still edible. In winter, they were one of the few vegetables left. The dishes were placed on top of the rice, so the rice soaked up all the sauce and became even more delicious. Besides that, there was also a container of egg drop soup. Looking at the steaming hot meal, Su Ruanruan's eyes grew red. It wasn't that the cafeteria food was bad. If you were willing to spend money and had ration tickets, you could eat well there too. But it just wasn't the same as home-cooked food. Su Ruanruan took a sip of soup and sighed. Now that you're bringing me lunch, what am I going to do when you leave? Seeing her like this, Xiao Chunjin couldn't help but laugh. Once spring comes and the weather warms up, you'll be able to go home for lunch every day. You won't need me to bring it anymore. Not to mention when the weather warmed up, once Su Ruanruan became a full-time employee, she'd be working shifts and wouldn't have to eat at the hospital all the time. Su Ruanruan was just sighing, but she hadn't expected Xiao Chunjin to say so much, which made her want to laugh. They were in the cafeteria, and there were quite a few people eating there. Many of them knew Su Ruanruan, and people kept glancing over from time to time. Compared to others who just looked, Wang Yun was much more direct. After getting her food, she came right over, sat down next to Su Ruanruan, and asked, "Ruanruan, who's this?" Su Ruanruan glanced at Xiao Chunjin and smiled at Wang Yun. "This is my boyfriend. He went to the army and just came back these past couple of days." Wang Yun's eyes sparkled. "He's back? Does that mean you two are getting married?" "No, he still has to leave again." "Huh? That's so sad for you." Wang Yun looked at Su Ruanruan sympathetically. "Who knows how long you'll have to wait before you can get married." Su Ruanruan blinked, a little confused as to why she was being pitied. Before she could ask, Wang Yun continued, "I'm getting married in just a few days, but you don't even know when your turn will come. Isn't that pitiful?" Now, Su Ruanruan didn't even have time to wonder if she was pitiful or not. Her mind was filled with Wang Yun's words. She was getting married. "You're getting married in a few days?" "Yep." Wang Yun beamed. "It's set for the 28th of the 12th lunar month, just a few days away." Su Ruanruan counted on her fingers. Today was the 25th, and Wang Yun said the 28th, so it really was just a few days away. But isn't that a bit too soon? How come you never mentioned it before? Wang Yun replied nonchalantly, "Well, you never told me you had a boyfriend either. I figured we're the same age, and I'm about to get married while you don't even have anyone yet. If I told you, you'd probably feel sad, so I just didn't say anything. So why are you telling me now?" "Well, now you have someone. Even if you can't get married as soon as I am, you will sooner or later." Su Ruanruan blinked again, actually thinking Wang Yun's reasoning made sense. Soon, Su Ruanruan started to laugh. What was wrong with her, actually agreeing with Wang Yun? Xiao Chunjin had been quietly listening to their conversation. When he saw Su Ruanruan so absorbed that she'd forgotten to eat, he said, "Ruanruan, hurry up and eat. If you don't, your food will get cold." Hearing Xiao Qingjin's voice, Su Ruanruan snapped back to reality and quickly resumed eating. After their meal, the three of them headed to the internal medicine ward. When they reached the nurse's station, Wang Yun looked at Xiao Qingjin in surprise. "Why are you still here? We're about to start our shift." Before Xiao Qingjin could answer, Wang Yun suddenly looked as if she'd had an epiphany. "Oh, I get it. You want to stay here and keep Ruanruan company at work, don't you? Well, I guess that's fine, as long as you don't get in our way. I won't tell the head nurse. But listen, our head nurse doesn't really like Ruanruan. I don't know why, but she's always picking on her. So you'd better not cause any trouble for Ruanruan or she'll get scolded again." Xiao Qingjin's eyes flickered. "The head nurse doesn't like Ruanruan?" Wang Yun nodded. "Yeah, ever since our first day here, the head nurse has been picking on her, always nitpicking and finding fault. If she finds out you're here with Ruanruan, she'll definitely make a fuss. So be careful." Su Ruanruan stood to the side, unable to get a word in. She'd always known Wang Yun was straightforward, but she didn't expect her to be this blunt. Couldn't she at least ease into it a little? Luckily, they were still in the hospital and it was a long time before their shift ended. Even if Xiao Qingjin was upset that she hadn't told him about this, he wouldn't show it now. There was still the whole afternoon. Maybe by the end of the shift, Xiao Qingjin wouldn't be upset anymore. And if not, she'd have the whole afternoon to think of a way to make it up to him. With that thought, Su Ruanruan relaxed and let Xiao Qingjin keep questioning Wang Yun. Unfortunately, Wang Yun didn't know anything else. No matter how Xiao Qingjin asked, he got the same answers. Realizing it was pointless to keep asking, Xiao Qingjin finally gave up. "You guys go back to work. I won't bother you here. I'll just wander around the hospital myself." "All right, go ahead." Watching Xiao Qingjin walk away, Swan pulled Wang Yun into the nurse's station. As soon as the two of them entered, the other nurses came over to ask, "Who was that person you were eating with just now? Swan, did he bring you food? Is he your brother?" "How could he be her brother? You can tell at a glance he's her boyfriend." "No way. I've never heard Swan mention having a boyfriend." Wang Yun glanced at the group. "Does she have to announce it to you if she has a boyfriend? What's the big deal if she does? We're all colleagues. Why keep it a secret?" Wang Yun suddenly laughed. "You're right, we're all colleagues, and it's not like it's a bad thing. There's no need to hide it. I'm getting married on the 28th, so you're all invited. Since we're colleagues, it's the perfect chance to celebrate together. With your blessings, I'm sure my life will be even better. Everyone." The nurse's station fell into an awkward silence for a moment before someone asked quietly, "Wang Yun, you're getting married? How come you never mentioned it? When did you get a boyfriend?" Wang Yun waved it off. "When I got a boyfriend isn't important, and it doesn't matter if I never mentioned it before. I'm telling you now, aren't I? On the 28th, you're all invited to my wedding. You'll find out everything then." Everyone. They really didn't want to know everything that clearly. Calling it attending a wedding sounded nice, but honestly, wasn't it just about giving a wedding gift? They'd only been working together for just over 20 days. There wasn't any deep friendship, certainly not enough to be giving wedding money. Their monthly salaries were already tight. Where would they find extra cash for wedding gifts? Seeing everyone fall silent, Swan, who hadn't spoken yet, smiled and said, "Our colleagues are really enthusiastic. I didn't mention it before because I didn't want to trouble everyone, but since you're all so curious, you must want to come to my wedding too. Let's set the date for..." "Oh, someone from a patient's room just called me. I haven't had a chance to check on them yet. I'd better go see what's up, just in case it's something serious. We're out of water. I need to go get some. I'll be back later. My stomach hurts a bit. Swan, Wang Yun, you two keep an eye on things here. I'll be right back." In the blink of an eye, everyone scattered. Swan and Wang Yun exchanged a glance and both burst out laughing. Swan, you don't need to pay attention to those people. They're just being petty. They're jealous you found such a good boyfriend. Swan nodded. "I know. Thank you." Swan was genuinely grateful to Wang Yun. After all, there weren't many people willing to stand up for her. "What are you thanking me for?" You let me borrow your clothes, and I'm just saying a few words for you." The two of them smiled at each other again. They hadn't been that close before, but after this, their relationship grew a little warmer. After leaving the nurse's station, Xiao Chengjin wandered around the hospital for a while. It wasn't until the internal medicine ward got busy again in the afternoon that he quietly returned. The nurse's station was bustling, and no one noticed Xiao Chengjin as he headed straight for Gao Zhang's room. Gao Zhang's room only had him as a patient. He didn't need IVs or injections, and aside from the daily rounds, hardly anyone ever came by. When Xiao Chengjin entered the hospital room, Gao Zhang was lying on the bed, asleep. Gao Zhang looked thin and pale, his breathing a bit labored even as he lay there. He didn't look like a healthy person at all. Of course, if he were healthy, he wouldn't be staying in a hospital. But since he was a patient, why was he here without receiving any treatment? These questions ran through Xiao Chengjin's mind as he slowly walked over to the bedside. There were 4 beds in the room. Gao Zhang could have chosen the one by the window, where he could enjoy some sunlight on nice days. But he hadn't. Instead, he picked the bed in the innermost corner, with the curtains half drawn. No matter how good the weather was, Gao Zhang wouldn't get a single ray of sunlight. No wonder his skin was so pale. Xiao Chengjin sat down on the bed next to him, his sharp eyes studying Gao Zhang up and down, over and over. He felt that his gaze was intense enough that even someone fast asleep should have sensed it and woken up by now. But Gao Zhang didn't. He continued lying there with his eyes tightly shut, breathing a little fast, but showing no sign of waking. Looking at him, Xiao Chengjin grew even more suspicious. After waiting a while longer, Xiao Chengjin finally stood up and walked to the bedside, gently shaking the bed. Gao Zhang stirred and, after a moment, slowly opened his eyes. Seeing he was finally awake, Xiao Chengjin tensed up. Gao Zhang looked at Xiao Chengjin with a hint of surprise, but quickly regained his composure. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Xiao Chengjin didn't answer, but instead asked, "Who are you? Why are you staying here?" Hearing this, Gao Zhang looked as if he suddenly understood. "Are you looking for someone? I've been staying here for a long time, and I don't know who was here before me. Ever since I moved in, I've been the only one in this room. If you're looking for someone, you should ask at the nurse's station." His words were clear and logical, his manner calm. He didn't seem at all like the kind of person who would sneak around peeking through doors in the middle of the night. Xiao Chengjin thought for a moment, then decided to get straight to the point. He didn't have much time, so the sooner he got answers, the better. "I'm looking for someone named Gao Zhang. He has a rather peculiar hobby. He loves peeking at people through door cracks. Do you know him?" Gao Zhang stared at Xiao Chengjin in shock, but then quickly smiled. "You're looking for someone, but you don't even know who it is? You're not looking for Gao Zhang, I'm Gao Zhang. The one you're after should be Gao Duan." "Gao who?" "Gao Duan," Gao Zhang replied, still smiling. "Duan as in dignified. His name is Gao Duan, but he only comes out at night. If you want to find him, come back in the evening. By the way, when did you meet him? Are you his friend? He must be pretty impressive to have made friends already." Xiao Chengjin felt his mind was in knots. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was convinced Gao Zhang was just making things up to mess with him. But after thinking it over, Xiao Chengjin decided not to call him out on it. Since Gao Zhang said so, he'd just come back at night and see for himself what this so-called Gao Duan was all about. Although Xiao Chengjin had already made up his mind, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. "You and Gao Duan are?" Gao Chang smiled gently. "We're brothers. Gao Duan is my younger brother, but he's always thought of himself as my older brother." Xiao Chengjin. He finally understood why this man was living in the hospital. Not only was he sick, but it seemed pretty serious. If it had been the old Xiao Chengjin, hearing something like this, he would have shown it on his face and might have even bolted out the door. But now, Xiao Chengjin was much more composed. Even when faced with such a shocking statement, his expression didn't change at all, nor did he make any move to run away. He kept a perfectly polite smile on his face. "So, do you think he's your younger brother or your older brother?" "Of course he's my younger brother. My little brother is a bit mischievous, still hasn't grown up, and he's not very mature. But he's cheerful and likes making friends. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met you. In that regard, I really envy him. Listening to Gao Chang, the image that popped into Xiao Qingjin's mind was exactly what Su Ruanruan had described, someone always peeking out through the crack in the door. Wait, are these two people really the same person? Maybe it was just that the hospital room was too empty, but Xiao Qingjin felt a chill on his back, as if someone was watching him from a corner. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Although Xiao Qingjin wanted to get to the bottom of things, he wasn't about to make himself suffer for it. He simply stood up and said, "Well, in that case, I'll come back tonight. You should get some rest." All right. Gao Chang was still lying there, watching as Xiao Qingjin walked out of the room. Once outside, Xiao Qingjin didn't pause for even a moment. He walked straight ahead and stopped at the stairwell next to the nurse's station. Gao Chang was just too suspicious. Xiao Qingjin decided to wait right there for Su Ruanruan. This spot had a good view. He could see Su Ruanruan going in and out of the nurse's station, as well as every patient room she entered or left. Luckily, the whole afternoon passed without incident, all the way until the end of the workday. After work, as they left the hospital and walked home, Su Ruanruan waited until there was no one else around before asking Xiao Qingjin, "Qingjin, did you visit Gao Chang's room? Did you notice anything strange?" Xiao Qingjin hadn't planned on telling Su Ruanruan, but then he thought, what if something happened because he kept it from her and she wasn't on her guard? So, he decided to tell her everything. After hearing Xiao Qingjin's account, Su Ruanruan was shocked. There are really people like that? Do you think he said it on purpose to trick you? As a nurse at the hospital, Su Ruanruan knew exactly who was staying in Gao Chang's room. If anyone had been switched, she would have noticed. From beginning to end, it had always been Gao Chang in that room. There was no such person as Gao Duan. Xiao Qingjin wasn't sure what to believe either, so he said, "I don't know if he was telling the truth or not, so I've decided to go back and check tonight." "You're not going to wait until tomorrow night?" "No, better not drag it out. If we can get to the bottom of this tonight, then tomorrow we can go back to the production team together. In the afternoon, I'll bring you back here." How does that sound? Su Ruanruan also wanted to check in on Luo Yufeng and the others, so of course she agreed. She nodded right away. "Of course, that sounds great. Should I go to the hospital with you tonight?" "No. I'll go by myself. You just stay home and wait for me." "Ruanruan, you have to listen to me." Su Ruanruan had originally wanted to argue back, but after hearing what Xiao Qingjin said, she was stunned. They had known each other for so long, but this was the first time Xiao Qingjin had spoken to her in such a tone. Firm, leaving no room for objection. As expected, people who have trained in the army really are different. Since Xiao Qingjin was so resolute, Su Ruanruan didn't argue any further. "All right, you go ahead. After dinner, I'll go find Xiao Xiao and see how she's doing." Early this morning, Xiao Xiao had rushed out in a hurry. Now, a whole day had passed, and Su Ruanruan had no idea how things had gone. As long as Su Ruanruan didn't insist on going to the hospital with him, Xiao Qingjin didn't care what she wanted to do. "Okay, go ahead." When the two of them returned to the Su house, Granny Chen had already prepared dinner. Seeing them come in, she immediately smiled and called them to eat. During the meal, Granny Chen said to Su Ruanruan and Xiao Qingjin, "I've soaked some soybeans. Tomorrow, let's make some tofu and freeze a bit more food, so we'll have something for the new year. Qingjin, you can take some over to your parents too, it'll count as a dish for them." Granny Chen had a real talent for cooking. Making tofu, sprouting beans, none of it was a problem for her. That said, when Su Ruanruan was little, she didn't eat much of these things, simply because food was so scarce back then. At that time, Granny Chen had her hands full just keeping Su Ruanruan fed and healthy, let alone making these kinds of foods. But things were different now. The family didn't lack for these things anymore. Making tofu and bean sprouts was a nice way to change up their meals. And while making tofu, they could also make some tofu pudding, tofu skin, and soy milk. All delicious treats. Although Xiao Chenjin and Su Wanruan had discussed possibly returning to the production brigade together tomorrow, it was just between the two of them, no one else knew. So even if their plans changed, it didn't matter. After exchanging a glance, both of them agreed to Granny Chen's suggestion. After dinner, the two of them said a word to Granny Chen and Su Aimin, then headed out together. Xiao Chenjin walked Su Wanruan to Hu Xiaoxiao's house. At the gate, he said goodbye to her. "If you're done talking and I'm not back yet, just go home on your own. If I get back early, I'll come and get you so we can go home together." "Okay." Su Wanruan agreed seriously. "But you need to be careful too. That Gao Chong doesn't seem like a normal person, no matter how you look at him." Xiao Chenjin felt the same way and was already on high alert. But hearing Su Wanruan's reminder, he still nodded and agreed. Su Wanruan watched Xiao Chenjin walk away before going up to knock on Hu Xiaoxiao's door. It took a while before the door finally opened, and it was Hu Xiaoxiao herself who answered. Seeing Su Wanruan, Hu Xiaoxiao wasn't surprised. She knew Su Wanruan would be worried about her and would come over after work. It was bitterly cold outside, so the two didn't say much at the door and headed inside together. The Hu family was all gathered today. Hu Xiaoxiao's brothers and sisters had all come home, since the factory was on holiday for the new year. They were home to celebrate together, and also because Hu Haixing was getting married. With a wedding coming up, there were bound to be things to discuss. Even if they kept it simple, it wasn't possible to skip everything. Su Wanruan and Hu Xiaoxiao were close, and their families visited each other often, so Su Wanruan was familiar with Hu Xiaoxiao's 4 siblings. She greeted them all with a smile. "Oh, Softy, you're here." Wei Hong greeted Su Wanruan with a smile. "You came at just the right time. Xiaoxiao was just saying she wanted to go find you. She said she wants to sleep with you tonight too." "That's great. Xiaoxiao can sleep with me. The two of us can stay up and chat. I think Xiaoxiao feels the same way as you do. Otherwise, she wouldn't always want to sleep with you. You two are all grown up now, both about to get married, and yet you're still glued together like little kids." Hu Xiaoxiao walked over and took Wei Hong's arm. "Mom, aren't you happy that Ruanruan and I are so close?" Wei Hong sighed. "Of course I'm happy. I just can't bear to let you go. Your older brothers and sisters aren't even married yet, and now you're the first to leave. How could I not feel reluctant?" At first, Su Wanruan was just listening, but when she suddenly heard Wei Hong say this, she almost choked on her own saliva and started coughing violently. Seeing Su Wanruan suddenly start coughing, everyone in the room was startled. Hu Xiaoxiao hurried over to gently pat her back, while Wei Hong poured her a glass of water. Su Wanruan took a sip of water and finally caught her breath. Wei Hong looked at her with amusement. "You usually seem so calm and steady. How did you manage to choke on your own saliva?" Su Wanruan felt wrong too. It's not like she wanted to choke. But Wei Hong's words were just too shocking. Just yesterday, Hu Xiaoxiao said Wei Hong didn't agree to the marriage, and now, only a day later, Wei Hong was saying Xiaoxiao was getting married. Su Wanruan thought back carefully, making sure it really had only been a day and not a year, before turning to Hu Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, what's going on? You're getting married." Hu Xiaoxiao blushed, but still smiled and nodded. "Yeah, I'm getting married. We just set the date today. It'll be on the 28th of the 12th lunar month." The moment she heard this, Su Wanruan was filled with relief. Thank goodness she hadn't been drinking water, or she would have spit it out everywhere. She'd just learned earlier that Wang Yun was getting married on the 28th, and now she was being told that Hu Xiaoxiao was also getting married on the 28th. This was all a bit too sudden. Su Wanruan couldn't help but wonder, is the 28th really such a good day? Why is everyone picking that date? Hu Xiaoxiao looked at her curiously. "Who else is getting married on the 28th? "A girl from our department is also getting married on the 28th. Hu Xiaoxiao nodded. "The 28th really is a good day. Lots of people are getting married then. Wanruan, if you want to get married, you could pick that day too." Su Wanruan. No, that's not necessary. Xiao Chenjin still had a year and a half before he'd be back. What would be the point of even a half wedding? Su Wanruan thought about saying this to Hu Xiao, but with so many people in the room, she hesitated and decided not to bring it up. Forget it. Since Hu Xiao was going to sleep over tonight, she could talk to her then. While Su Wanruan was still thinking, Wei Hong spoke up again. Wanruan, even if you hadn't come over, I was planning to go find you later. There's something I'm not sure if you can help with. Hearing that she was needed, Su Wanruan quickly pulled herself together. Auntie Wei, just tell me, if I can help, I definitely will. Wei Hong smiled a little awkwardly. Xiaoxiao's wedding was arranged so suddenly that we haven't had time to prepare anything. I don't want her in-laws to look down on her, so I want to put together a better dowry for her. Everything else is fine, but I just don't have enough material to make new clothes. I wanted to ask if your family has any extra fabric ration coupons. I've already borrowed some, but it's still not enough. If you have any to spare, could you lend me a few? I'll pay you back as soon as I get more. Su Wanruan had thought something serious was going on, judging by Aunt Wei's solemn expression just now, but it turned out to be just this. As for fabric coupons, Su Wanruan really didn't have any left. When she bought her sewing machine before, she'd used up all the family's coupons to buy fabric. But while she had no coupons, she had plenty of fabric. Aunt Wei, I don't have any fabric coupons left at home, Su Wanruan said. As soon as she said this, she saw disappointment all over Wei Hong's face. Still, despite her disappointment, Wei Hong smiled and said, That's all right, I'll have Xiaoxiao's older brother and sister go out and borrow some more. Before Wei Hong could finish, Su Wanruan continued, I've already bought fabric with all my coupons, and it's just sitting at home. However much Xiaoxiao needs, and in whatever color Aunt Wei, why don't you come over and take a look? Wei Hong was stunned. Child, why didn't you just say so from the start? You really know how to keep people in suspense. Su Wanruan was helpless. Aunt Wei, I wasn't finished talking, but you just kept going. All right. Wait for me a moment. I'll grab a few things and we'll head over right away. Time is so tight, at most we have 2 days left, and we still need to cut the fabric. Sigh. My grandma and I can help with that. We have a sewing machine at home, so making clothes will go even faster. Aunt Wei, you can make them at our place. Wei Hong's face lit up with delight. Wanruan, you really have a sewing machine at home. That's wonderful. Not daring to waste any more time, Wei Hong hurried to the inner room and quickly came back out. Let's go, let's head over right away and take a look. Xiao, you come too. The rest of you stay here. Seeing that Wei Hong was about to leave, Hu Wenjing and Hu Jinjing both stood up. Mom, let us come along too. Wei Hong hesitated only a moment before agreeing. All right, let's all go together. In her heart, Wei Hong was thinking, these two girls have been so reluctant to get married. Maybe if they see the perks of getting married, they'll change their minds. And the best perk of getting married? Of course, it's getting new clothes. Is there any girl who doesn't like getting new clothes? Su Wanruan had come alone, but now she was heading back with a whole group, which gave Granny Chen quite a shock. Su Wanruan led everyone into the main room and asked Granny Chen to keep them company. Grandma, I'm going to get the fabric. This room is spacious, and the table is big enough for cutting the material. Granny Chen nodded repeatedly. All right, go ahead. Other people might not know, but Granny Chen certainly did. There was some fabric in Su Wanruan's wardrobe, but not much. Clearly, Su Wanruan was about to take some out from her treasure space, so as her grandmother, she naturally had to help cover for her. Once back in her own room, Su Wanruan closed the door behind her, didn't turn on the light, and went straight into her treasure space. Pulling out fabric was something Su Wanruan was already very skilled at. She picked out several colors, enough of each for 2 sets of clothes, folded them neatly, and then left the treasure space. From start to finish, the whole process took Su Wanruan only 3 or 4 minutes. When Su Wanruan came back so quickly, carrying so much fabric in her arms, Wei Hong was so excited she nearly burst into tears. She had given birth to 5 children and raised them for over 20 years. She never expected that before her sons even got married, it would be her youngest daughter she'd have to marry off first. This was her first time marrying off a daughter, and it was her youngest at that. Of course, Wei Hong wanted to give Hu Xiaoxiao the very best. Now, seeing all this fabric, she couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Auntie Wei, take a look at these fabrics and see if they'll work. Which ones should we use, and how much of each? Grandma, where are scissors and measuring tape? As Su Ruanruan spoke, she placed the fabric on the table. The table had already been wiped clean. It was a big round table that could seat 10 people for a meal, and now it was perfect for laying out all the fabric. Granny Chen got up and went out, soon returning with a sewing basket filled with needles, thread, scissors, and a measuring tape. Wei Hong said thank you over and over before she finally started pulling Hu Xiaoxiao over to pick out fabric. The new year is coming up, and so is the wedding. I think we should make a bright red top. What do you think, Xiaoxiao? Hu Xiaoxiao's face turned even redder, but she nodded in agreement. After all, what girl doesn't want a red outfit? People didn't really wear wedding dresses these days, but a red top was still festive. Of course, you couldn't make the pants red, otherwise you couldn't wear them for everyday use, so they chose black for those. Linen suits were especially popular now. Even Su Ruanruan had made herself a set. The gray linen suit looked sharp and neat on her. After discussing it with Hu Xiaoxiao, Wei Hong decided to make another linen suit as well. Hu Xiaoxiao had already made herself a new outfit at the start of winter. Even though she'd worn it for 2 months, she'd taken such good care of it that it still looked brand new. With these 3 new outfits as a base, Wei Hong picked out 2 more pieces of fabric, each 3 feet long, to add to Hu Xiaoxiao's dowry. Once they'd made their choices, Wei Hong took out the money and ration tickets she'd brought. Wei Hong had enough money for the fabric, but not enough ration tickets. She counted them out for Su Ruanruan to see. Ruanruan, I'll pay you the money now. I only have this many tickets at the moment, but don't worry, every month when we get new fabric tickets, I'll bring them to you. It won't take long to pay it all back. Wei Hong wasn't just saying that. With herself, Hu Xiaoxiao, and her 5 siblings, the 6 of them got a fair number of fabric tickets every month. Even though they were buying a lot this time, they'd be able to pay it off in 2 or 3 months. Su Ruanruan didn't care how long it would take them to pay her back. She agreed right away. All right, I'll just hold on to these for now. Wei Hong breathed a sigh of relief, her smile relaxing a bit. Of course you should keep them. If you didn't, we wouldn't dare take the fabric. By the way, Auntie, Ruanruan said you bought a sewing machine. There are only 2 days left before the wedding. Can I come over tomorrow to use the sewing machine to make the clothes? Granny Chen naturally agreed. Of course you can. Come over tomorrow and I can help you sew. Ruanruan can help too. With so many of us, we'll have Xiaoxiao's clothes finished in a day. With this big matter settled, Wei Hong felt a weight lift from her heart, and she spoke more lightly. That's right, this girl Ruanruan is really something. She can do anything, and her sewing is excellent. Not like Xiaoxiao, whose clothes are only good enough because she doesn't mind her own handiwork. It wasn't that Hu Xiaoxiao couldn't sew at all, she just wasn't very skilled. She could handle simple things, but unlike others, she couldn't just look at a fashionable style and make a new outfit to match. It wasn't too late yet, and the lights in the house were still bright, so she decided to just cut out the fabric for the clothes she needed to make. Once she finished cutting, she didn't bother putting it away. She just left it there, planning to come back early the next morning to start sewing. That night, after washing up, Su Ruanruan and Hu Xiaoxiao lay down on the Kong bed. Only then did Su Ruanruan have a chance to ask, Xiaoxiao, what's really going on between you and Li Dongong? How is it that after just 1 day, you're already getting married? Now that it was just Su Ruanruan with her, Hu Xiaoxiao wasn't as easily embarrassed as before. Hearing the question, she straightforwardly explained what had happened. This morning I went to find Li Dongong, and after we talked it over, I took him straight to my house. I don't even know what he said to my mom, but she agreed right away. I thought that was it. As long as she agreed, it was fine. He's not coming back for another year or so anyway, so we could just deal with things later. But then at noon, he came back again, this time with his parents and gifts. We all sat down to talk, and, before I knew it, the conversation turned straight to marriage. His parents said that he's still young and a bit wild, so it'd be better for him to get married early. That way, he'd have something tying him down, and he'd be more careful about his safety when he's away. Since we like each other anyway, they figured we might as well just get married now and be done with it. Ruanruan had expected a long, complicated story, but Hu Xiaoxiao explained everything in just a few sentences. After listening, Ruanruan blinked in surprise. It took her a while to find her voice again. Xiaoxiao, are you really okay with getting married now? After you get married, will you have to move into his family's house? He won't even be home. What if you can't get used to living there? We've already talked about that, Hu Xiaoxiao replied. While he's away for the next year and a half, I won't live at his place. I'll just stay at my own home. Li Dongyang has 2 younger brothers, one is 12 and the other is 10, and their house isn't very big. Even if I wanted to move in, there's nowhere for me to stay. So I might as well just stay at my own place. Now Ruanruan really couldn't stay calm. Getting married, but still living at her own home for a year and a half. What was the point of getting married so early? Why not just wait until Li Dongyang came back? But looking at Hu Xiaoxiao's shy, happy face, Ruanruan just couldn't bring herself to ask. After sitting next to Xiaoxiao for 2 years and graduating half a year ago, Ruanruan knew her well. She was cheerful and easygoing, but once she made up her mind about something, no one could change it. Since she'd already decided, then so be it. So, do you have everything ready for the wedding? Is there anything else you need? Hu Xiaoxiao shook her head. Everything's ready. My mom said we can just use the things we prepared for my brother's wedding. His wedding isn't until after the new year, so there's still plenty of time to get more stuff ready for him. No rush. All right, then I'll just wait to drink your wedding wine. I'll make sure to give you a big red envelope. Hearing this, Hu Xiaoxiao grinned. I'll be waiting. If it's not big enough, I won't accept it. The 2 of them lay on the con, chatting and laughing late into the night, not even realizing when they finally fell asleep. The next morning, when Ruanruan woke up, she suddenly remembered what she'd forgotten. She'd forgotten about Xiao Chunjin. As soon as she thought of him, Ruanruan quickly got dressed and hurried outside. Hu Xiaoxiao, who had just woken up, saw Ruanruan hurrying out and felt a bit puzzled. Ruanruan, where are you going? Ruanruan turned around and looked at Hu Xiaoxiao, who still looked sleepy, and said softly, I'm going to see if Qingjin has arrived yet. If you're still tired, go ahead and sleep a bit more. The 2 of them had chatted late into the night. Ruanruan wasn't even sure when they'd finally fallen asleep. She was still a little drowsy herself. But compared to sleeping, she was much more eager to see Xiao Chunjin. After saying this, Ruanruan headed out, thoughtfully closing the door behind her for Hu Xiaoxiao. Hu Xiaoxiao lay on the kang for a while with her eyes open, but found she couldn't fall back asleep. Even though there were still 2 days to go before the wedding, she realized she was already getting nervous. Her heart was pounding like a drum, thumping away without stopping. The longer she lay there, the more awake she became. With no other choice, Hu Xiaoxiao got up to get dressed and do her hair. When she was ready and stepped outside, she saw Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin in the corner of the courtyard, grinding soybeans. There was a stone mill in the Su family's courtyard, brought over from the Su family's house in the 3rd Production Brigade. Over the past couple of years, they'd occasionally made tofu with it. The tofu they made was mostly for the Su family themselves, with a little given to the Xiao family and some to Hu Xiaoxiao's family. Hu Xiaoxiao stood watching for a while. She saw that Xiao Chunjin, who had just been pushing the millstone in circles, stopped and, at Ruanruan's insistence, swapped places with her. Now it was Ruanruan pushing the mill, while Xiao Chunjin would occasionally step forward to ladle more beans into the grinder. Although the millstone was quite large, Ruanruan pushed it with ease, moving quickly and looking completely relaxed. But Hu Xiaoxiao just watched and didn't go over to help. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but rather that she simply didn't have the strength. She remembered the first time she'd seen Ruanruan grinding beans. Ruanruan had looked just as relaxed and effortless. Back then, Hu Xiaoxiao had thought, if Ruanruan can do it so easily, I should be able to as well. But reality proved otherwise. She could move the millstone, but it was much harder for her. After just a couple of turns, she'd be panting for breath, and after a few more, she'd be completely out of energy. In the end, Ruanruan had just laughed and finished the rest herself. Whenever Hu Xiaoxiao tried to help, she ended up making more trouble than actually lending a hand. Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin worked together seamlessly, as if they'd already agreed on everything. Every so often, they'd switch places, not because they were tired, but because going around in circles for too long made them dizzy. Thanks to their teamwork, it took less than half an hour to grind all the beans. Grinding was just the first step. Next came filtering, then boiling, and finally curdling the tofu. The process was a bit complicated, but Granny Chen had done it so many times that she was an expert. With Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin helping, they quickly finished making all the tofu. They even remembered to set aside some fresh tofu pudding for everyone to have for breakfast. After breakfast, the tofu was already in the molds, just waiting to be pressed before it could be eaten. Granny Chen had prepared quite a lot of soybeans this time. They ended up making 6 slabs of tofu, totaling about 60 or 70 jin, 30 to 35 kilograms. With that much tofu, there was more than enough for all 3 families to share. Once Ruanruan and the others had finished tidying up, Wei Hong arrived with Hu Wenjing and Hu Zhenjing. Since there was only one sewing machine and several people who could sew, Ruanruan was left out of the sewing group. Qingjin finally made it back. "Ruanruan, why don't you go talk to her? We don't need your help with the chores here," Granny Chen said to Ruanruan. Wei Hong, Hu Xiaoxiao, and the others all meant the same thing, urging Ruanruan to go chat with Xiao Chengjin. Seeing that there really wasn't anything she could help with, Ruanruan simply left the main hall and went back to her own room to find Xiao Chengjin. When she'd left the house that morning, Xiao Chengjin had already arrived and was in the courtyard preparing to grind soybeans for soy milk. She hadn't had a chance to ask anything then, but now that she had the time, of course she wanted to ask in detail. As soon as Xiao Chengjin saw Ruanruan come in, she smiled and said, "Was grinding the soybeans just now tiring? Come and sit down, take a break." Hearing this, Ruanruan immediately knew Xiao Chengjin was asking on purpose. The way she changed the subject was just too clumsy. Ruanruan walked over and asked directly, "What time did you get back last night?" Xiao Chengjin thought for a moment and said, "Maybe 10 o'clock or maybe 9. I went to whose place to ask, and Aunt Wei said you and Xiao Xiao were sleeping here, so I just went straight home." She was saying that Wei Hong could vouch for her. She really hadn't come back late last night. Since Xiao Chengjin dared to mention Wei Hong as her witness, it meant she was telling the truth, so Ruanruan believed her. "So, how was it at the hospital last night? Did you see that Gao Duan? And did Gao Zhang really lie to you?" As soon as Ruanruan brought this up, Xiao Chengjin felt a headache coming on and couldn't help but recall what happened the night before. After collecting her thoughts, Xiao Chengjin finally recounted what had happened. When Xiao Chengjin arrived at the hospital last night, the nurse's rounds were already over. Taking advantage of the fact that the nurse on duty wasn't paying attention, she went straight to Gao Zhang's ward. Unlike during the day, Gao Zhang wasn't lying in bed this time, he was sitting cross-legged on it. That posture was a bit like sitting on a cooling, heated brick bed. When he saw Xiao Chengjin come in, Gao Zhang smiled at her, a smile quite different from the one he'd given during the day. During the day, Gao Zhang's smile was gentle and warm, but at night, his smile had a hint of roguishness to it. "I heard from Gao Zhang that you know me? That you're looking for me? Or that you're my friend?" Before Xiao Chengjin could answer, Gao Zhang smiled again. "How come I don't know I have a friend like you?" Xiao Chengjin stared intently at Gao Zhang, trying to see if he was faking it, but after a long look, she couldn't tell at all. This person was just too natural, inside and out, whether in tone, expression, eyes, or movements, everything was smooth and unforced. There wasn't the slightest hint of pretense. This kind of Gao Zhang really didn't seem like he was pretending. "You're Gao Duan," Xiao Chengjin said softly. It wasn't a question, but a statement. It seemed that Xiao Chengjin's certainty pleased Gao Zhang, and his attitude softened a bit, his smile becoming more genuine. Yes, I'm Gao Duan. Do you know me? What do you want with me? Why do you like hiding behind doors and peeking? To be cautious, Xiao Chengjin only mentioned the habit of hiding behind doors to peek, without specifying what was being peeked at. But when Gao Zhang heard this, he snorted dismissively. Hiding behind doors to peek is something that two-faced Gao Zhang likes to do. I'm not that kind of person. Hearing Xiao Chengjin say this, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but exclaim, what does that mean? Didn't that Gao Zhang during the day say that peeking was something Gao Duan liked to do? Xiao Chengjin sighed as well. Yeah, that's what I thought too. So I asked him, why did Gao Zhang say during the day that peeping is something sophisticated people like to do? He got angry and said Gao Zhang is a hypocrite, always pretending to be a gentleman, but secretly doing all sorts of shady things. Not only does he refuse to admit it, he even tries to pin the blame on him. After listening to Xiao Chengjin, Su Ruanruan was silent for a while before sharing her own thoughts. I think he's just pretending to be crazy, doing it on purpose. This whole Gao Zhang and Gao Duan business, it's all just him. He's faking it. That's what I thought too. I even told him that at the time, but he wouldn't admit it. At this point, Xiao Chengjin's voice actually sounded a little aggrieved. Seeing him like this, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but burst out laughing. All right, if he won't admit it, then forget it. Anyway, I did some digging and found out why he's staying in the hospital. Xiao Chengjin hadn't expected Su Ruanruan to actually look into this, and quickly asked, why? Because he's got something wrong with his brain. Xiao Chengjin looked at her with a "you're kidding me, right?" expression. Seriously? Su Ruanruan nodded emphatically. Of course I'm serious. Why would I lie to you? He really does have mental issues, that's why he's been locked up in the hospital. I don't know exactly what he did, but apparently he got caught doing something. After he was caught, he started saying he had a brother, or maybe a younger brother, and that it was his brother who did it, not him. Then they sent him to the hospital. As soon as he claimed he had mental problems, they admitted him. Su Ruanruan spoke with such confidence that it didn't sound like she was making it up on the spot, so Xiao Chengjin started to believe her. But soon, another question occurred to him. But yesterday afternoon you didn't know about this. How come you know now? Because I found out last night. Su Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Xiao told me yesterday evening. She overheard it from some people chatting at the factory. I happened to mention it, and she told me what she'd heard. Turns out, rumors aren't always unreliable, at least this time. What you found out matches what I heard. Xiao Chengjin nodded instinctively, though he still felt something was off. He had a feeling that with Gao Zhang, it wasn't as simple as just having mental problems. How much longer is your internship? Which department do you want to stay in after it's over? Whatever was going on with Gao Zhang, as long as Su Ruanruan stayed away from internal medicine, it was fine. Su Ruanruan had thought about this for a long time. Now that Xiao Chengjin asked, she shared her plan. I want to go to surgery. After rotating through several departments over the past few months, surgery was the one she found most interesting. For a nurse, it didn't make much difference which department you worked in, but her goal was to become a doctor. She wanted to be a surgeon, so working as a nurse in surgery would help her learn more. As long as she wasn't in internal medicine, Xiao Chengjin didn't care which department Su Ruanruan chose. Besides, surgery and internal medicine weren't even on the same floor, so she'd be even farther away from Gao Zhang, much safer. When does your internship end? After the new year. Will you be able to transfer to surgery smoothly? I can handle it, I've already taken care of everything. Don't worry. Seeing Su Ruanruan so confident, Xiao Chengjin didn't say anything more. Su Ruanruan wasn't a little girl anymore. She'd already been working for 4 months. If she could handle things on her own, that was for the best. If she couldn't, then he'd just have to guide her so she could solve it herself. After all, in a few days, he'd be leaving. The room suddenly fell quiet, but neither of them felt awkward. Su Ruanruan played with Xiao Chengjin's fingers for a while, then suddenly remembered something about who Xiao Xiao and Li Dongang. Oh, by the way, Xiao Xiao and Li Dongang are getting married. Xiao Chengjin was stunned. Who's getting married? Xiao Xiao and Li Dongang. He still looked surprised. They're getting married? When did this happen? It was just yesterday. I only found out last night. Why else do you think Aunt Wei and the others came over? They're making new clothes for Xiao Xiao for her wedding. Xiao Chenjin blinked. So, Li Dongong is the dark horse who came out on top? It took Su Wanwan a moment to realize what he meant. Xiao Chenjin was saying that Li Dongong was the latecomer who overtook the frontrunner, and the frontrunner was himself. Thinking of this, Su Wanwan's eyes curved into a smile. What, are you jealous? Seeing Su Wanwan's beaming face, Xiao Chenjin nodded honestly. Of course I'm jealous. They haven't been together that long, but we've been engaged for ages. Who would have thought they'd be getting married first? Do you want to follow their example? Su Wanwan thought Xiao Chenjin would say he wanted to get married too, but to her surprise, he shook his head seriously. No, I don't want to. I was lucky to come back this time, but I probably won't get another chance like this again. Next time I come back, it'll be 1.5 years from now. I'll be gone for 1.5 years. What would you do then? If we're not married, you're still the Su family's daughter. No one would say anything about you living at home. Even though our families are neighbors, being married and not being married are two different things. Most importantly, if we get married now and I leave right after, what if you get pregnant? If something as big as pregnancy happens and I'm not by your side, what then? So we can't get married now. Let's wait until I come back and then we'll get married, okay? Xiao Chenjin spoke so quickly that Su Wanwan barely had time to process it all. She only managed to focus on his last question. Without even thinking, she answered, okay. Xiao Chenjin blinked, then suddenly leaned closer to her. Ruanruan, do you want to get married? Su Wanwan's face instantly flushed, but her mind was quick. She smiled at him, cheeks red, and shot back. Don't you want to? Xiao Chenjin. Now, that's a loaded question. Just as Granny Chen had said, with so many people helping, both sets of clothes were finished in a single day. Looking at the brand new clothes, Su Wanwan's eyes grew a little misty. Her best friend was really getting married. How did it happen so fast? That night, Su Wanwan had to work the night shift, and Hu Xiaoxiao didn't stay over at the Su house either. She went home to sleep with Wei Hong. She was about to get married. Even if she'd still be living at home after the wedding, it just wouldn't feel the same. Since she wasn't married yet and was still her mom's precious little girl, of course, she had to take advantage of the chance to act cute in front of her mom. That evening, Xiao Chenjin still insisted on taking Su Ruanruan to work. Not only that, he even planned to stay and keep her company during her night shift. After all, there were only 2 people at the nurse's station at night, Su Ruanruan and Wang Yun. The head nurse who didn't like Su Ruanruan wasn't around, so there was no need to worry about her getting scolded. Su Ruanruan tried twice to persuade Xiao Chenjin to leave, but he refused both times. In the end, she just let him do as he pleased. Although Xiao Chenjin stayed, he didn't hang around the nurse's station to chat with Su Ruanruan. Instead, he went to Gao Zhang's hospital room. When Wang Yun saw Xiao Chenjin heading to Gao Zhang's room, she was shocked. Why is he going to see Gao Zhang? That guy's got mental problems. It's nothing. There's an empty bed in that room. He's just going there to sleep. Su Ruanruan made up an excuse without thinking. Wang Yun actually believed her and looked at her in admiration. He's really brave, daring to sleep in the same room as someone with mental issues. Su Ruanruan. She knew what Wang Yun meant, but why did it still sound so weird? Su Ruanruan decided to change the subject and asked Wang Yun about her wedding. By the way, you're getting married the day after tomorrow. Did you get time off? Wang Yun laughed at her question. What kind of question is that? I'm getting married the day after tomorrow. How could I not ask for leave? The head nurse may be strict, but she's not so unreasonable as to refuse me time off for my wedding. Su Ruanruan thought that made sense. I wonder if she'd approve my leave request. You need time off too? Is it to attend my wedding? Su Ruanruan shook her head. I probably can't make it to yours. My younger sister is getting married. Strictly speaking, Hu Xiaoxiao was even younger than Su Ruanruan. Even though she and Li Dongong were having a wedding now, they couldn't actually get a marriage certificate yet. But that didn't matter. Around here, did you get time off? Wang Yun laughed at her question. What kind of question is that? I'm getting married the day after tomorrow. How could I not ask for leave? The head nurse may be strict, but she's not so unreasonable as to refuse me time off for my wedding. Ruanruan thought that made sense. I wonder if she'd approve my leave request. You need time off too? Is it to attend my wedding? Ruanruan shook her head. I probably can't make it to yours. My younger sister is getting married. Strictly speaking, Hu Xiaoxiao was even younger than Ruanruan. Even though she and Li Dongong were having a wedding now, they couldn't actually get a marriage certificate yet. But that didn't matter. Around here, people cared more about the wedding itself. The marriage certificate could be done anytime. Having a wedding without a marriage certificate was fine, but if you only got the certificate and didn't have a wedding, people would gossip. Even if it was a simple ceremony with just a few candies to hand out, you still had to do it. It was important to let everyone know openly that you were married. Seeing Wang Yun a bit disappointed, Ruanruan took a red envelope from her pocket and handed it over. I can't go, but I've already prepared your wedding gift. Don't worry, when you have a baby and throw the 1-month celebration, I'll definitely be there. Weddings might happen on the same day, but there was no way the baby's 1-month party would clash too, right? Wang Yun, who had just been a little down, burst out laughing. I'm not even married yet, and you're already talking about the baby's 1-month party. You sure are optimistic. But your sister's getting married already. How come you're not? You and your fiancé have been engaged for ages. Why not just get the wedding done while he's home? Ruanruan waved her hand. What's the rush? We've been engaged for so long already. What difference does another year or so make? Seeing that Ruanruan really didn't care, Wang Yun couldn't help but ask, aren't his parents eager for grandkids? Ruanruan was taken aback by the question. She thought about it and shook her head. No, they're not in a hurry at all. Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju still had a long way to go before retirement. There's no way they'd be thinking about staying home to look after grandkids just yet. At this, Wang Yun looked even more envious. My boyfriend's parents have been pushing us to get married since the beginning of the year. I managed to drag it out until the end of the year, but I really can't stall any longer. His parents said if we don't get married soon, they'll find him someone else, and he could be married in 3 days. 10 months later, they'd have a chubby grandson, 2 kids in 3 years, 3 in 5 years. What do they think he's marrying, a sow? Wang Yun's lips curled into a sarcastic smile as she finished, clearly unhappy about it. Ruanruan wasn't foolish enough to ask, if it's like that, why are you still getting married? If you're getting married, it must be because you like each other. Besides, marriage isn't just a matter between 2 people, it's a matter between 2 families. As long as there's no irreparable mistake, breaking off an engagement is out of the question. If you break off an engagement without a good reason, your reputation is ruined. It's a bit easier for men, but for women, it's even more unacceptable. Otherwise, it'll be hard to find a good family in the future. Now that she was older, working, and had even spent a month in the gynecology department, Ruanruan understood all this very well. In her previous life, she'd never paid attention to these things, let alone understood them. You could say that in her past 30-odd years, she hadn't learned as much as she had in just these few years now. Ruanruan pulled her wandering thoughts back and said to Wang Yun, then you should try to have a big, healthy boy in 10 months. Twins would be even better. You make having a baby sound as easy as eating or drinking. If only it were that simple. Wang Yun paused, then added, besides, having a baby isn't just up to me. Who knows if he's up to the task? Even though Ruanruan had seen and learned a lot as a nurse, her face still flushed red the moment she heard that. But she quickly composed herself. She was going to be a doctor, after all. In a doctor's eyes, there are only patients, no distinction between men and women. She'd see much more in the future, so how could she blush over a slightly risque joke? Ruanruan kept giving herself pep talks in her mind, but the blush on her face just wouldn't go away. There was nothing she could do. It was just impossible to control. Wang Yun didn't think there was anything wrong with what she said, anyway. After all, Ruanruan had been engaged for years. She wasn't some innocent girl without a fiancé. Because Xiao Chunjin was always in Gao Zhang's hospital room, Su Ruanruan didn't see the door open all night, which made her feel much more at ease. It felt so good not to have someone secretly watching her all the time. Luckily, even if Xiao Chunjin wasn't around in the future, she wouldn't have to suffer much longer, because her internship was almost over. After dawn, the head nurse arrived, and Su Ruanruan went to ask her for leave. Su Ruanruan's reason was legitimate. Her younger sister was getting married, so the head nurse could only agree, though she didn't look too pleased about it. After work, the three of them walked out of the hospital together. Outside the main entrance, Wang Yun grabbed Su Ruanruan's hand and sighed, "It's such a shame. I'm getting married, but you can't come." Su Ruanruan squeezed Wang Yun's hand back. "It's okay. When I get married, you'll be able to come, right?" Wang Yun. Why didn't that sound as happy as it should? The two of them looked at each other and smiled, waved goodbye, and each went home. After dinner, Xiao Chunjin urged Su Ruanruan to go to bed early, and Su Ruanruan said, "You should get some sleep too." Xiao Chunjin shook his head. "I already slept last night. I'll head back to the production team in a bit." "How did you even manage to sleep? Living under the same roof as a lunatic, and you still dared to fall asleep?" Su Ruanruan looked at Xiao Chunjin in amazement. "You're so brave now." Xiao Chunjin replied, "Just go get some sleep. I'll be back soon." Although Su Ruanruan didn't want Xiao Chunjin to run back and forth, Hu Xiaoxiao and Li Dongong were getting married tomorrow, and both she and Xiao Chunjin definitely had to attend. Qian Aiju and Xiao Aigua had already gone back 2 days ago. If Xiao Chunjin didn't go back to check in, the family would probably start worrying. So today, he still had to make the trip. "All right then, be careful on the road. If you really can't make it back tonight, it's fine to come back tomorrow morning," Su Ruanruan reminded him. I know. Don't worry. Go get some sleep." Granny Chen had already prepared some frozen tofu for Xiao Chunjin to take back. Besides the tofu, he also carried the bamboo basket Qian Aiju had left behind. Luckily, Xiao Chunjin was strong enough now that even with all these things on his back, he could still move quickly. Before noon, Xiao Chunjin had already returned to the 3rd Production Brigade. It wasn't quite noon yet, but every household in the brigade had already started preparing lunch. Xiao Chunjin arrived just in time. Qian Aiju was about to start cooking, and when she saw him come in, she added another bowl of noodles to the pot. "Why are you back alone? Where's Ruanruan? Your grandma's been missing her." Xiao Chunjin handed the frozen tofu to Qian Aiju and explained with a smile, "Ruanruan just got off the night shift and is sleeping at home. Hu Xiaoxiao and Li Dongeng are getting married tomorrow, so I'll have to head back this afternoon. We'll both be helping out tomorrow." Hearing this, Qian Aiju nodded right away. "A wedding is a big deal. You should help out." "Wait, what did you say? Who's getting married?" "Hu Xiaoxiao and Li Dongeng." Qian Aiju blinked, then blinked again, still unable to believe what she'd just heard. "Say that again." Xiao Chunjin could only repeat himself, a bit helpless. "Tomorrow is Hu Xiaoxiao and Li Dongyang's wedding. Ruanruan and I will both be helping out." After hearing it 3 times, and seeing how serious Xiao Chunjin looked, Qian Aiju finally had to believe it. It was true. When did Xiaoxiao and Li Dongeng get together? "Isn't Li Dongeng with you right now?" "Yeah, we came back together this time." After both families talked it over, they decided to let them get married early. "And you and Ruanruan." "Mom, there's no rush for us. I'll be leaving in a few days anyway. What difference does it make whether we're married or not?" Qian Aiju wanted to say that maybe, in these few days, Su Ruanruan might get pregnant, and then they could have a grandchild sooner. But seeing the disapproval on Xiao Chunjin's face, she swallowed the words. Forget it. Waiting another year or so wouldn't hurt. "All right, go inside. Your grandma's waiting to talk to you." Qian Aiju waved him off. "Don't hold me up, I need to finish cooking." Seeing that Qian Aiju had dropped the subject, Xiao Chunjin smiled even more brightly, agreed, and went inside. Su Ruanruan slept all the way until 2 in the afternoon. After getting up, washing up, and eating, she went to look for Hu Xiaoxiao. Hu Xiaoxiao was getting married the next day. As her good friend and close sister, of course Su Ruanruan had to check in and see if there was anything she could help with. As it turned out, there really wasn't anything that needed Su Ruanruan's help. Hu Xiaoxiao and Li Dongyang's wedding was arranged on such short notice that everything was kept simple and straightforward. Luckily, it was almost New Year's, so both the Hu and Li families had already stocked up on plenty of sunflower seeds, peanuts, candies, and all sorts of ingredients for cooking enough to host a lively meal for friends and family. When Su Ruanruan arrived, Hu Xiaoxiao was in her room chatting with her two older sisters. With Su Ruanruan joining them, the group grew from 3 to 4, and the conversation became even livelier. The 4 of them were around the same age, all working adults, so they had plenty in common. They laughed and joked freely, without any reservations. With friends around to keep her company and distract her, Hu Xiaoxiao's pre-wedding nerves faded away. Xiao Chenjin didn't return until it was almost dark. After coming back, he had dinner at the Su house, chatted for a bit, and then went back to the Xiao family's house next door to sleep. Su Ruanruan thought there was still a spare room at her place and suggested that Xiao Chenjin could stay there to save him the trouble of going back and forth, but he declined. After all, it was just next door, and the Kong bed in his room had been kept warm all along. He just needed to add a bit more firewood, and it would be cozy in no time. Since Xiao Chenjin insisted, Su Ruanruan didn't press the matter. The night passed quickly, and before dawn the next day, Su Ruanruan was already up. She thought she was early, but to her surprise, Xiao Chenjin was already there, helping Granny Chen stoke the fire in the kitchen. "Chenjin, when did you get up?" she asked. Xiao Chenjin chuckled. "I'm used to it from my time in the army. We have to get up early every morning to train. If I slack off at home, I'll fall behind when I go back in a few days." "That sounds tough," Su Ruanruan said, though she didn't try to talk him out of it or tell him to take it easy. She didn't want to hold Xiao Chenjin back. After breakfast, Su Ruanruan and the others headed to Hu Xiaoxiao's house. Red New Year prints were pasted on the Hu family's door, making the place look especially festive. Even though it was only the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, it already felt like New Year's had arrived. There were already quite a few people at the Hu house. Besides Wei Hong's family, there were colleagues she was close with and a few of Hu Xiaoxiao's own co-workers as well. They were all gathered around her, chatting and laughing. Today, Hu Xiaoxiao wore a red top, her hair neatly braided into 2 plaits tied with red ribbons, and her face lightly made up, making her look even prettier. Su Ruanruan stared at Hu Xiaoxiao's face for a while before nodding in approval. "You really do look beautiful. No wonder people always say the bride is the prettiest." Hu Xiaoxiao had already heard similar compliments many times that day, but each time, her cheeks flushed a little redder. Seeing the rosy blush on Hu Xiaoxiao's face, Su Ruanruan thought to herself that maybe she didn't even need the rouge. By noon, the groom's party had arrived. Leading the group was, of course, Li Dongyang, followed by a bunch of young men around his age. Today, Li Dongyang was still wearing his green military uniform, but with a big red flower pinned to his chest. His face was flushed with excitement, matching the color in Hu Xiaoxiao's cheeks. As Hu Xiaoxiao and Li Dongyang's classmates and good friends, Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin naturally joined the group heading to the groom's house. This was actually Su Ruanruan's first time visiting Li Dongyang's home. Li Dongyang's family doesn't live in a small courtyard house. They live in an apartment building for employees. It's a 3-bedroom apartment with a living room, but each room is quite small. One room is for Li Dongyang's parents, one has been set up as a bridal suite for Li Dongyang, and the last one is currently shared by his 2 younger brothers. It seems that after Li Dongyang moves out, the 2 boys will each get their own room. After all, they're both growing up and, of course, they'd want their own space. Looking at this cramped apartment, where you could bump into someone just by turning around, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but feel relieved. Thank goodness they'd already agreed that, even after the wedding, Hu Xiaoxiao would still live at her parents' place. Otherwise, how would she manage here? If Li Dongyang were home, it might be okay. But if he's not, and it's just his family of 4, Where would the new daughter-in-law, Hu Xiaoxiao, fit in? Even though Su Ruanruan had never been married, neither in this life nor the last, she still knew that the relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is always a tricky one. Although Su Ruanruan had a lot on her mind, she didn't say anything, nor did she let it show. Today was a day of celebration, and none of those problems had happened yet. It really wouldn't be right to bring them up and spoil the mood. The Li family's place was small, but luckily there weren't many people eating, so even though it was a bit of a squeeze, everyone managed to sit down. After finally finishing lunch, the guests all said their goodbyes, and the house finally quieted down. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin didn't stay long either. After saying goodbye to Hu Xiaoxiao and Li Dongong, they left the Li family and strolled home together. As they walked, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but ask Xiao Chenjin, "Does Li Dongong have as much money saved up as you do?" Xiao Chenjin wasn't sure why Su Ruanruan was asking about Li Dongyong's savings, but he answered honestly, "Probably not as much as me, but it's still a decent amount." Su Ruanruan nodded. "I wonder if he's given all his money to his parents, or if he's given some to Xiaoxiao. There's still a year and a half to go. If he can save up, maybe when he comes back, he could buy a place of his own. Even if it's just 2 rooms, life would be a lot more comfortable." At that, Xiao Chenjin finally understood. Su Ruanruan wasn't worried about Li Dongang, she was worried about Hu Xiaoxiao. Thinking of the cramped Li family apartment, Xiao Chenjin nodded in agreement. In his view, once a man is married, he should take on the responsibility of providing for his family, and he ought to give his wife a better living environment. At the very least, the couple should have a room of their own, that's a must. "Don't worry," he said. "When we get back, I'll talk to Li Dongang. Even if he gives his money to his parents this time, there's still a year and a half left. If he works hard, he can save up more, and when he comes back, he can buy a place for him and Hu Xiaoxiao to live together." Su Ruanruan hadn't expected Xiao Chenjin to say that, and she almost laughed, but she still said, "I don't think that's something you should say. If Li Dongang is thoughtful, he'll think of it himself. If he's not, then even if Xiao Chenjin brings it up, it won't make a difference." Xiao Chenjin didn't say anything more. Whatever he was thinking, only he knew. On the 28th, Su Ruanruan was supposed to work the day shift, but she took the day off. Her next shift would be the night shift on the 29th. That worked out well. She could stay home on the 30th and have a family reunion dinner. It was tough on Xiao Chenjin, though. On the 30th, he went back to the 3rd Production Brigade during the day, then returned in the evening to have New Year's Eve dinner with Su Ruanruan. On the first day of the new year, Su Ruanruan had to go back to work, and Xiao Chenjin hurried back to the Production Brigade. He had no choice, he was leaving on the 3rd day of the new year. The day Xiao Chenjin left, Su Ruanruan was still on the night shift, so she happened to be free in the morning to see him off. It was the same train station, sending off the same person, but compared to half a year ago, her feelings had changed a lot. At least this time, she wasn't so flustered, nor was she afraid of the future. Of course, Hu Xiaoxiao came along this time too. Compared to Su Ruanruan, she seemed even more reluctant to part. Which was understandable. After all, she had just gotten married. Su Ruanruan and Hu Xiaoxiao stood side by side, watching as the train gradually disappeared from view. Only when it was completely out of sight did they finally turn around together. Behind them stood their families, as well as the families of Xiao Chenjin and Li Dongang. They had all gathered here to see off the same person. With Dongang away, seeing you is just like seeing him. Hu Xiaoxiao must have a good relationship with Li Dongyang's mother, because she nodded repeatedly at these words, promising she'd come over every weekend. Only then did she and Su Ruanruan leave with her things. Back at Hu Xiaoxiao's house, Su Ruanruan helped her put things away, and only then did the two of them sit down to chat. "Ruanruan, Dongang gave me so much money, 60 yuan. He also said that from now on, he'll send me his monthly allowance to save up. If we find a suitable house, we should buy it, so we can live there together in the future. The house doesn't have to be big, but it'd be great if it had a yard. If not, that's okay too. but I think it's better to get one with a yard. What do you think? Hearing this, the first thing Su Ruanruan noticed was the 60 yuan. Xiao Chunjin had said that Li Dongyang hadn't saved as much as he had, but judging by the 60 yuan he gave Hu Xiao, he must have given her half and the other half to his parents. That was good. Li Dongyang had managed to strike a balance. He knew to support his wife, but he hadn't forgotten his parents either. Most importantly, he was already thinking about the issue of buying a house. Ruanruan. Hu Xiao nudged her gently. What are you thinking about? Su Ruanruan snapped out of her thoughts and quickly replied, I also think it's better to have a yard. When you two have kids in the future, they'll have a place to play. Living upstairs, the space is too small. Once you have kids, there's nowhere for them to play. I'm talking to you about buying a house, and all you can talk about is kids. Hu Xiao said, half complaining. I'm just thinking ahead for you. Su Ruanruan said earnestly. You're married now. Even if you don't have kids yet, you'll have them eventually, so you have to plan ahead. Buying a house is a big deal. It's best to get it right the first time. Otherwise, if you find it's not suitable and want to buy another one later, it'll be even harder. Although Hu Xiao was still blushing, she had to admit that what Su Ruanruan said was true. In that case, I won't rush. I get a salary every month, and with what he sends back, I'll be able to save up even more in less than a year. By then, I'll have more options when it comes to buying a house. Su Ruanruan was relieved to see Hu Xiao thinking this way. It was definitely for the best, so she nodded quickly in agreement. A few days later, Su Ruanruan's internship ended, and she successfully transferred to the surgery department. Of the 4 departments, surgery was Su Ruanruan's favorite. Although it was busy, there was so much more to learn, and she enjoyed it even more. At work, Su Ruanruan seized every opportunity to learn whatever she could. After work, she spent even more time reading and memorizing her textbooks. There was simply so much to learn in medicine. Su Ruanruan didn't have many medical books to buy, so in the end, she had to ask Su Aimin to carry some things and visit old friends, asking them to bring back a box of books from the provincial capital. Of course, these books weren't all about surgery, but Su Ruanruan wasn't picky. As long as it was a book, she cherished it and read it carefully. Su Ruanruan had a good memory to begin with. If she read a book carefully just once, she could remember most of it. If she really set her mind to memorizing, she could recite a book 2 fingers thick in just a month. Of course, studying medicine couldn't be done behind closed doors. After becoming a full staff member, Su Ruanruan started working rotating shifts, so she enrolled herself in night school. Night school was for adults and covered a wide range of subjects, but Su Ruanruan focused on medicine. Because she was diligent and smart, the teachers all liked her very much. Whenever she asked questions, they would always answer in detail and never hold anything back. After the doctors in the surgery department learned that Su Ruanruan was attending night school, they looked at her with new respect. Whenever she came to ask questions, as long as they weren't busy, they would patiently explain things to her and sometimes even gave her extra tutoring. After about 2 months, Su Ruanruan went from being an ordinary nurse to becoming a doctor's assistant. Her salary stayed the same, but the nature of her work changed completely. The biggest difference was that she could now enter the operating room. When the doctors performed surgery, she was there to assist. Besides doing her own job well, Su Ruanruan also made sure to carefully observe the doctors' techniques and how they handled emergencies. For more than 2 months, Su Ruanruan was so immersed in her studies that she didn't even notice how much time had passed. It was already well into February, and the snow and ice on the streets still hadn't melted much. By the time Su Ruanruan finally realized this, it was already early March. It was supposed to be the warmth of early spring, but the weather was still cold, and Su Ruanruan hadn't even taken off her thick cotton coat. Realizing something was wrong, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but start to worry. Spring planting was just around the corner, but the weather still hadn't warmed up and the ground was still frozen. Wouldn't this year's spring plowing be completely delayed? If spring planting was delayed, there would be no autumn harvest. How would people get by next year? Not to mention next year, even now, Ruanruan had already noticed that people around her were starting to scrimp and save. There was no choice but to be frugal. They had to plan for the future. Even in the Su family, they had started to cut back. They used to eat more refined grains, but now they were eating more coarse grains. There was food stored in the Bibo space, but Ruanruan no longer had any excuse to take it out openly. These days, you could still buy a few pounds of grain on the black market, but buying dozens of pounds was just unrealistic. Although Suaimin didn't go out much, he wasn't a fool. If Ruanruan kept bringing home dozens or even hundreds of jeans of grain at a time, even if Suaimin really were a fool, he'd notice something was off. Ruanruan couldn't just openly take out grain. Not only was there a purchase limit at the grain store, but most of what was available was coarse grain anyway. Given the situation, the Su family could only eat more coarse grains. Fortunately, both Ruanruan and Suaimin, as well as Granny Chin, were all used to hard times. When there was fine grain, they ate fine grain. When there wasn't much left, they ate coarse grain. The only one unhappy for a few days was Da Huang. With the Su family eating less meat, there were no bones left for Da Huang to gnaw on. But Da Huang was an adaptable dog. Soon enough, he perked up again and happily ate whatever he was given. It had been half a year since Da Huang was brought home. In that time, he'd grown a lot, no longer the little puppy he once was. Though not fully grown, he was already quite big and looked rather imposing. With Da Huang around, Ruanruan felt much less worried about leaving the house when she went to work. Because Da Huang was fierce. Whenever someone stood at the Su family's door, as long as it wasn't a familiar scent, Da Huang would bark nonstop. The snow and ice on the roads hadn't completely melted yet, but at least the paths had been cleared, so she could ride her bicycle again. Being able to ride made it much easier for Ruanruan to return to the production team. She basically went back about once every half-month. This time, after returning from the production team, Ruanruan couldn't help but say to Granny Chin and Suaimin, "The fields are still covered in snow, and the ground is frozen solid. Forget about spring planting, even turning the soil is nearly impossible." Grandpa Xiao is worried sick. As the team leader of the production team, Xiao Dashan was the most anxious of all at this time. Luo Yufeng's leg had healed for some time, but Xiao Dashan wouldn't let her do any heavy work. At most, she cooked, swept, or did laundry. But seeing Xiao Dashan frowning every day, Luo Yufeng couldn't help but sigh along with him. Ruanruan felt sorry for them, but there was nothing she could do. The current situation wasn't something she could change. Even with her magical storage space, it wouldn't make a difference. Fortunately, heaven always leaves a way out. By mid-March, the weather finally warmed up. The temperature rose a little more each day, more than just a little, in fact. In just a few days, Ruanruan was so warm she shed her thick cotton clothes and switched to spring outfits. With the warmer weather, the snow on the rooftops began to melt, and so did the snow on the ground. As the snow on the roof melted, water dripped down from the eaves like rain. The snow on the ground melted into streams, trickling away like a shallow creek. The roads were wet all day long, and anyone walking by would get splattered with mud. But everyone was happy. The weather was warmer, the thaw had come, which meant spring planting would soon begin. Even though it was a bit late, a harvest was better than no harvest at all. Just as everyone was in high spirits, Xiao Xiulan went into labor. She had checked into the hospital 2 days early, so there was no panic at all. After work, Ruanruan heard the news and hurried over to visit. By the time she arrived, Xiao Xiulan had already given birth to a daughter. Xiao Xiulan had taken good care of herself during her pregnancy, so the baby was chubby, weighing a full 6 jin and 8 liang, a very healthy child. When Ruanruan was doing her gynecology internship, she'd seen plenty of newborns, but she really hadn't seen many as chubby as this one. A lot of babies are born looking like little kittens, their cries are soft and thin, and it takes a long time for their faces to fill out. Just looking at them makes you feel sorry for them. But not Xiao Xiulan's daughter. She was plump and round the moment she was born, and her cries were loud and strong. Xiao Xiulan was still in the operating room and hadn't come out yet. Waiting outside were Wang Qin and his mother, Wang Dang. Wang Dang was holding the baby, her face beaming with joy. She didn't look the least bit upset that Xiao Xiulan had given birth to a girl. Wang Qin had never held a baby before. He stood to the side, craning his neck to look, wanting to hold the baby but not daring to, wringing his hands anxiously. Ruanruan watched the two of them and couldn't help but smile. They'd had their disagreements before, but now it seemed they were getting along just fine. It's normal for a family living together to have some bumps along the way. As long as no one holds a grudge, life can still be good. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Xiao Xiulan was wheeled out and taken straight back to the ward. The three of them hurried in after her. Xiao Xiulan was still unconscious. Wang Dang glanced at her, then put the baby down next to her, picked up a lunchbox, and got ready to leave. I'm going to the cafeteria to get Xiulan something to eat. Qin Shui, you stay here and keep an eye on things. When I get back, you can go tell Xiulan's parents the good news. Ruanruan, who had been watching from the side, spoke up. How about I go tell them? It was only then that Wang Dang seemed to remember Ruanruan was still there. She slapped her forehead in embarrassment. Oh, look at me. Sorry to trouble you, Ruanruan. It's getting dark, so after you tell them, you don't need to come back. Ruanruan just smiled and didn't say anything else. After leaving the hospital, Ruanruan rode her bicycle home quickly. It was such a relief that there was no snow on the roads. She could ride her bike to and from work, which made things so much faster. When she got to the Xiao family's door, she didn't go home to the Su family first, but headed straight to the Xiaos. Xiao Aigua and Qian Aijiu had just gotten home. When they saw Ruanruan arrive, panting and knocking on the door, they hurried to ask, Ruanruan, what's wrong? Did something happen? Uncle, Auntie, Xiulanjia gave birth. Xiulan gave birth? Qian Aijiu grabbed Ruanruan's hand. When did she give birth? How is she? Who's at the hospital with her? Brother-in-law and auntie are both there. Auntie went to get Xiulanjia something to eat, and brother-in-law is watching over her. I just got off work, so I came to let you know. Qian Aijiu and Xiao Aigua didn't waste another second. They rolled out their bicycles and hurried off to the hospital. Ruanruan, you've had a long day at work. Go home and get some rest. Your uncle and I will go to the hospital, Qian Aijiu said to Ruanruan. Uncle, auntie, take care on the road, Ruanruan replied. She watched them ride off before pushing her own bike back to the Su house. Grandma Chen and Su Aimin had just finished making dinner. When they saw Ruanruan come in, they called her to eat. Ruanruan went into the kitchen, washing her hands as she spoke. Grandpa, Grandma, Xiulanjia had her baby, a girl, 6 pounds 8 ounces. I saw her, she's chubby and adorable. Grandma Chen, who loved children more and more as she got older, broke into a smile when she heard this. Oh my, 6 pounds 8 ounces? How could she not be chubby? When I first saw you back then, you were just a tiny, skinny bundle, barely 5 gene, if that. I watched you every day without daring to blink, terrified you wouldn't survive. As she spoke, Granny Chen's eyes grew misty with emotion. Su Aimin glanced at Ruanruan, then at Granny Chen, and chided gently, why bring that up now? Xiulan gave birth to a baby girl. That's a wonderful thing. After we finish eating, let's go visit her. Grandma, it's already dark outside. Let's wait until tomorrow, Ruanruan suggested. I'm off work tomorrow morning, so I can go with you. I'll get up early and see if I can buy some chicken or fish, make some soup, and we can bring it over together. Wouldn't that be perfect? Ruanruan's idea was a good one, so after thinking it over, Granny Chen agreed. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Ruanruan got up. At that time, Granny Chen and Su Aimin were also just getting up. Granny Chen started preparing breakfast, while Su Aimin headed to the backyard. Now that the snow had melted, the soil in the backyard was finally workable again, and Su Aimin would often go turn the earth when he had nothing else to do. They didn't grow grain, just some vegetables, enough for the family to eat. Ruanruan told Granny Chin she was heading out, then took some money and ration tickets and left. Even though it was still early, there were already long lines outside every shop she passed. Her main goal today was to buy meat, so she ignored the other lines and headed straight for the butcher's. There were about a dozen people ahead of her, and the line moved slowly. Seeing so many people, Ruanruan felt her hopes sink. What she could buy would depend on luck. After about half an hour, it was finally her turn. By then, most of the good cuts were gone. Ruanruan quickly scanned what was left, handed over her money and meat coupons, and bought 2 pig trotters and a jean of pork belly. As for the chicken and fish, she'd hoped for not a trace of them. Even so, just buying 2 pig trotters and a jean of pork belly was enough to make the people still in line green with envy. There was nothing to be done. Most people could only buy a couple of liang at a time. For someone like Ruanruan to buy this much was considered a big haul. Pig trotter and soybean soup is great for nursing mothers, so Ruanruan didn't bother taking anything out from her secret stash. She just carried the pig trotters and pork belly home. Granny Chin was delighted when she saw the pig trotters. Pig trotter soup is perfect for helping with milk. Leave the trotters to me, go eat your breakfast. Once the soup is ready, we'll head out together. Making pig trotter soup was a one-person job, so Ruanruan couldn't really help. Granny Chin shooed her back to her room to read. Around 10 in the morning, the pig trotter and soybean soup was ready. Even with 2 trotters, there wasn't much meat, but the main thing was the soup. Their aluminum lunchboxes were too small to hold much, so Granny Chin found a jar, scrubbed it clean, and poured the soup inside. She sealed it up and packed it in a bamboo basket. Along with the jar of soup, Granny Chin also packed over 20 eggs and a piece of fine cotton cloth in the basket. Ruanruan quietly took note of everything Granny Chin prepared. Social etiquette is a skill to be learned, and she knew she had to start learning now. This sort of visit wasn't for men, so in the end, it was Ruanruan and Granny Chin who set out together. When Ruanruan and Granny Chin arrived at the hospital, only Wang Shui and Wang Dang were there accompanying the patient. There was really no other way, after all. Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju still had to work, and neither of them had maternity leave. Wang Dang didn't have a job, and as the husband, Wang Shui was entitled to a few days of paternity leave now that his wife had given birth. The time off wasn't long, but a few days was enough. At least during the days Xiao Xiulan was in the hospital, things wouldn't be so hectic. Once Xiao Xiulan was discharged and back home, it would be much more convenient for things like cooking and going to the bathroom. Xiao Xiulan was awake. When she saw Ruanruan and Granny Chin arrive together, she quickly greeted them. Granny Chin, Ruanruan, you're here. Come, sit down. Wang Dang knew Ruanruan and had met Granny Chin before, so she also smiled and invited them to sit. Granny Chin sat across from Xiao Xiulan, held her hand, and praised her several times in a row. You look like you're in good spirits. The little girl is quite well behaved, hardly cries at all. That's wonderful. That means our little girl is a considerate one. No wonder people say daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets for their mothers. Ruanruan, quickly serve your sister Xiulan a bowl of the soup you brought. It's still hot, just right to drink now. As she spoke, Granny Chin turned to Wang Shui. I made a bit too much. Xiulan won't finish it all in one go. Just heat it up for her again at lunchtime. I got it, Granny Chin. Wang Shui replied quickly, taking a bowl from the cupboard to help Ruanruan serve the soup. When she was pouring the soup into the thermos at home, Ruanruan had tasted it. It was delicious. Even after the trip over, the soup was still warm and tasted great. As soon as the lid was opened, the savory aroma wafted out. Not only did Xiao Xiulan look over, but even the other 3 new mothers in the same ward turned their heads. All the women in this ward had just given birth in the past couple of days, and everyone wanted to start producing milk as soon as possible to feed their babies. But not every family could afford pork trotter soup. For some, having red sugar eggs was already a treat. Others could only manage porridge. Normally, when everyone's meals were about the same, it was fine. But now, with this delicious smell in the air, it was hard not to feel a certain way. Even Wang Dang couldn't help but glance at Granny Chen a few more times, feeling so grateful she didn't know what to say. She had wanted to make some milk-boosting soup for Xiao Xiulan too, but the hospital canteen's soups sold out early every day. Even if you had money and ration tickets, you might not get any. And going out to buy and stew it herself, where would she find the time? Now that Granny Chen had brought some over, how could she not be grateful? At the same time, Wang Dang clearly realized just how good the relationship was between the Xiao and Su families. Qian Aiju hadn't even brought any soup yet, but Granny Chen had already come. After Su Ruanruan finished serving the soup, she left the rest to Wang Qinshui. While Wang Qinshui fed Xiao Xiulan the soup, Su Ruanruan went over to Granny Chen to look at the baby. The little one was less than a day old, but already seemed to have grown a bit. At least her face wasn't so red anymore. Xiao Xiulan was already good-looking, and Wang Qinshui wasn't bad either, so of course their child wouldn't be ugly. Even though she hadn't fully grown into her looks yet, you could tell from her features that this little girl would definitely be pretty when she grew up. After Xiao Xiulan finished her soup, Su Ruanruan finally asked, "Sister Xiulan, have you picked a name for her yet?" Xiao Xiulan shook her head. "Not yet. For now, we're just calling her Little Girl. Little Girl is a pretty nice name too." As soon as Su Ruanruan finished speaking, Xiao Xiulan's eyes lit up as she looked at Su Ruanruan. "Right? I think Little Girl sounds lovely too. Why don't we just use that as her nickname for now and pick a formal name later?" Su Ruanruan replied, "As long as you all agree, that's fine." Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen didn't stay long, mainly because Su Ruanruan had to work in the afternoon. She still needed to go home, cook, eat, and then head to her shift. That afternoon at work, Su Ruanruan chatted with Wang Yun about Xiao Xiulan's baby girl. "You have no idea, that little one is so chubby. Once she's a month old, she'll be absolutely adorable. Everyone loves beautiful things, and even though the baby was just a little girl, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but be fond of her. Besides, she was going to be the baby's aunt in the future." Wang Yun listened with a smile, unconsciously touching her own belly. "I wonder if I'll be able to have such a cute child someday. Boy or girl, I don't mind." Su Ruanruan was stunned for a moment before she realized what Wang Yun meant. "Are you pregnant?" They'd only been married 3 months. And she was already expecting? "How far along are you?" Su Ruanruan lowered her voice. "Does that mean you won't be able to work much longer?" "It's not even 2 months yet. Things aren't too busy here, so I can probably work until I'm 8 or 9 months along. If I don't work, how will I afford to raise a child?" Su Ruanruan had never raised a child herself, but she knew it was no easy task. No matter how much you earn, it never seems enough for raising kids. After all, once you've made sure your child is fed and clothed, you just want to give them even more and even better things. That sounds tough. Hearing this, Wang Yun burst out laughing. "What's so tough about it? Isn't everyone in the same boat?" Su Ruanruan wanted to say that Xiao Xiulan hadn't done it that way, but then she remembered that Xiao Xiulan had stayed home to recover because of her health. Not everyone was in the same situation as her. Now that the baby was born, Xiao Xiulan would probably go back to work soon. Then, who would take care of the baby? That was still a problem. But judging by Wang Dang's attitude, she'd probably help take care of the baby, so there wasn't much to worry about. Just as Su Ruanruan guessed, after the baby's first month, Xiao Xiulan went back to work at the textile factory. Although she'd recovered well during her month of rest, Xiao Xiulan's health was still a bit weak, and she didn't have much breast milk. Luckily, she had 2 cans of formula that Xiao Chenjin had given her earlier, so the baby had enough to drink. But after her month of confinement, Xiao Xiulan's milk dried up completely. Since the baby could only drink formula, Xiao Xiulan didn't want to just stay at home anymore. Formula wasn't cheap, and Wang Qinshui's salary had to support the whole family. Relying on him alone wasn't enough, so Xiao Xiulan decided to go back to work as well. When Xiao Xiulan was still pregnant, Wang Qinshui had already started applying to the textile factory to swap for a bigger apartment. After nearly a year of waiting, They finally got one. It was a small 2-bedroom place. 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a tiny kitchen. Of course, the bathroom was still shared. But even so, it was a big improvement. At least now Wang Dang could move in and have her own room. With the extra space, Xiao Xiulan didn't mind living with Wang Dang anymore. After moving into the new place, Xiao Xiulan went back to work. Since they lived right at the factory, both Xiao Xiulan and Wang Qinshui could come home right after work and help out. That way, Wang Dang wouldn't be overwhelmed taking care of the baby by herself. Spring came late this year, but the weather heated up quickly. By May, it was already so warm that people wanted to wear short sleeves. In just a few short months, Ruanruan had graduated from night school. Graduating from night school wasn't about how long you attended, but about how well you learned. As long as your grades were good enough, you could graduate. After finishing night school, Ruanruan finally felt a bit more relaxed. But she didn't think that was enough. There was still so much she wanted to learn, but unfortunately, the night school teachers had nothing more to teach her. Just then, something happened at the hospital. The county hospital was partnering with a hospital in the provincial capital. The provincial hospital would help train a group of young staff from the county hospital, a small group, only 10 people, for a year of study. When Ruanruan heard about this, she felt it was tailor-made for her. After discussing it with Granny Chin and Su Aimin, she signed up without a moment's hesitation. There weren't many young doctors at the county hospital, but there were quite a few assistants like Ruanruan. Of course, the county hospital didn't want to miss this opportunity, nor did they want to waste a spot on someone unqualified. After some discussion, they decided to hold an exam to select the candidates. Exams were the last thing Ruanruan was afraid of, whether written or oral, theory or practice. She was confident in all of it. The exam lasted a whole day, and the results were announced that same day to prevent any behind-the-scenes manipulation. In the end, Ruanruan came in first place. Although she was confident, she hadn't expected to come out on top. After the surprise wore off, she felt at ease. Since starting work at the hospital, she'd never let herself slack off. Now, her hard work had paid off. Heaven truly rewards the diligent. The provincial hospital gave them very little time. After the exam, they had only 2 days to get ready, and on the 3rd day, they would all travel to the provincial capital together. In both her past and present lives, Ruanruan had never been to the provincial capital. Before leaving, she was excited. But she quickly calmed herself down. She was about to leave, and she needed to make sure everything at home was in order. With De Huang, the dog, at home, she didn't have to worry much about safety. The Su family and the Xiao family lived next door to each other. If anything happened to Granny Chen or Su Aimin, they could always ask Xiao Aigua and Qian Aiju for help after work. Ruanruan took a walk around the storeroom and added some extra food supplies, just in case. She also took out a few hundred yuan from her treasure space and handed it all to Granny Chen. "Grandma, keep this money. You never know when you might need it." Granny Chen looked at the thick wad of bills and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "I haven't even given you the money I prepared for you, and you're already giving me yours. You know exactly how much your grandpa gets in his monthly stipend, and you know how much the 3 of us spend each month. After all this time, we've saved up quite a bit. Why would you need to give me money? You should keep it for yourself. You're going to the provincial capital alone, and there will be plenty of things you'll need money for. Good thing you have some resources to rely on, otherwise I'd really be worried. Even so, I still have to remind you, when you get to the provincial capital, study hard, don't wander around, and don't do anything dangerous. Go safely and come back safely. Your grandpa and I will be waiting for you at home." Just hearing the words, "Your grandpa and I are waiting for you at home," instantly brought tears to Ruanruan's eyes. She herself was still young, with countless possibilities ahead and a future that could be vibrant and full of color. But it was different for Granny Chin and Su Aimin. The 2 of them were already old, and apart from each other, she was all they had in their lives. Ruanruan nodded firmly. "Don't worry, Grandma. I'll definitely take good care of myself. A year will pass in no time, and I'll be back soon. It was precisely because this training would only last a year that Ruanruan agreed to go. If it had been 2 years, she wouldn't have considered it. After all, it was already 1964. Before leaving, Ruanruan made a trip back to the 3rd Production Brigade to visit Xiaodashan and Luo Yufeng, as well as Qianfu and Suinghua. The 3rd Production Brigade was quite far from the county seat. Life here was peaceful, unchanged from previous years. If anything was different, it was that the brigade's elementary school had expanded. Now, not only did children from the 3rd Production Brigade attend, but kids from 2 nearby brigades were also sent here. The school getting better and better was, of course, a great thing. A new group of educated youth had arrived at the brigade, but Ruanruan had only seen them a few times and couldn't tell who was who. The one she remembered most clearly, the first batch of educated youth, had now all settled down and started families. They'd been here for 4 years already. When they first arrived, they were 17, 18, or 19. Now, for years later, the oldest were 23 or 24, and even the youngest were 21 or 22. As for returning to the city, there hadn't been the slightest bit of news. Since there was no hope of going back, they couldn't stay single forever. The men married local girls, the women married local men, and some of the educated youth paired up with each other. One way or another, they'd all put down roots here. Settling down had its benefits, too. The educated youth felt a stronger sense of belonging, and they put even more heart into teaching and working. Ruanruan didn't stay long at the 3rd Production Brigade. She still had things to pack and plenty to do at home. Luo Yufeng was reluctant to let her go, holding her hand tightly, and it took a lot of persuasion before Ruanruan could leave. With a bicycle, it took Ruanruan just over an hour to get back to the county seat. It was just about time for the factory workers to get off work. Not long after Ruanruan got home, Hu Xiaoxiao arrived. Hu Xiaoxiao already knew Ruanruan was going to the provincial capital, but she wasn't too upset. After all, it was only for a year. Ruanruan would be back soon. This further training was a good thing for Ruanruan. When she returned, she might even become a doctor. Of course, Hu Xiaoxiao was nothing but happy for her. Besides being happy, Hu Xiaoxiao said to Ruanruan, "Ruanruan, if you see anything good in the provincial capital, don't forget to bring some back for me." Hu Xiaoxiao had never been to the provincial capital herself and was very curious and eager to go, but for now, there was simply no opportunity. "If I see anything good, I'll definitely bring it back for you. But you shouldn't just focus on work. Keep an ear out and see if there's anywhere selling houses with courtyards. Even if it's a bit small, that's fine. There's only a year left. Where will you two live then?" Half a year had already passed, and Hu Xiaoxiao still hadn't managed to buy a house. Ruanruan had been helping her look, but there was no news at all, which just showed how hard it was to buy a house these days. But on second thought, this was only natural. Who would want to sell their own courtyard house if they were living comfortably in it? Unless someone was truly out of options, or planning to move away and live elsewhere, only then would they consider selling their home. But situations like that were rare, so you had to keep your ear to the ground at all times and never miss even the slightest hint of an opportunity. Hu Xiaoxiao was also very invested in this matter. After hearing Ruanruan's instructions, she nodded repeatedly in agreement. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. That morning, after breakfast, Ruanruan picked up her big bundle and headed to the hospital. Grandma Chen, Su Aimin, Xiao Aigua, Xian Aiju, and Hu Xiaoxiao all accompanied her. When they arrived at the hospital entrance, they saw a bus parked off to the side, with quite a few people gathered around. These were all people there to see them off, but the atmosphere wasn't sad at all. Everyone knew that this trip was a good thing. Others wanted to go but couldn't, so for those who actually got to go, not even throwing a farewell banquet was already considered low-key. How could anyone feel sad? Ruanruan and the others arrived a bit late, and the bus was about to leave as soon as they got there. She barely had time to say a quick goodbye to everyone before hurrying onto the bus. There weren't many passengers, and lots of seats were empty. Su Wanruan found a window seat and sat down, waving nonstop to Grandma Chen and the others outside. It wasn't until the bus slowly pulled away, picking up speed until the people behind were out of sight, that Su Wanruan finally turned back and settled into her seat. Of the 9 people heading to the provincial capital, Su Wanruan wasn't very familiar with any of them. Aside from herself, everyone else had already been working at the hospital for several years. Calling them fresh young blood was only true in a relative sense. Since she didn't know anyone well, Su Wanruan didn't try to make conversation, but just sat quietly by herself. At the end of this bus ride was the place where she'd be living for the next year. How could she not feel both excited and nervous? The journey from the county town to the provincial capital took a full 4 or 5 hours. That alone showed just how remote their county was. But Su Wanruan didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Remote places had their own advantages. By the time they arrived at the provincial hospital, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The bus had barely stopped along the way, and for lunch, everyone just ate the dry food they'd brought with them. When the bus finally came to a halt, Su Wanruan let out a sigh of relief. She felt a bit stuffy and hadn't dared to eat much at lunch, worried she might get sick. After all, this was the first time in her entire life, past and present, that she'd ever ridden a bus, so she hadn't known she'd get carsick. Fortunately, her reaction wasn't too bad, and she figured she'd get used to it after a few more rides. After getting off the bus, someone led them to their accommodations. They were put up in a rather distant dormitory. There were 10 of them in total. 6 men and 4 women, so they were split into 2 rooms, one for the men and one for the women. This was Su Wanruan's first time sharing a dorm room with others, and she found it quite novel. The dorm room wasn't very big. There was a window, and along the walls on either side of it were 2 sets of bunk beds, enough for 8 people. But since there were only 4 of them, each could have a lower bunk, and the upper bunks could be used for storage. Between the bunks were 2 long tables placed vertically. Other than that, there was nothing else in the room. As for washing up, there was a shared bathroom, 1 per floor. They were in the girls' dormitory, while the boys were in another building. The most obvious difference between the provincial capital and the county town was that the buildings in the provincial capital were much taller. No wonder this is the top hospital in the provincial capital. The girls' dormitory alone has 6 floors, with 10 rooms on each floor. It's no surprise that the 4 of them, as new arrivals, each get their own room. There are just so many rooms here. They had just arrived today, and someone was assigned to show them around and help them get familiar with the place. First, they got to know the dormitory, then learned the way to the cafeteria, and finally visited the area where classes would start tomorrow. After the tour, their guide took them outside the hospital and led them to a department store. The hospital is right in a busy district, and the department store is just around the corner. You probably didn't bring everything you need when you came, so if you're missing anything, you can come here to buy it. The way is easy to find. Now that I've shown you, if you need anything in the future, you can just come by yourselves, the guide explained. The woman leading them was in her 30s, with a gentle smile and a pleasant voice. She seemed very good-natured. She introduced herself as Ms. Jin, the dorm supervisor for the girls' dormitory. If they needed anything, they could come to her. Su Wanruan had packed pretty thoroughly and brought everything she could think of, so she didn't need to buy anything. As for the other 3, it wasn't clear whether they had everything they needed or just didn't want to spend money, but they only browsed the department store for a bit before heading back with Ms. Jung. Su Wanruan followed behind them the whole time, not even in the mood to look around the store. Her head was still spinning. After they returned to the dorm, Ms. Jung left, telling them they could go to the cafeteria for dinner on their own that evening. Because doctors and nurses at the hospital might need to go to their departments at any time, the dorm didn't have a set lights-out time, nor did they lock the doors. They could come and go as they pleased. Once Ms. Jung had finished her instructions and left, Su Wanruan quickly opened her suitcase, found a set of loose clothes, grabbed her wash basin and towel, and headed to the bathroom. Fortunately, the weather was warm now, so even though there was no hot water in the bathroom, she could still wash up a bit. Su Ruanruan went into a stall and closed the door. Then, from her treasure space, she took out some hot water she'd prepared in advance, mixed it with some cool water in the basin, and started to shower. Although she'd never lived on campus before, she'd seen enough to know the basics. So before coming, she'd specially prepared plenty of hot water in her treasure space, just in case it was inconvenient to fetch hot water. This way, she could still take a hot shower. After washing up, she changed into clean clothes, hung her dirty clothes on the line outside the dorm room to dry, and finally went back inside. The other 3 girls were still chatting, talking about how big the provincial hospital was and how bustling the city was. When they suddenly saw Su Ruanruan, freshly washed, walk in, they were all stunned. After a moment, the 3 of them quickly stood up. Wow, Su Ruanruan, you're already done showering? You're so fast. No more chatting, no more chatting. After sitting on the bus for so long today, I feel all sticky. I need to go wash up too. Ruanruan, is there hot water in the bathroom? No, Su Ruanruan replied, putting her basin under the bed. I just took a cold shower. You can ask MS Zheng where to get hot water if you want. Okay, thanks, Ruanruan. We'll go check it out. Su Ruanruan smiled at them as they all headed out together, then lay down on her bed. The single bed was very narrow, especially for Su Ruanruan, who was used to sleeping on a kong, a traditional heated brick bed. To her, it felt particularly cramped. It was summer, so there was no need for blankets. Su Ruanruan had laid out the bamboo mat she'd brought from home, which was actually quite cool and comfortable. Lying there, she drifted off to sleep without even realizing it. By the time Su Ruanruan woke up again, the dormitory lights had already been turned on. The dorm's light was just a small bulb, casting a dim, yellowish glow. It was barely enough to see by. Reading under it would be a strain on the eyes. Su Ruanruan lay there for a while before sitting up. She saw that the other 3 women in the room were all sitting on their own beds, tidying up their things. When they noticed Su Ruanruan was awake, they all smiled at her. The oldest, Wang Xia, pointed to the table and said, "We saw you were still sleeping when we went out for dinner, so we didn't wake you. Here, we bought you 2 buns and some porridge. It's not much, but have a bite." Su Ruanruan was a little surprised at Wang Xia's words. She really wasn't familiar with these 3 women, so she hadn't expected them to think of her and bring her food. "Thank you, Sister Xia," Su Ruanruan said sincerely, truly grateful. She wasn't lacking for food, but the others didn't know that. The fact that they thought of her was something she genuinely appreciated. Wang Xia urged her, "Go wash your face and eat something. I didn't see you eat much at lunch, so you should have a good dinner. Otherwise, how will your body keep up? Look how thin you are." Wang Xia was 28 this year, 10 years older than Su Ruanruan. Her own child was already 8. Looking at the delicate, youthful Su Ruanruan, she couldn't help but treat her like a child. Su Ruanruan went to the restroom to wash her face, and sure enough, she felt much more refreshed afterward. The porridge and buns were a bit cold by now, but that didn't matter, they were still delicious. Su Ruanruan ate contentedly. After finishing, she washed the lunchbox clean and returned it to Wang Xia. "Sister Xia, I brought some snacks with me. Since we're all just sitting around, let's share them together." Su Ruanruan didn't like owing people favors, so she took a paper bag out of her luggage, opened it, and pulled out some 5-spice dried meat. Actually, the spicy kind tasted better, but the 5-spice version was a safer bet. After all, not everyone liked spicy food. Of course, Su Ruanruan didn't just offer it to Wang Xia, she shared it with the other 2 as well. The other 2 women were Su Hua and Huang Xiu, both 26 years old and already married with children. At just 18, Su Ruanruan really did seem like a child in front of the 3 of them. After this little episode, the 4 of them, who hadn't been very familiar before, grew much closer. They weren't exactly intimate, but chatting together no longer felt awkward. Actually, it was mainly Su Ruanruan who had felt awkward before. The other 3 had been colleagues for years. Even if they weren't in the same department, they weren't strangers. The only one who was new to the group was Su Ruanruan. Fortunately, none of the three were unfriendly, and they treated Ruanruan, their junior, quite well. Since they had to get up early for class the next day, they didn't chat for long. Before 9 o'clock, the lights were out and everyone was in bed. Ruanruan thought she'd have trouble falling asleep, but that wasn't the case at all. She closed her eyes, and before she knew it, she was fast asleep, sleeping soundly all the way until morning. When she woke up the next day, Ruanruan felt unusually energetic. Yesterday, she had taken a shower in the late afternoon when there weren't many people around. But the morning was a whole different story. When Ruanruan carried her basin and went to the bathroom with Wang Xia and the other two, they were all stunned by the crowd inside. Wang Xia and her friends adapted quickly and immediately squeezed in to start washing up. Wang Xia turned around and saw Ruanruan still standing there in a daze. She called out anxiously, "Ruanruan, what are you doing? Hurry up and wash your face. We'll run out of time." Ruanruan. "Oh, okay. I'm coming." Although Ruanruan had never experienced something like this before and couldn't keep up at first, she had an advantage that others didn't. She was strong. With her strength, Ruanruan pushed her way in and stood right next to Wang Xia. After finally finishing up and squeezing her way out, Ruanruan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing her look so relieved, Wang Xia couldn't help but laugh again. She doesn't just look like a kid, she really is a kid. Ruanruan's face turned red at being called a child. Next, they went to the cafeteria for breakfast, and this time Ruanruan had no trouble. After all, she'd eaten in both her school and the county hospital cafeterias for 3 years, so she had the basic survival skills. The food at the provincial hospital cafeteria was a bit more plentiful, but seeing how frugal Wang Xia and the others were, Ruanruan bought about the same amount as them, just adding a boiled egg. She didn't want to stand out too much, but she also needed to keep up her nutrition. After all, health is the foundation of everything. If your body breaks down, there's no way you can continue your studies. After eating, washing her dishes, and returning to the dorm to grab what she needed, she headed off to class with the others. By the time they arrived, it was just 8 o'clock. The other 6 men had already arrived. When everyone met up, they naturally chatted for a bit, and Ruanruan just listened quietly. They hadn't talked for long before the teacher arrived. From that day on, their advanced training officially began. This was real training, not just staying a few days, eating some meals, and looking around casually. For the first 2 or 3 months, it was all theory classes, listening to lectures and taking notes every day. Not long after classes started, Ruanruan and Wang Xia's group went to the department store, not for anything else, but to buy notebooks. Ruanruan knew opportunities like this were rare, so she cherished it and took very detailed notes, making them as neat as possible. Wang Xia, used to scribbling like a doctor, laughed when she saw Ruanruan's notes. "You really are still a kid." Ruanruan looked at her notes, then remembered her high school notebooks. They really weren't much different. But she liked it that way. Writing clearly meant not only she could read them, but others could too. Unlike Wang Xia and the others' handwriting, Ruanruan could make it out, but she was sure most people couldn't, and might not even recognize the characters. 3 months into classes, Ruanruan received a letter from Xiao Chengjin. She had written to him the day after arriving in the provincial capital, but it took 3 months to get a reply. She'd been so busy these 3 months that she'd nearly forgotten about it. If not for the letter, she might have forgotten about Xiao Chengjin altogether. His reply wasn't long, just 1 page, and the handwriting was rather messy, as if he'd written it in a hurry. In fact, this was exactly the case. Xiao Chengjin said he had been extremely busy these past few months, so busy that he didn't even have time to reply to letters. Even this letter was written in a hurry. In his letter, Xiao Chengjin told Ruanruan to take good care of herself and to study hard. He said that once she finished her training, he would be coming home soon as well. By then, they could talk every day and would no longer have to wait for each other's letters. Ruanruan read this short letter over and over again, carefully putting it away only after reading it several times. She still wrote a reply to Xiao Chunjin, telling him about her recent life and assuring him that he didn't need to rush to write back. He could reply whenever he had time. After she sent out that letter, it was as if it had sunk into the sea. She didn't receive a reply, not even after the New Year. Su Wanwan spent the New Year in the provincial hospital. It wasn't just her. The other 9 people who had come with her were in the same situation. After finishing their theoretical courses, they began their internships, following doctors around. As interns, they always had the most work and the least rest. Even during the New Year, there were no holidays. But Su Wanwan didn't feel tired or bitter about it. She felt like a sponge, doing her best to soak up as much knowledge as she could. Su Wanwan also wrote letters to Granny Chin and Su Aimin. Since they were in the same province, the mail was a bit faster, so she usually wrote 2 letters a month. There was nothing major in the letters, just updates about her life and reminders for them to eat well and take care of themselves. Time passed by unknowingly, and soon it was May 1965. Her year of advanced training had come to an end. Unlike when she first arrived, Su Wanwan was much more confident as she was leaving. The more you know and the more you can do, the more confident you become without even realizing it. Su Wanwan herself didn't notice much change, but Wang Xia and the others could clearly see how she had grown. Before leaving, Su Wanwan and Wang Xia, along with the others, went to the largest department store in the provincial capital. This department store was truly a big building with 3 floors, each covering 200 to 300 square meters, selling just about everything. Even though she'd been in the provincial capital for a year, this was Su Wanwan's first time visiting, and she was dazzled by all the goods. The best thing about a well-stocked store is that there's so much to choose from. Su Wanwan could buy a lot more things. Every time Granny Chin wrote to her, she would send along the extra ration coupons from home, telling her to buy whatever she wanted if she saw something nice in the provincial capital. Su Wanwan hadn't bought much all year, so she'd actually saved up quite a few coupons. Now that she was about to go home, and who knew when she'd be back again, Su Wanwan decided it was time for a big shopping spree. Wang Xia and the other 3 also planned to buy things. After all, they'd come all the way to the provincial capital. It would feel like a waste not to bring something back. But even the 3 of them together didn't buy as much as Su Wanwan did. She didn't buy a lot of things that required coupons. After all, no matter how many coupons she had, they were still limited. But when it came to items that didn't require coupons, Su Wanwan didn't hold back at all. If she had anything in abundance, it was money. Dresses, Dacron shirts, leather shoes in all styles, colors, and sizes for every age group. These were all hot commodities in the county, but in the provincial capital, there was plenty of stock. Su Wanwan was careful with her purchases, avoiding anything that might cause trouble a year later. Whether it was clothes, shoes, or bags, she basically only bought 3 colors: black, blue, and gray. Although she could only choose from blue, black, and gray, the blue and gray options were further divided into shades like dark blue, light blue, sky blue, as well as dark gray, light gray, and ash gray. So Su Wanwan still had plenty of choices. While Su Wanwan was on a shopping spree, Wang Xia and the other 2 could only stare at her in shock. Everyone at the hospital knew that Su Wanwan's family was fairly well off, but they hadn't expected her to be this wealthy. Su Wanwan didn't want others to think she was acting all high and mighty because of her money, so she explained, "Before I came here, my friends and relatives asked me to bring back some nice things from the provincial capital." After hearing her explanation, Wang Xia and the others immediately understood. Looking more closely at what Su Wanwan was buying, they realized she'd picked out clothes for all ages: men, women, young, and old. There was no way Su Wanwan could wear all that herself. She was clearly buying gifts for others. After thinking it over, Wang Xia and the other 2 quickly made up their minds and bought a few extra things as well. If their friends and family wanted them when they got back, they could just sell them at cost. If not, well, there were always colleagues or their relatives' colleagues. And even if that didn't work out, the items could be used as gifts to maintain relationships. No matter how you looked at it, buying more to bring home was never a loss. But the three of them only had so much money, so even if they wanted to buy more, they couldn't get too much. By the time the four of them finally finished shopping and left the department store, their hands were full of bags. The next morning, the 10 of them packed up their things and gathered at the entrance of the provincial hospital, boarding the same bus they'd taken a year ago to return home. Unlike when they first came, everyone was filled with joy on the way back, a stark contrast to the anxiety they'd felt before. But not everyone felt the same, at least for Ruanruan. Nothing had changed. She still got carsick. After arriving in the provincial capital, she hadn't had any chance to travel by car, spending almost every day in the hospital and rarely going out. This was only the second time in her life she'd ridden in a car, and her carsickness hadn't improved at all. The only difference this time was that Ruanruan was leaning on Wang Xiao's shoulder, which was much more comfortable than leaning against the window. Knowing she got carsick, Ruanruan hadn't dared to eat much breakfast, afraid she might throw up on the bus. Although she still felt dizzy and uncomfortable, at least she didn't feel like vomiting. After 4 or 5 hours on the road, they finally arrived back in the county town. As soon as the bus stopped, Ruanruan spotted Granny Chen, Suaimin, Xiao Aigua, and Qian Aiju waiting by the roadside. After confirming her return date, Ruanruan had sent a letter home, so they'd clearly come out to meet her. Seeing her long-missed family, Ruanruan felt her dizziness disappear and her strength return. Once the people in front had gotten off, she hurriedly stood up, grabbed her bags, and got off the bus. Granny Chen kept craning her neck to look into the bus. When she finally saw Ruanruan coming down, loaded with bags, she rushed over to help. You didn't bring this much stuff when you left, and you'd already mailed some things home before. How come you still have so much? Ruanruan smiled. These are gifts I bought for you all. You silly girl, as long as you're doing well, that's all that matters. Why bring us gifts? They had ridden their bicycles to pick her up, so now they could just load all the bags onto the back seats. There were big bundles strapped to the back seats of both bicycles, and someone had to hold them in place, otherwise they'd easily fall off. Given the situation, there was no way to ride with passengers anymore. Fortunately, the county hospital wasn't far from the Su family's house, so walking back wasn't tiring at all. When they got home, everyone brought the things inside. Granny Chen and Qian Aiju were about to start preparing a meal, but Ruanruan stopped them. Grandma, Auntie, I'm a bit carsick. I don't feel like eating right now. I'll go take a bath and get some sleep. Let's have dinner together when I wake up, okay? Granny Chen looked at Ruanruan curiously. Carsick? What's that? Ruanruan explained. It's when you sit in a vehicle for a long time and start to feel dizzy, maybe even a little nauseous. The only vehicles Granny Chen had ever ridden were bicycles and ox carts, so she really couldn't understand what carsickness was. But Suaimin knew, after all, he'd ridden in plenty of vehicles before. Suaimin looked at Ruanruan with concern. Carsickness is really uncomfortable. Go take a bath, your grandma already heated water for you. It should be just the right temperature now. After your bath, get some sleep. We'll talk about anything else when you wake up. Hearing this, Ruanruan nodded quickly and didn't bother saying much more. She went to get her bath bucket and carried water to wash up. Once Ruanruan had finished washing and gone to bed, Granny Chen came back and sat down across from Suaimin, asking him in detail what carsickness really was. Suaimin racked his brains trying to explain, but Granny Chen still only half understood. If you've never ridden in a vehicle, you really can't imagine what it feels like. In the end, Suaimin could only sum it up simply. Ruanruan just hasn't ridden in vehicles much. If she does it more often, she won't get carsick anymore. Ride more often? Granny Chen's brow furrowed immediately. She's like this after just one trip. How can she ride often? Luckily, she won't have to go to the provincial city anymore, so she won't have to suffer again. In their small county town, there were only a handful of cars, and you barely ever saw them on the street, let alone had a chance to ride in one. Su Aimin thought about it and agreed with Granny Chin, so he dropped the subject and instead reminded her, Ruanruan probably still feels unwell. When you cook, try to make something light so she can eat a bit more. You don't need to remind me. The vegetables in our backyard are ready to eat. I'll make her a few more dishes with fresh greens. Sigh, just look at how thin Ruanruan's little face is and how skinny her arms are. I was hoping to make her some chicken soup today to help her recover. Qian Aiju quickly chimed in to comfort her, it's fine. Once Ruanruan feels better tomorrow, she can have as much chicken soup as she wants. We don't have to rush it today. Come on, let's go pick some vegetables from the backyard. Although the spring planting in 1964 had been delayed, the autumn crops were looking good. The weather this year had been just right, and even though there were still a few months until harvest, the fields were thriving and full of promise. It was a sight that lifted everyone's spirits. Even though Granny Chin and Qian Aiju didn't grow grain themselves, just looking at the lush vegetables in the backyard made them so happy they couldn't stop smiling. With such a good vegetable garden, at least they didn't have to line up to buy food. They could eat whatever and however much they wanted. What could be better? Su Ruanruan slept straight through until sunset, but it was worth it. When she woke up, the dizziness was gone and she felt much better. After washing up, Su Ruanruan wanted to show Granny Chin and the others the gifts she had brought back, but they all insisted she eat first. With no choice, Su Ruanruan sat down for the meal. Their family sat together at the table, not bothering with the old rule of no talking while eating or sleeping. They chatted as they ate, mostly about Su Ruanruan's life and studies in the provincial capital. Of course, when it came to medical topics, Granny Chin and the others couldn't really follow, and as for local news, Su Ruanruan didn't know much either. So the conversation soon ran out, and everyone simply focused on eating. After the meal, Su Ruanruan finally got to open the big bundle she'd brought home. She had bought clothes and shoes for everyone for all 4 seasons. Looking at the pile of clothes and shoes, Qian Aiju couldn't help but feel distressed. Ruanruan, you bought so much stuff. How much money and how many ration tickets did that cost? Where did you get so many tickets? Money was one thing. Su Aimin's monthly allowance was quite generous, and Su Ruanruan had her own savings too, so they could manage the expense. But what about the tickets? Auntie, a lot of these things didn't require tickets, Su Ruanruan explained, pointing out each item to Qian Aiju, telling her which ones needed tickets and which didn't. After Su Ruanruan's explanation, Qian Aiju finally breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing so many things, Qian Aiju still didn't want to accept them. These colors and styles are all so nice, you could wear them yourself. You should keep them. I'm already so old, what do I need new clothes for? Auntie, don't say that. You think you're old, but are you older than my grandma? Even my grandma wears new clothes, Su Ruanruan said. Granny Chin nodded in agreement from the side. Exactly, Ruanruan's right. If you say you're too old for new clothes, then what about me? I'm even older. Well, Auntie, these are for Grandma Luo and Grandpa Xiao. When we go back together, we'll bring them to them. And is Sister Xiaolan's little girl still drinking formula? I brought back 4 cans for her, just give them to her when you get the chance. The formula was indeed bought by Su Ruanruan. With people like Wang Xia watching, it wasn't easy for her to sneak things out, so she made sure to buy it openly. Seeing that Su Ruanruan had thought of everyone and prepared everything so thoroughly, Qian Aiju felt it would be awkward to refuse any further, so she accepted the gifts. Qian Aiju hadn't been idle this past year either. With Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin both away, and since they were coming back around the same time, it was time to start preparing for their wedding. So over the past year, Qian Aiju had been getting everything ready for their marriage. If nothing else, the furniture in Xiao Chunjin's room was completely new. There had been a wardrobe in Xiao Chunjin's room before, but Qian Aiju thought it was too small. Once Xiao Chunjin and Su Ruanruan got married, it definitely wouldn't be enough, let alone when they had children and even more clothes. So Qian Aiju spent a long time searching before finally getting a large, modular wardrobe. The old wardrobe wasn't thrown away though. It was moved to one of the empty rooms in the backyard. Since both Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin loved to read, especially Su Ruanruan, who had a whole shelf of books, Xian'aiju also set up a study. Next to Xiao Chenjin's room was what used to be Xiao Xiulan's room. She'd been married for 2 years now and rarely came back to stay, so Qianaiju converted that room into a study. The study needed to have good lighting and also be well insulated, so it was quite a big project. The old heated brick bed, Kang, in the room had been removed and rebuilt along the north wall. A window was added to the north wall as well. The window wasn't very large, but with it, the room now had ventilation from both the north and south, making it not only much brighter but also better ventilated. The south wall of the room was freshly painted, and a long desk was placed under the window. 2 or 3 people could easily sit side by side and read together without any problem. One side of the desk was next to the door, and on the other side stood a bookshelf. The bookshelf was long, with a corner section that wrapped around and took up the west wall as well. With this setup, there was space for plenty of books. In the middle of the room, there was also a small round table, perfect for putting a teapot or some snacks, so you wouldn't have to put them on the desk and risk dirtying the books. After Su Ruanruan finished touring these 2 rooms with Qianaiju, she was absolutely delighted. She really hadn't expected Qianaiju and Xiao Aigua to do such a great job. Su Ruanruan genuinely loved these 2 rooms. Looking at them, she even started looking forward to getting married. Of course, Su Ruanruan would never admit that her eagerness to get married was because she liked these 2 rooms so much. After returning from her training at the provincial hospital, Su Ruanruan didn't start seeing patients on her own. After all, given her young age, even if she did, not many people would trust her medical skills. Su Ruanruan also felt she still lacked experience and had more to learn, so she continued to assist other doctors. Some doctors thought that after going away for further training, Su Ruanruan might come back arrogant and full of herself, and were even prepared to put her in her place. But to their surprise, she was just the same as before. Their surprise soon turned into satisfaction, and when Su Ruanruan came to them with questions, they were more than willing to teach her. Su Ruanruan was very happy with how things were going. She felt she was still young, with plenty of opportunities ahead, so the most important thing now was to study hard and improve herself. Time slipped by quietly as Su Ruanruan focused on her studies, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for Xiao Chenjin to return. That day, Su Ruanruan and Hu Xiaoxiao both took the day off to go to the station to pick up Xiao Chenjin and Li Dongyang. After a year and a half apart, Xiao Chenjin was even more tan than before, and looked more mature too. His whole demeanor had changed. Seeing him like this, Su Ruanruan couldn't take her eyes off him. She felt secretly glad that she'd made her move early otherwise, with such an outstanding man, who knows how many people would be interested in him. It wasn't that she lacked confidence in herself, she just didn't want to have to compete with others. Xiao Chenjin had a travel bag on his back and another bag in his hand. Step by step, he walked towards Su Ruanruan, and when he reached her, he raised his hand. Su Ruanruan knew what he meant, but instead of hugging him, she bent down and picked up the bag Xiao Chenjin had set on the ground. "Come on, let's go home. Grandpa, Grandma, and your parents are all waiting for you." Xiao Chenjin raised his eyebrows, not sure why Su Ruanruan reacted that way, but he nodded and quickly took the bag back from her. "I'll carry it." He wasn't that inexperienced kid anymore. Even if Su Ruanruan was strong, that was no reason for her to carry his bags. Su Ruanruan smiled at him, then turned to call Hu Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, let's go." As soon as she spoke, Su Ruanruan froze. Standing next to Hu Xiaoxiao was a man. The man was grinning, showing off a mouthful of big white teeth. His teeth were so bright, you couldn't help but notice them at a glance. But when Su Ruanruan looked more closely, all she could still see were those big white teeth. That man was none other than Li Dongyang. Su Ruanruan quietly looked away. On the way back, she sidled up to Xiao Chenjin and asked in a low voice, "Does Li Dongyang spend all day under the sun? Why is he so dark?" Xiao Chenjin smiled slightly. "I'm tan too. Why don't you ask about me?" Su Ruanruan glanced at him. You're tanned? You look just the same as when you came back last time. She wasn't just saying that to humor him. Xiao Chunjin really hadn't tanned much. Even if he had darkened a little, compared to Li Dongong, it was nothing worth mentioning. Her words clearly pleased Xiao Chunjin, and he even laughed out loud. Hu Xiaoxiao and Li Dongong, walking behind them, heard Xiao Chunjin's laughter and found it odd. Li Dongyong scratched his head. It's different being home. Lao Xiao never laughed like that when we were over there. Hu Xiaoxiao laughed too. What, aren't you happy to be back? Of course I'm happy. Who wouldn't be? Li Dongong replied. It's so nice at home. You can do whatever you want, eat whenever you like. It's nothing like being in the army, where everything is strictly regulated. As Li Dongang was reminiscing about the sweetness of home and the hardships of the past, Hu Xiaoxiao suddenly asked, Now that you're back, what are you planning to do? Huh? Li Dongang looked at her in surprise. Didn't I tell you? Lao Xiao and I have already been assigned jobs. Really? What kind of jobs? We're going to be leaders at the food factory. Hu Xiaoxiao looked at him skeptically. Oh, come on. You just got back and you're already making things up. Seeing that she really didn't believe him, Li Dongang dropped his playful attitude and said, Seriously, you don't believe me? How could you not believe me? But it's fine if you don't. In a couple of days, when we officially start, you'll see for yourself. He sounded so serious and even told her to wait a couple of days to see for herself, that Hu Xiaoxiao started to waver. Are you telling the truth? You're not just messing with me, are you? What do you think? What do I get out of lying to you? It's not like I can eat or drink the lie. Besides, if I really was lying, wouldn't I get caught right away? Hu Xiaoxiao thought about it and realized he had a point. Now she was even more curious. So, what kind of leader are you going to be? I don't know yet. We haven't reported in, have we? We'll find out in a few days. Hu Xiaoxiao said, Forget it, let's just go home. Mom and Dad are waiting for us. The Hu family had a courtyard so they could fit more people. That's why Li Dongyong's parents brought their 2 sons over early and were now waiting in the Hu family's yard. When the 4 of them reached the intersection, they split up and went to their respective homes. Once everything was settled in a couple of days, they'd all get together for a meal. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin returned to the Xiao family. As soon as they pushed open the door, they were met by a crowd of people. Today, everyone was here. Not only was Granny Chen and Su Aimin there, but Xiao Xiulan and Wang Qinxue had brought their daughter, and Xiao Dashan and Luo Yufeng had arrived a day early as well. If Su Ruanruan hadn't said it wasn't appropriate for so many people to go to the station together, they never would have waited at home. Xiao Chunjin hadn't expected there to be so many people at home, either. After a surprised glance, he smiled and greeted everyone. After a year and a half apart, there was naturally no end to the things they wanted to say. Su Ruanruan wasn't in a hurry to have a private chat with Xiao Chunjin. Instead, she stayed by his side, listening as he answered all sorts of questions from everyone in the house. They chatted all the way through dinner, and only then did everyone head back to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Xiao Dashan was ready to return to the production team. Xian Aiju and Xiao Aigua tried to stop him, but there was no way to hold him back. In the end, they could only let him go. They all knew that Xiao Dashan's heart was set on the work of the production team. He took his responsibilities seriously. If Xiao Dashan really wanted to take it easy, it would probably have to wait a bit longer. Xiao Dashan could ride a bicycle by himself and didn't need anyone to see him off. Luo Yufeng was going to stay in the county for a couple more days, so in the end, everyone just watched as Xiao Dashan rode away, his figure gradually receding into the distance. Watching Xiao Dashan's departing back, Su Ruanruan felt a surge of emotion. There wouldn't be many more days of hard work like this for Xiao Dashan, but not having to work so hard would be a good thing. When the time came, he wouldn't have to stay with the production team. He could move straight into the county. When he had nothing to do, he could chat and have tea with Su Aimin. If he really couldn't sit still, he could always tend some vegetables in the backyard. With such a big backyard, there'd be plenty to keep him busy. Xiao Chijin turned around and saw Su Ruanruan lost in thought. Smiling, he asked, Ruanruan, what are you thinking about? Su Ruanruan withdrew her gaze and shook her head at Xiao Chunjin. It's nothing. Do you have anything to do today? No, nothing at all. I'm free all day, so I can finally spend some time talking with you. Su Ruanruan nodded. All right then. When I get off work, we can talk. Xiao Chunjin said, You still have to go to work? Of course I do. I was lucky to get one day off. What, do you want me to take a few more days off just to stay home and chat with you? What could Xiao Chunjin say to that? Of course, he couldn't really ask Su Ruanruan to take more days off. In the end, Xiao Chunjin rode his bicycle to take Su Ruanruan to the hospital for work. He promised to pick her up at noon when she finished her shift. Only after watching her enter the hospital did he leave. Xiao Chunjin was still wearing his military uniform. His body had changed a lot over the past 2 years. He couldn't fit into his old clothes anymore. Luo Yufeng had stayed behind to make new clothes for Xiao Chunjin together with Granny Chen, since Qian Aiju had to work and didn't have much time. Even though summer clothes are easy to make, it would still take at least a day or half a day, so until the new clothes were ready, Xiao Chunjin could only wear his uniform. Now that he stood tall and straight, and with summer clothes being lighter, his figure was even more striking. Just standing at the hospital entrance for a short while, watching Su Ruanruan go in, Xiao Chunjin attracted quite a bit of attention. Being stared at by so many people, Xiao Chunjin only frowned slightly before returning to his usual composure, getting on his bike and preparing to leave. But just as he turned his bike around, he nearly ran into someone. Fortunately, Xiao Chunjin had quick reflexes. He jumped off the bike in time and pulled it aside, narrowly avoiding a collision. After studying the bike, Xiao Chunjin frowned slightly and looked at the person across from him. Are you all right? Qian Hui's heart was pounding, though she wasn't sure if it was from the scare or from seeing Xiao Chunjin. Being stared at so intently by Qian Hui made Xiao Chunjin a little annoyed. He glanced her up and down, saw that she seemed perfectly fine, and decided to leave. Seeing that Xiao Chunjin was about to walk away, Qian Hui couldn't hold back anymore and immediately called out, Hey, how can you just leave without even apologizing? What if I'm hurt? Where am I supposed to find you for compensation? Hearing this, Xiao Chunjin stopped in his tracks. Since you put it that way, and since we're right at the hospital entrance, why don't we just go inside and have you checked out? If there really is something wrong, I'll take responsibility and pay for your treatment. Xiao Chunjin's words were firm and confident, showing not the slightest intention of shirking responsibility. Qian Hui felt her face flush and her heart race. Not only was he good-looking, he also had a strong sense of responsibility. Men like this were truly rare. After several failed blind dates this past year, Qian Hui was extremely satisfied with the man standing before her. What pleased her even more was the way they met. Wasn't this just like the novels she'd read before? A chance encounter marks the beginning of a romance. Qian Hui did her best to suppress her excitement before nodding. All right then, let's go to the hospital together. But don't worry, if there's nothing wrong with me, I absolutely won't bother you about it. Xiao Chunjin nodded indifferently and pushed his bicycle, heading into the hospital first. Qian Hui hurried to catch up, but after a few steps realized she shouldn't appear too eager, so she slowed her pace. Su Swan had just changed into her uniform and was about to join the senior doctor for consultations when she saw Xiao Chunjin walk in. Su Swan's eyes widened in surprise. Why are you here? Is something wrong? Xiao Chunjin shook his head, then turned to indicate Qian Hui, who had followed him in. I was just about to leave when I nearly bumped into her. She insisted I bring her to the hospital for a checkup, and said she wouldn't let me go unless there was nothing wrong. Hearing this, Su Swan looked Qian Hui up and down several times, then said with a half-smile, Well, isn't this interesting? Nurse Qian, you've been a nurse for 2 years now, don't you know whether you're hurt or not? Looks like your professional skills could use some improvement. Su Swan and Qian Hui had started working at the hospital together. 2 years had passed, and Sue Swan was no longer just a junior nurse. She could now assist doctors in the outpatient clinic and even take shifts in the inpatient ward. Qian Huihui, on the other hand, was still just an ordinary nurse, following the routine. The difference between them was most obvious in their salaries. Qian Huihui only made 17.5 yuan a month, while Sue Swan was already earning 22.5 yuan. It might only be a 5 yuan difference, but it meant a lot. Qian Huihui had always felt deeply resentful, convinced that she was simply down on her luck. Now, to make matters worse, the man she fancied at the county hospital entrance actually knew Sue Swan. Judging by the way they talked, their relationship seemed pretty good. Sue Swan stood up and walked over to Qian Huihui. "Where do you feel unwell? Want me to give you a thorough checkup?" Qian Huihui took a step back, but then, not wanting to lose face, puffed out her chest and stepped forward again. "I don't need you to check me. I want Dr. Li to do it." Dr. Li was a woman in her 40s, wearing glasses, and looked every bit the trustworthy and approachable doctor. Dr. Li had no idea what was going on, but when he heard that Qian Huihui wanted him to examine her, he simply stood up. "Come over here, then. I'll give you a checkup." Behind Dr. Li, there was a small door that led to a partitioned room. Sometimes, when a quick examination was needed, they'd use that space. Qian Huihui glanced at Ruanruan, then followed Dr. Li into the small room. Ruanruan watched them go in before turning to look at Xiao Chunjin. "What are you?" Before Ruanruan could finish, Xiao Chunjin picked up where she left off. "I was just walking along and got bitten by a dog. I can't exactly bite back, so I can only bring the dog to see a doctor so she doesn't go around biting people again." Ruanruan. She stared at Xiao Chunjin for a long moment before finally speaking. "Are you saying that Dr. Li and I are veterinarians?" They both kept their voices low, making sure the two people in the partitioned room couldn't hear them. Otherwise, who knew how Qian Huihui would feel hearing that, and Dr. Li would probably get angry too. Before Xiao Chunjin could reply, Dr. Li and Qian Huihui came out one after the other. Dr. Li was smiling as he spoke to Xiao Chunjin. "She's fine, nothing to worry about." Xiao Chunjin smiled slightly. "Thank you, Dr. Li." Not that he was ever worried in the first place. Qian Huihui looked sour, as if someone owed her a few hundred yuan. "What's your relationship?" Ruanruan raised an eyebrow. "We're about to get married. What do you think?" "That's impossible." "Why not?" "Aren't you already engaged?" "What's your fiancé's name again?" "Xiao." "Xiao." Xiao Chunjin smiled and supplied, "Xiao Chunjin." Qian Huihui's eyes lit up instantly. "Yes, that's it, Xiao Chunjin." Xiao Chunjin nodded. "That's right. I'm Xiao Chunjin." At that, Qian Huihui was left speechless. Her eyes went wide as she stared at Xiao Chunjin, trying to match him to the Xiao Chunjin she remembered. Unfortunately, he'd been gone for 2 years and had changed a lot. It wasn't just his looks, his build had changed, too, and most importantly, his whole demeanor was different. Qian Huihui hadn't been close to Xiao Chunjin before, so it was normal she didn't recognize him right away. When she didn't know who he was, Qian Huihui still had some confidence. But now that she knew his identity, all she felt was awkwardness and frustration. As for any other thoughts, she didn't dare have them anymore. Who knew what was going on this year, but the atmosphere in the county had gotten more and more tense, with strict rules everywhere. When it came to relationships between men and women, the rules were even stricter. Even though Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin were only engaged and not yet married, if she tried to interfere, she'd still be seen as a homewrecker, someone shameful, someone everyone would condemn. Qian Huihui wanted to find a good man, but she wasn't about to gamble her whole future on it. No matter how unwilling she was, she could only stomp her foot and leave. Seeing Qian Huihui storm off, Ruanruan turned to Xiao Chunjin and said, "You should hurry back too. Be careful on your way, and try not to bump into anyone else." She hadn't even bumped into anyone yet, and already picked up a rotten peach blossom. Who knew what would happen if she actually did? Xiao Chunjin just smiled and agreed, not saying anything more as he turned and left. Dr. Li watched Xiao Chenjin leave before turning to speak to Su Ruanruan. You two are engaged? Su Ruanruan nodded. Yes, we've been engaged for several years. We're from the same production team in the city, so you know each other well. Dr. Li smiled. That's good. When are you planning to get married? Soon. Su Ruanruan said this, but for the first time, she truly started thinking about their wedding. Even though they lived in a remote little county, that didn't mean they wouldn't be affected by what was coming. It was better to take care of important matters before the real storm hit. That way, they wouldn't attract attention from those with ulterior motives and end up with unnecessary trouble. Su Ruanruan didn't care much about others, but Zhao Hongyun, who hadn't been heard from in over a year, was someone she couldn't ignore. After Zhao Hongyun's house collapsed, everyone in their courtyard had stayed in the hospital for a long time. With the freezing weather, there was no way to rebuild, so after being discharged, the three families moved in with relatives. Su Ruanruan knew the new address where Zhao Hongyun and Wang Liang were staying, but it was in a remote area. If she went there rashly and was seen, it would definitely arouse suspicion, so to this day, Su Ruanruan hadn't found a proper excuse to visit. After being discharged, Zhao Hongyun never returned to work, supposedly because her leg hadn't healed and she still couldn't walk. Su Ruanruan only knew this much because Zhao Sen had mentioned it. He hadn't said anything more. Even though Zhao Hongyun was now disabled, Su Ruanruan still kept her guard up. She always felt that Zhao Hongyun would be even more dangerous now than when she was healthy. After all, when someone's life keeps going wrong and they're stuck indoors, their mind only grows more twisted. At noon, Xiao Chenjin arrived on time to pick Su Ruanruan up from work. It was the height of summer and midday was the hottest time. So when the two met, they didn't say much. Xiao Chenjin simply took Su Ruanruan home on his bicycle. After they got home and finished lunch, Su Ruanruan sat with Xiao Chenjin and brought up the topic of marriage. Chenjin, when are we getting married? Xiao Chenjin was drinking water and nearly choked when he heard that. Ruanruan, what did you just say? I didn't catch it. Su Ruanruan propped her chin on her hand and looked at Xiao Chenjin seriously. I said, when are we getting married? Don't tell me you haven't thought about it. How could I not have thought about it? During his 2 years in the army, whenever things got tough, Xiao Chenjin always thought of Su Ruanruan. Not only had he thought about marriage, he'd even picked out names for their future children. Xiao Chenjin had planned to wait until his work situation was settled before talking about marriage, so he was caught off guard when Su Ruanruan brought it up now and nearly choked. He wanted to ask if Su Ruanruan was just joking or acting on a whim. But when he saw the seriousness in her eyes, he just couldn't bring himself to ask. Because he already knew Su Ruanruan was serious. Since she'd brought it up, if he hesitated and said he needed to think about it, he wouldn't be much of a man. So after a brief pause, Xiao Chenjin answered firmly and decisively, whenever you want to get married, that's when we'll get married. Su Ruanruan smiled slightly. Then let's get married next month. Xiao Chenjin. Xiao Chenjin had expected things to move quickly, but he hadn't thought they'd move this fast. But really, if they both agreed, what was there to wait for? All right, I'll talk it over with my parents tonight. After all, I've never been married before, so I don't really know what to do. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but burst out laughing. You're right, you've never been married, and neither have I. This kind of thing is best left to the grown-ups. Xiao Chenjin, who already considered himself a grown man, was speechless. Wasn't he an adult too? That afternoon, after dropping Su Ruanruan off at work, Xiao Chenjin headed straight to Li Dongyang's house. He might not have been married before, but Li Dongyang had. If he asked carefully, he was bound to get some answers. Xiao Chenjin thought things through thoroughly, but as soon as he saw Li Dongyang, before he could even ask anything, Li Dongyang dragged him off to see his new house. Hu Xiaoxiao had worked hard for 1.5 years and finally managed to buy a small courtyard house. And when they said small courtyard, they really meant small. Xiao Chenjin followed along to take a look, and only then did he realize just how small the place was. Right past the gate was a courtyard, maybe 50 or 60 square meters. There weren't any trees, but there was a well, at least water wouldn't be a problem. The yard was small and there weren't many rooms. Just 3.5, with the half being the kitchen. Xiao Chengjin went inside to look at the 3 rooms too. They were all smaller than the rooms at the Xiao or Su households. The house was already tidied up, spotlessly clean, and most of the furniture was ready. After showing him around, Li Dongyang was grinning from ear to ear. As long as we move in our daily necessities, we can live here right away. Xiao Chengjin agreed. Then just pick a good day to move in, and we'll come over to warm the house for you. Your parents don't mind you two moving out, do they? What would my parents have to say? You've seen my family's house, so big, there's no way just the 2 of us could live there. And once we have kids, it'll be even more crowded. This house was bought with money Xiao, and I saved up. It has nothing to do with my family. It's not like I don't care about my parents. I give them half my allowance. They don't have any objections. Knowing Li Dongyang had everything sorted out, Xiao Chengjin felt relieved. Li Dongyang always seemed a bit unreliable, but now he'd handled things so well, it was really unexpected. Living here is great. It's close to work, and it's not far from my place either. Exactly. Li Dongyang's eyes crinkled with his smile. Xiao must have picked this place after a lot of searching, just so it'd be closer to Ruanruan. By the way, you rushed over here today. What's up? Only when Li Dongyang asked did Xiao Chengjin remember his original reason for coming. He and Li Dongyang were close, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. He just came right out and asked, "What do you need to prepare for a wedding?" Li Dongyang stroked his chin and thought seriously for a moment. Let's see what you already have. You've got a house, and your families are neighbors, so after you get married it's really just a matter of sleeping in a different room. That's nothing. Other than the house, well, the house is the big thing. So many people don't get married these days because they don't have a place to live. You've already got a house. What else do you need to prepare? If you want to get married, just do it. Xiao Chengjin reflected seriously. Why did he even bother asking Li Dongyang? Now that he'd asked, he felt even more frustrated than before. In the end, it turned out that when it comes to something as important as marriage, you really do need to go home and ask your parents. That evening, Xiao Chengjin went to ask Qian Aiju and Xiao Aigua what needed to be prepared for the wedding. Both of them were overjoyed, their faces full of surprise and delight. Qian Aiju even grabbed Xiao Chengjin's hand and asked repeatedly, "Chengjin, are you finally planning to get married?" Xiao Chengjin was both amused and exasperated by the question. Qian Aiju's wording was a little odd. It's not like he was someone who refused to get married. The only reason he hadn't married before was because he hadn't been at home, right? Today was only his 2nd day back, so how did it become finally planning to get married? Even though he thought this, Xiao Chengjin didn't bother to argue. There was no point in arguing, as long as the outcome was what he wanted. That was enough. Yes, Mom. I want to get married next month. What do you think? For Qian Aiju, who had been longing for Xiao Chengjin to settle down, his words were like music to her ears. Good. Next month is perfect. If she wasn't worried about things being too rushed, Qian Aiju would have wanted Xiao Chengjin and Su Ruanruan to get married this very month. Seeing that Qian Aiju was just happy and hadn't answered his original question, Xiao Chengjin could only ask again, a bit helpless, "Mom, what do we need to prepare for the wedding?" With a wave of her hand, Qian Aiju said, "Prepare what? There's nothing you need to prepare." Xiao Chengjin immediately frowned at that, about to say something, when Qian Aiju continued, "I've already prepared everything for you. You don't need to do a thing, just wait for the wedding." The words Xiao Chengjin was about to say died on his lips. It seemed his mother really did want him to get married as soon as possible. She'd already taken care of everything. Still, Xiao Chengjin went over the details with her again, discussing whether there was anything else that needed to be done. After they finished talking, Xiao Chengjin went back to his room for a bit. When he returned, he handed Qian Aiju 100 yuan and some ration coupons. "Mom, if there's anything you need to buy, just go ahead and buy it. If you need me to do anything, just let me know." Qian'aijiu was very organized with all the arrangements, and since Xiao Chunjin didn't know much about these things, he decided to just follow her lead. As for the money, Qian'aijiu accepted it without hesitation. After all, this was Xiao Qingjin's wedding, not hers. Xiao Qingjin wasn't someone who did nothing and didn't earn money. Since he was earning, it was only right for him to contribute to his own wedding expenses. Qian'aijiu had no intention of taking care of everything herself. By the time they finished discussing everything, it was already past 9 in the evening. Seeing that both Qian'aijiu and Xiao Aiguo looked tired, Xiao Chunjin urged them to go to bed. The next day, Xiao Chunjin put on the new clothes that Luo Yufeng and Granny Chen had made for him together. The new clothes fit very well. Although they didn't look as impressive as a suit, they still couldn't hide Xiao Qingjin's natural presence. Xiao Chunjin wasn't picky about food or clothes. These were just for wearing around the house. Once he started working, he'd probably need to have a couple of proper suits made. Now that he'd been home for 2 days, it was time for Xiao Chunjin to visit the food factory. The sooner he could get his work situation sorted out, the more time he'd have to focus on the wedding. Li Dongyang clearly had the same idea. After Xiao Chunjin dropped Su Ruanruan off at work and came home, he found Li Dongyang waiting for him inside the house. The two of them said a quick word to Granny Chen and Luo Yufeng, then headed off together to the food factory. After a busy morning, Xiao Chunjin and Li Dongyang had completed all the necessary procedures and were just waiting to start work the next day. That evening, Su Ruanruan and the others learned that Xiao Chunjin had secured his job. Previously, Li Dongyang had told Hu Xiaoxiao that he was going to be a leader at the food factory. That was both true and not quite accurate. He and Xiao Chunjin had indeed become team leaders in the sales department, but while the position wasn't low, it wasn't exactly high either. However, when it came to salary, the two of them were starting out at 22.5 yuan per month each, which was quite a decent sum. After all, Su Ruanruan had already been working for 2 years and was only earning 22.5 yuan a month herself. When the family heard about Xiao Qingjin's salary, everyone was delighted. Now that Su Ruanruan and Xiao Qingjin's marriage was on the agenda, and both of them had stable jobs, their combined monthly income would be 45 yuan, a considerable amount. Even without help from their elders, the young couple would be able to live quite comfortably. Granny Chen was especially pleased. She had always felt that Xiao Chunjin was reliable, and now that it was certain he could support a family, she was even happier. After Xiao Chunjin started his job, he spent more than half a month getting fully familiar with the work and establishing his authority over his team. That was no small feat, since the other team leaders had all worked their way up through seniority, while Xiao Chunjin and Li Dongyang were parachuted in. Naturally, there were plenty of people who weren't convinced by them. Some even thought the two of them were just young kids who'd be easy to push around and try to trip them up. But what those people didn't expect was that, despite their youth, Xiao Chunjin and Li Dongyang were no novices. Before anyone could cause trouble, Xiao Chunjin and Li Dongyang had already made their mark as new leaders, quickly getting everyone in line. With their decisive and commanding presence, even the older workers, some twice their age, had no choice but to toe the line. Once things at work had settled down, it was time for Hu Xiaoxiao and Li Dongyang to move into their new home. For more than half a month, Hu Xiaoxiao and Li Dongyang had still been sleeping in their respective family homes. There was no other choice. Neither the Li family nor the Hu family had a spare room for the two of them. Now that Li Dongyang's job was finally secure, and he wasn't as busy as before, it was time to get on with moving. After all, it wouldn't do for them to be married but still living apart. Before moving, Hu Xiaoxiao and Li Dongyang picked an auspicious day and went to get their marriage certificate. They celebrated both getting their marriage certificate and moving house on the same day. That day, everyone went to Hu Xiaoxiao and Li Dongyang's new home to help them move their things, and they all shared a meal together in the courtyard. After the meal, the men stayed in the courtyard chatting, while the women went inside to help Hu Xiaoxiao organize the house. There were plenty of odds and ends to sort out when setting up a new home. Sometimes it could take a whole day for one person to do it alone. But with so many people helping, it only took a little over an hour to wipe down everything that needed cleaning and put away all the clothes and bedding in the cupboards. When they finally stopped, the house looked every bit like a real home. Hu Xiaoxiao was especially pleased with the little courtyard. Once the gate was closed, it was just her and Li Dongyang's own private world. For Hu Xiaoxiao, who had watched her own mother get bullied by her grandmother countless times as a child, being able to live apart from her mother-in-law after getting married was truly a blessing. Even though Li Dongyang's mother seemed pretty nice right now, who could say what the future would bring? After all, the saying, "Distance makes the heart grow fonder," really does make sense. By the time Ruanruan and the others left Hu Xiaoxiao's little courtyard, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. In the height of summer, even at 4 o'clock it was still scorching hot. The blazing sun beat down on them, and after just a short walk, everyone was drenched in sweat. But Ruanruan was still wearing pants and a top. She hadn't worn a dress in years. She wasn't the only one. Many young women on the street were dressed just like her. A few years ago, as long as a family was doing reasonably well, the girls would wear all sorts of colorful dresses in the summer. Back then, most clothes were homemade. If someone came up with a pretty design and wore it out, it wouldn't be long before you'd see others wearing something similar. But now, that was all gone. Hardly anyone wore dresses anymore, let alone followed the latest trends. By the time Ruanruan walked home, her face was flushed and sweat beaded on her forehead. For the first time, she thought maybe her hairstyle wasn't such a good idea. Years had passed, but she still kept her hair in a not-so-short bob. It was fine in spring, fall, and winter, but in the sweltering summer, it was pure torture, like wearing a hat on your head. When she got home, Ruanruan washed her face and then grabbed a hair tie to put her hair up. Her hair was too short for a ponytail, so she ended up with 2 little pigtails. Looking at herself in the mirror, Ruanruan closed her eyes in resignation. It wasn't that it looked bad, it was just a little funny. Fortunately, she had a youthful face, so the hairstyle suited her just fine from the neck up. But looking at her whole self, it felt a bit out of place. Still, since she was just at home, Ruanruan didn't care too much. Nothing was more important than staying cool. When Granny Chen came over to talk to Ruanruan, she found her sitting cross-legged on the Kong, staring into the mirror. Seeing the 2 little pigtails on Ruanruan's head, Granny Chen felt a bit worried. She knew that at Ruanruan's age, it was time to get married. But looking at her like this, she still seemed like a child. Was she really ready for marriage and adult life? "Ruanruan, what are you doing?" Granny Chen asked, sitting down across from her. Ruanruan flashed her a sweet smile. "Grandma, doesn't this hairstyle make me look even younger?" Granny Chen glanced at her and thought, does she really need to look any younger? She already looks like a child. "Ruanruan, you and Cheng-Jin are getting married soon," Granny Chen said. Ruanruan nodded. "I know." She'd been there when they discussed the wedding date, so of course she knew she and Xiao Cheng-Jin were about to get married. Counting the days, there was only a week left. It was coming up fast. "Aren't you worried about anything?" Granny Chen couldn't help but ask. How could someone about to get married still be so carefree and happy all day long? Seeing the worry on Granny Chen's face, Ruanruan finally put the mirror aside and grew serious. "Grandma, you don't have to worry. After I get married, I'll just be living next door. We'll still see each other every day." Granny Chen couldn't help but laugh wryly when she heard this. Why would I be worried about that? What she was really worried about was that, even after Ruanruan got married, she was still so carefree and absent-minded. Would her mother-in-law like her? After all, women are completely different before and after marriage, and the expectations from your husband's family change as well. It wasn't that Granny Chen didn't trust Xian Aiju's character, it's just that. If you asked Granny Chen to explain exactly what she was worried about, she couldn't quite put it into words herself. Seeing Granny Chen fall silent, Ruanruan thought for a moment and said, "Grandma, why don't you tell me what I need to change and how I should change? I promise I'll do it." How obedient Ruanruan was, how could Granny Chen not know? Since Ruanruan said that, as long as she pointed something out, Su Ruanruan would definitely change. But the thing was, Granny Chen didn't know what to change either. After thinking about it seriously for a while, Granny Chen actually felt that Su Ruanruan was best just the way she was. As for whether her in-laws would dislike her after marriage, Granny Chen wasn't so concerned anymore. She and Su Min lived right next door. Couldn't they support Su Ruanruan if needed? Once she figured this out, Granny Chen started to smile. There's nothing you need to change. You're great just the way you are. By the way, are you going to invite your colleagues to the wedding? Su Ruanruan had lived over 30 years in her previous life, and in this life, she'd been working for more than 2 years. She already knew all about social etiquette and how to get along with colleagues. For such a big event like a wedding, of course you should invite friends and family and colleagues as well. Anyway, whether you invite them is one thing, whether they actually come is another. Yes, of course I'll invite them. Tomorrow when I go to work, I'll tell them. Whoever wants to come can come, and if they don't want to, that's fine too. Privately, Su Ruanruan actually hoped they wouldn't come. Otherwise, she'd have to return the wedding gifts later, which was such a hassle. The next day, just before getting off work, Su Ruanruan told her close colleagues about her upcoming wedding and gave each of them a handful of candies. For a happy occasion like a wedding, it was customary to hand out candies to everyone. As the days went by, Su Ruanruan got busier and busier. She was busy with work during the day, and after work, she had to prepare all sorts of things. The betrothal gifts from the Xiao family were generous. To avoid drawing attention, they only let outsiders know about the sewing machine, but in private, the cash gifts were quite substantial. In this regard, Granny Chen and Su Min would never shortchange Su Ruanruan. The sewing machine was definitely going with Su Ruanruan, and she'd also take a bicycle. In addition, there were thermos flasks, wash basins, toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap boxes, bowls, and chopsticks all in pairs. Only families with means could prepare so much for their daughters. In the production team, most people couldn't afford this. Being able to prepare even one item was already good. Besides that, there were new clothes, new quilts, new quilt covers, and pillowcases. Granny Chen had spent the past 2 years gradually preparing all of these. The quilts, quilt covers, pillowcases, and pillows were all handmade by Granny Chen herself. She didn't let anyone else help. On her wedding day, Su Ruanruan didn't want to wear red. She and Xiao Chunjin made a set of new clothes together, all in a fresh green color. The style was a bit different from the usual, but it was attractive, simple, and elegant. Xiao Chunjin, Xiao Aigua, and Qian Aiju all worked at the food factory. Since Xiao Chunjin was getting married, of course they invited the factory director as well, so the officiant and witness at their wedding were both from the food factory. On the wedding day, since the two families lived so close, Xiao Chunjin only came over to pick up his bride from next door right before the auspicious hour. A lively group of people carried Su Ruanruan's dowry over to the neighboring Xiao family, placing it in the bridal chamber. Then, everyone gathered in the courtyard to watch Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin exchange their vows. Weddings at this time were truly unique. There was no red bridal veil, no noisy music or fanfare. There was only the solemn vow of the bride and groom, followed by enthusiastic applause. There weren't many guests today, and the Xiao family's courtyard was spacious, so the meal was bustling and cheerful. After lunch, it was still early. Some of the younger folks wanted to play pranks on the newlyweds, but when they saw Xiao Qingjin's cold expression, they gave up on the idea and left early. Even after some people had left, there were still quite a few guests remaining. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin adapted well. Neither of them felt shy or awkward. After all, those who stayed were all family from the Su and Xiao households. Everyone had known each other for years, so there was nothing to feel embarrassed about. Xiao Xiulan's little daughter was just over a year old, having just learned to walk. She toddled around unsteadily and could only say a few words. At her age, she had no idea what the adults were celebrating. As long as she had candy to eat, she was happy. But since she was teething, Xiao Xiulan wouldn't let her have too much candy. The little girl had begged for a long time, but still didn't get any, so she pouted, on the verge of tears. Ruanruan walked over, scooped the little girl up, tossed her gently into the air a few times, and caught her securely each time. The little girl giggled with delight, completely forgetting about wanting candy. Ruanruan was strong, and after tossing the girl up several times, the child squealed with joy, waving her arms and legs, her shrieks echoing through the courtyard. Qianiju and Granny Chin were sitting together chatting, and when they saw the commotion, they burst out laughing. Ruanruan really loves children. When she and Chunjin have kids of their own, I can only imagine how happy she'll be, Qianiju said, and everyone agreed. Granny Chen had been saying for years that she wanted to help take care of Ruanruan's children. Now, seeing Ruanruan finally married, she felt both bittersweet and happy. Hearing Qianiju mention Ruanruan's future children, her sadness faded away, leaving only joy. When Chunjin and Ruanruan have kids, and both of them have to work, we'll take care of the children, Granny Chen said, turning to Luo Yufeng. You should move to the county town too, and we'll look after the kids together. Just think how much fun we'll have every day. Luo Yufeng laughed and slapped her thigh in agreement. Absolutely. After dinner, Granny Chin and Su Aimin returned to the house next door. Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin walked them back, reminding them to get some rest, before returning to the Xiao family's courtyard. Ruanruan wanted to help clean up in the kitchen, but Qianiju and Luo Yufeng shooed her out together. You've been busy all day. Let Qingjin get you some hot water to wash up, and then go rest. Ruanruan blinked, thinking to herself that she didn't feel tired at all. But seeing the two women smiling so broadly, she swallowed back the words she was about to say. She wasn't a fool. How could she not catch the meaning behind their words? All that talk about being tired was just an excuse. They were really just sending her off to enjoy her wedding night.